wasting much of our time, straight away we'll jump to chapter number 1. If you know, we always have something called as basics of audit, all right, which I'm not going to cover in the revision as such, all right. Wherever there is a requirement of that concept, I'll be covering that. And there is a new document, that is 2026 question, that is in the year 2026 RTP, MTP and past papers. All things are covered only for 2026 year. Now, for example, chapter 1, 2026 RTP, Jan, May, September. Then we have PYP and then we have mock papers. Only for 2026. Just to tell you that in the year Jan, May and September, what are the questions? Now, wherever you see this circle, it's a good question. Okay, and I have marked certain question as unexpected question, right? That is straight away from the book, from the institute study material, where we don't expect that to come. I tell in the regular class, like long back in Jan 25, TCWG question was asked like this only. Okay, similarly, one disciplinary question they have asked. Auditing with other disciplines, can we study properly or not? Keeping analytical procedure in the mind, keeping sampling in the mind. That they have asked in May 26. So more focus will be on towards concepts and just requirements of the question. Discussion of all the question in detail, I am giving you the document only. You can go through the reference and understand through that. Right, let's begin with the first chapter. What are the concepts we are going to cover in this chapter, or revise quickly with respect to first is definition of audit. All right. Now, before we begin, audit and assurance, two different concepts were there before. Now the subject name itself is what? Auditing and ethics, right? So after this, we'll be doing chapter number 11. Then we'll do chapter number 2. Okay, that is strategy, planning and program. Then we'll come to chapter number 6. All right. I always tell you 1, 11. Now it could be 2-6 or 6-2, doesn't matter. 6-2 makes more relevant in our regular classes. While doing revision, any chapter, any order shouldn't matter to you. Okay, right. Chapter number 1, which we talk about definition of audit. Now, wherever you know about this concept, you spell out loud with me. Don't sit as if you're watching a movie, so that there is some kind of flow going on for you as well as for me, right? Now, what I mean by audit? It's an independent examination. Now, independent examination means what? We always give our opinion. What we feel like giving, we give. We never budge with management's factors, management's advice, management's influence. If we feel like giving modified, we give modified. If we feel like giving unmodified, we give unmodified. But remember, the concept of audit risk also has to be considered here. The concept of audit risk says what? When financial statements are materially misstated, you giving unmodified opinion is the biggest risk. Which means we will give our opinion according to SA 700 and SA 705. You have to consider in your mind. Only if there is requirement for modification, you have to give modified opinion. Otherwise, you should not give modified opinion. Okay, independent examination of what? Financial information. Now, financial information is not just financial statements. Everything, financial statement is a part of financial information. Tomorrow, if they appoint us only to do an audit of assets, even that come under audit. They want us to do audit of internal control system, even that comes under audit. They want us to do audit of, let's say, a liability, even that comes under an audit. Of which entity? Any, whether profit oriented or not. So if it is profit oriented, we check whether they have computed the profit properly or not. Example, partnership firms, companies, etc. Non-profit oriented, Section 8 companies, trusts, society. But why do we need audit for them? For them, it is not about the profit. It's about the usage of the funds and meeting with the objectives of the trust, society or their basically constitution. Okay. Irrespective of its size or legal form. Registered also we audit, unregistered also we audit. Now there is a difference there. Registered, if you are auditing, only if it is required by law, voluntary and mandatory concept will come into the picture. Okay. So registered, for example, company, it's a registered entity. Should we do audit or it's an option for them? It is mandatory. LLP, again, depending upon the threshold. Income tax, again, depending upon the threshold. Trust. If they want exemption under income tax, they have to get it audited. Otherwise, no audit required. Sir, what if I'm let's say a proprietary concern? Then again, depends on the act that is applicable for me, or for me, if I want voluntarily, I can get the audit done. What is the entire view of getting this audit? Very simple, expressing an opinion. What kind of opinion? independent opinion, right? If you remember, we always start our audit with a cycle, correct? Where we get data, from data we pick information, then we examine them by putting up procedures, then what do we get? We get evidence out of it, and this evidence we will evaluate and reach conclusion. This conclusion is evaluated, and where do we reach? Opinion. This opinion is given in form of a report, which is in written format, or that is writing. Correct. So our audit starts with what? Data being given by whom? By the client, and we end up with what? Reporting. Understood? Yes. Now, next main important question is, as a chartered accountant, when we are going to do audit, what are those things that we have to keep in mind to ensure that the financial statements are not misleading? Now, what do you mean by mislead? Which is not giving true and fair view, number one. Number two, misleading is not that. Technically, misleading means where you are fooling the investors. You are not giving the correct picture there, right? Of course, true and fair view is a concept under misleading. Mislead means what? I tell you something wrong and I take money from you. So basically, I want investments. For that, I will tell wrong things. Okay. Some basic questions that I want to ask. Number one, books of accounts comes first or financial statements comes first? Which comes later? Which is the cause, which is the effect? Books is the cause, financial statement is the effect. Right or no? So journal entry, ledger balancing, trial balance, financial statement. Right? But if it is ulta, financial statement to books if you are going, fraud. Understood? It is clear cut fraud. Therefore, first I should check whether accounts have been drawn up with reference to entries in the books. Here accounts means what? Financial statements. So whether financial statements are drawn as per books of accounts or not. Number two, every transaction must be supported by sufficient and appropriate evidence. Now here when we say entries, we are not talking about audit evidence here. My dear loose tools, there is no audit evidence here. Why? We are not discussing audit now. We are just seeing whether accounts are prepared properly or not. We are yet to start our audit. Correct? So here we are checking what? Sufficient, appropriate evidence. Now, in regular class, I always give different examples. Now, I'll ask you one question. Every transaction, can we have evidence? Each and every transaction, can we have evidence for? Yes or no? Yes or no? So, we cannot have evidence for each and every transaction? Yes or no? Then why are we studying this point? Then why are we studying that the entries in the books are adequately supported by evidence? That means evidence must be there. Evidence must be there. Without evidence, if there is an entry, that means it is a very gray area where we have to be worried about. If someone is passing an entry and there is no evidence for that, how will you verify? That means evidence must be there. What kind of evidence? That is different. Some will have invoice, some will have voucher, some will have agreement, some will have written representation. Anything, but there must be evidence. So moral of the story, every transaction, every entry must be supported by evidence. You take any entry, there has to be evidence, and that is the reason why the cash voucher is there. The voucher that you see in organizations is just for an evidence purposes. If there is an invoice, it is a second layer of security. Are you getting my point? Right? So, whichever mobile you are using, there must be one security. It could be one PIN, it could be Face ID, it could be password, it could be thumbprint, but there must be a security. Same logic here, every entry must have evidence. There should not be any omissions or additions were made during the compilation of the statements. Compilation means what? Arrangement or gathering of the information with respect to financial statements. Now, when we say no omissions or addition, what we mean by omission is what? Leaving out transaction. Why do you leave out transaction? Not to give proper picture. I may not include sales completely. Now, sales reduces. What will happen to the GP? Gross profit reduces. Income I don't disclose. What will happen? Tax reduces. Now I'm connecting another concept here. Okay. See, I always tell if it's a revision, you have to study income. Alright, so I'm connecting another concept here. When we omit any transaction, let me talk only about income now. When you are omitting any income here, this will be later on called as unrecorded income. After a very long time, when you are declaring under income tax, that year car you have to disclose as unrecorded income, which will be recorded at that point of time. Why? You had omitted long back. So 2016-17 ka income, if you have not recorded that year, this year if you have declared under income tax, this year you have to record under books of accounts. Therefore, now there will be addition as well. So any omission, any addition should be checked properly if it is rightly omitted or not. Now, personal expenses should be added or omitted. Personal expenses added or omitted? Omitted. Business expense add. Business income include or exclude? Include. Personal expense, personal income exclude. So we have to check. Of course, they will make omission, but what kind of omission? Business omission should not happen. Business addition must happen. Understood? Then information conveyed must be clear and unambiguous. What do you mean by that? Whatever information you're giving must be absolutely crystal clear to the readers of the financials. Whoever is reading the financial statement, they should be able to understand. Now, for that matter, again, one more concept I'm going to cover of our SA 700. Whenever you are giving this information, SA 700 also says the information must be clear. Now, when you are giving the report, it could be financial statements or audit report. We always have an assumption under Chapter 3 risk assessment that the users know how to read the financial statements. You will never see an audit report, you will never see a financial statement explaining in simple words. They won't. Why? There is an assumption that a user who is reading the financials will always have an idea of business. Clear? So you give your information according to the gaps, generally accepted principles. People will understand that. Now, for example, when I am saying materiality, the opposite person will understand if he is audit knowledgeable. I need not explain what is materiality. Now, that is what they say. When you are giving an information, give it absolutely clearly without any confusion. He should not get confused. Example here, whenever amalgamation happens, you calculate something called as purchase consideration. When you calculate purchase consideration, you purchase the business. In return, what do you give? Shares you give. So when you give that shares back to the person who's selling the company, you are not getting money, you're getting business. Debit what comes in? Business purchase account debit. Correct? Now in the financial statements, note number 1, notes to accounts, you have to clearly show how many shares were issued for consideration other than cash. Now that disclosure is called clear disclosure and no confusion. Otherwise, user will get confused. When did you buy the company? Did you pay money? If you had paid money, bank balance should reduce. Why bank balance is not reduced? But shares have increased. Okay, we should shares. Then did you receive cash? Then why bank balance has not increased? So in the Madri, like this kind of confusion, you should not put in the user's mind. That's the reason why in notes to accounts, clear-cut disclosure you should give. Okay. Financial statements are properly classified, described and disclosed as per AS, or right now it's Ind AS for companies. Okay. So whatever amounts you're disclosing, direct income, direct expense and indirect expense, proper classification you give, proper description you give. For example, purchase returns and sales returns, proper description you should give. Discount, freight inwards and freight outwards. Freight inwards, direct or indirect? Freight outwards. Now there should be a proper classification. Okay. Generally people will tell now, those who do not know proper commerce, they will tell freight inwards and freight outwards. Both will come under same head, no problem. Can we net off certain items and show? Like income and expense will net off and show? No, we cannot show. We have to specifically tell what is our income, what is our expense for it. Unless and until the law has asked us to net off. Otherwise, easy, no, directly show net profit only. Why you have to show expense separately? Why you have to show income separately? So these kind of description and disclosure should be properly given as per accounting standard. Let me ask you one question. Repairs and maintenance of plant and machinery. Capital expense or revenue expense? Who told this? Who told this? Who told this is a question. Except for your accounts faculty. Who told this? Accounting standard. Your accounting standard only will tell you that these are the costs you have to capitalize. Anything other than this, you should debit it to revenue account. So clear cut as per accounting standard only you have to disclose. Second question I'll ask you. Okay. With respect to intangible research expenses, should we capitalize or not? Huh? We shouldn't capitalize, huh? Are you sure? Research expenses which has not given a fruitful result, then it should be debited to P&L. If the research has given you a product, then that research expense will be capitalized. So there is no direct answer saying no or yes. They based on a criteria. Who told this? 26. AS 26. Correct? Same logic. According to accounting standard only, proper disclosure, description and classification has to be made. Statement of account should give true and fair picture of operational results. Operational results means P&L, and then assets and liabilities means balance sheet. So this entire thing is talking about what? Books of accounts. The entire thing is talking about what? Books of accounts, which brings me to one more basic question. Whose responsibility is to prepare books? This one thing we know for sure. Here, prepared by whom? Management. What do we do then? Audit them. Understood? We just go and audit them. Understood now? Yes, therefore, whose responsibility is to follow accounting standards? Management. What do we do then? Check whether they are followed properly or not. Understood? Yes. Whose responsibility is to correct the mistakes? Management. Whose responsibility is to maintain internal control system? Again, management. Got it? Yes. Next, main objectives. There are two main objectives for us. One is called obtain reasonable assurance. One is called reporting. In our regular class, we call this as RARE. Right? RA for reasonable assurance and RE for reporting. Reasonable assurance means what? Less than 100%. Why don't we give 100%? Absolute assurance? I don't want a parrot answer. I want a conceptual answer. Why are we not giving 100%? There are certain limitations why we ourselves are not going to get that assurance. What do we mean by assurance? That is assurance engagement. What is assurance? Assurance means our satisfaction about the reliability of an information given by one party to be used by another party. So only if we are satisfied with that information, we can pass on that assurance to others. When we ourselves don't have that 100% assurance, how can we pass on 100% assurance? Are you getting my point? When in your hand you don't have biryani, but you are giving biryani to others. How? Not possible. So when we don't get that 100%, we cannot give 100%. Now the question is, why don't we get 100%? Because of 5 limitations. Because of 5 limitations, we won't be able to get 100%. What are those limitations? Number 1, nature of financial reporting. Why? The financial reporting itself includes judgment. Example, if I have to talk in your language, AS 29 talks about what? Provisions. Now, whether this provision is accurate or not, it's an estimate. So, obviously, in provisions, there is judgment involved. Whether I should use FIFO or weighted average, it's a judgment. Somebody has filed a case on me, whether I will win or lose, it's a judgment. I have sold goods on credit, whether that fellow will make payment or not, judgment. I create provision for taxation, judgment. Provision for debtors, judgment. So, nature of financial reporting itself is inclusive of judgment. That means it is not 100%. Therefore, I cannot give 100% assurance. But if it is an investigation, it is my duty to get 100% assurance. Understood? Yes. Therefore, financial reporting, because it involves a lot of subjective decisions or judgment or even uncertainty matters. Number 2, nature of procedure. Now, we have enough time in the world or restricted time. We always have due dates to comply with. Not one due date, multiple due dates, multiple audits. Therefore, we won't be able to check 100% transaction. We will end up doing what? Sampling or less than 100%. Now, when the examination only is not having 100% clarity, obviously, sir, we won't be able to pass on that 100% to others. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. There are practical limitations as well as legal limitations. Practical limitation means what? Sampling is a classic example of practical limitation. Legal limitation means what? We don't have investigative powers. When we don't have investigative powers, we cannot arrest, we cannot seize, we cannot search. We don't have such powers. Therefore, we are complaint box. We are complaint box. We are not action rowdies. We are complaining rowdies. We only report. We ask management, will you give or not? Management tell, nothing will do. We'll report to somebody who appointed us, parents. Shareholder appointed you, go and complain to shareholder. CAG appointed you, go and complain to CAG. CG appointed you, go and complain to CG. Partners appointed you, go and complain to. So basically, we are complaint box. So when we don't have that power, we can't extract the information. When we can't extract the information, we cannot give 100% clarity on that. Okay. Then fraud, practical limitation. What is fraud? You should know better. What is fraud? Intentional? No, don't call it mistake. Intentional act. Mistake means error. Unintentional. Here, you can't stab someone intentionally and tell, sorry, I did not know, it would kill you. It is intentional. Intentional act of omission, intentional act of hiding information, everything is intentional here. So when management only is colluding with one another there, we cannot get 100% assurance. Therefore, it becomes limitation for us. Okay. Now, in this, one dangerous question they can ask you. What is that dangerous question? Number one, give an example for practical limitation and legal limitation. 2 marks question, that is clear. One example each they can ask you. Right? Now, you have to understand what they are asking. Always read the questions requirement first, then try to understand. Okay, so next, we already discussed it's not an official investigation. We don't have investigative powers. Therefore, it's a clear-cut limitation for us. Timeliness of FR and decrease in the relevance of information. Meaning, we have crunch time and we have huge amount of information. Now, if you check information number 1, information number 2 will be irrelevant as time passes. Now, for example, imagine this revision I am doing after exams. Same information before exams relevant, after exam it will become. Now, information as and when time passes, the relevance decreases. Now, there is a pressure on me to use the given information within the time frame. Now, there comes limitation for me. So, I can't check all information. I will end up skipping certain information. Like, for example, completing the syllabus is teacher's responsibility, but not a student's. When you are studying, when you are going for the exam, 90% of the crowd will never complete 100% syllabus and go. Why? Time constraint is there. We have less amount of time, we have vast syllabus to complete, therefore we won't be able to do 100% limitation. Clear? Then, future events. Now, future events means what? We cannot ever promise what is going to happen in the future. If yes, please tell me how much you score in the upcoming attempt, or how the paper will be. Why do we have to have all these kind of revision session? Why do we have to have question bank and all? If you know what questions are going to come, please tell me, I will be a student. Possible? No. Future events. These are limitations. We cannot promise the future. So when we are giving a report, we never guarantee about future. Now you consider that as a guarantee and invest money, you will lose money. Can you blame me for that? No. I cannot be held liable. Now, when we talk about fraud, one question I want to ask. If after your audit, listen to my question carefully, after your audit, a fraud was found in the organization, can I hold you liable? Always remember, in audit, there is no straightforward yes, there is no straightforward no. It all depends on the scenario and the situation. Okay? This is an independent subject. It depends on scenarios. I can't hold you liable, I can hold you liable. Both answers are correct. When can I hold you liable? If you were negligent, chapter number 1, professional behavior you did not do, professional competence and due care you did not understand, you are negligent in your work, you will be held liable. But if you have done your work properly, maintained all the documentations, everything you have done properly, now I cannot hold you. If I hold you liable, you are free from liability technically. You can prove that you have done your work properly. Why? Who is giving you information? Exactly. If management only has not given the information and you have proven that, then you are free from liability. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Now, coming back to our objective, we have our first objective, reasonable assurance. Now, in this, they can ask you one question. Always, it's made for each other couple. Objective and limitation. Clear? Objective and limitation. These are long lost lovers. Very good question. If I ask you an objective of objective number 1 and tell you explain. Now, if you write only this one, you will not get marks. You will have to explain why are you getting reasonable assurance. You are getting only for what? Because of inherent limitation. How many limitations are there? 5. Which are those? Nature of financial reporting. Nature of procedures. It's not an official investigation. Timeliness of. And last one, future events. Understood. Okay. Scope. What do you mean by scope? Boundary. Where I cannot go beyond. Sir, I can check financial statements correct. Now, imagine, listen to my question and then answer. In the P&L, there is a debit entry called director's salary or director's remuneration. Now, you paid, they accepted it. Can you go and check director's ITR? Income tax returns. In the P&L of the company, there is director's remuneration. Okay, can you go and ask director, I want the copy of your ITR. It is my scope. Can I? Yes or no? Confidently answer yes or no. No? Why? Confidential for the director. Yes, it's outside the scope of business. It doesn't come under audit of that organization. It's audit of directors. Now, that is not what he appointed you for. Are you getting my point? Understood. So, checking his ITR does not come under my scope. Second question. Instant question is this. If a tribunal, court or an authority has given you a notice to pay penalty or fine and you have not paid that yet. The organization has not paid that yet, but you have found the document. Now you are asking questions with respect to that with the management. Should management answer? Should management answer? I repeat the question. The company, the client has got notice from court, tribunal or authority to pay fine or penalty for non-compliance. And the company has not yet paid. They have not yet responded also. You found that document now. Should you ask question? And if you ask, should the management respond to you? Correct. Should the management respond to you first? Does it come under your scope or not? It does come under your scope. Why? Financial statements. It will affect your finances. Now, what is the scope, sir? In one question, you're telling it is outside my scope. In one question, you're telling it is within your scope. In the first question, you went and asked what? Director's ITR. Was it with respect to financials? No. But if you had asked, Director, you give me an evidence that you have been paid properly, then yes, it is within my scope. You checking his personal? No. That is outside your scope of business. Understood? So what am I supposed to check, sir? Because here students get confused by saying all aspects of the enterprise. All aspects relevant to the financial statements. Anything outside the FS, a big no. Got it? Number 2, you should always be satisfied with respect to two things. Reliability and sufficiency of what? Records and source data. Now, what is the difference between accounting records and source data? Accounting record means what? Your books, your journal entries, your books, all these things. Source data means what? Invoice, contract, agreement, voucher book, all this come under source data. Right? Sir, I purchased a land. Land agreement is what? Accounting records or source data? Source data. Then, how do we evaluate it, sir? Two things you have to do. Study and evaluate their systems. What kind of systems? Accounting systems and ICS. Now, what does accounting system means? Accounting system is how they are going to account. What is the methodology for accounting? Once in a week they account, once in a month they account, how they account for it. Carry such other tests or inquiries or other verification procedures, whichever you feel is appropriate. Therefore, what methodology to apply will never tell you. Standards or any other content in the audit gives you ingredients. Dish you have to decide. Got it? So, how do I evaluate the information? By checking their systems and putting up procedures. Tell me, if ICS is wrong, information is reliable or unreliable? If ICS is strong, reliable. Understood? Clear? Yes. Next, whether information is properly disclosed or not. Now, management will come and tell, sir, it is your responsibility to disclose certain information in the FS. True or false? Management will tell you, it is your responsibility to disclose some information. True or false? False. Why? Management is responsible for preparation, correction, disclosure. Even if we find a misstatement, can we correct? Management, what is our responsibility? Only going and telling him this is where the error is. We should never correct it. Understood? Then, compare. How do we understand whether information is properly disclosed or not? By comparing. Comparing with what? Records and source data. So, whatever transaction they have recorded, compare that with the source data and check their judgment. Why? Example, provisions and all. Sir, for provision, what source data you have? Tell me, provision for debtors, what source data you have? It's a judgment. Now, that judgment can be through past trends, could be experience, etc. Right? Two examples I'll give you. One, consistent debtor paid. Every year, proper payment was done. 1 year, payment misstated. Clear? I can create a provision, I need not create a provision. Both are my judgment. Creating also is right, not creating also is right. Second example. Sir, first time a debtor has made a credit sale. I have made a credit sale to a debtor and now he's giving indication of not payment. Indication of non-payment. Can I create a provision for him? Can I create a provision for him? Yes or no? Now look at this. For this, no, we don't have past data. We don't have a past data, but we have experience. We have experience of dealing with certain debtors in the past. That is why now we may create. We may not create. It is totally whose call? Management's call. Clear? WDV, SLM, machine hour method. Which one is appropriate? Accounting policy. Which policy to be chosen? Whose call? Management's call. In my point. Okay, tell me. Depreciation method, policy or estimate? Depreciation method, estimate or policy? Sorry? Very good. If it selection of method is policy, change in the method is estimate. If you are told wrong answer, no. I'd have asked for you to get hot water. Selection of method is what? Policy. Change is what? Next question. Salvage value of an asset. Judgment or not? Judgment or not? Now, we have a formula saying cost minus salvage value divided by life. This is source data we have. This, since we are talking about company schedule 2, will tell you that this is totally. Now, to avoid the complication, what we do, they'll put 0. But actually, is it 0? No, sir. We'll get some amount, no? Now, that is totally a judgment. Understood? Clear? This is one area where in CA finals also, estimate is one area where we have a dedicated standard called SA 540, which is a rock star in CA final for us. Okay? Not there in your syllabus because of the complications involved in that. Okay? We are not expected to perform which falls outside the scope. Like I told you, director's ITR, I don't bother. How director has purchased a car doesn't bother me. Why is he going for a vacation every once in 3 months? Doesn't bother me. Okay? I am not an expert in documentation. So if any document is wrong, can you hold me liable? No, if I have done my duty properly. If I have checked everything properly and still the document becomes fake, I am not responsible for that. This can be a very good question. Be careful. Genuineness of documents cannot be authenticated by him because I'm not an expert in this field. Okay? Not an official investigation. And in case if any scope constraint, what is the scope constraint? Management stopping you from doing your work. If management stops you from doing your work, then you should consider this. This also comes under your scope of audit. Clear? Now, because of this constraint only, I will end up giving what opinion? Qualified or disclaimer of opinion. Then it comes under my scope. I need to solve that problem. Okay? Right. Next. Aspects to be covered, I'm not going to cover it because aspects is nothing but specific things under this scope. Like for example, assets you have to check, liability you have to check, P&L you have to check, clear, mathematical calculation you have to check. These are not that great of importance when it comes to exams. Advantages. Advantages looks easy. Easy. And that is where students make a mistake. Saying that advantage, who will ask in CA exam, sir? That is when they'll ask 5 marks. So even though it looks easy, don't ignore it. Very simple. What are the advantages? Employees will be careful. Now, here employees will be careful only if management is good. If management is doing fraud, employees also will be yatha raja tatha praja. If management is fraud, employees also will do fraud. But we are talking from management is good, sir. What is the advantage we are getting? Employees will be very careful before committing the fraud. Number 2. In case of taxes, loans and purchase consideration, liability also will be settled easily. Why? Audited financial statements are trustworthy. So every stakeholder will trust us. Then settling trade disputes. You would have heard lot of unions, labor unions file a case on the company for extra bonus. They believe only audited financial statements. Then your 12th, retirement, death, A, B, C died. Yeah, partnership. Financial statements which are audited only will be better. Detection of wastes and losses. Those are written in costing. Standard costing, one concept is there for you. In that concept, we only disclose the variance. How much was budgeted? How much is actual? What is the variance? Now there we understand the variance. Here we understand the reasons for variance. In standard costing, budgeted 100 rupees, sir. We spent 120. Overspending or underspending? Adverse or favorable? Adverse. There you find out adverse. Here you find why adverse. Are you getting my point? Yes. Okay, sir. Okay, next. Whether necessary books of accounts and allied record. Allied record means what? Connected records, subsidiary books. Whether have been properly kept and making good the deficiency. Making good the deficiency means what? Rectifying the deficiencies and correcting the deficiency. As an appraisal function, appraisal means what? Improvement. Clear? Function that improves, enhances my quality. I review the existence and operation of various ICS. Now again, concept. Do we check 100% ICS? No, only what is relevant or connected to our financial statements. But can we appoint a CA only for ICS audit? Yes. That time, 100% ICS has to be tested. That also is an advantage. Okay. Government may require to give licenses. They will also trust our financials. And finally, stakeholders are taken care who are not associated with the management. See, management want to know where they can improve. Stakeholders want to know whether I can put money or not. That's the only difference. Yeah. Right. Limitations are also done. Is audit mandatory or voluntary? If the law tells you mandatory, otherwise voluntary. Companies Act, mandatory. LLP, threshold. Income tax, threshold. But yes, if you are a registered trust, audit has to be done. So, law, if the law says that it is mandatory for you, otherwise not mandatory. Okay, what's your opinion? Should every organization get their books of accounts audited or not? No. I am asking, as a layman, I'll ask you. You are an expert now. As a layman, I'll ask you. Should we get every organization, be it proprietor, partnership firm, LLP, everything should be audited mandatorily? Recommended, correct? But you as an expert, you tell me, if given an option, should we change the system to everyone has to get audited mandatorily? If you say yes, you are the one in trouble. If you say yes, you are the one in trouble. Because of the size of the country that we are in, the size of the business that they are doing, and the due date that we are having and the resources that we are having plus the result pass percentage is having. Are you getting my point? Which means it's a pressure on them also to release more and more CAs. Okay, income tax will go out of the window now. Presumptive taxation is gone then. Yes, therefore, not everyone will get their books of accounts audited. Business has to be run. Country will see, I need more businesses. If I put more laws, stricter and stricter rules, I will never do business. I will go for employment only. Yeah? So, we cannot ask every organization to get their books of accounts audited. That is why even under income tax, there is a threshold. Up to there, we will not even question you. Once you cross that, we'll start questioning. Got it? Okay, sir. Now, appointment of auditor. In your different organizations, different authority will be there. Okay, we don't even have to read this. Companies Act says who's the authority. If it's a government company, CAG. Non-government company, if audit committee is there, no, members only. First auditor only, board. Always in companies which is publicly owned, then shareholders are the owners. Partnership firm, proprietorship firm, trust, board of trustees, society, management. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Then, to whom should we submit the report? Very easy thumb rule. Whoever appointed us, we are supposed to submit it to them, unless and until specifically we have been told, don't submit to me, submit to some other person. Clear? Okay, sir. Next, assurance. Now, this is important. This is important. What do you mean by assurance? Assurance means what? Our satisfaction with respect to information. Assurance engagement means what? We are getting that satisfaction and passing on that satisfaction to you. Why? To enhance your confidence. Who are you here? Intended users. Very good. How many people are there in assurance engagement? Elements. 3. We call it 3-part trade agreement. Who are these? One is responsible party, one is practitioner, and one more is intended user. Correct? Now, who is this practitioner? You and me. Who is the responsible party? Management. Who is the intended user? Who the financial statements will be given or report will be given. If it is partnership firm, who are the intended users? Who is the responsible party? That's stuck with her now. In partnership firm, now we have to see why did they appoint us. If they appointed us because they wanted loan, then bankers will be intended users. They appointed us to audit because they want investment. Potential investors are the intended. They want audit because they want to know what is happening. Then they are the responsible party. They are the intended users. Understood? Intention is what you have to check. Why are they appointing? Now you can question them. You can ask, why are you appointing? It's not a wrong question to ask. It's a right question to ask. What is the use of audit? It's a right question to ask. Who is asking it? It's a right question to ask. Now client can't tell, sir, you just do this. No, you tell me. Because I want to know who is the user. Because what is important for him will be important for me. Okay. Then subject matter. What is subject matter? Whatever information we are checking, asset, liability, what do you want, whatever you want me to check, stock. Yes, information. Clear? Then criteria. Who will tell me the criteria? Criteria will tell me. Standards can tell, guidelines can tell, law can tell, or even users can tell me what should be the criteria. Criteria is the measure against which we check. Yeah. So A should be checked with B. A is information. B is criteria. Then whether you are doing audit assurance or review assurance, in both cases, evidence is a must. Without evidence, you cannot give assurance. Are you getting my point? If I say this is very, very important, do I have an evidence for that? I must have an evidence. Otherwise, it will be a guesswork. It will be a guesswork. That's why I always say, don't study selectively, especially in CA. A lot of students have this habit of going with the selective studies. All right, and okay, we'll say out of these This chapter, these many questions are there, these many concepts are there, these will do and come. Now there unexpected question will come and you are gone. Clear? Right? So do study based on these kind of things as a top up. Cherry on top of the cake. For that cake must be ready. You don't study, you only put the cherry, only that will be there in the cake. So always when you are doing selective studies or predicted questions or whatever it is, be careful. Alright, it's a double-edged sword because there we don't have a proof that it will come. It may not also come. Alright, so as a revision you can take that. Report must be given in writing. Why? Again, it's an act of evidence only tomorrow. Yes, it must be documented. One more. Second thing is, users are so many people are there. How will I go and tell them? Understood? Okay. Then, review and audit. What is the difference? Simple, perfect question I will ask. Which is better between audit and review? Audit. Which gives more assurance? Audit. Which gives less assurance? Review. Which has lesser procedure? Review. Which has more procedure? Okay. Which is limited assurance? Review. Which is reasonable assurance? Compared to audit and review, audit is much better, review is lesser than that. Then why do we do review? Requirement. You think we do review because we want to do? Law. For listed company, father of listed companies. Who? SEBI. SEBI asked us to do a review. Even, in fact, SEBI asked us to do audit. But because of time frame, we are not able to audit. Therefore, we do. Okay. Now, one more very important MCQ. Be it audit or review. It is based on historical information or prospective information. It is based on historical information. So, whatever has happened in the past, based on that we do audit or review. We give a report based on that, not based on futuristic information. Okay. This is an important question, can be asked in the exam. Difference between reasonable assurance and limited assurance. Be little careful. Sir, between reasonable and limited, which provide high level of assurance? Reasonable. Example for reasonable? Audit. Example for limited is review. Okay. Now we also have something called as prospective financial information. Okay. Now those are group 2. Therefore, costing, budgetary control is a prospective financial information. You prepare budget based on what? Estimate, but let's do future. How many units you are going to manufacture, how much expenses you are going to spend. These all are budget. So it's always with respect to assumptions that may occur in the future and possible action. Does this give assurance? Yes. Here also we should give assurance, but lesser than audit and review. If I put a hierarchy, top stands audit, then comes review, then comes PFI. Okay. So in PFI we give projections, forecasts. Now these all are assurance only, but lesser than audit and review. Okay. Yes, sir. Now, point number 6 is what? In assurance report involving PFI, you obtain evidence to the effect that. Now here also should we obtain evidence, sir? Yes, but sir, assumptions, what evidence I should obtain? Here evidence we have to obtain saying that the assumptions are reasonable. But we don't say that, we say not unreasonable. So management's assumptions are not unreasonable and all assumptions are disclosed. See, taking assumptions is not a problem. Not disclosing that is a problem. In exam also, you will lose marks if you don't disclose the assumptions in practical papers. Whatever assumptions you take, you have to write a note there. Why? Only then information will be very clear connecting to your first concept. Whatever information you give in FS should be clear and unambiguous. So assumptions if you have taken, it has to be disclosed. Now who took assumptions? Who should disclose them? What should we do? Check whether disclosure was given or not. Okay. Therefore, in prospective assurance engagement also, we provide a report saying that assumptions taken do not provide and that means nothing has come to our attention. So whatever assumptions they have taken, it is reasonable. Do not use the word correct. There is no correct word here. Okay, it's just what? Reasonable. If you use, they provide a correct basis, it is wrong. Because if you are saying correct, that means you are very sure it will happen. Future, sir, it may happen. Therefore, correctness you should never talk about it. Okay. Provides only what level of assurance? Moderate level of assurance. Understood? Understood? Yes, sir. Next, qualities of auditor. Now, because of the way institute is asking questions, I do not want to skip this also. Alright, because they are giving a hint that those things which you think we are not going to ask, we will ask. Okay? So, what kind of quality an auditor must have? Simple, very simple, expert knowledge. Here, these patients and all you read. Okay, but apart from that, what is the main thing he should have? Integrity he should have, independence he should have, right? Then professional training and education he must have, and what knowledge? Exhaustive knowledge of accounting. That means everything, north, east, west, south, northeast, everything you should have about accounts. Alright, that means AS also you should know, Ind AS also you should know, IFRS also you should know, ICDS also you should know. Everything what is there you should know. Okay, and thoroughly all principles and techniques also you should know. And when will you know all these things? God's. Okay, now what kind of standards we have? This is for your purely MCQ purpose. If you are doing audit, you have to follow essay. If you are doing review, follow loose tools. Here RE stands for review, RE stands for review, RS stands for related services. Don't lose 2 marks here. Okay. Then if you are doing anything apart from audit and review, but on historical financial information, then you give SAE. Example PFI. If you are giving projections, forecasts and all, you have to use which standard? SAE. Okay. If you are putting quality control, follow SQC. Understood? Clear? I hope you don't get to study SQMs. SQM has already released, okay, and it is already applicable from the current financial year mandatorily. All right, I'm sure upcoming, I think next year or something, they might apply for CA finals anyway. All right, I hope it doesn't come to you in intern. If before it comes, get lost of this course. Okay, reach finals, because there are 2 extra SQMs they have introduced now. We are talking about quality control here. They are talking about quality management, right? Which is inspired from SQC only. Now, why do we need standards? Do we need standards in the first place? Yes. Why? Sir, we should be at par with global. Then improve quality of reporting. My people should rely on our reporting, sir. They should not say, oh, Indian financial statements get audit twice, sir. That kind of opinion world should not have on us. Number 3, promote. You know why? If I don't put standards, no, thousands people will follow 1,000 different ways. It is like how you write BCom answers. 1,000 people will write in 5,000 ways. Same here, if I don't put standards, no, you will do whatever you feel is right. Clear? Then, sir, you should have professional knowledge and skill. Like in BCom, I'm sure that you have never studied essay. Have you? No. Why? Not required there. Professional knowledge it is. So it's given only in the professional course. Finally, we have to ensure what? Audit quality. Okay. Now, what duty do we have? Very, very important. We understood the quality, but what is your duty? To be, you have to follow standards. That means following standard is an option or mandate. It's a mandate. Duty, I have to do it. Okay. Now, this has to be followed by us. Sir, what if standard and objective, there is a clash? Can I depart from the standard to reach the objective? Objective is to give true and fair view. Okay, to reach true and fair view objective, can I break the standard and go out of the standard? But it's a duty to follow the standard, no sir. Boss, we are not mechanical guys, where only what has been told you do. Forget about the goal. To achieve the goal, if you have to break the rules, break the rules. But, if you are breaking the rules, tell me why. Okay, what additional things you did? Disclosure should be given. Are you getting my point? Now, in regular class, I gave this example. Traffic signal, red light means you have to stop. But if there is an ambulance, That red light also does not bother us because of objective. Sir, footpath is for what? Walking, right? Except walking, people walk on two-wheeler. Correct? Huh? Now, it is okay if it is an emergency. If it's an emergency, no problems for us at all. You go now, recently one incident happened. There was 1 kilometer traffic jam and there was an ambulance after that. So one two-wheeler guy went on the footpath, went till the end of the signal and then let all the traffic go. No problem. You're breaking the rules. But for what? Achieving an objective. Disclosure has to be given. Same logic here. A situation may arise where procedure may be ineffective. In such case, document what alternative procedures you perform to achieve the purpose. Reason should be documented and you should draw attention in your report. Meaning, Katti or tell people, see, I broke the rule because of this. I broke the rule because of this. Understood? You break the rule. But objective is more important. What is objective? True and fair view. Correct? Yes, sir. Also note that mere disclosure does not mean you should not follow standards. Follow standards. Then break. Anyway, sir, it's not going to give us any result. No, we'll break first only. No. You know, a surgery has to be done on patient. Why check vitals? Check, do your primary procedure and then go for the surgery. So, follow the standard, which means there should be an evidence that you followed. It was ineffective. That's why you broke the rule. Understood? That's your duties. Right. This is your question, chapter number 1. Let's see a few questions on this chapter. Now, see, quickly you have to read the requirement. Alright. Reading the question is an art. I have not underlined nor I have highlighted some words and all. Okay, I'm not going to help you here. Alright. My help only will come where I have to give you conceptual clarity on that. Alright. Now, how do you read this question? Straight away I'll jump here. Done. I don't even have to read Mickey and Associates, CA, where appointed, etc. I don't want. What are they asking? Can you give guarantee? No. Discuss with reference to objectives. So you have to give reasonable assurance and you have to speak about that. Understood? Recent times, that is in the current year itself, a lot of questions how institute is asking is they want your conceptual clarity. They want you to explain. They don't want book points. They told what? Discuss with reference to objectives. I know reasonable assurance is the objective, but tell me what it is, how it is. Now what you want, you have been trained that in book 1 answer will be there, that answer you should write in the exam. You will get marks, okay, you will post one picture on that saying I got good marks in this subject and I cleared the exam. Institute says I don't want such kind of candidates. I want you to understand the concept, then explain in your way. But while explaining, ensure certain keywords are there in the answer. You see these questions, many questions they want to know your point of view, your discussion, how you discuss. That's where you have to stand out. Okay, so here they say, can you give such assurance? Discuss with respect to objectives, reasonable assurance. They are not even asking about report. Two objectives are there, reasonable assurance and report. What are they specifically asking? Reasonable assurance. So you may tend to explain the limitation here. Okay, management of the company discussed with the newly appointed CA that they have been suffering losses for the last few years, and also the directors are suspecting that accounts are not properly maintained, might contain errors on fraud. So in the given situation, management requested the auditors to give complete assurance about the financial statements. Can we give? No. Inherent limitation you have to speak about. Imagine, remember always a question is a client. So when a client is coming and asking you, imagine you tell, we cannot give absolute assurance, we can only give reasonable assurance. What will the client understand? Now client will ask, okay sir, why? Reasonable assurance only. Now you have to tell why reasonable assurance. Now here they are telling there could be errors and frauds. So practical limitation could be there, legal limitation is there, judgment is there, future events are there, timeliness is there. Understood? Yes. Second one. What do they want? Straightforward question they asked. Clear. 5 inherent limitations are there. Technically seeing, first one also is about limitation, but in a hidden way. Okay, what are the 5 limitations? Financial reporting, Nature of procedures, not an investigation, timeliness, future events. Right? Okay, sir. Now, why I mark this question as important is because limitation can be asked explicitly, limitation can be asked implicitly also. That's why I told you, objective and limitation are made for each other. They can interchange and ask those questions. Third one, meaning of. Those who consider basics of audit as just a lesson, this is a lesson for you. Okay, straight away coming from there, basics of audit, meaning of assurance engagement. What is it? Huh? Meaning of assurance engagement. Practitioner expresses a conclusion designed to enhance a degree of confidence of the intended users other than responsible party about the outcome of the evaluation or measurement of a subject matter against the criteria. So what are the key words here? Practitioner, conclusion, degree of confidence, intended users, responsible party about. Now, outcome, you can say result, or let's say, for example, you can say evidence, all right? What with respect to subject matter against the got clear. So, these keywords, if it is there in your answer, it is good enough. Next, considering the meaning of assurance engagement, identify the practitioner, party, and intended users. Okay, for that, you have to read. ABC Limited listed company has engaged CST and Co. CA. We got two people here only. Practitioner is ABC Limited, no? No. Who is ABC then? Responsible party. Okay. Now, as to audit the financial statements, the financial statements have been prepared by management in accordance with AFRF. During the engagement, they evaluate the financial statement using gather sufficient etc. to enhance confidence of shareholders, investors, lenders. Who are these? This entire gang is intended users. Okay, elements of assurance engagement. 3 people. Then subject matter, criteria, evidence, report. Understood? Clear? 3 party. Subject matter, criteria, evidence, report. Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. It's a 4-mark question or a 5-mark question depending upon the institute. RTP does not have marks. Okay. Then, 4th one. Difference between reasonable and that particular table which I told. Exam question. Understood? Those 4-5 points, if you write simple 4-5 marks, you will get. Okay, right, sir. These things are not simply, I'll tell you, this is time pass for you. Rather than that, I can say this is time waste in exam. Straight away go to requirement. Only the requirement is absolutely direct. Don't even bother about the facts. But if the requirement is discuss, analyze, explain, then it's a case. Okay. 5th one. This is one unexpected question. Okay, truly, this is one unexpected question. Now, in your institute study material, this is a change topic also from the previous syllabus. They used to tell audit with other subjects, is it relevant or not? Alright. So, one topic was there called, it's still there, called auditing with other disciplines. Now, this we have discussed in the respective concept rather than a separate one-time concept. For example, they are saying, is there connection between audit and statistics and mathematics? If you remember, in regular class, we discussed one model called as statistical modeling or structural modeling, where we use a predictive method to understand how much sales can be done. Number 1. Number 2, in sampling, we also said about statistical sampling, mathematical laws and probability comes under this. Now, you have to write here how auditing is connected with maths and stats. So, if you're thinking why you have quant and foundation, because of this only. Alright. Although people skip there, now when we use statistical sampling, it is very important. FM. Do we have a connection with audit and FM? Audit has connections with everyone. Okay. Now in FM, why is it more important? Ratio analysis, capital budgeting, working capital requirement, cost of capital, all that comes under FM is totally straightforward for audit as well. So you have to write in that manner. Okay. Data processing. One topic is there in chapter number 3. Audit in an automated environment. Mark my words, that has been very consistent in the exam. One question I've told in the old syllabus also, every attempt one question used to be asked. Right? Automated environment, very consistent in the exam. So people who are skipping that chapter, think 10 times. Why? Why? Practically in your interview, chapter 3, chapter 5, chapter 9, very important. These are the 3 chapters you skip in exam. These are the 3 chapters which they ask in practical world. I am not lying. Ask any people, any person who has gone for interviews, right? One question will be there from this. Because they know you skip it. So at least automated environment, one question, it will come for 4 or 5 marks. Be careful. Now data processing, sir, we require, right now everyone is using tech. Tech means data. So obviously management of data, data security, right? EDT, that is electronic data processing, is very important. There is a connection with this. Behavioral science. What is behavioral science, sir? Psychology. Sir, how we should know about psychology, sir? There is nothing to do with ethics. Behavioral science. How a human being behaves. Why we should know, sir? Of course, sir. Fraud, any information when they give, right? It will affect our audit. So we should have little bit of knowledge about that as well. See, professional skepticism, and when you're asking questions, you should have that gut feel, whether my client is telling lies or not. Think about behavioral, how they behave when we ask some questions, some tough questions, difficult questions when we ask, right? Easy thinking and answering, etc., etc. So these comes under behavioral science. So such questions, what you do, you study from the subject answers only straight away. I've given you PYP May 26, right? Such questions directly from the PIP only, go and study. Okay? But you need not bother too many attempts whether they have asked or not. Not in multiple attempts they have asked. This is one of attempt which they have asked, like TCWG meaning. After Jan 25, they are not asked TCWG meaning at all. Okay? So these are some kind of bouncers they will put. You have to be a little careful about it. That is why I always say, after your normal reference book, go to RTP, go to MTP, go to PYP. These extra questions you can do from there. Next, distinguish between audit and investigation. That is second part of the question. First part is what? Explain the matter which falls outside the scope. Now they ask the auditor to certify whether sophisticated imported machinery installed in the factory was in perfect physical condition and estimate its remaining useful life. Huh? Outside the scope or within the scope? Why? Why? They have asked them to certify whether imported machinery was in perfect physical condition and to estimate its remaining useful life. Does it fall under my scope of audit? Okay. Next. Some shareholders also requested the auditor to confirm the genuineness of certain supplier invoices, contracts, alleging that some documents might be forged. Outside the scope. Why? I am not an expert in that particular field. Okay. Third, group of investors further demanded that the auditor conduct a detailed investigation into an alleged fraud by a senior employee, including questioning employees and recording statements under oath. Loose tools. It's not my scope. Investigation is not my scope. Understood? Clear? But certification I may consider, specifically for useful life and all, because schedule 2 they may not know, so we can match with the schedule 2 and tell yes, what you are doing is right or wrong. Understood? Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. Next, let's look at the requirements. Enjoy. Advantages of audit: moral check, settling liability, settling tax disputes, all those things. Next, Such a lengthy question they gave. In fact, this question, if you see in the question paper, no, 1/2 page this question will go for. Okay, at the end, what they want to ask? 2 objectives: reasonable assurance and reporting. Okay, right. That's your chapter number 1. Let's go to chapter number 11. Any specific doubt if you have, you can ask me, not a problem. Or any clarification specifically you want, feel free to ask. Something extra must be there, no? That is why specifically this year ka question specifically I am discussing in the class. Yes, all right. So chapter 1, how many concepts are there? Objectives, scope, limit. These are very important areas. Objective, scope, limitation, assurance engagement, advantages, duties. Are you getting my point? These are very important areas, and obviously that audit and review. So technically you have around 7 to 8 concepts. Study that properly. Okay, one question is what maximum you can expect in chapter number 1. One question. That one question can be from these 7 or 8. Right? Okay. Let's go to chapter number 11, which talks about ethics and terms of engagement. Now, when we talk about ethics, what do you mean by ethics? What you believe is correct, what you believe is wrong. Right? So, can I do whatever I want in the profession? No. At home, you do whatever you want. In profession, what I say says only you are supposed to do. This is what we call as professional ethics. Tolil dharmam. Understood? Professional ethics. So these are basically moral principles only, but set by who? ICA. Okay? Right, sir. So do we need professional ethics, sir? Of course, yes. If you don't have professional ethics, we will not have any value. Okay? Alright. Whatever ICA says, they say fundamental principles of professional ethics. Listen to me very carefully. Fundamental principles. Ethical requirements. 5 plus 1. Ethical principles also we can call. Ethical principles, if they ask, you operate only 5. Okay. Which we generally refer to as IPCCO. But if they are asking about the requirement, then we have to add independence to it. Now, these are subtle differences where we lose marks. What student will do? Ethics they will see. We'll write integrity, professional behavior, professional competence, they'll write. They'll forget about independence. Independence is very, very important. In chapter 1, quality we have seen. Integrity backed by independence. You have integrity, but you don't have independence. Waste. You are honest, but your organization doesn't allow you to talk. What's the point? It's like you have a very good dog which can attack, but it is not attacking at all. It won't save you. Same logic. Integrity, if it is not backed by independence, it's a waste quality that you are having. Okay. So 5 ethical principles are there, which are those: I, integrity; P, professional behavior; then C, competence and due care; and C, confidentiality; and O, objectivity. So what do you mean by integrity? Integrity is nothing but where you are straightforward and honest. Right? Now, what do you mean by straightforward and honest? We just passed our ITR due date last month. Okay? One of my client wanted to file his income tax return, and what mistake he did was salary return simple. He changed his employment from midway. Okay? 4 months he was unemployed. Then he got one more job. Now what happened? First, now 4 months he was unemployed. So April, May, June, July, August. He has worked with one employer. Then 4 months he was off, and then he joined another employer in the month of December. Now, for the first 4-5 months which he has worked, the first employer number 1 who paid salary, the salary was below exemption limit. Therefore, no tax was reduced. Full salary paid. Now 4 months he did not work. The next slot went with employer number 2. That fellow also paid salary which was below 12 lakhs. Therefore, no tax reduced their full salary paid. This fellow was happy, thinking that no tax should be paid. Now, when we file income tax return, we are considering all your income now. So, income from employer number 1, income from employer number 2, put together exceeded. Alright. Now, he had to pay 1.2 lakhs tax. Alright. Now, why? Because not a single rupee was reduced in the entire year. If every month 10,000 if they had reduced, it would have been gone. Right. Now, I called him and told, you are supposed to pay 1.2 lakhs. He lost his mind. He's like, what are you talking? I'm like, I'm talking. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to pay. He's like, no, this year I'm getting married and all my funds are saved for that. I am under too much of stress. I can't do this. You're not giving money to me. You're giving money to the department. He's like, no, do something. Then he's like, no, I'll go to some other CA. They will reduce my tax. I'm like, go to any CA. Proper CA cannot do anything. If he is a professionally qualified, he cannot reduce any amount of tax unless and until it is within the allowance limit. So he went to some other CA, got it checked there. That fellow told 91,000 payable. Like, bro, he's selling 91,000, you're telling 1,20,000. So I want to know this magic. So I went and spoke to that guy, the other CA. I asked him how. Now he told, now I don't know whether that fellow is a CA or not. A lot of people tell CA. It could be commercial accountant also. Okay, they just say CA. Who will question? Nobody. So when I asked him, he told, see, these are few expenses which we can claim. These are not even spent. Nothing will happen. He told me that, I'm sure he's not a CA for sure. When he told me this one, I decided. He told, income tax will not send you notice if it is within the limit. If it is above the limit only, they will send notice. Lose to income tax will send notice if it is not actual. Only if you spend money, it is allowed. When you have not spent at all, in fact, he has claimed uniform allowance. This fellow is working in a private company, work from home. What uniform do you have? Are you getting my point? In fact, in your income tax, there is something called as leave encashment. Okay. Now, leave encashment, somehow we can claim up to a limit if you have leave. Then he told, food allowance we can claim. Food allowance you can claim only if there is a voucher given by your employer. If employer has not given you that voucher, you cannot actually claim that. Then hostel allowance, he told, I'm like, he is getting married now. Hostel allowance for kids, for a kid should be there, no? He is getting married this year, then only kids. How can you claim such things? Right? There was one more case, same case, 25 lakhs, there is one allowance which we can claim. Okay, leave encashment only. Right? Now, that's a lifetime. Lifetime. And the limit has been reversed 25 lakhs, 3 lakhs we can claim. Like, okay, tomorrow I told my client very clearly, you want, get it done. Okay, but tomorrow, if they send notice, it is your responsibility. And what are the chances? 100% chance. I'll be straightforward. Right now, you may reduce your liability, but they will come for you. But when they come for you, you'll have to pay interest and damages also. If you're taking the chance, go ahead. I do. He's like, I'll take that chance. Go. For sure, they will send. Okay. Many ITRs we have seen where they will come and claim mental disallowance for us. Severe mental disability you claim under old regime. 1,25,000 rupees. 80U, chapter 6A. You should absolutely your mentor only, because if you're earning around 25-30 lakhs, somebody is paying you and you're telling that I'm a severe mental disabled patient, the department will ask the employer, why are you even hiring such people? Clear? So such things, when people come and tell, should we do it? No. If we have an integrity, we should be straightforward and honest, saying we are not going to do that. Clear? Then fair dealing and truthfulness, you shall not knowingly be associated with what? Documents. Remember, I for integrity, I for knowingly, you should not involve in wrong information. If you involve in wrong information knowingly, then you're gone. Your integrity is gone. Once your integrity is gone, people will not trust you. Okay? Next is what? Objectivity. What is objectivity? Giving unbiased opinion, not to compromise professional judgment because of bias, conflict of interest, or undue influence. Do not undertake professional activity if it influences your judgment. For this one example, Companies Act you leave. Other than Companies Act, can you take your father's business and sign the balance sheet? Can you take up your father's business as a client and sign the balance sheet and give an audit report on that? Yes or no? Yes or no? Companies Act will not allow you. That you leave. 141 subsection 3 disqualified. Whereas here, ICA says it is better you don't take if you can't give unbiased opinion. Now, you will tell I will give unbiased opinion. You tell me, is it possible? If your father is involved in a fraud, will you tell CA is very important, you go to jail? No. Definitely, it is less chance. I am not saying no one will do it. 1 or 2 might do it out of 10. But ICA says, I won't take that chance. Better you do not take. In next level, professional ethics, you will learn this better. Right now, it's just an introduction of it. Professional competence and due care. What does competence means? You should have professional knowledge and skill. You have to attain that as well as maintain that. Meaning, imagine you had studied under Companies Act 1956. Now also you'll give the same opinion, huh? No, you have to update yourself. Now, income tax 2025 is coming up. You studied 1961 only? No. Now look at you. You studied 1961, you cleared inter. Still you have to study 2025. That's called attaining knowledge, maintaining knowledge. Okay. Why? To ensure that the client receives best service. Okay. Based on current standards and legislation. Alright. Then act carefully, thoroughly, and on a timely basis. Meaning what? File within the due date. Don't make the client pay extra penalty because of you. Alright. So within on or before due date. Generally on due date only. Okay. On or before the due date, you're supposed to finish your work. That's called professional. Alright. Confidentiality means what? Keeping quiet. Alright. So any information which is shared to you, should you keep quiet? Yes, sir. Unless and until there are 3 scenarios. What is that?
Required by law.
Required by the law, or authorized by the client, or there is a professional duty. If the court asks you, should you tell or will you tell the court? I won't tell. Confidentiality. I am breaching the ethics. There you have to tell because it's a duty. Sir, income tax has put up a condition that if you know, you should tell. It's required by law. Client will tell. Go tell. Authorized by client. No problem. In these 3 scenarios only I can share. Otherwise, no sharing. Sharing is not caring here. Only in these 3 scenarios, sharing is equal to caring. Okay. Next, professional behavior. Remember, B for behavior, B for. So you do any business, but don't put professional reputation at stake. Meaning what? You doing illegal business. Tomorrow in news, CA so and so has been arrested for drug trafficking. Now this is unprofessional. Clear? So if you comply with law and regulation, also knowingly do not engage in employment, occupation, activity that might harm integrity, objectivity, and reputation of profession. So anything that harms the profession, you should never do it. Like how people will tell, this is what CA does. No. So such things you do not do. 2 number business, 1 number business, black business, grey business, money laundering business, such things and all do not involve in. Okay. This is your 5th point, that is professional behavior. So how many elements are principles are there? 5. Which are those? Integrity, professional behavior, competence and due care, confidentiality and objectivity. Understood? Yes. Right. Now, next I spoke about ethical requirements where I told you 6th element is there called independence. What is independence? Which is going to come day after tomorrow. What is independence here? Without being influenced or getting affected by management's threats or management's greed. Okay. So you giving your opinion is what we call as independence. Right. Now there are 2 things. Independence of mind, independence in. What do you mean independence of mind? The way you think. Clear? The way you think should be unbiased. You should not take anyone into consideration. You take only the users into consideration. Okay. Number 2, independence in. Meaning do not avoid any facts and whatever data is been given to you, take it properly. Don't avoid anything. Now, what kind of threats do you have? You think everyone will let you do whatever you want? No, sir. There will be threats. Like, for example, what is self-interest threat? Where your vitamin M will be increased. Specifically, you have to understand that. What interest? Now, these are the examples which they can ask in the exam. What is the financial interest? Direct financial interest or indirect financial interest? Number one. Number two, loan to the client or loan from the client. Guarantee to the client or guarantee from the client. Everywhere money is involved. Third, dependence on client's fees. Yes, sir. Again, problem for us. Close business relationship with the client, meaning apart from audit, some other business you're doing with the client. Sir, generally allowed, sir. Generally allowed, but because of independence, is it not allowed? No, it's a threat. If you're able to handle that, go ahead with it. Then, potential employment with the client, meaning what? Client will tell you, I'll give you more clients. Do not accept it if you understand that I cannot handle this threat. Finally, contingent fees, that is, which is very common in case of bank loans. Commission. They'll tell, according to professional ethics, Schedule 1, Part 1, Clause 3, you're not supposed to pay commission, so you're supposed to accept commission also. Clear? So, percentage wise, you cannot accept any commission. Now they'll tell 100 crore loan, sir. Balance sheet, asset and law, overvalue and give 10% yours. 100 crore, 10%, 10 crore, sutto. 147 will come after that. Clear? 8 times the remuneration, imprisonment up to 1 year, then refund the remuneration, pay the damages. Clear? So, commission you cannot accept. Now, in case of any contingent fees, it is a threat. But you accept it if you are able to handle it. Alright. Remember, students will get a confusion here saying, so if these threats are there, we can't accept only, sir. These are threats. If you are able to manage it, take it. Otherwise, don't take. Okay. Self-review, meaning what? Where you are only preparing the financials, you are only auditing them, you are only giving the report and telling, super. Me talking to me. Understood? Not allowed. So it's a pretty big threat where, apart from that, what is there, sir? Member of the team was previously a director. Nice. The member in your team was actually a ex-director of the client. Now we are auditing that client. Now this fellow is there in the team. He will ensure that whatever fraud he did will be concealed. So what is the safeguard we can tell? Don't include him in that audit. Include him in some other. Number two, here member was ex-director. Here you are only the ex-director. Now what to do? Don't involve in such activity. If your firm is taking up audit, you don't interfere in that audit. Okay. Third one, performing services that themselves are subject matter of audit. Books of accounts prepared by whom? You. Audit done by whom? You. This is 100% practical. In regular class, we discuss the scenarios as well. 100% practical this is. Advocacy threat, meaning you defending your client. Can I defend my client? If my client is right, then I will defend. But if my client is wrong, I should not defend. Here I should tell, yes, he is wrong. Now, that is what we call as integrity. Threats to independence as well. Clear? Where you deal with shares or securities of the company also will be a problem. Why? Because if you go against your company share price will fall, which means your investment will take a hit. Therefore, now this is one confusion where students will lose marks. Mark my words. They will call this as self-interest threat. They will call this as self-interest threat. Institute has classified this under advocacy. So write advocacy only. This is not self-interest. Okay. Becomes a client's advocate in litigation and third-party disputes. Never ever defend your client in a dispute. Tell him, go and refer to some other lawyer. I will not take up the case. Okay. Then, familiarity, family. If you are having close relative in the client management, Companies Act. If your mother, father, brother, sister, spouse, son, daughter, and their plus one, if they're in the management of the company, do not take up. You're disqualified straight away. Former partner, being a director or senior employee. familiarity. If you're able to handle this is very small threat, we can still give independent opinion. Long association between auditors and client counterparts. Satyam. For a very long time, if you're having good relationship with the company, yes, all the frauds same clear all partnership now. Therefore, don't want. Acceptance of significant gifts. Hospitality from the client company, directors or employees. Can I take gifts? We had a detailed discussion in the class. Here, if it is a gift out of gratitude, take it. But if it is a gift for concealment, then don't take it. Understood? Now, sir, even after taking the gift, can I give wrong opinion? My question is very, very clear. When I'm asking, listen. After accepting gift, can I give wrong opinion? After accepting this, you have to give wrong opinion. For that only they gave you the gift. Now, sir, after accepting the gift, can I still give independent opinion? No problem at all. Understood. Someone is now, how do we understand that, a gift is significant gift or not? Sir? This is where behavioral science comes into the picture. If somebody wants to give you gift, why will they give you BMW? Are you getting my point? Yes. Now that is where now how you analyze your friend's behavior. Every friend's birthday, this fellow has given only chocolate. 1 rupee chocolate. But one friend birthday, 26th birthday, 26 gifts. Now you know it is definitely not friend. Some word is silent before friend. Actual friend. Right? So nothing but see, this is called behavioral science. Logic is nothing but you should understand why are they giving that gift. Now that comes from experience. Yeah. So such things and all, if you're accepting, it's a little bit of threat to your independence. Intimidation. Meaning what? Marital. Threatening that you don't give this report, I will replace you with some other CA. Understood? So threat of replacement, pressure to disproportionately reduce work in response to, meaning what? Technically, they're reducing fees. They're reducing fees. Now, if they reduce fees, you will work more or work less. So actually, I am pressurizing you to work less by giving you lesser fees. It's a threat. Last one, being threatened with litigation. Litigation means what? Case or suit filed. They will tell, I will file you. I will file a case on you for fraud. Threat. It's a common threat. Okay. One fellow had threatened me that he will bring police to my house next day morning. Okay. Why? He didn't pay my fees. He didn't pay my fees, for which he will bring cops. Okay. I said, okay, no problem. You bring, because I had changed his income tax website password. Okay. 3 or 4 months I've been following. He never gave my fees. Okay. Then, I had to change the login credentials so that I can recover my fees. He called me, I'll bring police, you see, tomorrow morning. I mean, why tomorrow morning? Today you come, no. I can't. Tomorrow morning I'll be sleeping. If you're coming, come after 10 a.m. Okay, or come today itself. So I showed him clearly. See, who gave me the credentials? You. So technically it was authorized by whom? You. Law. So even if cop comes, nothing they can do. So threatening is very, very legal. Okay, people do that. What safeguards we should put, sir? Always step number 1. If you know that there is a threat, you have 2 options. 1, do not accept. 1, accept and put safeguards. Right? Now, if there is no threat, straight away you can accept. If there is a threat, then what you should do? Can I put safeguards or not? If you can't put safeguards, leave it off. If you can put safeguards, what you should do? Continue to put safeguards. Even after putting safeguards, if you are not able to manage a threat, then withdraw from the engagement. Clear? So fundamental principles must always be there. Thoroughly consider whether it involves threats. If yes, desist means what? Do not accept, or put in place safeguards to eliminate them. Try to eliminate. If elimination is not possible, then do not accept. Try to eliminate or reduce, or don't accept at all. Alright, so what is the hierarchy? Try to eliminate first, not possible. Reduce, still not possible. Withdraw. Got it? Okay, next. Next is professional skepticism. What is professional skepticism? A, B, C. What is A? a questioning mind. B. And C. Critical assessment of. So always and always and always we should be alert. Here, whenever we are doing audit, entire audit, you have to have professional skepticism. Right? There are certain scenarios where you have to be very, very alert. Where when there is a contradiction between evidence, same transaction, two different evidence giving two different information. Here, questioning mind should come. Then, questioning the reliability of documentation. Now, see, we are not experts. We are not experts to understand whether a document is true or not. Now, you have to use your professional skepticism by asking more and more questions. Then, condition that may indicate possible fraud, like lying or same question in different days, different answers we are getting. These all are conditions that may indicate fraud. Need for procedures in addition to those required, meaning more procedures have to put, sir. These are exceptional situations. Then, overlooking unusual circumstances. What does unusual means? Overlooking means what? Ignoring. Unusual means what? Never expected. We don't expect that circumstance to happen. Example, heavy discounts. Heavy freebies given. Unusual circumstance. Clear? Over generalizing when drawing conclusions from observations. Meaning what? See, when let's say for example, you have a system, right? Now let's say here you have to mark attendance, right? Now somebody who is attending the class or somebody who is an employee without marking attendance, if he is working here, now it's an unusual circumstance which has to be questioned. Okay. Then using inappropriate assumptions. You take assumptions, but using inappropriate assumptions is little bit scary. Your team can do that. See, you are the partner. Your team will be able to come into that particular thread. Imagine the client is bribing your team member. Now the team member can come and take inappropriate assumptions in determining what kind of procedures to put. Assuming the client is good is correct. No problem. Appropriate. But when you got to know that management, the director has lied to you, even then you are assuming that he is correct. That is inappropriate assumptions. I repeat, assuming management is correct is appropriate. After getting evidence, assuming he is appropriate, then definitely it is not good. You have to ask more questions. Also consider sufficiency of evidence and appropriateness of evidence, keeping the circumstances in the mind. What do you mean by that? Today I asked an employee who logged into the system. He told me, that is him. 2 days after I asked, that time he told, sir, that day I think Mr. A logged in. Same question, 2 different days. Circumstances are different. I got 2 different evidence. Start questioning. But that day you told you logged in. Oh, I told like that. Then I only logged in, sir. Now see, he's changing his stance. So now this is where you have to be a little more careful and ask more questions, find out more evidence about the same. Okay? Right, sir. That is with respect to your independence and safeguards. Professional skepticism, they can still ask you in the exam as a case. Has been asked, okay? Before that. Next, essay 210, which talks about agreeing to the terms of engagement. How many concepts are there in this? First one, preconditions. Second one, audit engagement letter. Third one, limitation on scope. Fourth, change. Fifth, recurring audits. We are done. Understood? Now, first question is precondition. What should be the precondition? Before accepting the engagement, there are some preconditions that we should check. Number one, whether FRF is acceptable or not. What do you mean by FRF is acceptable? If I am an experienced person, only that I should take. Example, I have never done trust audit. Should I take trust? No, sir. Why? I don't know to report under trust, therefore I will not take up trust. FRF is not acceptable for me. FRF means what? What is FRF? Full form I know. Meaning you tell me. The way financial statements are prepared and for a company, what is FRF? Schedule 3. Right? For a non-company, T format. For a banking company, banking format. Insurance company, insurance format. We do not know that. If you do not know, don't take it up. If you know how to handle, take it up. Number one. Number two, obtain agreement from whom? Management. Regarding what? 3 things. Number one, Preparation of FS is their responsibility. Having ICS is their responsibility. Provide us with three things. All information, that is records, documentation and other matter of FS, additional information and unrestricted access to people within the, not outside the entity. That means for outside the entity, we must have access. We must have approval first. Here, unrestricted, meaning every time you go to an employee, you need not have approval, but there, every time you go to a debtor, every time you go to a creditor, you need management's permission. Where is it covered? I say 505, external confirmation. Okay. Then we need to also have an agreement. Now, before you take up a house on rent, you have a rental agreement. Before you take a loan, you have loan agreement. Before you issue debenture, you have debenture agreement in the form of debenture trust deed. Same logic. Before we take up an audit, we must have audit engagement letter. In audit engagement letter, what should be the content? 5 marks they can ask this. First one, objective and scope. What is your objective? Because if it is financial statements audit, objective will be different. Asset audit, objective will be different. Liability audit, objective will be different. So what is your objective and what is your scope, boundary? What are your responsibilities? What kind of AFRF is applicable? Write that. And reference to expected form and content. Form means what? Design. Content means what? Matters. Here. So what kind of report it looks? SA 730, what is the unmodified report? 705, what is the unmodified report? And a statement that this may be different, keeping the circumstances in the mind. That is why this is expected, right? Expectation can and will lead to disappointment, right? So we give as an expectation as a model report. It may come like that, it may not come like that. Okay, 5 points are there, 5 easy marks. Don't lose out on it. What are the 5 contents of engagement letter? Objective, scope, our responsibility, their responsibility, AFRF, reference to expected form and content. So what if preconditions are not there? Don't accept. But again, one loose step is there. Discuss with the management. Why? If it is not there, it is not there. Then they are telling, do not accept. Now, what are they trying to tell them? Discuss the matter means go and tell them that why am I not accepting? The reason must be told to the management. Telling that, see, I am a company or a specialist, I cannot take up trust because I don't know how to report on trust. So don't accept it. Yeah. Now, but if law forces you, I can't do anything, I can't say no. If court has ordered, I have to get the audit done. But again, practically, we will not do such things. Then, next, limitation on scope before acceptance. If they try to limit your work before acceptance, what you should do? See, first of all, limitation is bad. After acceptance also it is bad. But after acceptance, it is covered in SA 700 series. That is 705 basically. Okay. Before acceptance is covered in SA 210. Specifically what? Do not accept such limited engagement unless required by law. Why? Even if I accept, I will end up giving disclaimer of opinion. Now, I told you always in the class, if there is an option between withdrawal and disclaimer, always go for withdrawal because disclaimer will kill the company. It's always better to not get associated unless and until it is required by law. If law is asking me to give an opinion, I'll give disclaimer and end the audit. Okay. Next, acceptance of change. Should I accept a change? Now, first of all, try to understand what it is talking about. The situation is applicable. Listen to me very carefully. Situation is applicable only in one scenario. How many are outsiders? Anybody outsiders? Non-Arivu. Okay. Now, understand this. There are two scenarios. Client has asked to do audit, then I am doing review. Second scenario, client has asked to do review, then I am doing audit. Now, try to understand. From review to audit, is it upscaling or downscaling? Upgrade or downgrade? Upgrade. Good or bad? Good. Should I even bother about this? Accept it straight away. Why? Only good things are happening because of this. From review to audit, good. Ulta. From audit to review. Better assurance or lower assurance? That is when this scenario will come. Clear? This scenario will come only in one case, that is, or this topic will come only in one scenario, that is when we are giving a lower level of assurance. Should we accept that? There are three scenarios where we can discuss. Scenario number one, they are asking us to change because of the circumstances. Circumstances means what? Law. Law is saying, initially law told you have to get audit. Then lot of outrage happened. Then law changed and law told, don't want audit, you can give review. Now client is coming and telling, sir, I appointed for audit only, but because of law, review is good enough, sir. Should I accept such a request? No problem. It's reasonable for me. Clear? This is reasonable. Sir, misunderstanding, sir. Client does not know the difference between audit and review. Vada sambar, sambar vada. They do not know the difference between, for them both are same. Now it is a misunderstanding from their side. It's reasonable for us to change the engagement. Clear? This also is reasonable. But management is saying, I will not give information, you do review and do. Now this is unreasonable. Why? This is a restriction on the scope. Imagine I was doing audit and I found out that there is a debtor misstatement. And I told the management that I want to take external confirmation. Management told, why? No, because I'm doing audit. That's why I want to have better assurance. So I have to go and talk. Now management told, not necessary. You do review and go. Now this kind of request is what? Unreasonable request. Therefore, I will not accept it. So in two scenarios, I can still consider. In one scenario, I will not consider. Which are the two scenarios? Circumstances, restriction on scope by management, unreasonable. By circumstances, your circumstance means law is putting restriction, I can't do anything. I'm going to fight with ministry. But management is putting restriction, I cannot do the audit, I will withdraw. Okay. Consider carefully the reason. What is reasonable, sir? Circumstances and misunderstanding. Do not consider reasonable if the information is incorrect, incomplete or otherwise unsatisfactory. In this case, what should you do? Do not accept. Now the question is, if you accept, what should you do? If I don't accept, I will withdraw and go home. But if I am accepting, what am I supposed to do? Number one, give new report. Old terms or new terms? New terms. So old engagement letter, new engagement letter, new engagement letter. New report or old report? New report. Now in the new report, should I mention about old work? No, sir. Whenever you are moving on in life, do not talk about your past. Talking about audit. Whenever you give new report, in the new report, do not mention about your original engagement, your ex engagement. Do not talk about it. Number one. Number two, whatever you have done, any procedures in the original engagement, do not mention. Why? It will confuse the user. The new user will be confused. Therefore, in the revised terms, revised report, do not mention about two things: original engagement and any procedures performed under original engagement. Is that clear? Yes, this is purely and purely to avoid confusion. Okay, important. Next. Now, once you have an agreement on the new terms, put up a new engagement letter and mutually agree and maintain a documentation of that. If you are unable to agree to the change, withdraw from the engagement and see if you are supposed to report to people or not. Do you have an obligation? Obligation means what? Must. It's not an option. You have to go and report to people. Next, recurring audits. What is recurring audits? Recurring audit means every year I am only doing the audit of the same client. Now, should the terms be same? Depends on certain factors. We will not always keep it same. There are some factors. Number one, there is a misunderstanding. Always misunderstanding we change. Number two, revised terms, new branches, new fees, right? New information, etc. Management changed, owner same. Owner changed, management same. Entities size changed, like from smaller company it grew to a bigger company. Legal or regulatory requirements changed. Companies Act 1961, 1956 to 2013, income tax 61 to 2025, FRF change, AS to Ind AS, other reporting requirements, CAROs 2016 to CARO 2020, one more. Same old example, how much we'll talk about. One more example, audit trail. Some of the companies have to maintain software which has that audit trail and we have to report on that. It was not there before, it is there now. So additional work for us. IFC reporting, additional work for us. Clear? Right, sir. This is with respect to your SA 210. Alright. Right. Next, we'll move on to audit quality. Now, what do you mean by quality here? Audit quality means what? We have to give the best services to our clients. For that, two standards we have to talk about. One is SQC1, one is SA220. SQC1 talks about what? Quality control for firms. Entire firm, it is applicable. Firm means what? Partners, staff, articles, trainees, associates, everyone has to follow the policy. Okay. SA220 only for specific audit engagement. Okay. Now in SQC1, how many elements are there? First elements. One is what? Leadership responsibility for quality and audits. Remember, study SQC1 properly. SA220 copy paste. Okay. SQC1 study properly. SA220 is nothing but copy paste. Number one, leadership responsibility. Now, who is the leader in case of firm? Firm CEO or firm's managing partner is the one who is ultimate responsible. And is he doing everything? No. He'll have people under him. Who are these people? People doing operations or operational responsibility. They should have three things. Experience they should have. Ability they should have. Authority they should have. Understood? So what they should have? Experience, ability and which means they are your representative, no? So obviously what you have, they also should have the same kind of quality. Ethical requirements, see I told you. What is the word used here? Which means what? They should have including independence. So obviously the firm should first communicate the requirements to its people. That is why in companies you have orientation. First 15 days, 20 days, 6 months training and all, they tell no. Why they have to train? Because there they work differently. So they need to communicate everything to you. Now every communication I can't have on day one. No? So one by one when the work comes, I should train you accordingly. Number two, with respect to independence, what am I supposed to tell? Identify the threats, evaluate the threats, identify the circumstance, evaluate the circumstance, and even relationship. Clear? Then try to eliminate, if not reduce, if not withdraw. Okay. Then this is very important. All breaches must be notified to the firm. Meaning, individually you should not take any action. You should always go and tell the firm. Who should take the action? Firm put together should take the action. Okay. Right, sir. Next. Third is what? Acceptance and continuance of two things. Relationship as well as engagement. Before I accept or before I continue, I should analyze certain information. Na information of the integrity of the client. If the client only is wrong, will be framed. Therefore, first understand integrity of the client. How will I understand, sir? Check his reputation in the market. Number one. Number two, what kind of operations he is into, what kind of business is he doing, and how is his business practice. What does business practice means? The way you are going ahead with your business. Example, a doctor testing and giving you medicines versus Googling and giving you medicines. Both are practice only. But which one do you prefer? Exactly. So what kind of practice you are following? Number two. Next, what is your attitude towards interpretation of standards and internal control environment? Meaning, when government says it is mandatory, do you still follow or not? Attitude means the way you think. Intention to say, what government is doing this, sir, I will not follow. Then I will not take up your audit. Because tomorrow it will be problematic for me. Imagine they say, who is income tax? I had a client who told me, when his tax amount was payable, he told me, I will not pay one single rupee to this government. I told him, whichever government it is, you have to pay. He's like, no, I don't support BJP. I'm like, okay, which government, whichever government you're supporting, tomorrow if they also come to power, you think they will tell no taxpayer should pay tax, enjoy the life. No, they will also take tax on it because that is the biggest revenue for government. He's like, no, I will not pay single rupee to this government. I'm like, you're not paying GST. He's like, I'm not paying GST, so you're not using any products at all. I am. Some clients don't understand certain logic. Okay? Now that is his attitude. So what we should do? I told, no problem. Thank you so much. Okay, I will not accept the client. Okay, then, sir, he's only concerned about fees. Okay, this is one of the profession where fees is bargained after the work. Rapid also will pay extra. For a CA, you will self discount. Okay, now they will only discount and pay. They will only pay reduced fees, and they say, what is there in this, sir? Only half an hour work was there, 1 hour work was there. For that, years of struggle we have gone through to get this degree, professional degree, right? So they are only concerned about paying the fees less. Less fees means less quality. Don't accept at all. Okay. Then limitation they are putting inappropriate that too. Appropriate limitation I understand. For example, I want to go and talk to a debtor. They told don't talk to a debtor, sir, please. Now they are putting a limitation. I asked why. Sir, debtor is in coma. Appropriate. But if they say, sir, I feel like telling you don't go to the debtor, my wish. That is inappropriate limitation. So appropriate limitation, no problem. Then if you are involved in cleaning the money laundering, clear? That is converting illegal money into legal money, not a valid, sir. Reasons for breaking up with your ex-auditor and appointing me. Why? What went wrong? I want to know. Clear? Then, sir, client is too good. My team is tardala. My team doesn't have capability. We don't have time and my team does not have proper resource also. What will I do with good client? So team also should be good. Then, sir, client also is good. Team also has competence. But the moment you say I will give bribe, they will come. My team will come first. Give me. What competence? Everyone is expert. They are expert in this also. So therefore, client is good. Team has competence, but team does not have ethics, sir. In these cases, I cannot actually accept a client because ultimately the work will get affected. Okay. Now, when should I take client's information? Before accepting a engagement with a new client. Therefore, new client, new work, continuing an existing engagement. Old client, old work, new engagement with an existing client. Old client, fourth possibility not there. New client, old work, not possible. Only three possibilities. New, old, new. New, old, not possible. Okay, be careful. Then, if there is a conflict of interest, what should we do? Should we take up and then solve and then take up? Resolved before accepting. Sir, if the firm also should, put up a solution that after acceptance we get to know certain information. Client never told us, sir, we accepted. After acceptance, client told he is involved in criminal activities, money laundering activities. What we should do now? Firm should put up a policy to solve this scenario. That is your point number 4. Where do we have a responsibility to report and possibility of withdrawal? And when will this scenario come? When after taking up the work, we get to know some bad information. At that point of time, what are we supposed to do? Two scenarios, two solutions. Number 1, report to people. Number 2, withdraw. Now withdraw from what? Engagement or both? Engagement and client relationship. Yes. Okay. That's your point number 3. Now, how they will ask this question in two angle they will ask. One is from SA 220 angle, one is from SQC 1 angle. Okay. Next, human resource, nothing but your policy and procedure must cover HR policies. Now HR targets what you should see: recruitment, policy for recruitment, policy for evaluation, capability, competence, etc. That means ensure that your people are up to the mark. Okay. Engagement performance, very important. Now you should achieve consistency in quality. How? By doing these things. Briefing the team every now and then about their objective. That means every time you take up audit, brief them about their objective, remind them about their objective. Number 2, process for complying with standards. Tell them how to comply with standards. Tell them about supervision and training. Review their performance and maintain appropriate documentation. Last one is where people will struggle to maintain documentation in practical life. Other things and all firm will handle, but documentation is very important. Sir, if there is any difficult matter, should I skip or consult? Consult whom? Expert. Now this expert can be within the firm or he should be an expert. Who is an expert? Having exhaustive knowledge. Clear? Sir, any judgments made by auditor should be reviewed by a person called as EQCR. They have asked us in the institute module. That is not a study material. Their module means I am covering RTP, PYP, everything. EQCR should verify your judgment. EQCR is mandatory for which audits? Listed company audits. For other company audits, it is a firm who will decide whether EQCR is applicable or not. But at least once in a year, verify whether your judgments are properly done or not. Okay. Sir, if there is a difference of opinion, what we should do? Resolve it and only then issue your report. One is conflict, expert. One is difference of opinion, resolve and give the report. Okay. Assembly of audit file. Within how many days I should finish my assembly? From where? Audit report date. Correct? Now, for how many years I have to retain that? From where? From the date of audit report. Whose property is documentation? It's in SA 220 auditors. In SQC, what it is? Firms. Clear? Can I give it to others? Yes. Whose option? Firm's option. But ensure your work is not undermined. Meaning what? Your work should not be invalid. You give photocopy, no problem. Original copy you give tomorrow, no evidence at all. Monitoring. Why should we monitor, sir? I told you, now I tell again, in regular class I keep telling, a standard starts with an objective, should end with an objective. So what is the objective of monitoring? Number 1, whether we are following PSRL, professional standards and legal requirements. Number 2, whether you have quality control system which is designed and effectively implemented. Number 3, whether reports issued are appropriate in the circumstance. Technically, point number A and point number C is objectives of SQC1. Right? SQC1 objective is here. What is the objective? Whether the firm and personnel complies with PSRL and reports are appropriate. So, two objectives they have. Both the objectives must be achieved in monitoring phase. What are the two objectives? Firm and people are following PSRL. Number 2, whether reports are issued are appropriate. Copy paste for SA 220. The only difference is what? In SQC1 we call no engagement partner there. CEO, managing partner. Whereas in case of SA 220, yes, engagement partner. Clear? Now, leadership responsibility. Who is the responsible person? Engagement partner. He should focus on importance of audit quality, performing work that complies with PSRL. Number 2, reports must be appropriate. QCPP also must be followed. What is QCPP? Quality control policy and procedure. Then engagement team's ability to raise concern without fear of reprisal. Meaning what? They should be able to talk. They should be able to raise doubts. They should be able to question without fear. Okay. Whose responsibility that is? Engagement partner's responsibility. Then ethical requirements. How he should train. He should identify a threat. Right? Why? To either eliminate or reduce. Then reporting by partner. To whom? Firm. To determine appropriate action. Why? Avoid individual actions. Only firm should take action. Okay. It could be reducing the threat or even withdrawing from the engagement. Okay. Acceptance and continuance. SQC 1. Engagement team must have who? Team must have experienced people as well as experts who are not part of the team. Even they should comply with quality. Why, sir? Outside experts, they should not follow whatever they want. They should follow whatever we want. So obviously they should have competence and capability so that our audit matches with PSR. So any expert you are choosing, that expert should have two things: competence and capability to perform work as per our PSR. Getting my point? So ArivuPro should choose a faculty who matches with their policy and not faculty's own policy. Engagement performance. Who is the responsible person? Same. Engagement partner. He should ensure that reports are given properly. Review of documentation done before issue of report. Without review, report must not be issued. Then last one, consultation must be taken if the matter is difficult. Same SQC1 ka copy paste. But EQCR, now again, EQCR is applicable for which companies? You have to have reviewer appointed. You have to discuss the matters with him, right? And issue the report only after EQCR is done. Only after review, you should give your audit report. If there is a difference of opinion, what to do? It must be resolved. Clear? Monitoring. Document the following matters. Whatever issues you have identified, document and keep. Number one. Number two, how it was resolved. Number three, compliance with independence requirement. Whether my team is complying with the independence requirement or not. If not, wherever problems we have faced, threats vanda, how have we resolved it? How have we managed the threats? Every documentation you maintain. Conclusions with respect to acceptance and continuance, meaning integrity, competence. When we check that, what is the conclusion? Maintain a document for that. Example, why did you say no to a client? Maintain documentation. Why did you say yes to a client? Maintain documentation. Tomorrow, when someone comes for inspection, this will help you out. Last one, nature, scope and conclusion resulting from consultation. So, in contentious matter, argumentative matters, difficult matters, when you have taken consultation from expert, what is the consultation that you took and what is the conclusion that was there from the consultation? Document and keep. Basically, maintain evidence for these things. Clear? All these come under SA 230. Now, when they ask a question on SQC SA 220, keeping SA 230 in mind, you have to understand that. Because here, although they are talking about monitoring, what are they talking about? Documenting the following matters. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. Now, a few important questions on this. I will share this PDF for you. You can take it home. Not a problem for me. Now, third question you see here, they are saying, identify the threats to independence. Meaning, how many threats are there? 5. Interest, review, familiarity, advocacy. Now, it's a case. So, they have given multiple cases. For example, partners held shares in the company. Advocacy threats, I told you, you will tell self-interest. Okay, it's an advocacy threat. Granted loan to one of the directors, self-interest threat. Portion of the firm's annual fee, okay, and the firm was concerned about adverse reporting that I will lose the engagement. Dependence on client fees, self-interest threat. Understood? So, like that, see, undertook internal audit and management consultancy for the company. Self-review threat. Right? So, they have given like this so that you have to identify the threat and tell what kind of threats these are. Alright? Good question it is. Next. Here what they are saying, as per SA 220, responsibilities in relation to overall direction and review of audit and the specific responsibilities relating to EQCR. Reviewer must be appointed, matters must be discussed, right? And difference of opinion must be solved. Give the report after review. Engagement performance point this is. See. This point. Clear? That's your Jan 26 5 marks question. Okay. Then 7th one. Attitude engagement partner expects the team to maintain in the above situation. What kind of attitude you should have in an audit? Professional skepticism, ABC. Clear? Briefly distinguish between principle based approach and rule based approach. Very good question. One of the best questions that you can see. Clear? Difference between principle based and rule based. Rule based means we don't care about the objective. Principle based means what? We care about the objective. Which is better? Now, I want you to go home and study this from institute. They have given clearly and conclusion is different. Conclusion they say ethics based approach is better. What they have told? Principle based and then they said ethics based is good. Ethics is nothing but therefore principle based approach is better rather than rule based approach. Rule based is mechanical. What they have told, we follow. Okay. Then, any other question? No other question. Okay. 13th one I want to just quickly wind up. Sir, with respect to change in the engagement, what are the situations where change may not be acceptable? 3 reasons for change in the engagement. Number 1, circumstances. Number 2, misunderstanding. Number 3, restriction on scope by management and circumstance, which is unreasonable. Restriction by management is unreasonable. Misunderstanding is reasonable. Circumstances reasonable. Is that understood? Got it? Yes, sir. This is your chapter number 11 ka revision. So chapter 1 and chapter number 11 is done. Correct? Let's begin. Now this particular chapter is the most consistent chapter in your syllabus. Every attempt you can expect 10 marks. Sure, short. Okay, 2 questions for sure. But the 2 questions, sometimes they give it for 5 and 4 marks each. More often than not, 90% of the times 5 and 4 marks. But MCQ also will be included. So therefore 10 marks pakka you can expect from this particular chapter. Rank it as the topmost consistent chapter for you. Okay. Now, but there is one question in this chapter which after the revision we'll be going through. That particular question is the most unexpected question of institute. Okay, which technically you know it, but I'll promise you, you know it, but you don't know what to answer. You know what they're asking, you know what the question is, you know which topic they're asking, you know everything about it, but still you won't be able to complete the answer. One question like that they have given this time. Okay, which we will discuss at the end, and I put the answers also in that particular under that question itself, so that you know what they are trying to ask. In the institute module, they have given it as an example. Okay, and in one of the points they have explained what is that particular point, but in the exam the way they have asked the questions, a general student will mess up the answer, will write what I expect as a student to write for 0 marks. That also I will tell you where you have to be careful about. Now when we talk about strategy, planning and program, which comes first? Strategy comes first. So if I have to draw a hierarchy, quick rapid fire questions, which is the most detailed thing in the 3? Program. Which is the least detailed thing? Strategy, right? Now which is dependent on what? Wrong. Planning is dependent on strategy, but strategy is not dependent on plan, but both are interdependent. That is a love-hate relationship they have. Okay. Planning is dependent on strategy. So for sure that if strategy goes wrong, plan goes wrong. But technically, based on strategy only, plan is made. So if strategy changes, plan should change. But they also say if plan changes, strategy has to change. So technically both are interdependent, but we know that without strategy there is no plan. Understood? Clear? Now, without strategy and planning, there is no chance you will put up a program. Correct? Okay, sir. Which one covers 100% areas out of 3? Program covers 100% areas. Okay. Now, which one is mechanical if you don't update? Update. Program is more mechanical. Why? It's all instructions and questions. So if you don't update it, you will be following the same thing again and again. Okay. Now, program, on audit program, a lot of questions have been asked. Okay. On planning, certain areas where you have to focus. But trust me, this chapter you study properly, point by point you study properly. 10 marks is 100% yours. Okay. Now, what are the benefits of planning that we are going to have? We can devote appropriate attention, meaning what? Only on important areas. Now, when I'm telling you a plan, now revision plan and all, I told you, you can devote your appropriate time and attention only on those important areas. Number 2, potential problems can be identified and resolved. See, identification is not the only problem. You need to also resolve it. So, identification of potential problem, resolution of potential problem also very important. That too on a timely basis. So, sometimes we identify on a wrong time, resolve also on wrong time. No point. Then organizing and managing the audit helps in what is organization means? Understanding who we require, when we require, and how much we require. Selection of team where proper capabilities and proper competence you have to take into consideration. Now on this also there could be 2 questions that I want to ask. Now when we talk about selection of engagement team, tell me in case of high risk areas, who do we want? We want experienced people. If it is a complex matters, what if it is both complex and then experts who have experience. But experienced people may not have expertise. Remember that. You may have an experience, but you may not be an expert. For example, I may have experience in teaching auditing for 10 years, but I'm not an expert in accounts. So if you want accounts faculty, you need to appoint an expert who has experience in that subject. Clear? Then directing, DRS, directing, supervising and reviewing the team's work. Why? We have a goal to achieve. We have put up a plan. Are we according to that particular plan or not? Helps in coordination. Notice coordination, teamwork. Because one person cannot do all the work. Therefore, we require the team to function properly. Okay. Now, benefits of planning, very easy, straightforward question. 99% of the time in this chapter, you can expect a direct question. Now, what is direct question? That you have to understand. Direct question is not what is so and so. Direct question can be a file and case. Requirement will be direct. Write the benefits of planning. What are the advantages of planning? Right? Although they have given you a case, you go to the requirement and check. It is not a discrete phase. Discrete means what? Not a separate phase, but always a continuous and iterative. Iterative means repetitive. It keeps on repeating, meaning some information changed, our plan will change. Management integrity changed, our plan will change. Employees' answers changed, our plan will change. But most important thing, plan comes before audit or during audit or after audit. Just now I told you it is a continuous process. And why did you tell before audit? Number one. Number two, okay, technically, when do we, now the right way of asking is, when do we put up a plan? Before audit, right? When do we update the plan? During the audit. After the plan, what do we do? Plan for next year. Audit plan starts when? When you end the current audit before the beginning of previous audit, which is nothing but a cyclical process. Clear? Begins after completion of previous audit and continues until the end of audit. So planning never ends. But the current year audit plan starts before we start the audit and continues till the end of current audit. Definitely not after audit. Planning includes what? Considering ROMM. What is ROMM? Okay, full form I know. Risks of material misstatement means what? The risk, the probability of errors and fraud. This is whose responsibility? Management's responsibility. We are not responsible for ROMM. That is the reason why we are putting up a plan. Loose tools, if we knew what is the risk and what is the fraud available, why will we put audit plan? We would rectify from root level only, no? So ROMM is their risk, which is what we call as inherent risk and control risk function. It is management's responsibility. We are not supposed to reduce that. We are supposed to reduce as auditors. We can suggest them to reduce their ROMM, but based on the risk only, plan must be considered. Answer: if risk is high, planning should be detailed or planning should be less detailed? Planning must be detailed. If the risk is low, now, if risk is low, planning must be detailed or less detailed? Number one, if risk is low, have an absolute assurance that the risk is low. Get high level of certainty that the risk is low and then put up the plan. Don't go with an assumption that the risk is low. Okay? Right. So what are the things that we have to consider? Analytical procedures as RAP. Number two, understanding AFRS. That means what kind of framework is applicable. Why? For banks, different kind of framework is applicable. For them, audit plan must be different. For insurance, different kind of framework is applicable. Therefore, different kind of plan must be considered. For societies, Cooperative Society Act is there. So we have to plan accordingly. Right? For listed company, SEBI is there. So plan accordingly. So understand what is AFRF. Okay? Right? Then, next, determining materiality. What does materiality means? Importance level. Now, what is important for me? Now, materiality means generally number one, that which influences the user's economic decision. Now, what is economic decision? Should we invest or should we not? Okay. Should we withdraw our investment? Should we pump in more investment? Now, that decision they have to take, and anything that affects that decision is material. Understood? Okay. Then, experts involvement, do we need or not? Because experts won't be available 24 hours whenever we want. So we need to see whether experts involvement is required or not. Performing other risk assessment procedure. Now, what is other risk assessment procedure? In risk assessment procedure, we have 4 procedures. IO. A for analytical procedure, which you already considered here. Correct? Then I for inspection, inquiry, inspection, observation. So performing other RAP means they are not talking about A. They are talking about II. Understood? Yes, sir. The engagement partner and other key members must be involved in planning. Now, on this also they have asked a lot of times questions. Should we involve other key members in planning, or only engagement partner should plan? Why? Yes. See, when MS Dhoni became the captain for 2007, in the year 2007, right? He obviously was a junior. Now, in the team, you had players like Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid, etc. Do you need to involve them in planning? Yes. Why? Because they have experience. They know the conditions better than MS at that point of time, right? So, although you are the captain, you are the engagement partner, there are other key members in the team who have experience, who have expertise, who have knowledge, who can give you better insight. So, you have to consider them in planning. Why? Their knowledge can make your plan better. Understood? Then, now this, on this note, if they ask you discuss, you can't find the answer in the book. You will not find the answer in the book. You have to use your book here and then write that answer. Clear? So, on this, if they ask discuss or throw light on this particular statement, write that when we involve other key members, they have knowledge, they have expertise, they have. Now, use these cappuccino kind of words. Okay? Not normal words. Now, yesterday after revision, we all went for dinner, me, Rashid sir and ma'am. Okay, Rashid sir was asking me, tell me high level words for normal English words. Okay, so he was playing that game with me by giving me scores. So if he says, thank you, sir, what do you say? Now I told, I really appreciate your efforts and I'm really grateful for it. Right now, that is what you have to use in audit. Little bit sophisticated words you use, right? Knowledge, experience, insight, right? So rather than help, use the word assist. Makes a lot of difference. Understood? Then you may decide to discuss elements of the plan with entities management. Why? Point number 4 and point number 5 looks like a point, but a question for sure can be asked on this. Very beautiful question we can frame on this. Tell me why we should discuss planning with management. Technically, we should not discuss, no? We are discussing only the elements. Now, what is elements in this? Who is supposed to give us information? So, until and unless you tell them when are you planning to at least start your audit, they cannot give you information. Why? Lot of times, clients' books of accounts are maintained somewhere else. Production happens somewhere else. It's a classic example you take. Where is the class going on now? This building. But where is your admin office? That building. Now, unless you tell them, imagine I straight away come to this building and sit in a class. How will they know? So, I should tell them that class is from this time to this time, that so that they can make some arrangements. Clear? So, this is only for what? Ensuring proper conduct and management of audit. No, don't tell them entire plan. Just tell them tomorrow we are going to audit purchases. Keep the purchases file ready. Right? On this date we are doing sales. Keep the sales file ready. Now I will not tell how am I choosing samples out of that. I am not telling which invoice I am choosing out of it. So properly ensure that you are telling them well in advance. Clear? Now comes the important part, planning process. Now in that, two legs are there. One is preliminary engagement activities and one is planning activities. Now, preliminary engagement activities is chapter number 11 only. Now, what they will do, this is right from your SQC1 and SCA 220 content coming and sitting here. Now, a student will think that on this questions won't be asked because chapter 11 is there. That's where you are going wrong. Okay. Here also they can ask you a question keeping planning in mind. One such question is like that. We will discuss it. Okay. Now, whenever we talk about preliminary engagement activities, this is done before the audit or after the audit or during the audit? Preliminary. Therefore, before we take up an engagement, which is why you have to study chapter 11 first and then 2. Why? Only if you accept the client under chapter 11, you will be putting a plan under chapter 2. Is that clear? Yes. So, what is my first and foremost point? Checking whether I have ethical requirements. Ethical requirements means what? I told you yesterday. It is principle plus independence. Then continue to be compared with. It includes check whether you have performed procedure with respect to acceptance and continuance. Only if you decide to accept the client, plan comes. Only if you decide to continue with the client, plan comes. Otherwise, no planning will come. Okay. So ensure proper procedures you have followed regarding acceptance and continuance. Obtain information considered necessary. What kind of information? Integrity, competence, implications of matters arising during engagements including compliance with ethical requirements, and in case of initial engagement, communication with X. Why should we communicate with X? X should give us NOC. What is NOC? No objection certificate. But here, the previous CA should tell that he does not object for us taking up the audit. But the question is, now this is where in the textbook the answer is not there. In the exam also very rare remote chance, but I'll still take that particular question. Communication with predecessor auditor, they told. That means without communication, you cannot accept the audit. Technically, under Chartered Accountants Act 1949, okay, Schedule 1, Part 1, Clause 8, you cannot accept an audit unless and until you communicate with the previous CA. Okay, sir. Now client has come. I have accepted. But before acceptance, I should send a communication to previous CA. What if he does not accept within the time frame? Possibility is there. Imagine you are the previous CA, I am the current CA. I cannot accept unless and until you say no objection. Okay, now client has come to me, your client. What should I do? What is reasonable time now? Okay, I'll give you a circumstance then. Day of tomorrow is a due date. Today he has come. What should I do? Welcome to practical world of CA. You should accept, huh? If you are accepting the engagement, aren't you breaching the ethical principles now? When did you give time? Today only client came to you. After 2 days, there is a due date. So in 2 days, you have to finish the tax return, finish your reporting as well. When will you send today? Okay, when will you respond? Now, this is the biggest practicality that we are facing everywhere. Because a CA can only have objection with professional reasons, not with personal reasons. Now, the question is, for that he has to communicate, no? So, today if we send the communication, we should not accept the client unless and until he says okay. Now, that is where a clarification was given by institute. You send your communication to him and start your work. Okay, do not end your work without his objection. So, unless and until he says no objection, only then end your work. So, what does that mean? You give the letter to him, accept the client, start the work, but do not sign the report. When will you sign the report? When he gives no objection. Now, if he has an objection, then you cannot sign. Now, again for valid reasons. Alright, now see, it's very easy to tell. Practically, it is very difficult to follow these kind of rules, but we still have to follow. We still do it. Understood? So, in case of initial engagement, you have to communicate with the predecessor auditor. Remember, this case will come only in scenario where the client is new and you're accepting the client, not continuing with the client. Why? In case of continuance, who is the previous auditor? Who are you talking then? Me talking to me. So, this is only when you are accepting the client. Be careful in the case, if they ask the case. Okay. Point number 3, point number 4, important.
Without no objections, you cannot sign the report. Then what is the point of due date?
Yeah, I mean, we will start the work at least.
Start the work, but due date is there to submit the report.
Correct. So, technically how it works, it is much better than not even having a clarity whether we should accept or not. Relatively, this is a better situation. So, that means you have a clarity that, okay, I can start the work. Meanwhile, he'll get 2 days time. Only signing will be pending, no? So, once we'll communicate, if he's not communicating, we'll directly call him. We'll call him practically or we'll visit and tell, sir, if you have objection, tell. If you have no objection, tell. Right? So, if the auditor is in the same city, it is better we go and talk. Of course, you have to have an evidence that you have to send a letter. Clear? On your letterhead, you have to clearly send a letter that we have accepted, we have a client. Please tell me whether you have any objection or not. Okay? Or we'll call him and ask, sir, you have sent a letter. You have not responded yet. Can you please tell me because there's a due date? You are also professional. I'm also professional. We understand the responsibilities that we have. Clear? Sometimes some CAs will still not give you the certificate. Now, we cannot do anything. Now, you tell me, should I follow ethics or should I wait for due date? Or should I tell the client, it's okay, after due date we'll file? Now, in this case, if I am the CA, I will sign the report and file. Now, if I'm signing the report and filing, that CA will tell, without my no objection, he signed. You go to institute. You file the ethical conduct case on me or a professional misconduct case on me. Now, who will be held liable? Exactly. Understood. So, you have to think in that lens. So, this is where yesterday we discussed, or in the last revision class we discussed, that standards are more important or objective is more important. So, in this case, no, ethics are more important or objective is more important? Objective. Because I don't want my client to suffer with penalty and fine. So, I will file it on the due date itself. 2 days time is given. Reasonable it is. One email to send how much time it will take for you. Now, if I have signed it, you have a problem, go to institute, file a case on me, and I will prove that I have sent a communication on this date. You have not responded for 2 days, and last day you have responded. Why? Now it is a clear-cut case on him only. No, number one. Number two, no one will go for institute for such small things. Although we have rules, no one will go for such small things. There are big things happening in the market. Nobody is going for that also. Forget about these things. Understood? Yes. Then, evaluating compliance with ethical, again, requirements. So, I have to evaluate because, tell me one thing, if my team doesn't have ethics, planning should be detailed or less detailed? Detailed. Planning should be careful or careless. But if I have a very good team, no matter what, they will not take a single rupee bribe. Should I be bothered? No. Should I put up a plan? Yes. Plan we should put. Understood? Clear? I'm putting a trap. Be careful. Alright? Now we have to continuously evaluate. Why? Human beings. Yes. Greed can never be restricted. Understood? So obviously when it comes to human beings, we have to continuously evaluate. I have told throughout my regular class, wherever human beings are there, absolute assurance cannot be given. Clear? So continuously we have to evaluate, including independence. Engagement partners shall remain alert through what? Observation and making inquiries of non-compliance with ethical requirements. By whom? By members. Why? It is very easy to bribe the members rather than the leader. Are you getting my point? So it is very easy for a client to ensure that the engagement team members are taking the gifts. They are taking the hospitality. Are you getting my point? Very simple case I'll tell you. Imagine you are an article and a client comes and tells you that, sir, don't worry, this year I will sponsor your Europe trip. Entire Europe trip, 1 month I will sponsor. Stay, flights, food on me. Now you tell me, if you are a travel freak, will you be tempted or not? Will you take this or not? No? Yes sir, it seems. Now this is where ethics are gone. So what I should do now? I should come and catch hold of Bharat. Saying, why did you accept it? Right? So technically, I am the one who's supposed to be alert throughout by doing inquiry and observation. Understood? Okay, sir. This is where professional skepticism comes into the picture. This is why we need to have the behavioral science logic. Okay? Then, if the matter comes to my attention that indicates that members have not complied with the requirements, I should talk to whom? Firm. Where they will take action. Okay, sir. If it is a proprietor firm, then I am the only guy, the boss. So who will take action? Now in that case, I need not consult the firm because firm is equal to me. But if it is a partnership firm, I need to consult with the firm and then take action. Okay, sir. Form a conclusion on compliance that apply. Now, how do I form a conclusion? Number one, identify and evaluate the circumstance and relationship that create threats to independence. What are the 5 threats? Interest, review, advocacy, familiarity. Okay. Then, once you identify the breach, evaluate that on firm's independence and whether they create a threat or not. If it is a threat, step number 1, eliminate. Step number 2, reduce. Step number 3, withdraw. So, step number 1, if it is there, step number 2, 3 goes invalid. Step number 1, we couldn't do. Then step number 2. Step number 2 also not possible. Then step number 3. All 3 you cannot. You can't eliminate, reduce and withdraw also. It's exclusive. Either you have to eliminate or you have to reduce or you have to withdraw. Okay, sir. Then after doing this, promptly report to the firm your inability to resolve the matter in case if you are not able to resolve the matter. Why? Withdrawal has to come from the firm, not individual decision. Your job is to identify them, report to the firm, firm will take action together. Okay. Then finally, SA 210 ka engagement letter has to be put forth. Right. What are the contents of engagement letter? Objective and scope. My responsibility, your responsibility, AFRF. Finally, reference to expected form and content with a statement that
any
difference may occur, keeping the circumstances in the. Alright. Yes, this is your first and foremost topic of preliminary engagement activities. Okay. Now let's talk about planning activities. Hold on. Right. Now, in planning activities, step number 1, strategy. But in the chapter, when you open, first topic only is planning. Don't get distracted by that. Step number 1 is always putting up a strategy. What kind of strategy we have to put, sir? Now, strategy sets what? Scope, timing, and direction of the audit, and also helps in development of audit plan. Okay, important foundation for you. Now, how do we establish a strategy? What is the process? It will help us assist the auditor in determining first one, who do we need? Clear. High risk areas we require experienced people, complex matters we require experts. How many or how much? Okay, amount of resources, number of team members, extent of review of others' work. Here, branch audit comes into the picture, or component audit, that is subsidiary, joint venture, and associate. Now, holding company CA is different, subsidiary company CA is different. Now, as a holding company CA, I am supposed to use subsidiary company's report. Now, to what extent I am using, that also I have to plan, because if he is incompetent, then my plan should be detailed. If he is competent, my plan will be smaller. So I have to consider that as well. Then number of hours that I have to allocate, because we don't have enough time. Remember, inherent limitation, timeliness and relevance. So we have less number of time or less amount of time, but we have to cover more areas. Planning is necessary. Okay. Then when these resources have to be deployed, timing. Clear. If you see here, point number one is nature. Point number 2 is extent, and point number 3 is timing. Understood? So technically, plan will help you in putting nature, timing, and extent, but before that, strategy must come into the picture. So can I say like this? Strategy will help you. Listen to me carefully. Strategy will help you in deciding nature, timing, and extent of resources. And plan will help you in deciding nature, timing, and extent of procedures. Remember that. Strategy will help you in what? Nature, timing, and extent of resources. Plan will help you in nature, timing, and extent of procedures. Okay. Finally, how these resources have to be managed, directed, and supervised. Okay. 4 marks. Next, factors for establishing overall strategy. Now, in this, they can play a lot of hide and seek games. Okay, be careful. Right. Step number 1. Now, whenever you're establishing overall strategy, what is the first step? Identification of characteristics and defining scope. Now, what do you mean by characteristic? What is applicable for them? What kind of business are they doing? Imagine for CA inter audit, I am putting up CMA inter plan. Now, audit is there in both, no? Now, I have to understand the characteristic now. Right? Same thing for CMA inter audit. I will put up a plan how to teach like CA inter audit. No, still not possible. They have 50 marks, you have 100 marks. Clear? Their risk assessment ends in 3 pages. For you, risk assessment goes for 3 days. There's a huge difference. Correct? So I should identify the characteristic and then I should define the scope. Similarly for revision, I cannot go in depth. I just have to brush up the concepts and keep moving ahead. So I have to identify what is the assignment that was given to me and what is my boundary beyond which I'm not supposed to go. Okay? Like what kind of characteristics are AFRF you can identify, what kind of business segment they are having, industry specific reporting requirements. For example, listed company, SEBI reporting is there, banking company, RBI reporting is there, insurance company, IRDA reporting is there, society is the act, state law, clear, expected use of evidence obtained in, can I use previous audit evidence? If it is relevant enough, only I can use. Okay. Then, ascertaining reporting objectives to plan. Meaning what? When should we report? Now, if you tell me when am I supposed to report, my plan will be according to that. So, understand when am I supposed to report. This helps in what? Timing of audit and nature of communication. Now, what are the instances? Understand the timetable for reporting. Point number 2, meetings with management. Point number 3, discussion with management. Point number 4, again discussion with management. So, can I say 1, 2, 3, 4 is management related point? Can I say that? Yes, sir. So, understand their timetable. When do they want reporting? What if they say once in a month I want reporting? Or once in a week I want reporting? My plan should cover accordingly. Okay. Then, expected nature, timing of communication among the team members, including timing of review and when should we meet. So finally, in short, if I have to tell you, discuss with the management, when am I supposed to meet with you? What am I supposed to discuss with you? When do you want reporting? Okay, come, discuss with the team. See, management want like this, it seems. We have to plan accordingly. When are we supposed to meet? We means who? The team. Clear? So you have to discuss with the management, discuss with the team as well. Next, factors that are significant which will contribute in your efforts, like what? 4-mark question. This is volume of transaction. Answer number 1. That means if the volume is too huge, it will affect my team's effort. Why? Time is limited. I need a bigger team. Okay. Then significant industry development, meaning what? Now there are significant changes in labor laws. There are significant changes could be in listed companies' laws. Now when that changes, my team should be updated. If I have Taradala team which is not even updated, then what will be the quality of the audit? Very bad. Therefore, it will affect my team's efforts. Significant changes in FRF from AS to Ind AS. Financial reporting framework only changed. My team should be aware about it. Then legal environment changes. Income tax is going to change. My team should be aware about it. Understood? Now, point number 4 and point number 5. This is one point where I told you that unique question was asked. Okay, consider the results of preliminary engagement activities or other similar activities and ascertain NTE of resources. Now, on this they have asked a question. Now, what is that question? Let me give you an idea. Have a look at this question. This one. September 26, mock paper series 2. Sorry, series 1. Series 2 is not yet done. Okay, recent mock paper. Read it. P&K and Associates Chartered Accountants were appointed as stat auditors of Gala Telecom Limited for the financial year end 31st March 2026. While establishing the overall strategy, the engagement partner carried out preliminary engagement activities relating to continuance of client relationship, compliance with ethical requirements, and assessment of independence of the team. Further, the engagement partner also considered information obtained during a GST compliance review and internal control certification assignment earlier performed for the same company. As such, knowledge was considered relevant for planning. Meaning what? This is not preliminary engagement activities, this is other similar activities. So, in first paragraph, what did you understand? In first paragraph, what did you understand? I will highlight the important points here. Number 1, he did. Correct? Huh? Which we is supposed to do. Second thing, Previously, he had performed GST compliance review and also internal control certification. Through that process, he has identified some information. Can he use it in the planning? The answer is yes, because that comes here. That comes here. Other similar. Now, other similar activities means what here? Example. GST compliance review, internal control system certification. So, can he use this information for planning? Yes. Yes. He considered relevant for planning the audit. During this assignment, what happened? Certain weakness with respect to fixed assets capitalization and authorization had been noticed. Okay. The engagement partner instructed the team to maintain a questioning mind. What does questioning mind means? Professional skepticism. Yesterday we understood that throughout the audit you cannot rest. Okay. And exercise professional skepticism while gathering and evaluating evidence. Now this part is your essay 500 evaluating audit evidence point. So many times in our class we have given cross reference to this point. Essay 500 you are evaluating point number 1. Yes, whether an evidence is sufficient or appropriate is a matter of professional judgment. Professional judgment requires professional skepticism. Without professional skepticism, there is no professional judgment. Now that is what they are telling. Now what do they want? Further, considering the higher ROMM, that means they are saying risk of material misstatement is high. Therefore, audit risk will be high. Experienced team were assigned to those areas. Did they do it right? High risk areas, they gave it to experienced people. Yes, because that is what is supposed to be done. Okay, sir. And additional audit time and resources were allotted for detailed verification procedure. Correct or not? Yes, because you have to give more time to risky areas. Yes, in the context of establishing overall strategy. Beautiful question. Explain the factors that you have to consider specifically with respect to results of preliminary engagement activities and knowledge gained from other engagement performed earlier and nature, time and extent of resources necessary to perform. Now this even if you open ICA module, you will get this answer. Here, this is ICA module answer. But technically, if you see, these are not factors. Okay, have a look at this. Considering the results of PEA and knowledge gained from other similar engagement goes a long way in establishing sound strategy. Examples are listed. Results of previous audit involved evaluating operating effectiveness of ICS, including the nature of identified deficiencies and action taken to address them. The manner in which you emphasize to the engagement team the need to maintain a questioning mind. So both the answers are given in the question itself. Both the answers are already there in the question. You just have to write it in the answer separately. Number 1. Number 2. This is for your point number 1. Okay. For point number 2, here is the answer. Selection of team and assignment of work to the team is a significant factor. Experienced team member may be assigned in areas where the risk is high. Similarly, devotion of more time are to be kept in mind. Again, question only. So, technically, answer is already given in the question. You have to segregate and write in the answer separately, for which you are getting 5 marks. Clear? Do not skip this question at any cost. Clear? Series 1, mock paper, September 26. Series 2, we have not yet seen. And September 26 question paper also, there is not there in the book. By exam only, it's not conducted. Okay? But this one particular question is little, see, if I have to see technically, no. If I have to see technically, there is no answer here. Because answer is already there in the question. Alright? So they are asking, explain the factors that you should consider. Now we have to wait for mock paper ka answer key and see what they have considered. Okay? If they have considered these 2 points only, copy paste from the textbook. Okay? For you, copy paste from the question itself. Given in the question, put in the answer. But do not skip this question in your revision session. Whenever you are revising chapter number 2, series 1, September 26 mock paper, please study properly. This mock paper your institute has conducted is a very good mock paper. Go through that. Alright. That's why I put up a red light here. Be careful. Okay, so I'll write here. Refer September series 1 MTP question. Okay. Yes, sir. Next, let's move on to development of audit plan. Now, audit plan. Who gives birth to plan? So strategy is the mother of plan, where we develop. Strategy develops what? Scope, timing, and direction. Correct? And today I told you, scope gives us nature, timing, extent of resources. Whereas plan, nature, timing, extent of procedures to be performed. What kind of procedures we have to put in the plan, will be discussing that. Okay, sir. Understanding client's business is very, very important to develop a plan. Why? Imagine you're developing a plan, but you don't know whether the client is into manufacturing or trading. You don't know whether he's into service sector or not. You have absolutely no idea, but you're putting a plan. Just like how students put up a timetable in the initial days of CA intermediate. Without knowing the syllabus, without knowing the difficulty of the syllabus, left, right and center, 28 hours in a day I will study. Clear? Now, these things are very, very important to understand. Understand the business first and then put up a plan. Clear? Then, SA 300 clearly states that you have to develop a plan that should include a description. Description means what? Plan should have an explanation or details of what? Simply, plan is equal to procedures. P for plan, P for NTE of RAP, NTE of further procedures, and NTE of other procedures. So basically what? NTE of simple audit procedures. 3 marks question with this. Clear? Now, is there a relationship between strategy and plan? 100% yes. Why? Strategy will set overall approach, whereas plan will address what you have identified in strategy, that only will be addressed. Strategy determines scope, timing and direction. Plan describes how to implement it. Plan is more detailed than strategy, which includes NT of procedures, etc. But it is interrelated. They are saying these are not necessarily discrete. Meaning what? It may be discrete, it may not be discrete, but definitely it is interrelated. That too closely. That means changes in strategy will definitely change the plan, but changes in plan, that will also change the strategy. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Next. Whose responsibility is strategy and planning? 100% auditors. Therefore, this is the reason why now. This is why, remember I told you just now, they'll ask a question whether should we involve experienced team members or not. Now, you are supposed to write that point with this concept. If I ask a question saying, should we involve key members in planning the audit? The answer should be point number 4 of SA 300 there, and you're right, responsibility of auditors put together. Alright. Now, whose responsibility? How will you introduce the concept here? See, if I was a student, I would have written, yes, we have to involve engagement partner and other key members in planning the audit. Why? Just because it is auditor's responsibility and the quality will be of top notch if we involve other key members, not everyone. See, everyone I can't involve. Now, you are the first year article. If I ask you, give me a plan, tell me about the company, what will you tell? You will have no idea. So, other key members and EP must be involved. Why? It is my responsibility. So, whenever I am discussing, I should ensure that effectiveness is not compromised. These are the points I want to see in the answer. If I want to give you marks. Effectiveness is not compromised. Clear? Involvement of partners and other key members draws on their experience and insights, thereby enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of planning the process. You know how I'll present this? One point I'll write about effectiveness. One I will write about efficiency. Okay. First point I'll write point number 4. Which one we should involve them. Second point I'll write it is our responsibility. Third point I'll write this point number 1. Effectiveness, and fourth point is efficiency. Fifth point I will write point number 2. that if we involve them, their knowledge, their insight will enhance my effectiveness and efficiency. So technically, I am taking the value, or I am holding his hand and taking to the concept. First, when I wrote that, I introduced a concept called involvement of people. Then I told him it is my responsibility. Then I told him, see, when I involve them, effectiveness should be there. Efficiency should be there. Okay. Why? Time is limited. So you can introduce concepts like this and still stitch a nice answer. Is that clear? Okay. Don't do copy paste job in the exam. You will not be awarded marks for that. You will be given marks for thinking on the right lines if it is a case. Changes to plan. I should update and change the strategy as well as plan. Why? Because of unexpected events, changes in condition, evidence obtained from the results, from the procedures, and modify the strategy and plan accordingly. Alright, 3-mark question. Quickly answer. Why do we need to change?
Expected events or changes.
What is unexpected event? Example. I'll make it a little tougher. Give example for each. Unexpected events, changes in condition, evidence obtained. One by one. Unexpected events.
Where there are
Example I want.
huge transactions.
Evaluation of misstatements, no. That is unexpected. It's not unexpected event. Unexpected event means according to the client, their business law. COVID is a classic example of unexpected event. Did COVID give you a heads up? Bro, I'm coming this year, be ready. No, it's an unexpected event, right? Now, let's say for example, there is a sudden change in the policy, government policy. Unexpected event. Understood? Now, she mentioned one point. What did you mention? You only.
Sudden demand.
Sudden demand in the market is fine.
Not in normal process. Suddenly, if they are dealing with any huge transactions.
Okay, let me correct it. Can there be a possibility that this year, unexpectedly you had to do a transaction with RPT compared to last year? Possible? Yes, sir. So probably the banks are not giving me loan this time. Traders are not giving me loan. Therefore, I took more of loan from RP. Right now. So my plan should change now. My plan should be more towards arm's length price. My plan should be more towards AS 18 compliance. My plan should be more towards disclosure of RPT properly. Unexpected changes in conditions.
Changes in law.
Economic condition. Yes. Operational condition. Now what is operational condition? Sir, high demand. Classic example. ArivuPro. When CMA, I started CMA first batch here. Okay, this time. Now we expected X number of students. When I came to class, there were 2 classes filled. Now where should I teach? In first class or second class? So first day I taught in first class. There were some other students watching me online somewhere in the other classroom because there was no place. Now unexpected changes in condition. This is clear. So we need to change our plan now. So ArivuPro should think, okay, now this classroom is not working. You have to put up a different classroom, right? Management integrity changed. You thought management is good and accepted the audit. When you started the audit, you got to know, no, it is bad. So conditions change. Operational condition, economic condition, political condition, environment, internal control. These all are examples for changes in working condition we are talking. Okay. Evidence obtained from results of procedures performed. The information which was given to us in the beginning is different than information what we found now. Correct? Therefore, there is a change in information obtained. ICS, I expected it to be good and I put up a plan accordingly. When I came and tested ICS, the ICS is bad. Therefore, my plan should change. Clear? Then, because of all these things, I may have to modify the strategy and plan. Understood? So, if I have to give you a tough time in the exam, I will ask examples of such things. Clear? So, you have to think of what kind of examples we can give, and for that only marks will be awarded. Okay. Now this cannot be copy paste from the book. Right? That's the objective of me revising these concepts, so that to tell you that these are the areas you have to be a little careful about. Okay. This may be the case where information comes to your attention that differs significantly from information available when it was planned. You can take this as a hint. You can take this as a hint and then develop your examples. Understood? Yeah? Okay, sir. Sir, I'll ask you one question. There is no unexpected event. There is no change in the condition. There is no change in the evidence obtained. Still I have to change my strategy and plan. Why? Give me one example why. No change in the management. Whatever information they gave, it is matching. Still I have to change my strategy and plan. Why? Why?
Because of our teams,
Maybe?
not to change environment or climate, but in our team there might
Very good. Very good. In our team, there could be ethical non-compliance. Remember, continuously we have to evaluate our ethical compliance of the team. I told you, article, Euro trip, bribing. Yes, my team is changed, sir. My strategy should change now. Now imagine, I included you guys in my team, and then I realized that after putting up the plan, after I start the audit in the client, it is your father who is working. Conflict of interest is there now. My strategy should change. My plan should change. Now this is where your brain should think of situations and scenarios. How do we put it? Okay. Right, sir. Next. Let's move on with respect to planning, supervision and review of team members' work. Now here many times direct questions have been asked. What are the factors you have to consider while determining nature, time and extent of review? SCAR. SCAR. S for.
size and complexity of
So if the entity size is bigger, more checking. If the entity size is, or if the entity business is very complex, again I need to check more. Area of audit. Sir, simple area and complex area. If it is a simple area, review will be lesser. If it's a complex area, review will be more. Risk. Higher the risk, higher the review. Lower the risk, lower the review. Capability and competence, inversely proportional. If he is very good, less review. If he is very bad, high review. So this is inversely proportional and this is directly proportional. Understood? Complexity is inversely proportional, directly proportional. Complexity is directly proportional. Higher the complexity, higher the review. Lesser the complexity, lesser the review. Have you ever heard of revision classes and all for 10th, 9th, 8th and all? No. Why? Syllabus is not complex. Correct? Now for this, no matter how many times we revise, students will definitely keep on coming for all revision. Why? Subject is little complex, therefore more and more revision is required. Okay? Students are happy if the teachers are revising than student is revising. Because of two reasons. Number one, laziness. Number two, at least if teacher is revising, we just have to go and sit. One discipline will develop, then we can continue. You need a kickstart. Okay? Same logic here. So depending upon the complexity, we need to check the review. 4 marks, easy question, don't forget it. Then documentation. What are the things you have to document? Strategy should we document? Yes. What should we document? How will it help us? It will tell us key decisions taken. Plan should we document? Yes. What will that tell?
all the audit procedures.
What kind of procedures we have planned? When did we plan? And how much did we plan? Then changes also we should document. Why? Changes will tell us why we made changes. What is the reason for change? Okay. Right. Examples of documentation. Now this is a confusing question. Should we classify this under SA 230 or should we classify this under chapter number 2 only? Now you have to read the question very, very clearly. If they are asking specifically with reference to SA 230, then write SA 230. Like for example, I'll just show you. See here. So if they give you a hint that it is referring to 230, you refer 230 and give the work. Otherwise, you refer to SA 300 or whatever they are talking about. Look at this. Look at this. Important. This is chapter 6 ka question. I'll deal it with later. Important factor in determining form, content and extent of documentation of significant matters is the extent of professional judgment exercised in performing the work and evaluating results. Explain examples of Now there is a huge difference between you referring like that and you referring like this. Now you read, there is no clarity. You will clearly state the examples of significant matters. Now what is significant matters? Now significant matters, when we talk, SA 500 says something else. If you remember, yes or no? So in different standards, there are different significant matters, sir. That is why they clearly told, keeping SA 230 in mind, you tell me what is significant matter. So like this, when they talk about documentation question in the exam, they will tell you referring to which standard. Now SA 300 if they say, then chapter number 2. SA 230 if they say, chapter number 6. Got it? Clear? Okay, sir. Now what kind of documentation examples? Summary of discussion, then documentation of committees approval. Which committee? Audit committee. Access letters. What are the access letters?
Yeah, approval letters.
Approval letters to talk to outsiders, not to internal people. Why? Already given under SA 210, unrestricted access to people within the entity. Okay, then other communication or agreement with management, TCWG regarding scope and changes. Sir, why should audit report be an example here? Previous year audit report done, or internal audit report, clear, stock audit report, basically auditor's report. Multiple auditor's report you can consider as documentation, and other reports mentioned in the engagement agreement. Sir, where do we mention all these? SA 210, contents of engagement letter, last point, form and content of report. What kind of reports we give, that we will discuss there, or we have already discussed rather. Then comes program. Okay, now in program they have asked multiple questions, but all revolving around disadvantages and important points to be kept in mind in developing program. Okay, so here program contains what? List of examination, verification and steps to be applied in such a way that relationship of one step to another is clearly shown. That means step number 1 and step number 2 should be connected. Step number 1 cannot be different, step number 2 cannot be different. It can't be step number 1, check invoice for sales. Step number 2 can't be check invoice for purchase. Sequence must be there. Understood? Imagine I teach chapter number 2 now, and then I teach chapter number 2 of law, and then I will go to accounts. Now this is not how revision should be done. There should be some kind of connection between the steps. Right? Now it says what? Series of verification procedures. What is series? Sequence. Now sequence must have connection. Are you getting my point? Now jailer came. Imagine now next movie is Jailer 4. There is no connection now. So whenever you are giving the step number 1 and step number 2, there should be some connection. Okay, it's a detailed plan of applying the procedures with instructions for appropriate techniques to be adopted for accomplishing the objectives. Okay, now some important points, sir. Now this is where questions can be asked in different areas. All right, now before we head to that, let's see some of the questions on this chapter. Now have a look at first question. Mica Associates CAs are appointed as statutories of D Limited for the first time in financial year 24-25. Before commencement of the audit, the engagement partner considers The engagement partner considers what? The integrity of the directors. Should happen in my class earlier. Consider integrity of the directors, evaluates compliance with ethical requirements including independence, sends an engagement letter to avoid misunderstanding. Has he done things properly? Did he do things properly? The EP has considered, which is integrity of management, correct? Evaluates compliance with, sends and. That means in planning the audit, step number one, preliminary engagement activities he has done properly. Correct? Explain the above stage of planning process as considered by the engagement partner. This question, the answer is this one. This one. Preliminary engagement activities. So, number one, performing procedures regarding continuance. In that, integrity, competence, this one and this one. He has to consider. But what did he consider? Only integrity and compliance with ethical requirements. But what about implications of matters? Correct? Then, if it is initial engagement, communication with predecessor auditor, that also he has to consider. Correct? So, this particular point is what they are missing out on. You have to fill up that particular blank. Okay? Right, sir. So, this is with respect to your preliminary engagement activities. Yes. Competence also should be checked. Competence of whom? Team must be checked. Okay? Right. Now, next. You are the engagement partner for Stat Audit of Strong Engineering Limited. While planning the audit, you observe the following practical issues. Two newly recruited audit assistants inform you that they are unsure about exact procedures expected from them for different areas of audit. The audit this year is a major assignment involving multiple units and your team seems unable to visualize the full scope because of the work has not been formally planned, defined and segregated. You are unable to allocate tasks to assistants on the basis of their individual capability. Last year, in the absence of a written program, the then audit team, that means last year audit team followed a super mental plan, as a result of which certain records were overlooked. Overlooked means considered carefully, no? No, overlooked, no? Ignored. Okay. During review, you notice that assistants have not signed off on procedures performed, making it difficult to trace work back to the responsible individual. As a principal auditor, you find it difficult to track the progress of the different areas because no written program has been initiated by assistants. Your firm wishes to use this year audit documentation as a reference for planning next year audit. The firm is also facing negligence allegation on another audit and you are concerned about having adequate evidence of exercising reasonable skill and care. Now, what do you want, sir? These many problems you told. Analyze why preparing written program is advantageous. What is the question? So much you asked. At the end, you are asking what? Advantages of program. Now, you know what you should write here? Not just advantages. This is where you lose marks. And this is where you'll come up with a comment. Sir, I have written everything correctly. They have not given marks. They are not fools to not give you marks for writing correct answers. You have written the point, but you have not analyzed it. Analyze means what? Those points with these problems you have to connect and tell. Are you getting my point? You have to pinpoint and tell, see, these are the advantages if you put up the program correctly. Now you have, since you have not put up, see, written program, no, you have a mental plan. That's why you missed out on it. Therefore, written program will be more valuable, right? Accountability can be clearly given. Now here we cannot have accountability because there is no written program. So you have to write those points with an analysis point of view. Don't just copy paste your advantages point. Now let's try and understand what are the advantages of program. Straight away come to advantages of program. Clear set of instructions you can give. Now here if you see, exact procedures expected from them, they are unsure. Why? There is no program only. Therefore, they are not sure. So, I cannot give a clear set of instructions. Correct? Similarly, multiple units are there. My team is unable to visualize the full scope. So they don't know what to work. See, total perspective also is missing out. Correct? Next, selection of team becomes easier based on their capability, reduces danger of overlooking. Are you getting my point? Yes. See here, unable to allocate tasks to assign on the basis of capability. Right? Technically, if you see how many points are there now? 8 points are there. How many points are there? 8 points are there. That only should tell you, that only will make your job easier. That same order case also has been given. Question looks lengthy. Answer is easy. If you know where to connect it. Understood? Clear? Accountability talks about what? Responsible individual. Control over the progress. Difficult to trust. Look at the keywords. Okay. Then serves as a guide in succeeding year. Last one. Serves as evidence in case of charges brought. Sir. Understood. Simple analysis you have to make. Correct. Yes. Okay, sir. Clear cut questions. Yes. Then, third one. Now, this I will not help, you read. What's the answer? So basically, which concept are they asking about? Documentation concept, correct? So what have they done here? They are telling, during the planning phase, the partner developed the strategy and detailed plan. While conducting the audit, certain unexpected risks relating to inventory valuation and internal control weakness were identified. Accordingly, the team modified the procedures, including changes in nature, timing, and extent. The partner ensured that all such changes and reasons for them were properly recorded. Before completion of the audit, the junior auditor raised a query regarding responsibility to document strategy, plan, and changes with reference to SA 300. Explain documentation requirements. Basically, nothing but what? The documentation point is there now. This one, you write. You have 4 points, you write, you will get the marks. Okay. Next, fourth one. Requirement you read first, always. Requirement is very clear. Is it acceptance or continuance? Or both? Only on? So basically, that now here, as a CA, you will think of writing SA 220. Because in SA 220 also, you have acceptance and continuance, which will lead you to SQC1. Correct? But what makes you think that this is not SQC1 and SA 220 point? The word. This gives us a hint of chapter number 2. If this was not there, a student would get confused between SQC1, SA 220. He would never even think of chapter number 2. Clear? So be careful. Clearly, this is a case of what? Audit plan. Okay. So explain the procedures that you should perform before deciding on the continuance as a part of preliminary engagement activity. What you should consider? Those 3 things: integrity, competence, compliance, communication, Clear? Then what? That's it. Only continuance you have spoken. Don't write about ethical requirements and engagement letter. Only on continuance point specifically the question is for 5 marks. Okay. Next. Mr. Nikhil is engagement partner for Amazing Limited, an e-commerce company. Now what they are saying, he plans to hold a discussion with the senior members of the team regarding the current assignment. However, Mr. Hardik, a newly joined article clerk, is surprised at the need of for the partner to discuss the plan with other member. He questions why such discussions are necessary. Why? First of all, it is responsibility of auditor. See, I told you that point and responsibility point you have to write. So when somebody is asking me, I should tell, it's my responsibility. Therefore, I need to involve. Correct? Now, why is my responsibility? To ensure that there is effectiveness and efficiency. So when I involve them, their knowledge, their insight, their experience will enhance my effectiveness, will enhance my efficiency of audit. Clear? Later, Mr. Hardik learns that Ms. Purnima, the manager, intends to discuss certain elements of planning with the management. He believes this is unnecessary as sharing the plan would remove the surprise element of procedures. What birthday surprise you are giving? Then remove the surprise element means elements of planning must be discussed. Why?
To help them conduct and management.
For effective conduct and basically coordination improves. Only for coordination, only elements of planning you have to tell, not the detailed plan. Understood? Clear? See here, elements of planning is what they say, not the entire plan. He is thinking sharing the audit plan. We are not sharing the audit plan. We are sharing only the elements of audit plan. Understood? Clear? Tell me, is it worth 4 marks? Only 2 points. But why they are giving 4 marks is for the way you write. Now that comes only if you practice. And for September 24, it is too late. September 26, it is too late now. For Jan, yes, you can still have time to write and study. Okay? Right, sir. This is with respect to your 5th question. Next. This is what in regular class I keep discussing when I take up audit program. What are the disadvantages and how these can be minimized? I clearly remember telling in the class, disadvantage can be converted into advantages, but limitations we cannot do anything. Right? But students consider limitation as disadvantage, disadvantage as limitation. Disadvantage is different, limitation is different. Both are features. I'll confuse you more. Limitation are different, disadvantages are different, but both are features. But disadvantage can be worked upon, but limitation cannot be worked upon. Understood? Clear? A human being will have 2 hands and 2 legs. Limitation or disadvantage? Limitation. Sir, no sir, disadvantage. We'll work on that. We'll put 4 hands. You can't work upon certain limitations. You have to accept it. Are you getting my point? Clear? So there are disadvantages, there are limitations, both are features. Okay, what are the disadvantages of program? Very simple. It is mechanical. Yes. It is too rigid and inflexible. Then inefficient assistants may take shelter and hard and fast program may kill the initiative. Now they are telling how this can be minimized. Now for one by one you have to tell. So if it's becoming too mechanical means what? Keep an open mind. Encourage them to keep an open mind. Becomes too rigid and inflexible means what? Periodical review must be conducted. Yes, so that any changes are there we can update. Inefficient assistant may take shelter behind the program. Assign respective individual respective program. Yes, according to their capability and competence. Hard and fast program may kill the initiative of effective assistants. Again, keep an open mind. Let them, encourage them to add those points which you feel is not there, or do not perform those procedures which they feel is redundant. Clear? Now this again, your conceptual thinking comes into the picture and not copy paste points. Okay, sir. That's your 6 or 5 marks question. This is. Alright. Go through this at home with institute suggested answers. Okay. 7th one. This I am not surprised at all. You take out my recordings. I have told in regular class that this is one question which I can ask for 4 marks. Volume of transaction changes in clear. It is my regular class students, you will know. I keep giving you hidden questions. Have I given a hidden question there? Yes or no? Where have they asked? May 26, 4 marks. I have not seen May 26 paper. Okay, even before that I have given it as a hidden question only. The only thing is I don't put online saying this is going to come. Okay, my hidden questions in the class, you study properly. Trust me, there are many questions which will come from that. Which has come from that in the past also. So study those questions also properly. Clear? And I told you that if I have to test you properly, this I will ask for 4 marks. You will never know from where I have asked a question. Clear? Very simple. 1 point, volume of transaction, industry development.
Changes in financial reporting and changes in
You will not even take 5 minutes for this. Understood. But in the exam hall, you will take 4 minutes to understand which topic is this. From where have they asked? So you keep studying as a hidden question, you know what they are going to ask. Understood? Yes, sir. Easy question. Next, 8th one. I'll give you time to read on your own. Very small question. Important? Yes, some important points on AP. Now, directly, if you go to your requirement of the question, what are they saying? They're saying, what are the implications of not conducting? What will happen? Obsolete, rigid, inflexible, then disadvantage will come into the picture. Yes, what is happening? In the last 6 years, the company is engaged in what? Trading of electronic goods. During the financial year 24-25, the company significantly changed its business model by what? Introducing online sales through e-commerce portal, appointing multiple third-party warehouse operators across India, new ERP system, and revising its credit policy by extending credit from 30 days to 90 days. The team continued to follow the same program that has been designed 3 years ago, which was primarily structured for traditional wholesale model with centralized warehousing. But here there is no centralized warehousing, no. But they have other changes also. The partner did not conduct a formal periodic review. The assistants carried out procedures strictly as per the program without modifying. Therefore, material misstatements were detected in revenue recognition and inventory records held with third-party warehouse. The management alleged that the auditor had conducted the audit negligently. Are they correct or wrong? Management is correct or management is wrong? Management is correct. Team is wrong. So periodic review must be done. Disadvantages must be written. Understood? Okay. Let's understand one by one, keeping that question in the mind. Periodic review. Yes. Yes. That point also you should write. Let's talk. Periodic review. There should be periodic review of program to evaluate whether the same continues to be adequate. On the basis of obsolete program, for this negligence, the whole audit may be held negligently. Therefore, you may have to face legal consequence. This is done so that inadequacies or redundancies may be removed. Many persons believe that this will bring element of rigidity. This is not true. If you have taken clear, this you have to write. Okay. Next. One program not practicable. So evolving one program applicable to all business is not practicable. Why? It varies in nature, size and composition. Work which is suitable to one business may not be suitable to others. Efficiency and operation of ICS and exact nature of service to be rendered also will be different. Okay, but here nature of service is same. Last year also audit, this year also audit only. Okay, now this is your which points are these? Open mind. So you have to encourage your assistants to have an open mind. Okay, but this is not on that. Be careful. Series 1 MTP May 26. Okay, good question. Then next one. Read. What's the requirement? They said while planning the audit, the engagement partner emphasized the need to determine nature and extent of resources to be deployed, the timing of the procedures at various locations, and the manner in which team must be supervised and reviewed. Explain the concept of overall audit strategy, resources that is necessary. Okay, reporting objectives. So you have to write that. How the process of establishing strategy would assist the subject to completion of risk assessment in determining such matters relevant to planning and conduct. So basically it talks about planning activities. In planning activities, you have point number 1, establishing overall audit strategy. Number 2, factors establishing overall audit strategy. Those 2 points is supposed to be written here. Okay, again a good question. So if you see a lot of questions on program, they are asking, keeping planning in mind. Okay, 10th one. What are they asking? Matters generally considered while preparing an audit program. Clear? That means what? Developing an audit program points you have to write. In developing an audit program, what are the points that is there? Stay within the scope and limitation. Correct? Number 2, prepare a written program, get enough evidence, apply only relevant procedures. Objectives for each area must be told. Consider all possibilities of error and coordinate the procedures. Understood? Okay, sir. Then, sir, here also you have to be little careful. While developing a program, what are you supposed to put up? Plan. It should be in writing. Objectives and instructions must be given. Reliance on ICS must be considered. Right, so that's your point number 10 or question number 10. But can we read the case once? Requirement we got to know. Read the case once. QRS and Associates, a firm of CA, is handling multiple engagements across diverse industries. One of its clients, Nova Manufacturing, is engaged in heavy engineering, whereas another client, Sparkle Retail Limited, operates a chain of consumer retail outlets with a high volume of transactions and CAA, the engagement partner, has designed a detailed program considering nature of operation. He proposes that the same program be standardized and applied to the audit of Sparkle Limited as well to ensure uniformity and save time. However, CAB disagrees and believes that adopting the same program may not be appropriate in the given circumstances. Should we change? Is here the topic also throws a light on one program not practicable. Yes or no? Yes, due to the size, nature and operations, we have to change our audit program. Okay. 11th one. 11th one.
Instances, the discussion with management.
Yes, in overall audit strategy, factors establishing strategy, second point, blue color box. Here. Some of the instances are as follows. Have I given this as a hidden question? Okay, although it is an MTP question can repeat in the main exam as well. State the instances that you should consider while ascertaining the reporting objectives here. Ascertaining reporting objectives, instances. Copy paste if you do, done. Okay, timetable for reporting, organization of meetings with whom, management, discussion with management regarding what kind of reports should be given, discussion with management regarding what, communication on the progress of audit. So one is timetable, second is to discuss three things. One is audit work, then reports, and then progress. Right? Simple. Remember like this. Why should I talk to management to wrap reports, audit work, and progress? Right? And last point is again same, discuss with my team. With respect to what? Review their work. Okay. Now this is the shortest revision notes that is possible. Alright. Number one is what? Timetable. Number two, discuss RAP. R means what here? Reports. A for audit work and P for progress. And finally discuss with the team about the review of their work. Next, 12th one. First read until here, then I will scroll to the next page. I don't know if you can see properly. If you want, I'll show the requirement. This is the requirement. Your time is saved when you read the requirement. Straight away go and see what considerations of to be kept in mind while developing. So there is a heading only called developing an audit program. Step number 1, planning. Step number 2, written audit program. Step number 3, objectives and instructions. Yes or no? Clear. So if you see, the questions are revolving around development of program, some important points to be kept in mind, and disadvantages. Okay. Next, 13th one done. Now I will revise the entire program once. I gave you a hint of where are the questions that has been asked in RTP, MTP and TYP. Okay. Definition done. Some important points. One program not practicable. Why? Because of nature, size and composition. Then work which is suitable for one business may not be suitable for others. Then ICS is different from different years. Then finally services. Last year you want audit, this year you want review. Same program cannot be applied. Then keep an open mind. Why? So that we can take care of those situations which were left out originally but are found relevant for that particular client. Any work originally provided proves beyond doubt to be unnecessary, it may be dropped. An assistant engaged in the job should be encouraged to keep an open mind because his creativity will get us better efficient results. Okay. Periodic review. Why? So that the plan is updated. It should not be rigid. Efficiency should increase and effectiveness must be there. constructing a program, always stay within your scope, right? Number one. Number two, always have a program in writing. Number three, without evidence, you cannot conclude the program. Number four, apply only relevant steps. Number five, always and always have objectives for each areas. And 6 and 7, error. Consider all possibilities of error and then put up a program, and then coordinate to be with the procedure, meaning connection should be there. All right. Now, why do we need to put up the program? It is always designed to provide audit evidence. Now, on this year, we have never seen a question. On this, we have never seen a question on this. But again, that doesn't mean it won't be asked for your attempt. It can still be asked. Now, whenever you're preparing a program, what is the entire objective of program? Designing audit evidence. Clear? Program is designed to provide audit evidence. Now, what is evidence? Information used in arriving at the conclusion and based on which opinion is given. Transactions are varied in nature. Procedures to be prescribed depend upon prior knowledge of what evidence is reasonably available. Now, what is the best evidence? Is a matter of knowledge and experience. Now, in all cases, one procedure may not bring the highest satisfaction. Therefore, I should take multiple procedures and multiple evidences. By the word available means what? We do not mean that evidence available with the client is the only available evidence. What normally should be available in the now here is where the transaction cycle comes into the picture. Every transaction has a cycle. Okay. Example. For a purchase, what's the purchase cycle? First one, requisition. The production department will request how much quantity they want. Then what do? We put up a purchase order. But before that, selection of vendors, right? Whether the request is reasonable or not. What is the price? Budgeting. Then we select the vendors. We place an order. What will they do? Send the requirement. We should check whether whatever they sent is matching with our requirement or not. One goods receipt note must be signed. Yes. Then in the security inward register, entry must be made. And then verify and then approve the process. The goods will go to the purchase department. From purchase department will go to production department. The invoice will go to accounts department. The accounts department will make payment to the vendor. Here the transaction closes. Now at every point there will be one evidence. All evidence is our evidence only. Now if client says we only have invoice, wrong. You should also have GRN. You should also have register. You should also have purchase order. You should also have a process for selection of vendors. Ellame you have to document. That documentation is what we call as audit evidence. Understood? So I will write here what normally should be available according to transaction cycle. According to transaction cycle. The auditor, however, has to place appropriate weight on each piece of evidence and then put up the priority, meaning never ignore any evidence. Consider all evidence, then give weights. Weights means what? Priority. Clear? Evidence is generally classified into documentation, physical examination, statements and given explanations given by management, third party, arithmetical calculation, ICS, interrelationship of various accounting data. What is various accounting data means? Number of employees to salary, number of units to production, minutes book also will come into the picture. For cash, what is the best evidence? Count. For investment pledged, banker's certificate. Okay, sir. Developing program, step number 1, plan. Step number 2, writing. Step number 3, objective. Step number 4, reliance on. If ICS is good, then my plan will be effective, better, my job will be easier. But if ICS is bad, my plan should be a little detailed. Yes. Okay. Timing of performance of procedures. 99% of the time, we decide when to perform the procedures, but sometimes we don't have the discretion. Why? Because of the time crunch. So at that point of time, we will not have that discretion. Discretion means what? My choice. My choice of time. Okay, right. Advantage of program, we have already studied with respect to that, right? One question was there which I asked you to study. Question number, where are you? Question number 2, that is your RTP May 26. RTP May 26 question. See properly. Okay. Next. Disadvantages and key points of program are interrelated, like how objectives and limitations of chapter number 1. Okay. So this one, and keep an open mind, one program not practicable, and tell me one more. Keep an open mind, one program not practicable, periodical review. These 3 concepts plus disadvantages can be linked easily. Be careful. Plus open mind plus periodic review plus one program not practicable. So study this together. Okay. Now these kind of questions very rarely in the exam they will ask. Only RTP May 24 has a question on this. That's your first new syllabus RTP. Give a sample of audit program. They have not asked in the exam, so don't be bothered about that. Right now, any questions pending here for us? 12th one, yes. 12th one, did we solve this? Yes, consideration to be kept in mind. Okay, right. This is your chapter number 2 ka revision. Now, any specific points you have for me to clarify, I'll give you 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Go through your entire chapter, see which point you need clarification for, and I shall clarify that. Don't worry, any question you have, you can ask. No problems. This document, I will forward it to one of the student here, put it in your group. Okay? Let everyone get the benefit of it.
Audit program is designed to provide audit everything.
Correct.
The points are basically evaluation of audit.
No, you have to, if when they say discuss on that, you have to tell how program will help you in getting the evidence. Like for example, program, when you are developing a program, objectives must be there. And there should be interrelation between the steps. It's a series of verification steps. Yes. So obviously the steps that you put, you should be able to get evidence keeping the transaction in the mind. Now only invoice is not an evidence for me. Like for example, here if you see, what is the first step? Check the sales invoice from available record. That means your invoice copy records is enough. From that I will pick some invoice. These invoice must be checked with what? Books. Now then verify this invoice with what? E-way bill. That means e-way bill must be generated. Trace this invoice into the stock records and accounts of buyers, that is your debtors ledger. So like this, if you see, invoice copy is an evidence. Right? Books of the concern is an evidence. E-way bill is an evidence. Stock record is an evidence. Debtors ledger is an evidence. Now if you see, there is a connection. Because we put up a program, we are getting evidence at each checkpoints. Correct? So keeping the transaction cycle in the mind, every checkpoint we have to cover in the program. So when we design a program, it is designed in such a way that it will give us evidence about the entire cycle.
Treatments of procedures.
Yes. Yes. Correct. Exactly. Garch, yes. Anything that you have to clarify, anything that you have to ask. This is your chapter number 2, strategy, planning and program. In fact, I will give you one more opportunity, the book back questions which are there. In that also, if you have any doubts, you can ask. Not a problem. Any questions for which you want clarification, including these questions, you can ask, no issues. So how many questions here I have marked as a heads up question? Question number 13, 12, 9, 8. That's it. Around 4 questions I have marked as a heads up question. In that, my pick is question number 13. Okay, my pick is question number 13, where majority chances are there for you to lose marks. Alright, so what you should do now, I don't know when they are going to release your mock paper ka answer key. When they release, see with the answer what they have given as suggested answers. Alright, I consider this is what are suggested answers, but let us wait for institute to give their mock paper ka answer key and then we will decide on it. Okay, this is your chapter number 2. Chapter number 2, strategy, planning and program. Okay, right. So now any doubts in chapter number 2 or chapter number 11? Chapter 1 done, 11 done, 2 done. Right now we are heading to chapter number 6, that is audit documentation. Now, if you see, audit documentation is a part of audit evidence only. Audit documentation is a part of audit evidence only. So, there is a chance of them asking you questions on audit documentation as well. Okay. Jan 26, 5 marks. May 26, 5 marks. Okay. Mock paper, if you see, May 26 mock paper series 1, May 26 mock paper series 2, September mock paper series 1. Consistently they have asked. Now September, looking at the trend, they want to maintain the consistency. So there are chances that they will ask. Now what are the areas that we have to focus on? Purpose of documentation, form, content and extent. Then you have audit file and assembly of audit file, documentation, and the last one is your audit documentation summary. Okay, audit documentation summary. Ownership comes under your assembly only, there only will be discussing that. Okay, but before I begin, let's take a break. Okay, let's take a break and then continue because of fuel. Okay, we'll put some fuel in my stomach. Chapter number 6, audit documentation. Okay, audit documentation. Now, first and foremost, definition or meaning of documentation. It's a record of 3 things. What are those? Remember the audit cycle, it's a record of 3 things. One is procedures performed, evidence obtained and conclusions reached. Now it's a order: procedure, evidence, conclusion. Okay, now what is the objective? Objective and nature both are same. What is the objective of putting up the documentation? Provides a record for the basis for my report, because in my report what do I give? Opinion. So when I give an opinion, when someone asks on what basis you give opinion, then documentation will help. Number 1. Number 2, It is an evidence that audit was planned and performed as per SA and applicable requirements. That means it is an evidence that I have done my work professionally. Okay. Nature also is same. What is the purpose? It will help in planning and performing the audit. Number 2, helps in direction and supervision. Number 3, accountability for future audits. 5th one, internal inspection, external inspection. Okay. So what is the point number 1, 2 and 3 is for the team. Okay. 4, 5, 6 is for the firm or auditor. So 3 things for the team, 3 things for the firm. 3 things for the team is what? Planning and performing, direction and supervision and review, and accountability. For firm, future, internal, external. Okay. Form, content and extent. Now what do you mean by form? Design. How it should look. Content, what must be there. Extent, how much documentation must be made. Now this you have to make keeping in mind one particular concept, that whenever an experienced auditor who has no connection with the audit, he should be able to understand without me being physically present. See, the way we write notes, the way we give module, the way we give material should be in such a way that tomorrow, even without teachers, you should be able to understand. That is a way of giving notes, right? That means what? Reducing the dependency on the auditor. So, how do we have to prepare? He should be able to understand 3 things. Whatever procedures we have performed, nature, timing, extent. What kind of procedures, when and how much. Number 2, results obtained and conclusions reached. Basically definition only. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. Clear? Not just conclusion, whatever significant judgments we have used, that also he'll be able to understand. He should be able to understand. Okay. Further, in documenting these procedures, what should I record specifically? Characteristics of items or matters tested. Meaning, probably when I document the datas, now I should write what kind of data I have chosen, based on what? Is it based on geography? Based on amount outstanding? Right? Based on credit policies? Based on bad debt? How have I chosen my datas? Number 2, who performed the work? Why? Why this point should I write? To understand the competence. So if the person who performed the audit is competent guy, then I'll be able to understand better. If the work is performed by an incompetent guy, then I may not be able to understand the work better. And date of such work, to understand whether it is old work or new work. Similarly, who reviewed the audit and date and extent of such review. Okay. So 3 things I have to understand. Characteristic, who performed the work, who reviewed the work with respective dates. Okay. RTP May 25, good question. Good question, be careful. Next, you should document discussions of significant matters with management and TCWG, and when and with whom discussion was taken place. Why? Why? Simple. Last year you were the auditor, this year I am the auditor. Now I should know with whom you went and discussed, so that I'll understand how you got that particular result, so that even I can go and talk to him only. Okay. Similarly, if you identify any information that is inconsistent with your final conclusion, how did you resolve that inconsistency? What does inconsistency means? Inconsistency means difference. Here, difference between information obtained and information was given. I mean, obtained is given only. Information which was given during my planning stage, and now what is the information given? If there is a difference between information, how did I resolve that particular difference? That also has to be noted down. Okay. Important question is this one. What are the factors that will help you in deciding form, content and extent? Number 1, size and complexity of entity. Meaning, if the entity is very complex, it will lead to more documentation or less documentation. Anything that is complex, we will lead in more work, more documentation. Size of the entity, bigger the entity, more the documentation. Smaller the entity, but again remember, small size but complex, more documentation. Right? Bigger entity but more common work. Bigger entity, more common work, lesser documentation depending upon the work. If the work is pretty common, sometimes we don't document because it's a very general rule that we assume. But if So we have to understand the complexity matter there. Size, of course, matters here, right? If there is a smaller size company but very complex business, then documentation will increase to understand the work. Now, how much we should document, that depends on you. Ultimate goal is what? The opposite party, when he reads, he should be able to understand how I have performed my work. Okay? Nature of procedures performed. What kind of procedures I have performed, or what kind of procedure I am going to perform based on that. Identified risk. If risk is high, more documentation, because procedure will be more. See, simple logic. If risk is high, procedure will be more. If procedure is more, evidence obtained will be more. If evidence obtained is more, documentation will be more. Okay. Then significance of evidence obtained. If any evidence is very important, will you document that or not? Example, original bank certificate versus passbook. Which one will you document? Original bank certificate. Why? That is more significant than bank passbook. Sir, external confirmation versus internal confirmation.
Depending upon the
Very good. Internal control system, if it is good, then internal control system is better. Otherwise, external control is better. Okay. Original or photocopy? That's what I'm telling you. Significance of evidence. What is more important, that you maintain more. Exceptions identified. Exceptions means what? Anomaly. Okay. Exceptions means what? Anomaly. Have you guys seen Spider-Man, the recent version? No? Unfortunately, then I can't give any example with respect to that. Okay. Now, if you have not watched, now anomaly means what? Exception basically, which is not a representative of population. Okay. So, any varieties of anomalies are there. General exceptions, we don't have to document. Specific exceptions, we have to document. Now, what are the specific exceptions? Those which we don't even expect to happen. Right? Different from the general rule. For example, so when we take up the classes, we generally have an anomaly in our mind that students will vary depending upon the timings. Right? Technically, if I have to be very honest, when I announced the batch saying I will take up at night, I honestly thought in my mind that okay, I'll have around 6 to 9 students. But when I saw in the class, it was more like an evening batch only. Correct? Now, for me, it was an anomaly. Why? Now, generally, how much I expected 8 to 10. Since it is late at night, people will not generally prefer. Now, that is the time which is available for me to take up the revision. Correct? So, for me, in my head, what? Okay, so many students will come, no problem for me. But when I saw, I'm like, okay, this is a batch only for me now. Right? So, I have to document that for me. Now, for others, it may not be an anomaly. So, what is an anomaly? What is not an anomaly depends from auditor to auditor. Understood? Right? Now, if you see Sunday Sales Marathon, you will have 120, 150 people in the class. 200 also will be there. Correct? Now, for him, it is not an anomaly. If we see, now that's what I'm telling you, it's judgment based. Are you getting my point? Same logic. Next, need to document a conclusion which is not readily determinable from the documentation obtained. So, I have the documents, but there is something beyond that. The judgment, the calculations, the way you connect the concepts, that has to be documented because, sir, document is available, but the calculations are not available. A new person will never be able to understand how did I reach there. Here, I will give you the directions, but when, where, how, that is not documented. See, opposite person will never understand my work. Okay. Then methodology and tools used. What kind of methods? There are numerous methods. What kind of methods should we use? And there are numerous tools. So, what kind of software I have used? How have I used? If I document that, the opposite person will be able to understand my work better. Therefore, my quality will be able to understand. Got it? Yes. Now, this is your form content and extent. Documentation is not a substitute for accounting records. One MCQ, you have to be careful here. Okay. When should I prepare documentation, sir? During the work or after the work? Which is more effective? During the work. Why? During the work only, your flow will be there. You'll be able to analyze and judge better than after the work. Okay, sir. Audit, file and assembly. One of the most important topic in chapter 11 and chapter 6. Now, what do you mean by assembly? Arrangement. Assembly is nothing but arrangement of documentation. Now, when you should arrange, there is a time limit. Within 60 days from the date of auditor's report, you have to finish your assembly. After 60 days, you cannot assemble any documentation. Number one. Number two, for how long I should retain this? 7 years again from the date of auditor's report. But technically, there is a small conceptual clarity you should have. Now, 7 years includes 60 days. That 7 years is an inclusive of 6 days from date of audit report. So technically, you get how many days for retention? 7 years minus 6 days is what you get for retention. Okay. Now imagine audit report was signed on 31st May. When does your 60th day end? 31st May is the audit report signing date. June 30, July 30. So as on 30th July, from there retention starts. Or 31st May I signed, 1st June I finished my assembly. 7 years starts from 1st June or 30th July. Huh? 1st June or 30th July? 31st? Very good. 31st May. 7 years starts from 31st May. But conceptually, if you see, retention means what? To retain, there should be something. To retain, there should be something. That should be only giving me 60 days. So, although you start from 31st May, if I document only on 30th July, that 59 days, I don't have anything to retain in the first place. Yeah, I'm just giving you more clarity on that 7 years and 6 days. Remember that 7 years is inclusive of 60 days. Okay, right, sir. Now, what do you mean by audit file? More than one folder of storage media where you comprise of all the documentation for a specific engagement. Meaning what? For separate engagement, separate file must be maintained, or one file for all engagement. Separate file for separate engagement. Clear? Then, sir, what is not allowed and what is allowed? That is a most important thing in your SA 230. Okay, assembly does not involve performance of procedure. Admin changes can be made during the assembly stage. What does admin changes means? Clerical work. Clear? Then sorting the duplicate documentation. Collation of documentation. What is collation of documentation? Arranging them in date wise, paper size wise, chronological order. These things all are allowed, but new evidence not allowed. Clear? Sir, my question to you. This is a conceptual question. New evidence, when is it not allowed? After assembly or before assembly or during assembly? Very good. Very good. The day you sign your audit report, your responsibility ends. If you remember, signing audit report means you are giving an opinion. Opinion cannot be given without evidence. After giving opinion, what evidence you are getting? Are you getting my point? So you cannot obtain any new evidence after audit report date, but existing evidence you can document during the assembly stage. Clear? Be careful there. Alright. Then changes may be made to documentation during the final assembly, but do not discard or dispose anything before the end of retention period. And what is the retention period? 7 years from the date of audit report. Now I want to discuss straight away ownership first. Whose ownership is the documentation? Firm or auditors? Okay, so can the firm or auditor give it to others? They can give, but it is their discretion. If they want, they can give only under 3 scenarios. Which are those? Which are those? Which are those? Required by law? Loose tools. We are talking about confidentiality there. This and that has no connection. This and that has no connection here. This is my working papers. That is information given by client. These are my working papers that I am talking about. My working papers are my ownership. This I can give whenever and to whoever I want. But ensure that you are not undermining the validity of the work. Confidentiality, when I am talking, it includes all information specifically given by the client under trust relationship. Based on trust, you share that information with me. I should not share that with others. But my working papers, I can share it with others. Combining this and confidentiality, I can test you in the exam. Be careful with respect to that. Remember, audit documentation is what? My property. Evidence, procedure, conclusion, mine. Confidentiality, information given by the client. Be careful. Okay, sir. Now, completion memorandum. Completion memorandum or documentation summary. My gut feeling, this is a very good question. Okay. What is this completion memorandum summary, sir? Sir, audit will go for months at times. So obviously we'll have tons of working papers. Now you think in that whatever file that you are having, 1000 page, 2000 page, whatever file you are having, can we understand everything through that? No, we need a summary. Just like how we have regular class, we have revision. We have revision notes. Now, why do we have revision notes? Correct. Now, why do we have that? You have a regular book. Now, why do you want a short note? Sir, basically that 1.5 days before your audit exam, there I can't sit and study 800,000 page book. No. Therefore, we require a short note. Now, in that short note, what will you write? Everything that is in the textbook? No, only that is keywords, key phrases, important questions, etc. You will write. Same logic here in audit documentation summary or completion memorandum. What do we write? We write only important, necessary things. Okay. You may consider it helpful to prepare and written as a part of summary documentation a summary that describes two things: significant matters identified and how they were addressed. How they were addressed means what? How they were solved or managed. Okay. Such a summary may facilitate effective and efficient review and inspection of the documentation, specifically for which audits? Large. For small audits, what short notes you are preparing? Example, now documentation chapter. Chapter only is for 4 pages. What summary you will prepare? Still will prepare. That is different. Sometimes chapter itself is like a summary. There is no point in preparing for smaller audits. They said specifically for large and complex audit, it is more helpful. The preparation of such a summary may assist the auditor's consideration of the significant matters. It may also help the auditor to consider whether there is any individual objective that I cannot achieve that will prevent me from achieving the overall objectives. Now, why I should document this part? Okay, why I should document? Why should I document that particular relevant essay objective which is stopping me from achieving overall objective? So that when you document, now see, look at this scenario. I am not following essay. This is a case where I am not following that essay. I am prioritizing the overall objectives more than following a relevant essay. Now, why I should document this? When I document this, the reasons people will know. Now, I don't care about whether people knowing or not. ICA says, see, we make standards, but we are also humans. So, we may tend to make mistakes in that. You may have a better idea, but when you keep documenting it, a lot of people are not following this essay and everyone are documenting. Now, it will come to my attention. So, tomorrow when ICA checks, they get to know that this is a problem. Because of this essay, you are not able to achieve the overall objective. Helps me in amending that essay. Like getting my one, keeping the practical scenario in the mind, I might end up amending that essay. Example, you see essay 700 series. It is revised from the previous version of standard. Why they should revise? Because there is a requirement. The requirement changes automatically, amendments will happen. Okay, so basically it will help ICA also to amend. Alright, this is one thing which I am expecting in your paper. Okay, now I might be wrong. It's just what I am feeling. I might, it might come or it may not come. It's just that I am expecting that particular thing in the paper. Next is documentation of two things: significant matters and professional judgment. What is significant matters means? Anything that is important. But anything that is important, can I say it is subjective? What is important, what is not important? Can I say it is subjective? 100% yes. Therefore, step number 1. What is important? You should have an objective view. What is objective view?
Unbiased.
Unbiased. Clear. Number 2. Whatever is important is nothing but a professional judgment. Okay. But what does that matter generally which give rise to significant risks? Number one, any procedures that indicates financial statements could be materially missed. Example, you went and checked the documentation, the recording was wrong. 10,000 was recorded as 1,000. Now, because of this result, you found out that financial statements are materially misstated. You can document that and you can document saying the sales invoice will be misstated regularly by the client. Number two, you need to revise your risk assessment and you need to revise the response to the risk. Now, when do you revise the risk? When the risk is more or when the risk is less? Okay, now I'm asking again, when do you actually change the risk? When the risk is more or when the risk is less? Revise the risk. When do you revise the risk? One by one. Yes? Okay. Okay, so my question is, are we changing this because the risk is increasing or because the risk is decreasing? Very good. It is both. Because they said revise the previous assessment of risk. Revise, they said. Now, revision can be both increase or decrease. Are you getting my point? So, last time when you planned the audit, you thought risk is less. Now you got to know risk is high. Change in risk assessment. If risk assessment changes, procedure also should change. Last time or during planning, you assessed the risk was high. You got to know the risk is low. Again, revision of risk. Therefore, response also will change. Now, you have to document why. Something made you change the risk, no? What made you change that risk? That what has to be documented. Understood? I repeat, the reason why you changed your risk assessment and the reason why you change your responses, that reason has to be documented very, very clearly. Okay. Second one, circumstances that made you put procedures with great difficulty. Now see, generally we don't find any difficulty in putting up some procedures, but if there is a process where it is making us difficult to put up the procedures from regular times, like normally when I ask the management, in 2 days they'll give me sales invoice, but in this case they're taking more than 2 months. Now I need to document and keep why. It's a circumstance where it caused me significant difficulty, not normal difficulty. Normal difficulty, not a problem. But if there is a significant difficulty in applying necessary procedures, not optional, necessary procedure, that I have to document and keep. Okay. Example. Management taking significant time to authorize external confirmation. External confirmation. See, you will never remember things which are normal. You will remember only those abnormal things and unusual things. Understood? Now imagine every day you are studying normally, you are able to study. But there is one day where no matter how much you are studying, you are putting extra effort, still you are not remembering. Won't you remember that day? Yes or no? Now you will tell, sir, every day I study, but this one day I was trying, still I was not able to study. Now that why you are not able to study, that has to be documented. Why? Next time when you are studying, you can address that issue first. The documentation is very simple. You maintain documentation so that it doesn't happen next time. Or we can handle it easy. Okay. Then, findings that would result in a modification of opinion. Reasons why modified opinion was given. Document the reasons. Why modified opinion was given. Okay. Now, these are the 3 things those are the matters which give rise to significant risk. Now, what is significant documentation of judgments are now? What we should document? judgment. Very difficult to document actually. In fact, if I have to tell, this is that one part which is very difficult to document. Why? Judgment cannot be formulated. It's not a formula. It's not that if this is there, this is what we are supposed to do. It's totally our judgmental call. Clear? So we have to understand whether judgment documentation is required or not. The answer is yes. Why? Without judgment, can there be an audit? Without professional judgment, can there be an audit? The answer is no. Therefore, what are the things that we have to document? Three things. The rationale for conclusion when a requirement provides that you have to consider certain information or factor as significant. Imagine some law, some standard tells you that as per auditor's judgment, he has to consider certain information as important, certain factors as important. Nothing they will tell you. Now it is your judgment to consider which information is important. Now that can be changing from person to person. Document and keep. Document that why did you consider this information as important and why this other CA has considered his information is important. Why? Evidence. Next, basis for your conclusion on reasonableness of judgments. Example, management judgments. Now, on what basis you told management judgment is valid? On what basis you told management judgment is invalid? Right? Example, provision for debts, provision for taxation, right? Estimates, all of these if you consider reasonable, on what basis you have told it is reasonable, that basis you have to document and keep. Third one, basis for conclusion of authenticity of document. Whether a document is authentic or not, on what basis you decided, that basis you have to document and keep. So basically it's a documentation of basis only. One is what? Basis of significance. Second is what? Basis of reasonableness. Third one, basis of authenticity. Reasonableness of judgment, significance of matter or information, and authenticity of documentation. Clear? This is your documentation of significant judgment. Important question. Be careful in the exams. Okay? Right. Let's go through some questions on this. First one, read. We have seen this in the regular class also. Very similar question we had seen. Correct? What is happening here? When did the audit get completed? Signing the report on 15th September. So from 15th September, it should be 60 days. That is 15 days in September, 30 days in October. Sorry, 31 days in October. So 31 plus 15 is how much? 46. 14 days in November. So on or before 14th November, you should have finished your assembly. When did you finish? Super. When the partner became aware of this, he called a meeting of staff and discussed policies and procedures for timely completion, changes to documentation and grid of retention, explain various points discussed by the partner with reference to standards on auditing. Which standard? SA 230. Timely, first of all, timely completion of audit file. When? 6 days. Changes to documentation. What changes can be done? Administrative changes. Period of retention. How many years? 7 years. From what date? Understood. Yes or no? So this is how you are supposed to explain in the answer one by one. So you can give heading as point number A and write timely completion of audit files under that pointers you give. Presentation is very important. Then point number B you tell changes of documentation and under that point number ABC you give. Then period of retention under that you give ABC. Clear? Yes, sir. Easy question. Yes. Second one. Clear cut. What is the requirement? Explain the purpose served by documentation. What is the purpose served by documentation? Three things for a team, three things for firm. What is for the team? Plan and perform, direct review, DRS, direct review, supervise, accountable. For firm, future audits, internal inspection, external inspection. Third one, correct, completion of audit. So technically, what do we write in completion of audit summary or completion summary? Significant matters, how it was, a test. Now, don't write only those 2 points. That entire short note you have to write. Next, fourth one. Which items need not to be included in the documentation and whether the firm is obliged to provide the documentation to the client. Which one need not be included? Inferior, correct, superseded documentation, duplicate copies, draft reports or draft copies, these things all should not be there. Should I give it to my client? Ownership concept this is. It's my discretion. If I want, I can give, but provided when I'm sharing, it shouldn't undermine the validity of the work performed. Good. Next. Fifth one. Examples of significant matters. That is, matters giving rise to significant risks. Number one, results of procedures, circumstances, and 3 points are there. Yes, findings. Clear? Those 3 points you have to hit. 3 marks. But they have given how many marks? 5 marks for that. Okay, next. But see here, one thing what I like about this question is important factor in determining is the documentation of significant matters is the extent of professional judgment. They have given judgment here, so a student can get confused saying, sir, for this only 3 points are there. Why would they give 5 marks? Therefore, they will end up writing documentation of significant judgment also. The question is only on what? Significant matters. But if you end up writing significant judgment, you will not get minus marks, but you will not get any marks for that anyway. So time waste, energy waste, ink waste. So better don't write. Look at the requirement and then execute it. Sixth one. Clearly they have given now. Objective and describe the, what is it? Both are same only, no? But still you have to write separately. Okay, still you have to write separately. 4 marks for that. But is it a case or direct? Direct or case? Direct or case? Case. This is where you have to understand. In the context of above means what? Keeping the case in the mind, you explain. If this was not the straight away, they would have told, explain the objective, then it is a direct question for us. So read the case first and then explain. What are they saying? It's a listed manufacturing company. The CAP conducted the audit of financial statements for the year 31st March 25. So financial year 24-25. During the course of audit, he and his team performed various procedures relating to revenue recognition, inventory valuation, verification of fixed assets. However, while reviewing the files, it was observed that the working papers prepared by the team were incomplete and lacked clear documentation explaining the basis for certain conclusions. A junior member of the team questioned CAP regarding the purpose and objective and how such documentation supports the report and compliance with the standards. In the context of the above, explain the objective in preparing the documentation, describing the nature. So basically what is happening here, the junior is asking me, why should we prepare documentation? So tell him that we need to prepare documentation because it serves as an evidence for my conclusion It is also evidence that I have planned and performed my audit properly. Same thing with nature. Then conclusion way, you have to write. So this will help us in reduction of liability. Yes, it is an evidence that our effectiveness was maintained, our professionalism was maintained. So nice conclusion you have to write on this. Good question. Good question. I would recommend you to go through May 26 series 1 ka answer. Seventh one. What's the answer? They're saying generally he retains file for the client for 4 years from audit report date. Validity. Valid and invalid. Now this is you tell me first of all. Now you know it is chapter 6 question. But where is the hint that this is chapter 6 question? It can be excuse, you know. Retains? No, retention of audit file, isn't it given in chapter 7? Chapter 11, SQC? Huh?
There is no other time which is.
This is where chapter 6 is hinted at. Okay. Then they said he started preparing various documentation and kept those documentation in various folders. What does documentation means? One or more folders. Preparing documentation as well as audit file in paper form because he believed that it is mandatory. Complete documentation as well as assembling of file. See, assembling of file is there in chapter 6 also, chapter 11 also. So here what they're telling after, this itself is wrong, correct? So for how many years he should retain? 7 years, but within how many days he should finish? 60 days. That's it, chapter number, or question number 7. But requirement is on what? Validity of the action. Now action means two things are there. One is 3 months and one more is for 4 years. So both are wrong in this case. Okay, 8th one. Clearly they have given no factors determining. What are the factors? Now here, don't write this. Don't write this. Write this. Size and complexity, nature of procedures performed, risks identified, importance of evidence, exceptions, documenting a conclusion, and methodology and tools. Okay. Right. So if you see, more questions are revolving around where? FCE, audit file and assembly. Okay. And an exceptional question is your completion summary. Okay. So keep completion summary in the mind. Please keep it in the mind. It can be asked in the exam. Okay. 4-5 concepts. So study properly, which can give you 4 marks easy. Okay. This is your chapter number 6. I'll give you 2 minutes. Go through that once. Sorry?
Is it case-based? Because it says...
They said in the light of the above facts, explain the factors. So explain whatever is given in the factor. At the end, you conclude with the case. Quickly go through that and then let us move on.
Documenting, you told right that the characteristics have to be documented and move forward to it. in who performed it, knowing about his competence, what will the other person? Because he's anyway looking at the audit procedures or audit evidence that is.
See, thing is, let us say now, this year I am doing the audit. Last year you did the audit. Now, in your file, if you have noted down who performed the work, was it performed by a professional or was it performed by a non-qualified staff? If it was performed by a non-qualified staff, this year, when I read the documentation, I will get to know that I should not rely on that. So, in that area, I have to work more. In the area where if it's a professionally qualified work, then I know I can use that particular evidence. Because if you remember in audit, we also have one concept where we can use the same evidence what we obtained in previous audits. Right? Now that's why I'm checking the relevance. Who performed it? Now if you come and tell, imagine someone comes and tells me, sir, this is an important question list. Now first question I will ask is who gave you? If you say, sir, my friend gave you. But if imagine you come and tell me, sir, institute gave in their website. Now I can consider that as relevant. So technically my job for that much extent reduced. Understood? That's why I want to know who did this. Competence. Now next we'll move on to reporting chapter. Okay, that is SA 700 series, joint audit, branch audit, Caro and all those things. Alright, we'll discuss the entire concept first. Questions, we may take it in the evening sessions as well. Alright, we'll finish off the concept first, which is a very important chapter. You can expect a good weightage in that chapter in the exams. Right. Chapter number 8, audit report. Now, this chapter you have to study in two parts. Those who do not know, you have to study in two parts. Part number 1 is reporting standard parts, that is 700, 701, 705, 706, 7105. Okay. Then comes the second part of the chapter, that is the other standards, that is joint audit, branch and section 143 and Caro. Right. So this comes under chapter 8b and this comes under chapter 8a. Okay. Now let's talk about the first and most important topic of this chapter, that is 8a, SA 700 series. Logic. Who is responsible for preparation of FS? Management. Who is responsible for ICS maintenance? Who is responsible for ICS implementation? Management only. So everything is their responsibility. What are we doing then? We are verifying whether it is properly done or not. Right? Now, 700 is a mother standard for reporting. Very, very, very important standard for reporting. Whether you give general report or special report, you have to have these elements which is mentioned in SA 700. What is my objective of the standard? Objective is very simple: to form an opinion and to give a conclusion. Okay, and finally to express that opinion through a written report. Now, before I give an opinion, I have to conclude on three things. What are those? Whether, because if psi is not obtained, can I conclude? There is no conclusion given. Can you tell company is good? No. Can you tell company is bad? No, sir. So psi is very, very important. Number one. Number two, uncorrected misstatements, whether they are material or not. If it is material, it will affect. If it is immaterial, it will not affect. Then we have to evaluate certain specific things. Now, what are those evaluations? Those evaluations, number one, qualitative aspects of the accounting practices. What do you mean by, what is the difference between accounting practice and accounting policy? Okay.
Which has to be followed. Practices is the way
Accounting policy is rules, regulations that is given by the standards, and accounting practice means what? Is how we follow. Yes, how we read, how we understand, and how we follow. For example, ArivuPro classes. Regular class timings they will tell, let's say 7:30 to 12:30. It's a policy. Now, how we conduct the class is practice. Right? Now, do we give 3 breaks? Do we give 4 breaks? Do we give 1 break? These are all practice. Do we allow you to eat in the class? Practice. Do we allow you to use phone in the class? Practice. Now, these all come under practice. How you utilize that policy, how you maneuver that policy, and how you execute that particular policy is called as accounting practice. Now they say you have to account the transactions. Now when do you account the transaction? Once in a week, practice. Once in 10 days, practice. Every day, practice. So accounting practice is how we execute the policies, and policies are what you are supposed to execute. Okay. So we have to check about their practice. Policy we need not check. We will, but we do not bother about it because policy is given by the respective standards. But how the practice is conducted, that we have to evaluate. Number 1, management make a number of judgments. We need to evaluate their judgments. Example. AS 29 says you have to create a provision. Now, how you are creating a provision? When you are creating a provision, at what point of time? Accounting practice. So we have to judge that. Number 1. Number 2. SA 260 will give you more clarity on that. What is SA 260? Communication with TCWG. When you communicate with the TCWG, what will happen? We will get to know, or they will get to know about what is happening in the audit. So from there only we can take and put it here. In considering the qualitative aspect, you may become aware of management bias. Can management be ever be biased, sir? Is there a possibility?
Yes.
Yes, sir. When?
Even by creating provisions.
No. When the bias will come to their mind? RP. These are situations. My question is when? When it is more beneficial to them. Okay. Now in financial management, FM, those who are done with FM, you will have one concept called as profit maximization concept. Now, profit maximization means what? By utilizing the available resources, you have to, there are 2 things. One is called profit maximization, one is called wealth maximization. 2 different concepts. Now, profit maximization when I am doing, I need to ensure that my profit is increasing, but in a good way, not in a bad or a wrong way. Now, imagine they are increasing the profits by reducing the provisions. Possible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. But the scenario says you have to create more provision, but you are not creating more provision. Why? You are biased towards what? Profits. Because what if your commission is attached to the profits? What if the company's policy is that manager's remuneration is 10% of profits? You will be focused on what? Increasing the profit. So there are indications where there can be bias. Now, what are such indications? Number 1. Selective correction of misstatements. I will give you 100 misstatements, but you are correcting only 10 or 20 out of it. Why? Go and ask them. Selective correction is always a sign of bias. Number 2, possible bias in accounting estimates. This is one area where fraud can easily be conducted. Accounting estimates. Then specific evaluation like what? Have you disclosed accounting policies and have you applied accounting policies? Number 2, is it consistent? Number 3, estimates are reasonable. Number 4, information should be relevant, reliable, comparable. So whatever information you have given, relevant financial year information from reliable source which can be compared with previous year, which is understandable as well. Then provide adequate disclosure to ensure that the information conveyed in the financial statement is proper. Terminology used. What is terminology means? Wordings. Language that you used. Okay. When the financial statements are prepared as per fair presentation framework. Now there are two frameworks. One is called compliance framework. One is called fair presentation framework. What is compliance framework? Compliance framework means prepare. What is framework, by the way? Set of rules and regulations. Compliance framework means what?
It's based on the laws.
I'll give a statement, analyze and answer. Financial statements are prepared as per compliance framework. Means the financial statements are prepared according to what law has told. Nothing more, nothing less. So here we are not using our brain. Here we are not bothered about fair. Here we are bothered about what? Correct. Whether it is as per law or not. Now, for example, imagine now yesterday we took a revision session from 8 to 10, but technically we went beyond 10. Yes. Now, if it is a compliance framework, then what? The moment 10 o'clock hits, stop. Sir, but the topic is in between. That is not my problem. But if it is a fair presentation, even if it is 10, I have to go beyond that to complete the topic and end. That is called fair presentation. Right? So, sometimes we leave early also. Why? Fair enough, sir. Because if we start now, it will go beyond the scheduled time. Understood? Clear? So, there is something called as compliance framework. Compliance framework is according to the law, whether we have prepared financials or not. What does fair presentation means? Compliance plus
True and fair review.
additional disclosure we give even though the law has not asked us to. Then why are you giving, sir?
Giving a true and fair review.
Why?
So that it is more reliable.
What is more reliable?
So,
But even if you follow the law, it is good, no?
but certain disclosures the law may not require.
Huh.
When we disclose it, it will be like
But why?
the information is more clear. No.
Okay. See, when you give more information, nothing wrong in that. But you should not give less information. If you give more information, the results is more clearer, the decision can be taken better. Are you getting my point? So, true and fair view is nothing but we do compliance framework, but in addition to compliance framework, we give more disclosure. Even though the law has not asked us, because investors are more important than the law. Okay, so what we should tell them, we can tell them extra, but do not tell them anything short. If law has told tell 10, you can tell 15, but you shouldn't tell less than 10. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Now, if you are preparing as per fair presentation, in India, do we follow compliance framework or fair presentation? In India, do we comply with or do we follow compliance framework or fair presentation framework? Tell me. What do we follow? Both we follow? Both we follow? Yes, we follow both because it is based on requirement, situation. If the bank says, sir, I don't want fair presentation, I want only compliance, then we prepare compliance. But if the investor says, no, I want more, then we prepare fair. But general purpose financial statements is prepared based on fair presentation. Clear? So GPFS and SPFS we have. General purpose financials, special purpose or specific purpose financials. We prepare based on what is required. Right? But more often than not, GPFS is prepared on fair presentation frameworks. Now, how do we know whether it is a fair presentation or general framework? The words. If the word in the report used as true and fair, then it is fair presentation. If true and fair is not there, they say comply with the Companies Act, then it is called, or meet the requirements of the Act, compliance framework. But if they use a word true and fair view or present fairly, then it is called as fair presentation work. Understood? Okay, sir. Now, in case if you are giving fair presentation framework, if you are preparing based on that, then the evaluation should be what? Should include consideration of whether the overall presentation structure and content are achieving fair presentation, and whatever notes, financial statements and the transactions and events, you should be recording in such a way that it achieves fair presentation. Now, what is fair depends on the company to company, clients to client. Okay. Example. Question. I am going to have an uncertainty next year. I know that today. I am going to have an uncertainty next year. I know it today. Should I disclose that in the notes? Which law tells me that?
If you wish to give your investors the
Going concern says minimum 12 months. So no problem in minimum 12 months. I have 15th month, I have a certain uncertainty. Should I disclose this in the FS?
it is not required by law,
Uh,
but if you wish to give your investors a better view,
Now, if I wish to give investors a better view of my financials or upcoming tenure, it is better if I disclose it. But if I decide, no, it's okay. Because law says only 12 months, I will stick to 12 months. That kind of framework is compliance framework. Now, we will understand the framework and then we test how you have prepared your FS. Is that clear? Got it? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Right. Now, for this, no, I have a nice example. Just now in the break, I experienced it. One student came and asked, sir, why are you like this? I was surprised. So I asked, why am I like this means what? No, sir, you come, you teach, you go. But there are faculties who will come, teach and talk to other batch students as well. You don't talk to other batch students. Why? Compliance framework. What is my work? I asked a student, why am I appointed? To teach. Am I doing that job? Yes. Compliance framework. Fair representation. Going beyond compliance framework. Clear? So I told, my work is what? To come, teach and then go. To my students I'm talking. Correct, sir? To your students you talk. But to other students you're not talking. Not fair enough for me. Understood? So compliance means what? What the law has told, we are following that. We don't go left, we don't go right. Fair representation to achieve the objective. We may go left also, we may go right also. At the end, we have to reach the objective. Understood? So extra disclosure giving, fair representation, exactly what law has told. Compliance. Okay? Two kinds of financial statements we prepare, GPFS and SPFS. In your syllabus, SPFS is not there only, GPFS is there. Okay? What does this GPFS means? Given to a wide range of users, not to a specific users. SPFS is what? Given to a specific users like banks, investors, creditors, etc. Okay? Right, sir. Now, what kind of opinion we have? Two kinds of opinion we have. One is modified opinion, one is unmodified opinion. What does unmodified opinion mean?
where the financial statements are free from material.
Unmodified opinion means the best opinion a company can ever get. That is, the financial statements are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error. Okay, sir. My question to you, that means when I am checking in the financial statement, should I check whether fraud is there or should I check whether error is there? Which one I should check? It should not be there.
You should have assumptions.
Not assumption. When I am checking, what I should ensure? Fraud should not be there or error should not be there? Huh? What should not be there? Both should not be there. Fraud also should not be there. Error also should not be there. Loose tools, whether fraud or error, both will affect the users, no? And if you're telling fraud should not be there, sir, error can be there. Not a problem. Now, by mistake, capital expense has been gone to revenue. By mistake, no problem. Did you do it intentionally? No, sir, by mistake. Okay, no problem. Let it be there only. Your profit is anyway understated now. Whether fraud or error, effect is still the same. Are you getting my point? Whether you're a professional killer or self-defense, you killed someone, will that person get up and come now? No. Effect is murdered? No. Same logic, whether fraud or whether error. Because of these both, financials are misstated anyway. Therefore, it has to be rectified. Understood? Yes. Okay, sir. What is modified opinion? Ulta, where financial statements are not given proper attention. That means there is material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Which is worse? Fraud is worse. Okay. Which is the worst opinion a company can get? What is disclaimer of opinion?
Not giving opinions. There is no
Disclaiming an opinion, not having an opinion.
evidence is not.
My question to you, When do we give disclaimer of opinion? When there is no evidence obtained. When there is no sai, we give disclaimer of opinion. Okay, sir. இப்போதான் நாங்க படிச்சோம். Just now we studied that to give an opinion, sai must be there. Here only. Here only. Whether sai has been obtained, the conclusion shall take into account whether sai has been obtained or not. Then how can we give disclaimer? Sir, disclaimer is still a conclusion. Silence is still a language. Yes, absence of evidence is still an evidence. So here we have to conclude whether we have obtained sai or not. So if you have obtained, conclusion, opinion will be different. If you have not obtained, opinion will still be different. So in both cases, we will end up giving what? Opinion. Understood? Okay, sir. Right. Now, what are the modifications? 3 modifications we have. One is qualified, adverse, disclaimer. Okay. And then we have unmodified opinion. Okay. Which is the best? Which is the worst? What do you mean by qualified then? What is qualified?
Statements are there, but it's not pervasive.
Very good. There are misstatements. What kind of misstatements? Material or immaterial? That is very hard to understand. Clear? Misstatements only if it is material we give modification. If the misstatement is immaterial, we don't even come to modification. Misstatements are material anyway, but the only call is with respect to pervasiveness. If it is not pervasive, then qualified opinion. Whether I have obtained evidence or not. When do we give adverse? Misstatements are material, we have evidence, and it is pervasive. Then only you will give adverse. When do you give disclaimer? No evidence, misstatement is anyway material, and I assume it is pervasive. Therefore, I give disclaimer of opinion. Understood? Okay. Now, what are the elements of the report? Now, this is a surprise revision which I did not tell you that today I am going to do chapter number 8. Correct? Now, that's the reason why I like surprises. Without looking at the book, okay, without looking at the book, try to recollect all elements of the report. Because in regular class, read practically. I showed you the report clearly of a specific listed company and we read paras as well and I painted in front of you. Okay. Now, without reading the book, how many ever elements you can, in an order you have to try and recollect it. What is the first element? Second element? Okay. 2 elements are done from the screen. Now tell the third one. Opinion. Fourth one. Now, simple. Opinion one the next para should be basis for opinion. Fifth one. Don't see. Going concern. And I told you going concern you will never see in a report unless and until there is a going concern problem. Vodafone we had checked. Vodafone Idea's report we had clearly checked and I had explained the entire case. AGR dues, spectrum fees, right? Where section number 62 subsection 4 of law was executed by company, right? Okay, 5th one is going concern. 6th one, key audit matters. Very good. 7th one,
Financial statement responsibility.
Responsibility of management. 8th one, their responsibility, my responsibility. 9th one, my responsibility I have told no. Clue that only. 9th one. 9th one, location of that para. Where you have to put that responsibility para because it's a very big para. Should we put it in the report as an appendix or website? Okay. Then 10th one. 10th one. 10th one. Now, how many things are left now? Signature is left. Place is left. Date is left. Correct? So 10th one is what? Come on. Don't know. 11th one. 12th one. 13th one. Now see, this is where elements are easy, but you are not able to recollect it. Okay. Have a look at this. 10th one is what? Caro. Other reporting responsibility. 11th one, signature, place of signature, date of report. Is it clear? Okay. Quickly, without seeing, let's again go through that. Element number 1. I will not help you in any element. Element number 2. Element number 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. Location of what? Auditor's responsibility para. 10. Other reporting responsibility. 11. 12. What location? Signature location. 13. Understood. Clear. In that, tell me which options are, now these all are conceptually I'm asking, which options are optional? Going concern is option. And then, are you sure key audit matter? For listed company, key audit matter is mandatory. Understood? Yes. Okay. Now, which are the 2 paragraphs which are not there in the basic elements? Very good. Emphasis of matter and other matter paragraph. Okay, where should we put this para? Where exactly? In the basis of? Before basis of? Or after basis? Surprise, surprise. Where should we put this EON para? Not there in the book. Don't even think of flipping the page, not there in the book. For this, you should have attended the classes first. Properly. You know why? Because we had read a report. I had given practical reports in the class and I showed you where EOM is placed. EOM, you should never place it before basis. Clear? It is always after basis for opinion para. It can be before KM, no problem. It can be before going concern, no problem. But it can never ever be before basis. Clear? Opinion, basis for opinion for sure. After that you can put your EOM. Other matter even later you can put, not a problem. Understood? After other responsibilities also you can put other matter paragraph, no problem. But never ever before basis for opinion para. Remember this. Okay? So first 4 elements are fixed. Title, addressee, opinion, basis for opinion. Understood? Okay, what should be the title? Independent Auditors Report. Who is the addressee? Users, the one who has appointed us, to whom we are going to give the report. Chapter 1 concept. Clear? Then what should be there in the opinion para? How do I identify whether an opinion is modified or unmodified?
Based on the title.
How? I don't know. Tell me. Very good. If the para says only opinion word, it is unmodified opinion. Modified means, if it is qualified, what will be mentioned? Qualified opinion. If it is adverse, disclaimer. Okay. So with that SA 705 also I am covering. What should be there in that opinion para? We have audited the financial statements. Individually you have to notify the name, balance sheet, P&L, CFS, etc. Period should I mention or date should I mention? Period also you can mention. Date also you can mention. Should I disclose the name of the entity? Yes, sir. Should I put my opinion there? That is a entire paragraph. Yes or no? Yes, sir. What should be there in the basis for opinion?
That the financial statement.
Why did you give that particular opinion? Okay, the explanation of your opinion should be given where?
Basis.
In the basis. Okay, right, sir. Next, what is management's responsibility? Oh, by the way, before I go to that particular para, why going concern is optional? Very good. It's an assumption that we take that every entity has going concern. So what is notified there? Only the problems, if it is there, we notify. Right? Whenever every human being is born, we assume that this human being will stay alive for X number of years. Understood? We never say, take 10-year expiry baby. No, we never have that kind of assumptions. It's an assumption that we will continue for a foreseeable future. But if there is a problem, we have to mention specifically in the report. That is why in most companies you will never see going concern para in the report. Why? It's an assumption. But who should tell that there is going concern? Other very important. Who should tell going concern is there? Is it management or auditor? Is it management or auditor? Management. Definitely. Yes. Are you sure? It is not me. It's management? For sure, sir. In management board of directors report, they should tell whether going concern is viable or not. If there is a problem in my report, I have to tell. Okay. Then key audit matter. What should be there in the key audit matter? Now, who decides what is significant? Auditor. So, from where do you pick key audit matters? Very good. SA 260. From the matters that we have communicated with TCWG, from there we can pick key audit matters number 1. Number 2, apart from that also we can include any other matters which is discussed with TCWG. You can straight away put it here, not a problem. But given under SA 701. Okay, but conceptually one question. Can I include key audit matter as a substitute for a few things? Which are those? Number 1. If it is management's duty, if it is a management's duty to disclose some things, I cannot disclose as a KM until it is a substitute. I can disclose under KM, but it is an option. Second, any matter that gave rise to modification. Why? Anything that give rise to modification, it should come under basis for opinion para. Very good. Third one, going concern. Why? Again, separate para is there. Understood? For certain areas there, SA 701 you cannot apply. Important question in SA 701, we'll anyway discuss it. Then, management's responsibility for preparing financial statements. What is the responsibility? Preparing FS as per applicable financial reporting framework and internal control system and going concern assumption. Whose problem? My problem also, their problem also. But whose responsibility? What we should do then? Check whether their assumption is better or not, reasonable or not. Okay, why? Sometimes overconfidence will be there. Nothing will happen to my company. No care. Right? Overconfidence will be there, which will lead to destruction. So it's my responsibility to verify whether the assumptions that you have taken is appropriate or not. Okay, that's your 7th point. What is my responsibility now? Objective, right? And I can only give what assurance? Reasonable assurance. Misstatement can arise from fraud or error. Then what is my other responsibility? Exercising professional judgment, maintaining professional skepticism, identifying risk and evaluating the risk, performing procedures, obtaining evidence. Then fraud is always higher than error. The risk of fraud is always higher than risk of error. Okay, answer my question. Between risk of fraud, risk of error, which is risky? Fraud. Where you have to focus more? Okay, management fraud is better or employee fraud is better? No fraud is better. Which fraud I have to concentrate more? Management fraud. You know why? Think logically. If management is good, employee fraud will be detected by them only. But if management only is fraudulent, then obviously I cannot detect any fraud. So between these two, relative concept, between management fraud and employee fraud, which is high risk? Between fraud and error, which is high risk? Fraud. Understood? Given an option, would you prefer to have employee fraud in the financials or management fraud in the financials? Both should not be there in the financials. Given an option, that means the option itself is wrong. You cannot tell me it's okay for employee fraud, now let it be there. Yeah, that means you're considering in the report. No, you're not ignoring it. That's what I meant. What can be ignored saying that this fraud are no problem? No fraud should be ignored. So between management fraud and employee fraud, more attention should be given to management fraud. Why? Detection is very difficult there. Yaar sir, policy podrathu. Who will break the policy now? And who will tell that management has broken the policy? Management only. Management put up the policy, they broke the policy. Who will tell you? No one will tell. Now you have to find. But if employee breaks the policy, management will tell you. Are you getting my point? Understood. See, if a son is stealing, I can complain to parent. Parent only stealing. Who do I complain to now in the home? No one. Clear? So, management overriding internal controls is one of the most riskiest area we cannot report to anyone. Understood? Because information itself is given by the thief. Got it? Okay, sir. Understanding ICS is my responsibility. Evaluating accounting policy and reasonableness of estimate is my responsibility. Evaluating going concern basis is my responsibility. Remember, evaluating is my responsibility, not formulating the policy. Okay. Then, if you have prepared FS based on fair presentation framework, evaluating whether it achieves fair presentation or not. Remember, preparing FS is never my responsibility. Correct? My question to you. Client does not know what is framework. What will he comes to you and he asks you, sir, can you help me? What will you do? Audit is there, the client is uneducated, what will you do? Depart from? Now, here departure from standard means what? Will you only prepare books for him? Then what will you do? Will you tell him, no problem, I will prepare books, I will only audit them? Then? You will recommend some other person. He is the management, proprietor, what will you do now? Tell me. It's a classic case, which is 100% practical. If you are telling, sir, you have to prepare books, I have one person, you can go to him, he'll prepare books and give you. Alright, you will go to him. Now he'll tell, sir, why, go to him? You only do know, sir. I'm asking you, that's why. Give me your call. What will you do in this case? Okay, you'll explain them how it is not possible to do both. Will they understand? Now, if you tell them, see boss, we have something called as independence. Now that fellow will tell, that entire country has no, sir. What about you? Everyone has. No, sir, that independence is different. This independence is different. Now, how do you explain that guy? What is independence? Threats to independence, safeguards of independence. You only require revision for that. Imagine that guy who is into agricultural business, who doesn't have school knowledge. Are you getting my point? Practically, what people will do is, people will tell, don't worry, sir, we will handle it. Okay, they will only do the accounts. They will only do the auditors. But can you do it? You can do it. Right? You should not. It's a clear-cut self-review threat. Okay, which will materialize into negative option only. So you are not supposed to do it, but anyway, practically many firms do it. Many firms do it, but companies, they say it's a prohibition. You are disqualified if you do it. Clear? Under section 144, accounting and bookkeeping services, if you give under 141(3), H, you are disqualified. Understood? Yes or no? Yes, sir. So therefore, they do not know what is fair presentation, what is compliance framework, etc. So professionally, you have to advise them how you are supposed to go ahead. Now, it's my job to check whether they have prepared books properly or not. Preparation is never my responsibility. Okay? Right. Theoretically. But still, some of the firms follow this particular policy. Now, when SA 600 applies, what is SA 600? Using the work of. Now, who is this another auditor? Component. Component means what? Subsidiary, associate, joint venture for your syllabus. Branch audit. So in case if you are using the work of other auditor, you have to put it under this. Which one? Auditor's responsibility. Clear? For those who do not know how it looks, let me give a clarity on that. I'll maintain the uniformity that we did in the class itself. Have a look at this. In the consolidated statement, page number 312. Now, if you see here, under auditor's responsibility, can you see other matters? Right. Now, there what they have put, read. We did not audit the financial statements and other information in respect of 33 subsidiaries. So, they have clearly given what? The division of responsibility. Let me highlight it. The division of responsibility by indicating the extent to which the component is audited by other auditors. So here they have clearly told that they have not audited 33 subsidiaries. Is that clear? Yes. ITC CFS report. So those who want to go and read that. Next. Then what other responsibilities I have? I should mention that I have communicated with whom? TCWG, that is planned scope and timing and significant findings and any deficiencies in ICS. Okay. Then for listed entities, what am I supposed to do? Specifically, I have to communicate with respect to my independence, any relationship or any matters which is affecting my independence and related safeguards. SA 260, 265 talks about these things. When we go there, again we will study the same. For listed company, SA 701 is more applicable. What is SA 701? Communicating key audit matters. Location, where we should put either in the report itself or in the appendix as an attachment or in the website and give a link. Other reporting responsibilities, your section number 143 reporting and Caro reporting comes under element number 10. Then signature of the auditor. Now who should sign? Engagement partner. In whose name? What's person name? His own name. Okay. So if firm is signing, firm's name and person name must be there. Which membership number must be there? Firm number also must be there. Members number also must be there. Should UDIN be there? Yes, sir. UDIN is applicable for what? Audit report, tax audit, certification, assurance and attestations. For all these, UDIN is mandatory. Okay. Right, sir. Then place of signature. What does this place of signature means? What does place of signature means? Where are you located? Where did you sign? The city where you signed the report and date of report. What is date of report? Anything after evidence obtained. Because after the audit report date, you are not supposed to obtain any evidence. Clear? So report shall be dated not earlier than the date on which you have obtained SAI on which you have given opinion. Okay. That's your element number 13. This is your SA 700. Quickly before I go to SA 705 modifications, go through it. 705 is very important. But 705 is an element of 700, therefore go through it. Okay. Any point where you have a problem with in essay 700, the possible questions can be on opinion, basis for opinion, okay, and your UDIN. Be careful with respect to the signature and date of report, okay. Now, essay 705, one of the most important topic in your reporting standards. Now, 705 talks about specifically only one concept, which is that
Opinion.
modification of opinion. When do we modify our opinion? Huh? When the financial statements are materially
Misstated.
okay, fine. That means, do we have an evidence that FS is misstated? Let me ask it again. When do we give modification? When there is evidence that when there is a misstatement in financial statement, material misstatement is there in financial statements. That means we have evidence now. Huh? Which is also modification. A big disclaimer. Now, if we have evidence, we give modified. If we don't have evidence, and our judgment says there is material misstatement, then we give modified. See, pervasiveness and type of modification is second part. First part is, should we modify or not? So, I am discussing only part number 1 now. Should we modify? When do we modify? When there is misstatement, which is material. But material misstatement can be in two scenarios. Number 1, we have evidence that there is MM. Number 2, we don't have evidence, but we use our judgment to judge whether it could be material or not. Right? Now, if your judgment said it is material, then we have to modify the opinion. Okay. So, moral of the story, in essay 705, if you have stepped in, it means the misstatement is material. Whether we have evidence, whether we don't have evidence, misstatement pakka, our judgment also said it is material. That is when we come to essay 705. Otherwise, we will never touch essay 705. Answer this question. If the financial statements are not materially misstated, will essay 705 come into the picture? If the financial statements are not materially misstated, will essay 705 come into the picture?
If we have
If we have
evidence that it is not materially misstated,
now whether we have evidence, whether we don't have evidence, if we judge that there is no material misstatement, essay 705 does not come into the picture. Okay, right. Now, so when will modification come? In two scenarios. One, we have Sai that financial statements have material misstatements. Next, we don't have Sai at all. When we don't have Sai, we cannot necessarily tell Urudiya confirmed that misstatement is there or not. But we can also not tell confirmly that misstatement is not there. So both are 50-50 chances. Therefore, what chance we take? We never tell it is bad. We never tell it is good. What do we tell? I don't know. No comments. When we say no comments, nice. Users will get scared. Now it is between user and management. Okay, right. Sir. Now the second most important factor is what? Pervasiveness. Now what does this pervasive means? Pervasive means the effect doesn't have a specific place to stay. The effect affects many places. Okay, example. Cancer disease, pervasive or non-pervasive? Pervasive. Sir, viral fever, pervasive or non-pervasive? Pervasive, which keeps spreading, right? Sir, any disease that doesn't spread cold, not a viral cold. Non-pervasive. If it is a viral, pervasive. So pervasive means what? Doesn't stay at one place, keeps on affecting multiple places. Non-pervasive means what? Affects very few places. Now this is number one. There is a second meaning of pervasiveness. It affects only few places, but that few place is major portion of your balance sheet or financials. Example, core investment company. In core investment company, one of the factor is 90% of your investment should be net assets should be in form of investments. How much? 90%. Imagine that investment is misstated. Nothing else is misstated. Only investments. Sir, that is covering my financials 90%. Therefore, it is pervasive in nature. Third one, nothing to do with amount. Everything to do with disclosure. Everything is fine. There is a problem, not now, in future, but you have never told it now. Example, going concern. Going concern, there is a problem, but we have never mentioned that in the current year, FS disclosure was not given. Is it pervasive or not? When going concern problem is there under SA 570, you have to disclose that in the financials. If you don't disclose that in the financials, then there is a problem. Yes. Now, when we revise SA 570, we'll talk about it again. If you remember, those who have studied properly, in SA 570, if there is a material uncertainty and disclosure not given, we end up giving modified opinion. It's a bad boy behavior. We end up giving bad opinion, either qualified or adverse. Understood? Okay, sir. Now, what are the different kinds of modifications we have? Qualified, adverse, and disclaimer of opinion. Now, when do we give qualified? When do we give adverse? When do we give disclaimer? When the financial statements are materially misstated, that means we have that material misstatement exists. If it is not pervasive, qualified. If it is pervasive, adverse. Similarly, inability to obtain psi, therefore, psi is not there at all. Now, psi is not there, but the possible effect, you are assuming it to be not pervasive, give qualified. You are assuming it to be pervasive, give disclaimer of opinion. Is that understood? Clear? Yes. Okay, sir. Now tell me, without looking at it or without looking at the screen, only you tell me. When do you give qualified opinion? When we have psi, we have material misstatement but non-pervasive. Okay. When do we give disclaimer? No psi. The possible effect, you are assuming, your judgment says it is pervasive. Materiality, anyway, it is there. I gave you a shortcut to understand that. The day we discuss SA 705, that means misstatement is anyway. The only judgment is what? Pervasiveness. Okay, answer this. I will only put up the criteria, no taking much of a time. Okay. Now here assumption is it is material. So only 2 points I will ask is evidence and pervasiveness. Okay. Psi is there, non-pervasive. Huh? You sure? Psi is not there, non-pervasive. Huh? You sure? 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 What did I ask? Psi is not there, non-pervasive. Qualified. Okay. Here also I gave you a shortcut in our regular class also. The moment it is not pervasive, whether we have evidence, whether we don't have evidence, don't bother about it, it is qualified. I'm narrowing your workload. First of all, when we talk about modification, misstatement 100% is material. Second one, when do we give qualified? When it is non-pervasive, whether you have evidence or you don't have evidence. Non-pervasive one dale you give qualified opinion. Okay, sir. No psi, pervasive. Psi, pervasive. Psi, no pervasive. Huh? Psi, pervasive. No psi, pervasive. Don't process. Disclaimer. Understood? Don't process. You have to answer right away. Okay? Sai pervasive. Sai non-pervasive. Sai pervasive. Adverse only. Same question I am asking again. Be alert, be alert, be alert. Don't be sleepy. Come on, tell me. Sai non-pervasive. No sai pervasive. What's on? Disclaimer of opinion. Understood? No sai non-pervasive. Sai non-pervasive. Sai non-pervasive. Sai pervasive. No sai pervasive. No sai non-pervasive. Huh? Unqualified. Unqualified. Qualified. Understood? Simple. If it is non-pervasive, close your eyes and tell it is qualified, whether it is evidence or not. But the only difference is you have to learn when do we give adverse, when do we give disclaimer. When do we give adverse? When we have sai, it is material, it is pervasive. When do we give disclaimer? When we don't have sai. D for don't have sai, D for disclaimer. Okay, trying to give you the best possible memory technique. Okay, don't go and create a fifth opinion there. Not qualified. Okay, right, sir. All right. So most of our basic concept of modification is done for us. Okay. Now, easy concept. This is simply they have given one lengthy thing. Okay. Remember this one very good concept. Management putting imposition on your limitation of scope, or management putting limitation on your scope after accepting the engagement. What should we do? Step number 1. Request them to remove the limitation. If they remove the limitation, good. Continue the audit. Okay. Mental patient problems. Second, if they don't remove the limitation, communicate with their parent, PCWG, and then do what? Keep quiet? No. Communicate with them. You continue doing your alternative procedure. Now, in alternative procedure also, you are not able to get any evidence. That means unable to obtain sai. Which one will give? If it is non-pervasive, qualified. If it is pervasive, withdraw. In exam, what I will come and tell you, always, if there is an option of withdrawal, withdraw. If not, give disclaimer of opinion. Understood? Clear? Okay. Quickly tell me, if there is a management imposed limitation on your scope, step number 1, request them to remove. If they remove, well and good. If they don't remove, communicate with the TCWG and then do what? Put up alternative. Now, when you put up alternative procedure, there are 2 results. Sai obtained, sai not obtained. If unable to obtain sai, there also pervasive, non-pervasive. If it is non-pervasive, qualified. If it is pervasive, withdraw or okay. In withdrawal and giving disclaimer of opinion, in which case I should communicate to TCWG? Withdrawal or disclaimer? In both cases, you have to communicate to TCWG. Understood? Clear? Yes or no? In the exam, you cannot take the hint of your neighboring student. Because I heard some of them telling withdrawal. Then someone told both. Correct, both I forgot. So you have to be absolutely clear with respect to when do we have to communicate with TCWG. In modification also we communicate. Withdrawal also we communicate. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Now, before I head to form content of the report, modified report, what kind of wordings we have to use? Go through quickly till here. Modification, situation of modification, management imposed limitation. Quickly go through it. Are the concepts brushing up? Yes. Are you able to recall certain things? Yes. Keep the flow going. All right. How many for writing in September? Okay. Jan? Cool. Fine. September, next month only. Not even next month. Jan, you don't have that much time also. So be careful with respect to revision. Keep up the revision going. Okay. If not, you ask the September people how time flies. They'll tell you. If you think you have time, you really don't have time. It will fly like this. Okay. Right, sir. Now, tell me quickly, without looking at the book. Okay. No time taken. All right. We did audit. Okay. We found evidence. There is a material misstatement. Which opinion we give? Very good. Unmodified opinion we give. We have evidence. Misstatement is there. Pervasive. From my point of view, when I see one person, the way they tell, adverse. Tell me, evidence is there. Okay. Pervasiveness is there. Huh? Adverse. Okay. Evidence is there. Pervasiveness is there. Materiality is not there. I repeat, evidence is there. Pervasiveness is there. Materiality is not there. We give unmodified opinion. Why? Even if it is pervasive, even if it is spreading in many places, it is immaterial for me. Doesn't matter. Understood? Here, buy a cooking lunch for you. Next, sir, evidence is not there. Non-pervasive, immaterial. Huh? Unmodified opinion. See, the moment immateriality kicks in, everything else flushes out. It's unmodified, right? The moment materiality kicks in, modifications come in. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay, tell me. Evidence is there, materiality is there, pervasiveness is there. Adverse. Evidence is not there, pervasive. Evidence is there, non-pervasive. No evidence, pervasive. Why side vaங்குது? Disclaimer of opinion. Understood? Clear? Okay. Next. Let's talk about form and content, which is very important. How you should frame the opinion para. Okay. The opinion para must be framed using a specific words. Now, what should be the word? Whenever you are doing qualified opinion, what wording you have to use? Except for the effects of the matter described in the basis for qualified opinion section. Meaning what? Meaning what? Except for the effect. That means out of 100 things, except for few, everything else is good. Now you will mention that except for these things, the financial statements present fairly in all material respect as per AFRF. Right? Now that exceptions you have to write in basis for opinion para. Okay. Similarly, if you are giving compliance framework, you will write this point only. That is except for the effects of the matters described in the basis. If it is compliance framework, what will you write? The accompanying financial statements have been prepared as per AFRS. So this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. If it is fair presentation framework, 1 plus 2. If it is compliance framework, 1 plus 3. Okay. Then adverse opinion if you are giving, it is not except. Because of the significance of the matters described, the financial statements do not present fairly or not prepared as per AFRF. When do we use do not present fairly? Fair presentation. And when do we use the word has not been prepared? Compliance framework. Okay. Disclaimer of opinion when you give, you have to mention only the following. What is that? I do not express an opinion. Why? Because of the significance of the matters described, I am unable to obtain psi. I am unable to obtain psi. Then you have to amend the statement saying that I was engaged to audit instead of I have audited. But we had seen in one report, if you remember, it was given as we have audited, but the ultimate objective was achieved. But what you have to mention technically? Engaged to audit, because If you mention I have been or the financial statements have been audited, if you mention that, that means you have done your audit, you should get evidence now. But again, it's debatable that I have done my audit, sir. But even after audit, I was not able to obtain any sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Okay. Then basis for opinion, very important. Okay. What should be there in the basis for opinion para? I had given you notes in the class. If you remember, one dictation was given. Basis for opinion. In this, what are we going to write? Okay. Now, what should be the para heading? If you are giving unmodified opinion, basis for opinion. If you are giving qualified opinion, basis for qualified. Adverse na, basis for adverse. Disclaimer means basis for disclaimer. Now, what to specify in that? What to specify in that? If the misstatement is with respect to amount, then description and quantification. What does quantification means? What is the amount? Mention that. If it is not practicable to quantify, mention that saying it is not practicable to quantify. I have shown a government company audit report here. JB, remember Jharkhand Bijli Vitaran Nigam Limited, where annexure they had given for adverse report. Remember, where they are told not practicable to quantify. So specify clearly not practicable to quantify. Then if it is disclosure related, then explain what kind of disclosures are misstated. Going concern problem comes here. If it is a non-disclosure related, meaning what? We are supposed to disclose, but you have not disclosed. Then step number 1, discuss the non-disclosure with whom? TCWG. Then try to put that information in the basis, but provided if it is prohibited by law, do not put it. Imagine some confidential information they did not disclose, and you're like, oh, you should have disclosed, you didn't disclose, I will disclose now. That can harm the company. So anything that is harming the company and public interest, do not disclose such information if it is prohibited by law. Okay. There. Next, if the modification results from inability to obtain SAI, remember just before this, restriction on scope, perform procedures, unable to obtain SAI, yes, there, give the reasons for inability. If you are expressing qualified or adverse opinion, amend the statement saying, we have obtained, whatever evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide qualified opinion or adverse opinion. Why disclaimer is not mentioned here? Why only qualified or adverse? Sir, because this point talks about what? Obtaining evidence. In case of disclaimer, we never obtain evidence. What kind of evidence we don't obtain? Sufficient and appropriate. Okay. You should not include the following elements whenever you are disclaiming. Very, very important. Whenever you are disclaiming an opinion, you should never include these. You should include only these two. What is that? That is point number this. But here they are telling shall not include. Okay, so both the things you have to understand. Two things should be totally removed. What is that? Reference to the section where responsibilities are described. Number 2, statement whether evidence obtained is sufficient and appropriate. Why? We are unable to obtain. Sir, instead of removing this, can I also tell we are unable to obtain SAI? Yes. Not a problem. But basically, you should not mention we have obtained SAI. So removal is better, but some reports you will see we are unable to obtain SAI, they will clearly mention. That also is fine. Now, what you should include? Include only the following. 2 things you have to exclude. Okay. 3 things you have to include. What is that? Number 1, statement that your responsibility is to conduct an audit and to issue your report. Include this. Okay. Number 2, however, because of the matters described, I am unable to obtain SAI, and mention about your independence and ethical responsibilities. 3 things you have to mention. What is that? Number 1. What's the first one? Sure. What's your responsibility? To conduct an audit and to provide a report. Statement number 2. Because of the matters, I am unable to obtain SAI. Statement number 3. About my ethical requirements. Ethical requirements also includes what? Independence. That's why if you see here, they said independence and other Responsibility, they never mention requirements. Both inclusive is what? Called as requirements. Okay. Now, if you disclaim an opinion, you should not include key or it matters. Why? If you don't have SAI, how come you're putting key or it matters? Clear logic. Finally, whether you give modified, qualified, whatever, you should communicate to whom? TCWG. What? Circumstances that led to modification and exact wording. Meaning, imagine you go and tell him, I am giving disclaimer of opinion. He will tell, why sir, what happened sir? We will correct it sir. Is that clear? Yes. Okay. This is your essay 705. Basis for opinion para and wordings are very important. Quickly go through it once and then we move to the next standard. 706 and 701 is more focused now. 710 we are not going to focus now. Quickly go through it, then we move on to the next two standards. That also will be done quickly and then we meet in the evening. Okay, target is two more standards now. Any points where you need clarification without any hesitation, ask, not an issue. Now evening when you come with whatever today's reporting standard revision that we have done so that we can see few questions on that. Alright, quickly tell me how many types of opinions are there? Excuse me, how many types of opinions are there? Huh? 2 or 3 or 4? Two types of opinions, huh? Which are those? Modified and 4 types of opinions are there. Okay, 4 types of opinions are there. Broadly 2 types. Specifically 4 types. What are the 4 types of opinion? Unmodified, qualified, adverse and... Now why they say 4 types and not 2 types? Because in the report you will never mention modified opinion. In the report you always mention specific kind. Qualified means you will mention qualified only. Adverse means you mention adverse only. So obviously I can't say 2 types. 2 groups, but 4 types of opinion we give. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Now, when do we give modified opinion, sir? When the financial statements are materially misstated, number 1. Number 2, when you are unable to obtain. Okay, when do we give disclaimer of opinion, sir? When there is no SAI and possible effects are pervasive. Understood? When do we give disclaimer your adverse opinion? When there is SAI and effect is. Can I say I have obtained SAI and possible effect is pervasive? I repeat, can I say I have obtained SAI and possible effect is pervasive? No. When you have obtained SAI, why are you judging about pervasiveness? Saying that there could be possibility. There is evidence in front of you only. Either it is pervasive or it is not pervasive. Whereas judgment about pervasiveness, possible effect comes only when you don't have psi in front of you. Is sir understood? Got it? Yes, sir. Right. Now, essay 706 talks about what? Two kinds of paragraphs, EOM and OM. Question number 1, is it mandatory? Is it mandatory to have EOM and OM para? No, sir, not mandatory. Therefore, this is optional para. Yes, sir. Where do we place the paragraph? Anywhere after basis of opinion, right? Because we have seen now other matter para came in auditor's responsibility also. So anywhere after basis for opinion you can give. What is the difference, main difference between EOM and OM?
Financial statements.
Very good. If the matters are from financial statements, we put it under EOM. If the matter is from outside FS, we put it under OM. Now, why do we put in EOM or OM? Why? What is the purpose of this para? Existence. Why this para is there? Sir, there are thousands of matters in FS. There are thousands of matters in FS. You think a user will understand and focus on every matter there? No. Now, according to me, which brings me to my next question before I continue. Who says which matter should be there in EOM, which matter should be there in OM? Professional judgment. So, can I say whether a matter should be stressed upon or not? It is my choice. Yes, sir. Whether I highlight this or not, whose choice? My choice. Clear? Same logic. But. Can I say I have a choice to decide the matter? Can I say I have a choice to decide the matter? Yes, but the scope, you don't have a choice. Scope means what? Boundary. SA 706 says, if you are putting under EOM, the matter should be from FS. Anything other than FS, put under other matter paragraph. Now, can I put anything which is outside FS in EOM? No, sir. Why? Although I want their attention, I can't put under EOM. In EOM, very simple, only those matters which are there in financial statements. Remember, E for existence, E for emphasis. So, only if it is existing in the FS, there should be EOM. If it is not existing, then other matter para. Outside FS, O for outside, O for other matter para. Okay, very simple. Now, who decides this? CA. Why is he putting this? Because according to him, it is fundamental for user to understand the FS. Number 1. Number 2, because if I put this, no, a user will understand my work as well. So he wants users to understand two things. One is the FS you have to understand better. One is you have to understand my work better. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Now, before putting EOM para, you should be understanding one thing. It should not be a basis for opinion matter. Why? Any matter which give rise to modification should not be under EOM. Why? You have a separate place called basis for opinion para. Go and sit there. Don't sit in EOM para. Number 1, key audit matter. Again, you have a separate paragraph. Don't sit under EOM. Separate section, one heading you have to give called emphasis of matter. Clear reference you should give. We draw your attention to note number so and so. Clear cut note number you should give. Imagine I tell this matter is there in FS. 700 pages FS, where will I sit and search? Therefore, clearly you have to give what? With reference to note number. Okay. If opinion is not modified, indicate that my opinion is not modified because of this clear cut. This is a very important indication. You have to tell that this is just emphasis. I am not modifying my opinion. Examples, hidden question, 4 marks. What are the examples for EOM? Future outcome, contingent liability. Number 2, subsequent event. SA 560. What is subsequent event? Events occurring after, before. Then also facts after audit report date. Clear? Then early application of new accounting standard, major catastrophe. Catastrophe means what? disaster like COVID, landslide in Wayanad recently, any major catastrophe that has happened because of which your financial statements are getting affected, we can put it under EOM para. Okay. Now here, because of COVID-19, we were not able to physically verify inventory. We can put it under EOM para. Saying that because of this, we are not able to physically verify. Should EOM para affect my opinion? No way. It is not a substitute for three things. Number one, modified opinion. Why? Separate para. Disclosures that that AFRF requires management to make. Boss, your duty, you can't put on my head. Understood? Clear? The groom has a duty to put or tie tali. No one else can do that. It's not a substitute work. In Companies Act, if you remember, the authentication of financial statements cannot be delegated. Signing authority cannot be delegated. You can't tell your friend, I am busy, you sign on behalf of me. Delegation is not possible. Similarly here, some duty which management has to follow has to be followed. You cannot delegate that work to KAN or rather EOM. Then going concern. Again, whose problem is going concern, sir? Who should tell about going concern? But why I should not put in EOM? Separate para for going concern, element number 5. Under element number 5, SH 700, separate going concern para is there. Why are you putting it under EOM? Got it? Yes, sir. Then comes OM para. What is OM para? Any matter other than FS will come under OM para. Okay, sir. Now, this is a matter other than those presented or disclosed in the financial statement, provided two things are there. It should not be prohibited by law or regulation, and matter is not determined to be a key audit matter. Again, why same topic, sir? Because for KM we have a separate para, don't put under OM para. Right, whether you give OM or UOM, at the end of the day, communicate to TCWG. What will you communicate? The expectation and verdict. What kind of paragraph you are going to give? Is that clear? Yes, this is your essay 706. 2 minutes, I'll give you, quickly go through the standards. Then we do 701. In SS 706, what are the things we have, sir? Two things. EOM, OM. EOM, which matter comes? Already mentioned in the FS. In OM, what matter comes? Other than FS. In EOM, what should be the para name? Emphasis of matter. In OM, what should be the para name? Other matters. EOM is not a substitute for how many things? 3 things. Which are those?
Disclosures that has to be made by management.
Matters because of which modification has happened. Management's duty, going concern. Understood? OM, we should not include if it is 2 things. Prohibited by law and it is KM. Here, EOM, 2 things. One is basis for opinion and second thing is key audit matter. Here are 3-4 points differences. Essay 706 is done. Now come to essay 701, which talks about what? Communication of key audit matter. in report? Mandatory or optional para? Listed entities, mandatory. Other entities, not mandatory. Okay. Now, why do we put KAM, sir, in the first place? Not to grow attention. The attention is correct, but what is the ultimate objective of KM? Purpose of KM? Yes, very good. One is transparency. I want people to know how we have worked. Number one. Number two, they will know our quality. Are you getting my point? See, you see movie, but more than movie, the BTS, behind the scenes, will get more views. Why? People want to know how you shot that particular scene. Right? So when we tell them that, no, people will understand how difficult it is to shoot one particular scene. Like for our example, people watch recorded classes. Okay, people watch recorded classes and they'll be like, recorded? No, sir, it's easy. When we tell them how difficult it is to record 1 hour of video, for which we have to sit for 3 hours, that background behind the scenes is what makes a lot of difference. So when I tell you how I have worked, a user will understand my quality better rather than me telling about my quality. Are you getting my point? I should never tell I am good. I should show them I am good. Same logic under KM. When I tell them how I have worked, so many procedures I have put, that is when you will tell, okay, it is good, sir. Clear? So, purpose of communicating CAM, number one, providing greater transparency. Number two, providing additional information that in my judgment, I feel it is most important. Clear? Element number three, understanding they will understand what my judgment in the financial statements. They will understand the client also. They will understand my work as well. Okay. Determining key audit matter. From where do we pick key audit matter? Two sources. Source number one, SA 260. Source number two, anything that has taken my attention. Anything that has taken my attention is very important. For example, generally when we faculties speak, right, which are the students that will be there in our mind? Tell me. And this is a good lesson for students as well. Which are the students we remember better? The one who speaks or who interacts a lot with us, or the one who's silent in the class? Who interacts, right? Now that's when the silent student might tell that these are teachers' favorite. There is no favorites for teachers. It's just that when you interact more, we like to ask more questions. Now that is when we remember some of them. Out of so many students, we remember some of them. Why? Because of the interaction. Because of, like how you said, notorious people as well. Right? Now there are some teachers where we still find there are people who are silent, but still they are good. Observation. So we don't remember everyone, no. We remember some. Why? Because of certain things. Same logic, there could be thousand matters in the audit, sir. How do we remember some? Those matter where we gave more attention. We were supposed to give only 1 hour of time for that particular matter, but we ended up giving 3 hours. How? Because of some important things, or maybe it was very difficult for me to conduct an audit there. Are you getting my point? Like how if somebody comes and asks me, sir, which was your most difficult batch? I'll have 1 or 2 batches in my mind. Why? Because in that batch I gave more attention. That's how I clearly remember, very vividly I'll remember this batch. Right? Significant attention was given. Like how I tell in the class, where in one of the locations in Kerala when I taught, for one student, one chapter, I taught 13 times, 1-3. I clearly remember him, his name, where is he working now? Right? He's working in one of the big fours, but I clearly remember him. Are you getting my point? Why significant attention was given. Are you getting my point? Now that is how we pick key audit matters, because in an audit of 2-3 months or even a year, 1000 matters will come across. That doesn't mean all 1000 is important. Our report will be so thick then. So out of that, imagine on 2-3 you have to mention. Which are those 2-3? One, from TCWG, whatever we have spoken, or any area where you have given more attention. Now, can you please tell me, sir, where you have given more attention? Where, number one, there is high risk. Higher the risk, higher the attention. Number 2, where I have judged about management judgment. Meaning what? My judgment on management's judgment. Okay? Including what? Estimates that have high estimation, uncertainty. First of all, uncertainty. Adulayu, high uncertainty. Those areas I will be focusing more on. Example, salvage value, sir. Salvage value, high estimation, uncertainty will be there. Then communicating key audit matter. What should be the para heading? Simple, key audit matters. What should be the introductory language? You have to tell key audit matters are those matters that an auditor's professional judgment were of most significance in the audit of FS. Copy paste you have to do in the exam. No writing own words here. This is introductory language. No change in the language. No change in the language. So these were addressed in the context of audit. You do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. Clearly you have to mention. Communicating CAM is not a substitute for 4 things. Very simple. Copy paste of SA 705. There are 3 things. Which are those? Sorry, SA 706. 3 things. Which are those? Same. See here. Disclosure what management is supposed to make. Number 2. Anything that is giving modification and going concern. Same to same. Only one point is extra. Separate opinion on individual matters. Why? Basis for opinion is there. So study in one place properly. It's like you have answered 2 questions. Clear? This is very important hidden question. Got it? Yes, sir. Now, whether you communicate CAM or not, should I communicate with TCWG? 100% yes. You shall communicate with TCWG the matters you have determined to be a key audit matter, or if applicable, depending upon the facts and circumstances, if you say there is no key audit matter, tell them that there are no key audit matter. If KM is there also you have to communicate, no KM also you have to communicate. But again, for listed companies, there has to be a KM. Sir, but no sir. Pick one sir at least. Something you have told, no. From that at least you pick something. Now we'll tell, okay, revenue recognition, risk put. So any area where there is high risk, any area where you have given more attention, from that you can pick up. Nothing you're understanding. SA 260 you have communicated, from there you pick. It is not that both the source must be there. Remember, 2 sources are there. Which are those? 260 and attention. It is not that both the source must be there. Which one must be there? One of them. Either 260 or risk. Is that understood? Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. This is your SA 701. Right? Okay, sir. We will stop here now. SA 710 not needed now. Now, before I, start the questions of this particular chapter, that is part A, only standard-wise chapter. Evening will be revising the Caro points and the jointed branch points, right? And then we move on to the questions there. So, to have a flow, you should revise this and come in the evening, and then we'll go ahead with the questions. Is that clear? So, what will we revise today? Step number 1, first thing. Chapter 2, strategy, planning, program. 10 marks, short. Short, 10 marks. Okay, then chapter number 6. 4 marks consistently they have asked. But it is considered as what? Audit evidence chapter. Alright. Then we studied 7A, that is reporting standards. These are all important standards. 700, 701, 705, 706. In this, quickly tell me which are the optional paras? OM, EOM, and KM is optional for non-listed entities. Understood? Clear? Which is the mother standard for reporting? How many elements are there?
13 elements.
What is the fifth element? 7th element? Management's responsibility. Understood? Okay. What do you mean by is UDIN mandatory? Is UDIN mandatory? Huh? For audit report is UDIN mandatory? Yes, sir. Should the member put his name in the report? Huh? Individual. Should he put his name? Yes, sir. Firm. Should he put the firm name? Firm name and individual name? Yes, sir. Should he put his membership number? Yes, sir. Where should he sign? If he signs in a city, should he put that city name or should he put his head office name? City name. Wherever you have signed that city name, you have to put. Understood? When do we have to put the report date? After obtaining evidence or before obtaining evidence? After obtaining evidence. So can I put the date today and take evidence tomorrow? Cannot. Understood? Okay. Tell me. KAM is not a substitute for how many things? 3 or 4?
4 things.
4. Why? Where? Number 1. Management's responsibility. Number 2. Basis for opinion. Number 3. Going concern. Number 4. Separate opinion on individual matters. Understood? In EOM, which matter will be there? In OM, which matter will be there? Understood? Clear? Yes. We'll stop here. We'll meet in the evening. 8 to 10. Right? SA 710. Settle down quickly. SA 710. Importance level very less for September attempt. Okay? Because already in May they have asked, but not taking a chance of telling it won't come in the attempt. ICA can do anything they want. So SA 710 talks about what? Comparative information. In comparative information, we have two approaches. One is called corresponding figures and one is called comparative financial statements. Now, what is the difference between these two? Corresponding figures means what? Where we have previous year amount in the balance sheet or in the financial statements. Comparative FS means what? We will still have previous year amount, but the only difference between corresponding figures and comparative financial information is reporting. So in case of corresponding figures, reporting will be only for current period, whereas in case of comparative FS, reporting will be for whatever number of periods that you have mentioned. Okay, your opinion should refer. Now in SS 700, what are the 13 elements? Quickly, let's revise. Number 1, title. Number 2, addressee. Number 3, opinion. Basis for opinion. Going concern. KAM. Then management responsibility. Auditor's responsibility. The responsibility para location. Then other reporting responsibility. Then 11, 12, location. 13, date of audit report. Now in that, in the opinion para, if you mention that your opinion is only for current period, that approach is called as corresponding figures approach. But in that opinion para, if you refer to more than one period, it is called comparative financial statements. Is that clear? Got it? Okay, sir. Adavita, there is no other difference between corresponding figures and comparative financial statements. Okay? But in case of comparative information, what are the procedures that we have to take care? Procedure number 1. Procedure number 1. Determine whether FS includes comparative information required by AFRS. Now, we don't put last year's amount out of our love. We put last year amounts in the current year financials because law is asking us. If law doesn't ask us, we will never involve the last year as well. Because, sir, it is more work for us only, no? You tell me, if there was an option, I know the answer, but still, I will suffer the pain again. If given an option, would you write audit paper in the exam? If audit paper is optional, your silence, your smile tells. Clear? I know. Now you tell. I will write, sir. Will write, sir. But if given an option that you can choose either audit or accounts. See? Way, ma, su, not there only. Okay. You straight away tell accounts only we will. Right. Now, if you, enough. See, for me, I don't eat butter. Alright. And I have cold, so I don't want ice also. Now, moral of the story, we don't put last year's amount in the current year FS because we want to. It is because AFRS is asking us to do it. Why, sir? Obviously for comparison purposes. So when a user reads, he should understand last year what was the sales, this year what is the sales, last year what was the asset balance, this year what is the asset balance, so that he can take a decision which is better than he himself going to last year checking and comparing. So basically it promotes convenience. Okay. So number 1. Number 2. So because AFRF requires, what we should check now? Whether comparative information agrees with prior period information. So here, listen to me very carefully. Closing balance of current year. Closing balance of current year and closing balance of last year we have to show in the current year. I repeat, closing balance of current year and closing balance of last year should be presented in the current period. Okay, step number 1. Step number 2, you have to listen very carefully. Step number 2, last year closing balance in the current period FS. Last year closing balance in the current period FS should match with last year closing balance. This is where you will go wrong. That's why I told you, listen to me carefully. What does that mean, sir? Imagine this is 2025, this is 2024. Let's say here there is 1 lakh, here there is 50,000. So what is our current period? 25. What is our previous period? 24. Now this one should match with, now last year 24 and 23 will be there. Now this amount should match with this amount. Technically both are closing balance only. Understood? But what can happen is, this closing balance, when you bring it forward and put in the current period, there might be misstatements. What if 50,000 you write as 5,000? Possibility is there? Yes, sir. So what they are telling, this amount should match with this amount. Now what student will think? Closing balance should match with opening balance. Illa. This also is closing balance. This also is closing balance. The only thing is what? This is in the current year closing balance of last year. This is in that year, it is that period's closing balance. So this one should match. That is our step number 2. What is step number 1? Checking whether law requires us to put closing balance or not. Step number 2, matching with the closing balance. Okay, step number 3, the accounting policies reflected in the comparative information are consistent with the current period. Why? Because when accounting policies change, balances can change, amounts can change. So policies must be consistent. Sir, can we not change the policy at all? We can change the policy. The only difference is what? If you change the policy, you have to disclose in the notes to accounts. AS1, accounting standard 1. Disclosure you have to give. Why did you change? And you can change only in 2 cases. Required by law, better presentation. Okay. Then, if you become aware of possible material misstatement when in the current period audit, that means misstatement relates to last period, you realize that in the current period, what am I supposed to do? Perform procedures to ensure or to check whether it still exists or not. Why? It could be corrected by management. Again, I will explain. Misstatement relates to which year? Prior period. Identified when? Current period. Now what we should do? Check whether that misstatement exists or not. But which kind of misstatement? Material or immaterial? Always and always. Immaterial we never bother about. It's only material misstatements. Is that clear? Yes. Next. If the previous period FS, that is, if you only had audited, follow SA 560. What is SA 560? Subsequent events or events occurring after balance sheet date concept. Clear? Now, 580 says request WR for all periods. If you want, you can also take for specific WR. So, technically, step number 1 is what? Check whether AFRF requires or not. Step number 2, matching the amount. Step number 3, if you find material misstatement in the current period but relates to previous period, perform procedure whether it still exists or not. Then 560, 580, 580. Clear? Exam is not that important. Then with respect to corresponding figures, what does corresponding figures means? Approach. Reporting only will be done with current period figures. Now, in case of corresponding figures, what is the procedure? Number 1, the entire concept only is read. What do you mean read only? Only for comparison purposes I have included. Here, I am not doing it for anything else. Only for comparison purpose, current year amount and previous year amount I am giving. Number 1. Number 2, how much detailing must be done, sir? Detail, the level of detail depends on relevance. Meaning what? In the current year, if it is relevant, give more detail. In the current year, it is not relevant, do not give more detail. Example, Example, we have a loan of 200 lakh in the financial year 23. During 2024, you repaid how much? 150 lakh. So how much was repaid out of 200? 150. How much is pending? So can I say 75% of the loan is repaid? Yes. Now for the remaining 25%, should I give the same amount of details as last year? Not needed. Why? Sir, last year I have told everything and 75% of the loan is repaid. I need not give such detailing. I will give information, but only how much is required, only that much I will give. Clear now? Leaving a closing balance of 50. Now, in 23 borrowings were significant, therefore detailed disclosure had to be given with respect to terms, rates, etc. But in financial year 24, since the loan has largely been repaid, level of disclosure may be reduced. Clear? Only a note stating the remaining loan balance and status you can mention, that is good enough for the disclosure part. Okay. If they want more in the last year anyway, I have given same, I need not repeat. Is that clear? Okay, sir. Now, very important part is this one. When the corresponding figures are presented, our opinion is only on what? Current period. But there are exceptions. Exception number 1. Previously issued report lab, we had modified opinion. Now you tell me, when do you give modified opinion? When there is a material misstatement. Okay. Pervasive or non-pervasive, in both cases we give modified opinion. Now that modified opinion was given because of a misstatement. Do you agree with that? I'll ask the question again. The modified opinion you have given is because of a material misstatement. Yes or no? Yes, sir. That means either that misstatement should have been solved or it is not solved. Now, without looking at the text, use your common sense and answer. Last year, there was a material misstatement. Last year, modified opinion was given. This year, that matter is unresolved. Now, this year, what opinion I should give? Why? Because the same misstatement is coming to the current year as well. This year also I will modify the opinion. That is your situation number 1. In the basis for opinion para, refer to both periods, current period modification matter and last period matter as well, and explain the effects, why it was given like that. Understood? Number 2, sir, last year there was unmodified opinion. Last year there was unmodified opinion. That means last year misstatement was there or not? Not there. Material misstatement was not there. Therefore, we gave unmodified opinion. Okay, sir. Now in the current year, when I did the audit, I found out that there is a material misstatement. What should be done? Should I modify or not? Yes, sir. Verify whether that misstatement is still there. Because what if that misstatement that I found is corrected? If it is corrected, then I will give unmodified. If it is not corrected, express qualified or adverse. Why not disclaimer? We have Sai about material misstatement. Therefore, either qualified or adverse opinion. Sir, last year FS not at all audited. First time he is getting the audit done. SA 510 will come into the picture. Initial audit engagement, opening balances. Apart from that, you have to clearly mention another matter para that last year's amounts are unaudited. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. But still you have to follow SA 510 concept. That means what? You still have to check about opening balances, whether properly brought forward or not, whether evidence is there or not, whether it is true and fair or not. Okay. Then with respect to comparative FS, our opinion will be referring to both the periods. Now, tell me one thing. Prior period FS was done by some other CA. What to do now? This year I am doing. Sir, in this case, in the current year report, in other matter para, you have to include certain information. What is that? It was done by someone else, type of opinion given by him, and the opinion is modified. Reasons, why did he modify? Date of that report unless he has revised. If it is revised, then give revised date of report. Understood? Why? The user should not assume that last year also I did, this year also I did. Okay? But now comes my favorite situation. What if? Now understand, little bit stressful, but understand. What if I conclude that there is a material misstatement that affects the PPFS, but when did I find this? Current period. I found in the current period that there is a material misstatement which is affecting the previous period. What am I supposed to do? Huh? Now, should I discuss with your ex? I will communicate with the management and tell the management, go and request your ex to change the report. Now, if he changes the report, I will give opinion only on current period because he has already revised his opinion on previous period. But he doesn't change. Then I will give report on both periods. Are you getting my point? Now comes the twist. This is nothing but for your ex. It is SA 560. Because he found out after the report date. So for him, facts known after audit report date which comes under SA 560. Not for us. Are you getting my point? We have already discussed here for us. If we find out in the current year after last year audit report, we have to follow SA 560. Similarly, that will also has to follow SA 560. Okay, sir. Sir, what if prior period FS is not the audit? Same thing. In other matter paragraph, you have to include clearly division saying that last year FS was not audited, but still you have to follow which standard? SA 510. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. That's your SA 710. Let's go through a few questions on reporting, specifically the standards. Okay, have a look at this. The first one. What's the requirement? What's the purpose of communicating current matter? Enhance the communication by giving greater transparency, fundamental for users to understand the management's. Yes, and my audit also, they have to understand. That's the reason why we are communicating KAM. Next, now this particular question, back to back they have repeated in RTP. May as well as September. Same question, copy paste. So chances of this being asked in September is high, according to me. Okay. Now it's a very clear-cut question of SA 600 which we have not done yet. Branch audit question. Okay. Technically, if we see, no, branch audit, the entire concept can be done here, but let's wait for the concept to be over. Now I want you to go through third question. Third question, very good question. During the audit of STU Limited, the auditor concludes that the financial statement is true and fair. Okay. Requiring no modification. Therefore, what opinion? Unmodified opinion given. However, notes to account disclose that major fire occurred shortly after year end, causing significant effect on the entity's financial position. The disclosure is complete and no adjustment is needed, but the auditor believes that users should be specifically alerted to this important matter. Identify the type of paragraph you should include in the report. Huh? Going concern? Huh? Yes or no? Yes or no? Lose choose EOM. Why going concern? Congratulations, successfully lost 5 marks. Why going concern? Has the question told you that there is a material uncertainty? Has the question told you there is material uncertainty? No. Has the question told you that the company's financial position is going to be insolvent? No. Is there any operating indicator, financial indicator, other indicator given? No. Then how come going concern? Okay. Question number 2. Which chapter are we studying? Which chapter question we are discussing then? Will I ask SA 570 question then? No, sir. Congratulations. Common sense also took a vacation. Clearly, the question has told the disclosure is complete and no adjustment is needed. But it is just what? Major fire occurred shortly after year end, causing significant effect on. They never said the financial position is in danger. Effect was there, but we still are sustaining it. I just want users to be alerted to this important matter. Significant attention I want. Therefore, comes under EOM because the fire accident is nothing but related to financial statements. Correct? Explain its meaning and state other circumstances in which such paragraph may be necessary. This is where that example came, where I told you in the morning for 4 marks, they can ask you a question on that. Clear? So this is where the question is revolving around. Understood? Clear? For going concern, one condition you have to check: material uncertainty. If that is not given in the question, we are least bothered even if tsunami has come. As long as material uncertainty is not hampered, we are good to go. Is that clear? Got it? Yes? Okay, sir. Next one, we have not done that. Okay. Read this question. Fifth one. Where should the basis for opinion section be included? Where? In my notes? In the audit report after opinion para. So they are asking about the placement. Okay. Now I will ask you one question. Where should EOM be placed? Anywhere after basis for opinion para. Generally, right after basis we can put it, not a problem. What are the key elements included in this section? What are the other elements other than basis for opinion then? So what will write here? Number 1, title. Number 2, they're asking key elements in this section. Which section? Basis for opinion para. What will you write there? This part you have to write. The entire para where I have divided and given you. This one. These points, 4 points, you write 4 marks you are getting. Understood? Clear? States that base audit was conducted in accordance with SA. Clear? Refers to the section of responsibility, your independent, fulfilled other ethical responsibilities, etc., etc. These points you're supposed to write. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. Good. Good. Next. 6th one, solve. Any question? Tell me. The financial statement of Sun Limited for the year ended 31st March 26 include corresponding figures for 31st March 25. So they have clearly told what? Corresponding figures. The PPFS were audited by X. Which scenario is this? Generally, we don't refer to prior period, but it's a scenario where someone else has audited. Okay. The current auditor is permitted by law to refer to the predecessor auditor's report on the corresponding figures and decides to do so. State and briefly explain the type of paragraph you should include in the report in the above circumstance. EOM or OM? In OM, what you should write? It was audited by predecessor, what opinion he gave, if it is modified, reasons and date of report or revised date. That point. 3 bongs I have put in your textbook. Clear? For this one only. It will blast like this. Unexpected question these are. Okay, next one. List the information that should be included in this paragraph regarding the PPFS. Clearly, we have discussed that only just now. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Good question this is. Now, this is Caro. Again, 2 marks we'll see later. 8th one. Solve. While forming an opinion on the FS, While forming an opinion on the financial statement, you are required to evaluate various aspects relating to presentation and disclosures in the FS. Explain the specific evaluation. What a specific evaluation means? Remember 3 evaluations you are supposed to do. Whether something obtained or not, whether uncorrected misstatement is material or not, and third one is specific evaluation. Under specific evaluation, there are 2 types. Qualitative aspects and specific evaluation, if you remember that. Take that also. This one. Specific evaluation by the auditor. This specific evaluation is what I am talking about. Okay. So write these points for that particular question. All right. MTP May 26. Next. Also they said, state the additional evaluation required whether FS are prepared as per fair presentation framework. If it is fair presentation framework, we have to ensure all the amounts disclosure is achieving the fair presentation. Additional disclosures we have to put. Next one, 9th, don't want. 10th one. 10th one. What is mentioned? Objective of auditor to express an appropriately modified opinion as per SA 705. That means 705 ka objective they have asked. Okay. Also discuss the circumstances under which you are required to issue a qualified opinion. When will you give qualified opinion? Two scenario. Sai is there, misstatement is material but not pervasive. Unable to obtain Sai, possible misstatement is material, possible effect is non-pervasive, we give qualified opinion. Okay, 5 marks for that. Next, joint audit, 12th one. What are they given? They seek to achieve a balance between global uniformity in audit reporting and the need to provide more useful information to the users of FS. In this context, explain how standard promotes both consistency in reporting and flexibility to accommodate jurisdiction-specific and entity-specific circumstances. State the objective under SA 700. So basically, you have to give introduction about SA 700 in exam. These questions are very less prioritized. Okay, number one. Now, you look at the next question, which was asked where May 26 mock paper. Okay, and May 26 exam. Also, they have asked corresponding figures. Now, just to give you a hint that sometimes mock paper questions will come as it is. Sometimes they'll give you a hint that this is what we are going to ask. Now, you look at this. Circumstances in which while reporting the financial statements containing corresponding figures, you are required to refer to the corresponding figures in the report. Explain the reporting responsibilities in each circumstances. Right? That means in corresponding figures, we have 2-3 circumstances. In that, only one circumstance was asked in the exam. That is this one. In the textbook, SA 710 la, see here, situation number 1, where last year modified opinion was there. Situation number 2, where last year unmodified opinion was there. Situation number 3, last year it was not at all audited. In that, they have asked only one scenario, that is scenario number 1. Okay, but here they have asked all 3 in mock paper. Generally, sometimes in mock paper, no, you will see some of the answers which are very lengthy. That doesn't mean everything will be lengthy in the exam. Out of that, they can ask 1 or 2. So do not ever ignore your mock papers, your RTPs. Because those are, there is a high chance that 15 to 20% comes from these. That means 1/5 of your paper, you can score like this from your RTP and MTP. If you are very thorough with it. 2-3 times if you study the same paper, no, you can identify that particular question from which standard it is by keywords. But for that, you have to sit and consistently study. Not whenever you want, if you study that question, whenever you want, that your brain also will give you answer. That is not in the exam though. Okay, so be careful with respect to that. So next we will talk about the second part of this topic, that is joint audit, branch audit and CARO. Now what is joint audit? Where 2 or more firms come together to audit one entity's financial statements. Why? Because of, yes, size of the entity, number 1. Number 2, to give an expert job. Now, if we do everything on our own, then we will not be able to give an expert job. Therefore, here, when 2 or more individuals or 2 or more firms come into the picture, strength will be more and therefore, we can give better service. What are the advantages? Advantages they have asked once for 5 marks. Okay. Waste. What are the advantages? Sharing of expertise. Advantage of. Now what does mutual consultation means? We can ask each other whatever questions we have with respect to the subject. Lower workload because work is being shared. Better quality of performance because focus is only on our work. Improved service to the client because he's getting expert service from everywhere. Displacement of auditor in a takeover. Meaning what? There is A limited, there is B limited. A limited has a CA, B has a CA. Now A took over B, therefore it became, let's assume AB limited. Now who will be the CA for AB limited? CA of A limited, CA of B limited. Together they can do an advantage. Okay. Multinational companies, better if you involve local firms. Why? They know the local rules and regulations better than anyone else. Lower staff development costs. Why? Sir, giving audit fees is more better. It's better than having your own staff. Why? You have to appoint him, train him, develop him, he will leave you. Then again appoint a new person, train him, develop him, he will leave you. So staff development cost is more rather than that. Appoint an expert and finish it off. Are you getting my point? Imagine you go to a doctor, he's charging less only, let's say 200 rupees, he's charging for consultation. But every now and then you're going, what is better? Go to a proper expert, get all the tests done and finish once for all. Understood? Although it might be expensive now, but in long term, it is better. You know why? When an expert finds out where there is a mistake, next year ROMM can be reduced. If ROMM reduces, audit work will be reduced, time consuming will be less, therefore fees also will be less, or the cost also will reduce. Getting my point? Next, lower cost to carry out the work. That means number of days taken and amount. Cost need not be only money wise, cost can be time, resource, energy. Now when an expert is doing a job, he can finish off the work within a given time frame than a non-expert, than your staff, right? Clear? Sense of healthy competition towards a better performance. Why? Now I'll be focusing on my work. I want to improve my work. Some other CA wants to improve his work. He's not interfering in my work. I won't interfere in his work. It's a win-win situation for both of us. What are the disadvantages? Fees being shared. Nonsense. Next, psychological problem between firms. Why? Someone is senior, someone is junior. Right? So senior will have a superiority complex against the junior. This will lead to, obviously, that will lead to coordination, right? This is why common area will be neglected because everyone is an expert. And they tell these things now I will not do. This is staff job, this is article job, we don't do it. Common area being neglected. And finally, liability is uncertain. So people can take that risk in the current era. It is not uncertain, it is definitely certain. They know where they will end up. Okay. Now, this is your topic of advantage and disadvantage. Now we are going to discuss with respect to joint audit. Now joint audit is nothing but your chapter number 2 repeat. That is your strategy, plan and program. In that audit plan only copy paste. Okay, number 1. Special consideration if they are asking, what am I supposed to write? Number 1, your engagement partner and other key members must be involved in planning the audit. Same thing what we studied in chapter number 2. Why? Expertise will be involved, better knowledge, better insight. Okay, but the only thing is here, there only one firm is doing the audit. Here, multiple firms, therefore all should come together and put up the plan. Number 2, jointly establish a strategy. Number 3, jointly put up a plan. Now here what do we do? Dividing the areas, that means specific and common area. Ascertaining reporting objectives, same like chapter number 2. Consider and communicate among all JAs factors that are significant in directing the engagement team's effort, like volume of transaction, significant legal environment development, AFRF development, etc. Now, in regular class, I told you this has to be studied with chapter number 2 itself. Then and there, you can finish off easily. Okay. Consider results of PEA or other similar engagement. What does other similar engagement means? One question we had seen today morning. GST compliance we had seen, and internal control system compliance audit when we are done. There one question was there. He got to know some information and that he used. Can he use it? Definitely yes. A certain NTE of resources necessary to accomplish the engagement. What resources you want? People. Time, people, information, data, money, etc. High risk area, who do you put? Complex area, who do you put? Risky and complex area, who do you put? Expert who has experience. Okay, sir. Each of the JA should consider ROMM and communicate to each other. Why? What I find also is a risk. What you find also is a risk. Ultimately, it will affect both of us. Understood? Then, discuss and document what kind of procedures you have put. Why? SA 230, evidence. Acts as an evidence. Then, obtain common engagement letter. Why? Many people are there, sir. So, you have to give one engagement letter and common management representation letter. How many reports we give? Only one report we give. Can we have a difference of opinion? Sorry? No. That is only when it comes to EQCR. Clear? In joint audit, we can have a difference of opinion. In case of difference of opinion, we have to give a separate report for that particular matter only, and for all other matters we give common report, and in each other report we give reference. We draw your attention to so and so. Clearly give a reference so that user will understand that Karthik sir has a different opinion in this matter. Rest everyone has this opinion in this matter. Okay. Then work allocation document must be signed. Why? To hold the JA liable. Accountability. Accountability of JAs. Liability. Who's liable, sir? That person is liable for that work. But there are areas where everyone is liable. Which are those areas? Number one, work which is not divided among the JAs and carried out by all JAs. Everyone is involved, everyone is liable. Number one. Number two, decisions taken by all JA. Once you decide to resolve, you are liable. Until you resolve, you are liable. Third one, matters brought to the notice of JAs by any one of them. Here you are not liable. There is an agreement on such matters, meaning you agree to solve that matter. Then you are liable. But if you have not agreed, then you are not liable. Then examining the financial statements that comply with requirements of statutes or not. Number one. Number two, presentation and disclosure is properly done or not. Everyone is liable. Third, audit report complies with standards or not. So basically, point number D, E, F is about what? Compliance. Understood? Compliance of FS, compliance of presentation and disclosure, compliance of audit report. Okay? Right, sir. Next. If you come across any matter, it is better you communicate to all JAs and take a collective decision. When? After audit, before audit? After completion or before completion? Before completion of the audit. Clear? So before completion of the audit, in writing, you have to mention to everyone. In case, if you find out. Sir, what if that matter is not my matter? Still, should I go and tell? Yes, sir. Why? You are liable for financial statements. It may not be your matter, but at the end of the day, you are liable for FS. Therefore, it is better you go and talk to all JAs and then take a decision. Got it? Okay. Reporting. How many report? Like I said, we give common report. But if there is a disagreement with respect to any opinion, you can express in a separate report, but you have to make a reference to each other's report. Understood? That's your SA 299. Let's talk about branch audit. Quick revision of branch audit. Branch audit, like two things we have to discuss. One, appointment of branch auditor. Number two, maintenance of books. Third one is responsibilities. So first we'll discuss with respect to Companies Act. Head office books where you should maintain. Okay, I'll ask like that only. Register office books where we should maintain. Register office books where you should maintain. I can call your law faculty right away. Register office books where we should maintain. Anywhere, my house. As agreed by the board of. Since when did you become finance minister? Amending the law very nicely. Okay, I can still give you the 50% of the answer. You have to maintain in the register office itself or any other place in India, provided there is a board resolution passed and 7 days notice is given to ROC. Understood? Clear? Right. Now, what about branch audit or branch books? Where you should maintain? At the branch itself, but continue. Sorry? That is register of members, not books of accounts. Books of accounts, branch book should be maintained in the branch itself, but periodically you have to send the information to your registered office. Proper quarterly summarized return must be sent to registered office. Clear? Yes, sir. So that is what section number 128 talks about. And tell me, branch auditor who should appoint? Okay, let me ask another question. Who should do branch audit? The principal auditor? Can he do? Or appoint a new auditor in the branch? Now, who appoints? The principal auditor. After revision session, please come out. One by one, I'll give token. Under that metro machine, I'll make you stand. Choose. Why will I appoint a CA? I am sure I have never taught you this. I will never appoint another CA. I don't have the authority only to appoint. Under section 139, it is the members who appoint or the board who appoints. Never have a right to appoint any other chartered accountant. You think no. Think in the right sense. If I am appointing a CA, why will I have SC 600? I will have in my team only, no. Understood? So, it is them who appoint, therefore SC 600 comes into the picture because I am using the work of another auditor. Technically component. Alright, so either I can do the work as a principal auditor or some other CA at the branch. This is branch is in India. What are the branches outside India? Who can audit? Me, principal auditor or any other accountant or continue auditor as per law of their country. Understood? Example in USA, CPA must do. UK, ACCA, ACCA. They have to do the audit. So they have to be appointed in that particular branch. Okay, what is his responsibility? Can he do whatever he wants? Can I do whatever I want? He will do whatever he wants? No. There are certain roles and responsibilities. Number one, advise the other auditor the use of his work. When we are using his work, we have to tell him, why sir? When we tell the use, he will understand the seriousness of it. He will work properly. Number two, coordination arrangements we have to make where planning stage only. That means once in a week we should meet or not, or online meet, face to face, how it is. Then inform the other auditor matters requiring special attention, like what? Intercomponent transaction. In your advanced accounting, branch accounts is there. Head office sending goods to branch, branch sending goods to head office. So those transactions must be clearly mentioned. Timetable for completion of audit and advise the other auditor the requirements that you want. What kind of requirements? Accounting, auditing, and reporting requirements. Clear? Now, sir, I told him everything. He has work. Can I trust his work blindly? Can I trust his work blindly? Or should I check his work? To check his work. Comes under which ethical principles? Professional? Professional? I repeat my question. Under which ethical principles it comes? Me checking branch auditor's report or branch auditor's work? Huh? No. Ethical principles. Tell me. Very good. Competence and due care only. It doesn't come under professional behavior, doesn't come under professional judgment, doesn't come under professional skepticism. There are 4 professional words: professional judgment, professional skepticism, professional behavior, professional competence, and due care. It comes under professional competence and due care. Reviewing the work and then signing comes under due care. Diligence. Understood? Clear? I never said what you gave is wrong, but you never followed up with your answer. Clear? So it is not coming under any other thing. It is professional competence and due care. I have to review. But how do I review? I will discuss with him what kind of procedures you have applied. If I am not able to understand, I will review his summary. Now, what is the summary? SA 230 documentation summary. He would have also prepared. I will review that. Sir, I am not understanding what he has written also. Better to meet him and talk. So either review his work, whatever procedures he has applied, or understand from the summary that he has prepared, or go and talk face to face. Understood? Okay, sir. Sir, my work will reduce based on the branch auditor's competence. True or false? If he is very good, my work will. If he is very bad, my work will increase. Understood? Got it? Yes, sir. Now, section number 143 reporting, we'll keep it pending. Come to Karo. But before that, let's see if they've asked any branch or joint audit question. Yeah, we have one question. Second question. Go through. What's the answer? Explain the need for coordination and proper understanding between PA and OA. That means what? Advising the use, timetable, coordination, those points. Procedures to be performed by PA to evaluate and use the work, including circumstances where you may need to visit the component or examine the records. Just now we told, no, this one. This one. So technically point number 3 and point number 4. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Twice back to back in RTP they have given. Adu same question. Now you call it by mistake, you call it coincidence, or you may call it as a hint. Be careful. Next, let's talk about Karo. You can expect one question out of this. The standards on question, pakka you can expect. For sure, in reporting standards, pakka one question you can expect, and that may not be SA 710. May not be. Descriptive part. MCQ I cannot assure you. Alright. But you can expect either from EOM and KM one question. Right? Or SA 700 one question. There also where your opinion, basis for opinion, and placement of paragraphs. Be careful with respect to that. That's a format based standard. That's why. Now, see, we are going at a pace where I can't slow down. Like each and every line I may not be able to sit and explain because obviously it's a revision. So revision means just brushing off the concepts, clearing off certain doubts that you have if you have any doubt. So in case if you feel that I have not studied but you are going too fast, adhika perda revision. Alright. So a subject which we take generally for 120 hours, I'm going to finish within what, 15-16 hours. So it requires a rapid pace. So you have to be on time with respect to these. Alright. So quickly you have to go through. If you relax, then you will lose the train. Alright. Now Karo, applicable for which company? Every company including foreign company. Right. Now what are you supposed to do? To be more active. I understand some of them had costing class. Right. So you might be tired. For 5 hours you have been in class, now again 2 hours of revision. So what I would suggest you is, because I've been through this situation where we used to attend 15 hours of class and then revision. Alright. So what I would suggest is, in revision, you be more active. Like talk. Same thing you repeat. Like what I'm highlighting, you repeat that. So when you repeat, there is little bit of energy in you. Otherwise what will happen is, Sir is revising, I am watching one movie. It's like you are watching one short film. So you also participate, especially in these scenarios. Okay. Not applicable for which company? How many companies? 6 companies. First one, banking. Number 2, insurance. Number 3, section. Why for banking and insurance specifically they have given exclusions? Because they have their own father. So obviously they will tell what to report, so we will not be bothered about it. Then OPC, why? Exemption given for you. Entrepreneurship we are promoting, therefore you continue. Then small company, what do you mean by small company? Paid up capital is less than or equal to 1 na 10 na 10 crore turnover, less than or equal to 100 crores. Now this is where confusion will come in the next question now. Okay, a private company, if you want exemption from Caro, 4 conditions you have to satisfy. Condition number 1, you should not be a subsidiary or holding of a public company. Condition number 2, your paid up capital plus reserves put together should be maximum 1 crore as on my birthday. Balance sheet day. Understood? Maximum how much? 1 crore. So equal to 1 crore is fine, sir. No problem. But PUC and reserves and surplus. Remember, not issued capital, not subscribed capital, but paid up capital. Borrowing should be maximum how much? 1 crore. From whom? Only bank or FI. As on what date? Throughout the year. On a single day, if I exceed 1 crore and come back to 1 crore, is Caro applicable? Yes, sir. Even for a half day, you exceed 1 crore, you come back to 1 crore, Caro is applicable. You cannot exceed 1 crore. Okay. Revenue should be how much maximum? Now it is less than or equal to only. In regular class, I told you why I did not add that equal to, because it was a debatable point. Alright. It is maximum how much? 10 crore. 10 crore including what? Discontinuing operations. Now you answer this question. How beautifully I can confuse you in the exam. If I give you a company's turnover is 100 crore, is Caro applicable or not? Is Caro applicable or not? Turnover I am giving 100 crore. Caro applicable or not applicable? Applicable? Now here you say revenue 10, but small company definition says turnover itself is 100 crore. Okay, so the paid up capital I'll give you. Paid up capital 7 crores. Turnover 70 crores. Applicable, not applicable? I have not even started a clause. Huh? Applicable, not applicable? It is definitely not applicable, because the language is a small company language. Small company means what? Where the paid up capital is less than or equal to 10 crore and turnover is less than or equal to. The question clearly hints at what? Small company, therefore not applicable. But you have to always play safe. What is that? Now you tell this, then you write a note. Alternatively, if we consider it as a not a small company, since question is silent about status, then Caro becomes applicable. So you should always put the ball in the valuer's court. This answer also is there, this also is there. Now whatever your scheme says, one of them will be there, no, I will get marks. But if you assume your assumption should match with their assumption, and what are the chances? We don't know. So do you want to take that risk? No. So take that extra 2 minutes and write. Now that is the reason why I keep telling you, put a timer for your answer. Clear? If it's a 4-mark question, 6 minutes. 5-mark question, 7.5 minutes. So this is the target that you should have. Now in some of the easy questions, finish off the question. Now what you do in the exam, you're writing the answer. You know the answer easily. Now you simply sit and write, decorate there, clear, keep the pen, do this and all. Don't do all that thing. Save this time for questions where you read both views. You may require time there. Understood? 3 hours is like a running race for you. You cannot take rest there. Okay, so why this particular confusion is there? Because the small company definition was 50 lakh before, 50 lakh, and it was 2 crore before. Okay, now small company definition kept on getting amended, but this never got amended. Therefore, there is a confusion. Second way of answering is, if the question clearly says small company, blindly tell not applicable. Whether the turnover is more than 10 crore or not does not matter. Blindly tell not applicable. Now what they'll do, small company they'll give, and then they tell revenue including discontinuing operations 70 crore. The small company sonnale, it is done. But if I don't mention small company, but I give language of small company, you have to answer in both ways to avoid one more attempt. Understood? Clear? Right, sir. Now, how many clauses are there in this report? 21 clauses are there. In that, 20 clauses are on SFS, 1 clause is on CFS, which is that 21st clause. How many clauses are there? 21 clauses. In the 20 clauses are for SFS, 1 is for CFS. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Okay. Para number 3, first foremost clause. What's first clause? Property, plant and equipment, which is nothing but, hey, what is the difference between PPE and fixed assets? Fixed assets includes, PP includes, fixed assets includes intangibles as well, whereas PP does not include intangible. Correct? Now look at the reporting. We talk about PPE, but we end up giving report on intangibles. Understood? Clear? But again, report is report. We don't follow anything else. Now this is what we call as compliance reporting. What is compliance reporting? How much they have told, will report only that much. Okay? Now with respect to PPE, first thing was what relating to records. What we have to mention? Whether proper records are maintained or not, including what? I can't hear you. Quantitative details and situation. What does situation means? Condition of the asset. What is condition of the asset? Idle, scrap, working condition, obsolete, etc. Clear? Situation here does not mean location. Are you getting my point? Okay, next. With respect to intangibles also, proper records are you maintaining or not? Second is what? Physical verification. Who should do physical verification? Management. When? Reasonable intervals. What is reasonable intervals? At least once in 2 years you have to get the physical verification done. But it is not given here. Don't worry about it. It is given in guidance note. Sir, can we write in the exam if they ask you? Number 1, they will not ask you. Number 2, if you write also, no problem. You should get marks. Sir, what if you don't get marks? You are failed. But you should give, because guidance note is issued by ICA only. Okay. Number 2, material discrepancies. If it is noticed on such verification, have you dealt that in the books of account properly or not? Only 3 things with respect to physical verification. Number 1, intervals. Number 2, discrepancy notice. Number 3, properly dealt. With respect to immovable property, should be in whose name? Client's name. But if it is not in client's name, you have to report under the same format. You cannot change the format as well. What is the format? Description of the property, gross carrying value. What is GCV? Yes, before depreciation. Then held in the name of, in whose name have you held it? Whether this fellow is a promoter, or is he a director, or is he a relative, or is he a employee. Then period held, indicate the range wherever appropriate. Reasons for not being held in the name of company. In class we had seen IOCL report, where we had an annexure for this. Length of an annexure they are given, where how many assets, freehold property, building, etc. is not held in the name of company. Some government, some person, etc. was on same format. You cannot change the format. By heart, do whatever, but you have to put it in the same format. Okay. If you want to go home in IOC, we check. Next, revaluation. 2 things about revaluation I should report. Number 1, fact of revaluation. Number 2, change in revaluation. Fact of revaluation is what? whether revaluation has happened or not. If yes, I have to mention. If no, I have to mention. Now, amount I should mention when? Only if there is a change in more than 10% or equal to 10%. 10% of what? Which value? Gross or net?
Net.
But remember, here for immovable property, you put gross. For immovable property, you should put gross, whereas here we are talking about 10% of net carrying value of each class of PPE or intangible. Got it? Clear? Yes, sir. Again, tell me with respect to revaluation, there are two things to report. Number one, fact has to be reported. Number two, change in the amount. Now, when will I report the change? If there is more than or equal to 10% of net carrying value. Okay, be it PPE or be it intangibles. Here, one confusion what students will have is, sir, revaluation we told okay, only PPE they will assume. Remember, even intangibles can be revalued. So obviously, if I have to ensure that you will not pass, and I have to give a tough question on this, I will give on intangibles. Here, for sure, I will give on intangibles, and you know what you will write. That also I'll tell you. You will write only this point, because that's what you have seen. Okay, there is one hidden intangible question here. Be careful with respect to that. So revaluation is applicable for both tangible as well as intangibles. Last one, any Benami property proceedings are there, the details must be disclosed. Okay, now what you do, what kind of details, sir? Chapter number 5 tells you. Chapter number 5 in regular class, I told you, some of the things with car only you study, you will remember it better. Okay, so under chapter 5, details of Benami property, the company has to disclose. That disclosure you check here. Okay, next clause number 2 talks about what? Inventory. Here. Now in inventory, what are we supposed to do? Number 1, physical verification. So whether physical verification was done at reasonable intervals. What is reasonable interval? Same thing. But PP is once in 2 years, inventory once in a year. At least. Sir, can I do daily checking? Daily 4 times you check. Daily 10 times you check. In fact, stay in stock room only. No problem. But at least once in a year, you have to check. Okay. And whether in the opinion of the auditor, the coverage and procedure is appropriate. Meaning, have they covered proper inventory and what is the methodology? Is it effective or not? If there is any discrepancy of 10% or more from each class of inventory, what is each class of inventory? Raw material, WIP, finished goods, SIT, stock in trade. So in each class, if there is a discrepancy of 10% or more, we have to report. Now, not aggregate, not all put together. Each class of inventory. Okay. Okay. Whether this has been properly dealt. Then comes working capital limits. Why do you need working capital? Why do you need working capital? For short-term requirement for running your day-to-day operations, you require working capital. Sir, can I take loan for that? Yes. Who will give loan? Papa? No. Bank will give you loan. But will they give you for free? No, sir. We have to give security. What security you give? Stock and debtors you give. Now, when you are giving stock and debtors, here, when should we report? If the working capital is more than 5 crore loan, if you have taken exposure, funded exposure, if it is more than 5 crore, you have to give security and you have to give quarterly returns or statements filed by the company. Wait, I did not mean when I said for more than 5 crore to give security, that doesn't mean less than 5 crore, free security, free of security you can give. Okay. Now, somewhere on YouTube, you will see this and it will say it's wrong. More than 5 crore or less than 5 crore, working capital limits will always be secured. Okay. In bank or drawing power calculation, you would have studied. Okay. Now, we will study, don't worry, when the time comes. So, quarterly returns, once in 3 months, you have to give updated returns. In bank audit, there is a point where they say, for large borrowers, once in 3 months. But for other borrowers, every month, you have to give updated stock statement and updated debtors list. Here, because debtors and stock, dynamic or static? Dynamic. Every day stock will change. Every day debtors will change. Therefore, once in a month, at least you have to give it to the bank. But if you are a large borrower, once in 3 months. But what is large borrower? The respective bank will tell you. But in Caro, they are considering if it is more than 5 crore, you are a large borrower. Remember, equal to 5 crore if it is there, need not report. Equal to 5 crore, need not report. More than 5 crore, report. Okay. Then clause number 3, one of the biggest clause. Loans, investment, guarantee and security, we call it LIPS. So basically, this is taken or given. Loan taken or loan given? Huh? Are you sure? You sure? Pakka? Why? Sir, for loan given or loan taken, we have two clauses in Karo. One is clause number 3 and one is clause number 9. Repayment of loans. That means this is loans taken. So clause number 3 is loans. Sir, if you have given loan, we should report. To whom? Given loan to whom? To any person, including our own subsidiaries, our own associate, our own joint ventures or outsiders. But you have to divide and tell. How much we have given to our people? Who is our people? Who is our people? Such is our people. SAJ. Subsidiary, associate, joint venture. Separately you have to show. Others separately you have to show. Why? To tell the users, see, although we have given X amount of loan, we have given loan to our people so much, we have given loan to outsiders so much, so that they will know whether our money is safe or understood. Okay, sir. Now, in case if you have given loan, aggregate amount. What does aggregate amount means? Total during the year from April to March, how much you have given and what is the balance outstanding. Same logic, aggregate amount and balance outstanding for other than such. Remember, such means what? Component we say, subsidiary, associate, JVs. Okay. If you have made investment, given guarantee, provided security, and you have given loans and advances, do whatever you want, but you should not affect the company's interest negatively. Meaning what? Giving it a lower interest, not allowed. Market gives you 10%, you are giving to people for 4%. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Sir, market is giving at 10%, you have taken loan at 4%. Market rate is 10%, but I have taken loan at 4%. Good or bad? Good only, but I have given loan at 4%. Bad. Are you getting my point? Hypocrisy only, but it's fine for us. Got it? Then, in case if you have given loans and advances, schedule of repayment must be given. I showed you in the class real time. Every loan that you give, you have to give repayment schedule then and there only. I showed you on housing loan once. Same thing for term loans or any loans that you give, you have to give repayment schedule and check whether repayments are regular or not. If the amount is overdue for more than 90 days, whether have you take reasonable steps for recovery or not. Now, how do we classify this as if the amount is overdue for more than 90 days? Non-performing asset. Yes or no? What is NPA classification? SMA 0, SMA 1, SMA 2, then it becomes non-performing asset. Correct or not? Loose tools. RO is not applicable for banking companies. And this is the nth time you are falling in the trap. When the entire order is not applicable for banking companies, why are you bringing banking concepts here and telling you are NPA? Understood? Not at all applicable here. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. It is like on the road they have told accident zone. Be careful. We want accidents, sir. We love. Clear? Be careful here. It is not called as NPA. We don't name it as NPA. It is overdue for us. Okay? Right, sir. Sir, in case of loans and advances fallen due during the year, but this loan has been renewed. Renewed means what? Given more time or extended or fresh loans given. That means technically, did I receive my money? Now, what should I report? You have to report the total amount of such renewed, extended or settled and the percentage of aggregate to the total loans. What do you mean by that? Sir, total in the entire year, I would have given 1,000 crores. Okay, in that, let's say 600 crore was given as renewal, extension and fresh loans. So what I should report? 60% is given for renewal, which means a user will know that it is not a fresh loan. Existing loan only, we have been renewed, not a problem. So you have to clearly tell the user that out of so much loan that I have given, how much is existing members only, how much are outsiders, and in that also, how much renewed, how much extended, how much fresh loans granted. So basically, bifurcation you have to give. Okay. Next, not applicable for companies whose principal business is to give loan. That means this clause alone is not applicable for whom? Whose principal business is to give loans. Which companies? Not even 5 minutes. This is talking about NBFC or HFC. Banking company exclusions in the first only, before the clause only started. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Very good. Now, see, you know where you are going wrong, and if you are not correcting, that means the material misstatement you are not correcting intentionally, which will lead to fraud, which will lead to one more attempt. Easy 4 marks you don't lose in such areas. Okay. Now, whether the company has granted any loans or advances in the nature of loans which is repayable on demand. What is repayable on demand? When we ask you have to repay or without specifying any terms or period of repayment. If yes, specify aggregate amount. What is aggregate amount? Total and percentage thereof to the total loans granted. You want to know more? Go to Adani company. Adani Enterprises Limited. In their Taro, they have mentioned this. How much loans was given? What is the percentage of loans that is given? Clear? So basically, bifurcation you have to give. Generally, to whom do you give such loans? Promoters and RPs. To unknown persons, you will never give unsecured loan. Will you? Then give me 10 lakhs without any security. You will not give. But if your parents ask or your closest friend ask, then obviously you might take that claim. Understood? Clear? Yes. That's your clause number 3. Now I'll give you 2 minutes. Go through clause number 3 and then tell me. Then I'll go to clause number 4. Because this is one of the biggest clauses. When it comes to aggregate, I'll clarify again. When it comes to aggregate, what I'm supposed to do? Aggregate means what? Total loans given. Percentage means what? Out of the total to total loans, full loans in the year, whatever you have given, how much the aggregate of that percentage you calculate, numerator by denominator. So let's say for example, you have given 2000 crore loans in the current year. In that, only 100 crore loans are extended. So what is the aggregate? 100 and percentage is 100 by 2000. So when you give that, a user will understand that that means out of 2000 crore, that 1900 are never given to our people, it is given to outsiders. So they will ask more questions to the management. Right? We gave you authority, correct, but why are you giving loans to outsiders? How safe it is? Will the money come back? Etc. etc. They will start questioning the management. That's the only difference there. Okay? Right. If there is nothing, let's move on to the clause number 4. Very simple clause. You have to comply with section number 185 and 186. Understood? Okay. Now what is 185? Loans given to the director. 186 is loans and investment made by the company. There are some procedures you have to follow. Clause number 5 talks about what? Deposits. Now depository, you have some sections called section 73 and 76. You have to follow that. Number 1. Number 2. Any order has been passed by Company Law Board, NCLT or RBI. You have to comply with that as well. That means what? If you are accepting deposit, you have to go through section 73, 74, 75 and 76. 73 is accepting deposit from members. 76 is accepting deposit from public. 74 is repayment of deposits under old debt. 75 is your own section, damages for fraud. Here. So these 4 sections you have to follow. Okay. Then clause number 6, maintenance of the current subject, cost records. Who has to maintain cost records? Section number 148 talks about 39 sectors. 33 and 6. 6 regulated, 33 non-regulated sectors. If CG mentions you have to maintain cost records, you're supposed to maintain cost records given under section number 148. Then clause number 7 talks about what? Statutory dues. There are two kinds of statutory dues. One is disputed, one is undisputed. What is undisputed means? No arguments. With respect to undisputed, two things you have to check. Number one, deposited before the due date. Number two, if it is overdue for more than 6 months as on 31st March, only then I am supposed to report. If it is overdue for less than 6 months as on 31st March, I need not report at all. Remember, more than 6 months. That means even if it is no reporting. But the 6 months has to be checked when? As on 31st March. Okay? Right, sir. Where statutory dues referred in subclause have not been deposited on any dispute, then what I should report? Forum. What is forum? Courts, tribunal, commissioner, where is it pending, and amounts involved. Not just this, technically more reporting we have to do. Act, period, from where to where it is pending, and sometimes reasons also you can disclose. Okay, that's your clause number 7. Clause number 8, unrecorded income. That is what? Income which you have earned, but by mistake you have not disclosed in income tax. Later on, after years, you remember that, oh, sorry, I missed it out. Now, when you declare that time, it will come under unrecorded income here. Okay, right, sir. Now, when you are recording under income tax in the current year, in the books of account, it should be recorded in the current year as well. Check whether the transaction which is not recorded before has been recorded during the year. Next, repayment of loan. Loan taken from whom? From anyone. From anyone, if you have taken loan, you are supposed to report. How am I supposed to report? In case if you have made default from any lender, I have to report the period and amount in the same format. Important. Same format. What is the format? Number 1, nature of borrowing, name of the lender, what is the amount that you have not paid, is this amount principal or interest, number of days of delay and remarks. Number 2, have you been declared as willful defaulter? What is willful defaulter? UK podcast fellow. You have money, but you will not pay. Bankers will declare you as what? Willful defaulter. Right? Bank, financial institution, or anyone. Third one, you have taken loan as term loan, but applied for the purpose other than for which you have taken loan. Very nice. Diversion of funds. I have to report. Then, short-term fund utilized for long-term purpose. Super. Amazing. Then, company has taken any funds to meet the obligation of subsidiaries, associates, or joint venture. That means loan is mine, but taken for my kids. Obviously, my balance sheet debt equity ratio will be affected. So, I have to disclose that. Then, company has raised loans during the year on the pledge of securities held in subsidiaries, JV, or associate. If yes, give details. Why? Pledging of securities is one of the red flag. You have given your securities, taken loan. Tomorrow you don't repay the loan. The lender will take the shares and he will become the owner of your subsidiary. So, little risky. So, you have to report that. That's your clause number 9. Okay. Next, clause number 10. IPO, FPO, preferential allotment. Now, in IPO, FPO, preferential allotment or private placement, what happens? You tell them a reason, you take the money. What are you supposed to do? Only use it for that. If you use it for something else, can you use it for something else? Yes, I can, only after passing a special resolution. That means after their permission only I can divert the money. Otherwise, without permission, I cannot divert the money. In case if you have diverted, I am supposed to report under clause number 10. Whether it is IPO, whether it is FPO, private placement, preferential allotment. IPO, FPO, public, preferential allotment and private placement is to a group of people. Okay, right. Next, important, easy, fraud reporting. Now, when do you report fraud? Depending on the amount. If the amount is less than 1 crore or more than or equal to 1 crore. If it is more than or equal to 1 crore, we report to by your Benu, our Prime Minister Modi, central government, we report. If it is less than 1 crore, Board of Directors. So, there is a procedure under section 143 subsection 12. What is that procedure? If it is more than or equal to 1 crore, step number 1, inform Board of Directors or Audit Committee within 2 days. Wait for 45 days to reply. If they respond within 45 days, within the next 15 days, report to CG. If they don't respond within 45 days, right away report to CG in e-form ADT4. Here, whether have you done this or not. Remember, this is the first clause we are seeing where we are reporting about ourselves. Who is supposed to report to CG? CA. Who is giving Karo? CA. So we are reporting about ourselves. Okay, right. Which form number? It is E form ADT. For previously it was physical form. Now they have changed it into electronic form. Okay. Next. Have you considered whistleblower complaints? What is a whistleblower complaints? If anything wrong is happening in the company, they will come and complain to the board. Have you considered those complaints or not? Then Nidhi companies. Nidhi companies, 2 complaints I have to check. Whether have you maintained net owned funds to deposit ratio in 1:20 and 10% unencumbered term deposits. What do you mean by this? Deposits which you cannot give as security to anyone. You cannot take loan on this. You cannot give it as a charge. You are absolutely free from charge. Then, is there any default in payment of interest on deposit or repayment? Then we have clause number 13 talks about what? RPT. Now, in case of RPT, 2 sections you have to follow. 177 and 188. What is 177? Audit committee, and 188 related party transaction. Okay. So in case of RPT, you have to follow section 177 and section 188. Okay. Then internal audit system, section number 138 of Companies Act. Every company requires internal audit? No, sir. Listed companies, unlisted public companies, private companies. Unlisted public companies whose turnover is 200 crore minimum, loans 100 crore minimum, paid up capital 50 crore minimum, deposit 25 crore minimum. If it's a private company, turnover 200 crore, loans 100 crore minimum. So for these companies, internal audit is mandatory. And do you have such system or not? Then, in case if they have you considered reports of internal auditor? SA, fill in the blanks. 610, using the work of internal auditor. Then we have non-cash transaction, clause number 15. Clear? In non-cash transaction, have you entered into a non-cash transaction? If yes, provision of section 192 has to be followed. Very, very important. Clear? Now on this, one question is there. Let's solve that. Have a look at this. This question. Solve. You are the auditor. The company entered into arrangement during the financial year with one of its promoters, whose son is a director in JK Apparels Limited. Under this arrangement, the company acquired an immovable property owned by the promoter. So they purchased immovable property from the promoter. As a consideration, the company allotted 2% of its equity share instead of making payment in cash. So what transaction is this? Non-cash transaction. The title deed of the property has been duly transferred and held in the name of company. Discuss the reporting requirements. You know what you'll write here? I love this question for one reason. You will write with respect to immovable property. Clause number 1 you will write. Saying it is in the name of the company, so no reporting required. But you forgot to mention the non-cash transaction. Getting my point? The immovable property came because of a non-cash transaction. So section 192 also must be complied with it. Here, one of the beautiful questions that I have seen for this particular section clause. May 26, 2 marks. Although 2 marks, but it is worth. But what institute has done, you know, this is only one part of the question. They have merged this with another concept. Only one part of the question I have kept here. The other part is some other concept, which is disclosure of schedule 3, chapter number 5. So this is a chapter 5 and Karo put together question. That's why I keep telling you in the regular class, wherever possible, chapter 5 and Karo you have to link and study. Next, let's talk about the next one. Registration with RBI. Who should take registration with RBI, sir? This is talking about what? NBFC, HFC, core investment company, etc. Clause number, subclause number 1, you talk about whether have you obtained the registration or not. Second one, are you doing the business without valid COR? Number 1, whether you have COR or not. Number 2, is it valid or not? Number 3, if you are a core investment company, are you satisfying the criteria or not? Number 4, if you are an exempted person, are you still satisfying the exemption criteria? Such criteria means what? Exemption criteria. They would have given some criteria for you. Have you complied with that exemption criteria or not? If the group has more than one CIC, indicate the number of CIC. Understood? Okay. In fact, if you remember, I had shown you Sundaram Holdings, TVS Holdings, Sundaram Clayton Holdings. We had shown you where clearly they are given we are a CIC. Okay. So if the group has more than one CIC, mention how many CICs are there. Right? Then clause number 17 talks about what? Cash loss. You have to report if there is a cash loss. What is cash loss? Your P&L ka profit or loss and give adjustments of all non-cash items. You will get a one amount. Whether that is called as technically have you lost money or not. Now depreciation you are not spending. Provision you are not spending, but still you are considering it as an expense in the business P&L. Now we add back all those and we reach a particular point. Now then we see whether it is actually loss or not. If there is a cash loss in the current year and previous year, you have to mention under clause number 17. Understood? Now, clause number 18 talks about what? Resignation. So, those who do not know, you can go and refer NDTV Limited, subsidiary of Adani. You will see in clause number 17 cash loss ka amount. Resignation of statutory. Sir, who will resign? Only if there is a problem, no? That to CA. You would have taken multiple attempts to clear. Some people would have taken even more attempts to clear. Now, with that hardship when you clear, resignation is the last thing you think of. But still, if you have resigned, that means definitely something is wrong in the company and in his place you have been appointed. So, what you should do? You should consider the issues, objections and concerns raised by outgoing auditors. Have you taken or not? Again, this is the second clause where I am reporting about myself. Financial asset and financial liability, which we talk about, debtors, receivables, payables, etc. Do you have solvency? Are you capable of repaying in the next 1 year? If at any point of time, if there is a due, do you have ability to repay the liability or not? I am supposed to report under clause number 19. So clearly I have to mention there is no material uncertainty exists as on the date of report that the company is capable of meeting the liabilities existing on the balance sheet date as and when they fall within a year from the balance sheet date. That means from 31st March to next 31st March. In these 12 months, if there is any liability that is due, I am able to repay. I am not talking about 5 years loan, 10 years loan. Next 1 year, I am able to repay or not. So checking solvency only for next 12 months. Got it? Clear? Okay, sir. Then clause number 20 talks about what? CSR compliance. Now CSR compliance, if you remember, I'll quickly revise the CSR concept. How much minimum spending you have to do? 2% of my salary. Then average, how many years average? 3 years average profit before tax. Okay, 2% you have to spend. Now if you spend at par is equal to 2%, no problem. You spend less than that, problem. Spend more than that, no problem. If you spend more than that, we'll give you set off. Right? In the upcoming years, you can set off. But if you spend less, we will not let that happen. Now we'll ask you, why did you spend less? If you spend less, is it with respect to ongoing project or not an ongoing project? If it is not an ongoing project, then give it to government under schedule number 7. Give it to their fund, they will spend. Within how many months? Within 6 months, you are supposed to make the payment. If it is ongoing project, within the next 30 days, you have to deposit in a special account called as unspent CSR account. And how many years it will be there? 3 years you can use it. After 3 years, if anything is pending, within the next 30 days, you have to transfer it to Schedule 7 fund and government will use it. in totality, the money which is meant for society will never be with you. Is that clear? Got it? Yes. Okay, that's your clause number 20. Clause number 21 talks about what? Negative remarks of other components. So this comes only in case of CFS audit report. In CFS audit report, clause number 21 will tell in the entire family, whichever kid has a problem, in clause number 21, they will tell you. It's one stop for you to know everything about negativity about subsidiary, negative points about associate, negative points about joint ventures. Clear? Those who do not know what I am talking, or in case if you have forgotten, take. Have a look at this, where we talk about clause number 21 here. No qualification or adverse remark of any of the subsidiaries. This means all the subsidiaries are good to go. Clear? But if you want another report where we have mentioned everything about subsidiaries, we have that also. Have a look at this. Now, this is how you will be mentioning about your subsidiaries, their corporate entity number, and their what is the relationship and what is the para number. Now, they will not mention what is a negative remark. Now, if you want to know, go to respective company's annual report, audit report, check it out there. But I gave you a hint of where there is a problem. If this was not there, no, none of the subsidiaries problem you will ever know. You will never know about subsidiaries problem. Therefore, I am giving you a reference here. You can go to respective subsidiary, associate, joint venture, go and check out their para numbers. Understood? Yes. This is with respect to your clause number 21. Right. With this, we are done with CAR. How many clauses are there? 21 clauses are there. Okay. Tell me one by one. What is the first clause? Property, plant and equipment. Clause number 2. Inventory. Clause number 3. Then clause number 4. Companies. Here. Then clause number 5. Deposits, or rather we'll have block of 5. Okay. Remember till CD. Now don't change the order, because if you change the order, clause number will change. I am putting as per the clause only. Okay. Second block is what? 6 is what? Cost records, statutory due, then unrecorded income, repayment of loans, and then IPO, FPO, etc. Company secretary went to watch Uri. There's a movie. Okay. CS, URI. C for cost record, statutory due, unrecorded income, R for repayment, I for IPO, FPO. Okay. Next block. 11th. 12th. 13. RPT. 14th. Internal audit. Then non-cash transaction. Okay. FN RIN. I am a fan of RIN. You know RIN? Detergent bar. 16. RBI. 17. Cash loss. 18. Huh? Resignation, 19th. Financial asset, financial liability, 20th. Okay. Royal Challenge, RFC. Okay. Royal Challenge, Royal Fan Club. Now, 21st we are not including because 21st is only for consolidated financial statement. Okay. Now, remember, let's try and remember. Okay. Only in 2 minutes we will try to remember. Till CD, first block, PIL, CD, P for PPE, inventory, loans, compliance, deposits. Okay. CS, URI, cost record, stamp due, U for unrecorded income, repayment of loan, IPO, FPO. Then we have fan of friend, F for N, Nidhi company. See, you did fraud through Nidhi. Then RIN, RPT, IPO, FPO. No, sorry, internal audit, and then we have non-cash transaction. Then we have RC, RFC. What is R? RBI, cash loss, resignation, FAFL, and CSR. I'll give you 2 minutes, try to remember it. Not 5 minutes, only 2 minutes. Take your time, but not more than 2 minutes. Let's see. First block is what? PILCD. P for PPE, inventory, loan, compliance. D for done. Next, CSURI. C for cost record, statutory due. U for unrecorded income. R for repayment of loan, and I for IPO, FPO. Next, third, fan of RIN, FNRIN, F, N, R, RPT, I, internal audit. See, this is where you get stuck. Clear? So you have to identify which is the clause you are getting stuck with. I for internal audit, then we have N, non-cash transaction. Understood? Last one, RC, RFC. R for RBI registration, F for CC, cash loss. Then again R, resignation, then FAFL, and finally we have CSR compliance. Why? Clause number, if you know, your answer will elevate beautifully in the exam. Understood? Clear? Quickly for one last time. Okay. First block, I will not help. I can only tell you mnemonic. PPE, inventory, loans, compliance. Okay. Then CSURI, C, cost records, unrecorded income, repayment of loan, IPO, FPO, preferential allotment, private placement. Then third, FNRIN, F, through Nidhi company. How? Related party, internal audit, non-cash transaction. See, that block is properly built. Fraud through Nidhi company. Okay. Through RPT, we did internal audit. Then we understood non-cash transaction was done. Okay. Last one. What is the mnemonic? RC, RFC. R, registration with RBI, cash loss, resignation, FAFL, CSR. 21st is what? Negative comments of other subsidiaries. Easy to understand. Today it will be easy. You don't revise, go on. Okay, right, sir. Now, this is with respect to your Karo. Let's see some Karo questions if you have not solved any. Is there any Karo question that you have not solved? You have solved, no? This one, fourth one. Solve fourth one. Jan 26 paper. Clause number 2. Are you sure? How? They said what? During the audit, the management informs that the company has implemented ERP system that tracks all movement of raw material and finished goods in real time. Based on this, they have stopped conducting any physical verification, claiming that system itself ensures accuracy and control over stock levels. Is it true? No, you have to conduct physical inventory at physical verification at reasonable interval. What is reasonable interval? Now, you need not mention that in the exam for inter-level. Here, what you have to mention? Yes, reasonable intervals they have to, and also methodology and procedure. Counting methodology and procedure whether it is appropriate or not, and any discrepancy is that entire clause number 2, physical verification point, you are supposed to write. You need not write about working capital clause. Okay? 4 marks for that. Worth it, absolutely worth it. You will get 4 marks only if you write clause number. If you simply go and write there, then you will not get anything. Okay, quickly tell me all 20 clauses. Inventory. Then cost records. Statutory dues. Then unrecorded income. Repayment. IPFPO. Then fraud. Nidhi. RPT. Internal audit. Non-cash transaction. Finally, registration, cash loss, resignation, FAFL, EA. Understood. Understood. Then we have negative comments. Less than 2 minutes you take to revise the clause number. If you do on a daily basis, it will come down to 1 minute also. Okay? Your choice. With this, we are done with Karo. Section number 143, only a fraud reporting, which I already explained to you. Okay. Section number 143 reporting is very less. In that, I want to discuss only one part there with respect to this one, IFC. That is internal financial control or internal control over financial reporting. Should we report, sir? Yes, we have to give an opinion on that. Okay. Whether company has adequate IFC in place and operating effectiveness of such control must be spoken. Okay. But it is not applicable for whom? OPC, small company, any company having turnover less than 50 crore as per latest audited FS and aggregate borrowing from bank or FI or any body corporate at any point of time should be less than 25 crore. If these two conditions are satisfied, no IFC reporting for you. I'll ask you one question. Simple. A Limited is there. Their turnover is 40 crore, but their borrowing is 30 crore. Should we report or not? Should we report or not? Turnover 40 CR, borrowing 30 CR. No need to report, So, need not report, have to report. Exemption is what you are telling. I am not talking about exemption. See here, it is not applicable only if both the conditions are satisfied. Both the conditions are not satisfied. Therefore, IFC reporting is applicable. You have to report. For you to not report, then you have to satisfy two conditions. What is that? Turnover must be 50 crore, borrowing must be 25 maximum. Remember, whenever government wants to give you exemption, law will be stricter. Whenever government wants to apply rules on you, law will be lenient. Are you getting my point? Now answer this. Same company, turnover 40 crore, borrowing 20 crore. Now, reporting has to be done or not? Has to be done now. Reporting applicable, not applicable. Why not applicable? Turnover is less than 50, borrowing is less than 25 crore, therefore applicable. Why? Exemption is applicable only for a, and I asked about a, congratulations. Your answer is right, but not for the right reason. Remember, exemption is given to which companies? Private companies only. Public company, even if your turnover is 10 crore and borrowing is 10 crore, reporting has to be done. Are you getting my point? Clear? Remember, now let's talk only about private company because I don't know what Amisha is thinking. Private company, if you are under these limits, then no reporting. But any one condition is above the limit, reporting is applicable. This is exemptions. This is exemptions. Don't mess up these answers. These are very, very easy question. If you lose marks, no. To say. I can only give you a salute. These are easy points. Don't lose marks here. Right. Next, I want to report. I want to talk about is in case if the company has maintained a software or they're using an accounting software, they have to have what? Audit trail. That is edit log facility, and the same must be operated throughout the year for all transactions. We should report on that. Okay. Right, sir. And it should not be deletable. The feature must not be deleted. That kind of feature it must have. Okay. These are the 2 points which I believe is more important in the exam perspective. One is IFC. IFC for Audit is not applicable. Which is private company, which is a small company. Then OPC, company having turnover less than 50 CR, borrowing less than 25 CR. Borrowing from whom? Banks, FI, BC, body corporate. Individual, if it is there, ignore it. Understood? If it is less than, turnover less than 50 CR, borrowing less than 25 CR, only and only then reporting is not applicable. Any one condition you don't satisfy, reporting is applicable. If you're a public company, we don't even see your limit, reporting is straight away applicable. What if it's a listed company? But sir, turnover and borrowing is less than prescribed limit. Listed companies. Understood? Here. This is your reporting chapter. Okay. So 700 series, one question you can expect minimum. Sometimes there are attempts where 700 series only 2 questions. Right? There are attempts where Karo they have not asked. Right? In September attempt, I am expecting Karo to be there. Please be careful with respect to that. One question from SA 700 you can expect. One from Karo you can expect. Again, I am telling you with the trend. Alright, and with the professional judgment, little bit what I have. Okay. Now don't rely only on this. Study SA 710. Recently they have asked. But please study and go. You never know. If you think that recently they have asked, they will not ask, they will ask. Okay? So be careful with respect to that. Therefore, we are done with your reporting part. So how many chapters you have revised now? 1 is done, 2 is done, 6 is done, 8 is done, 11 is done. Understood. Now we are left with proper standard based chapters. Clear? So tomorrow we begin with a very important chapter, that is your completion and review. We'll finish off that. That is SA 560, 570, 580, 260, 265 and 450. Alright. In that 560, 580 is very important. Written representation. Although study is easy, but they can twist and turn and ask you the question. So tomorrow we finish off SA 560, 570, 580 and chapter number 7, and those questions will be discussed. Understood? Yes. Same timing, no other choice. Okay. I heard your class timings changed. 8 to 5. Morning 8 to evening 5 o'clock. Oh, then I think I can schedule it a little early. But again, I need to take consent of it. What is the earliest that we can take up? I need to ask September insurance first. 7? After 7, huh? Then we'll keep it at 7. 7 will keep 7 to 10 maybe. Yes, we'll keep it at 7 to 10 then. Tomorrow 7 to 10. Alright? Yes, good. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 7, completion and review. How many standards we have to cover here? 560, 570, 580, 260, 265 and 450. In this 570 very important. Okay? 580 very important. Keeping the trend and whatever questions are given in the RTP, MTP and PYP. Alright, that doesn't mean 560 is not important. 500 series, all standards are important. Okay. Now, let's talk about 560 first. 560 talks about subsequent event. Now, what do you mean by subsequent event? Here, accounting standard 4 is very, very important or very much closely connected to SA 560. AS4 talks about what? Events occurring after. So, SA 560 also talks about what? Subsequent event. But we don't call it events occurring after balance sheet date. We call it subsequent. Now, what do you mean by subsequent event as per SA 560? Two things are there. First of all, 3 dates you have to remember. One is what? Financial statement date, which is nothing but balance sheet date. Number 2 is what? Audit report date. Third one is what? Date of, technically date of financial statements where we have issued to people. But conceptually only 2 dates are important for us. One is financial statement date, one is because anything after this comes under facts only for us. Whether it is occurring before the meeting or after the meeting, both are called as facts only. Okay. Now, be careful. In the class I have told you, you have to identify 2 words. One word is called event word. One word is called fact word. What do you mean by event? Anything that has occurred between financial statement date and audit report date is what we call as events. Anything that has occurred after audit report date, we call it facts. But for reporting purposes and procedure purposes, we have to divide these facts into 2. One, facts that has occurred between report date and before issuing financial statement. One is after issuing financial statements. Clear? So let's talk mainly about event. Where is our responsibility? Event. So why? Because our report did not end or our audit did not end. I told you our responsibility ends the day where we sign our audit report. Got it? Yes. Therefore, we need to understand one logic here. When it comes to events after financials before audit report, what are we supposed to do? Number 1, what is our objective? Obtain SAI about these events, whether it requires adjustment or disclosure in the. Now, which events require adjustment? Adjusting events. Which event requires disclosure? This non-adjusting events. Now, what do you mean by adjusting events? AS4. Where condition already existed as on balance sheet date, and after balance sheet date, it just gave additional evidence about the same condition. What is non-adjusting event? Anything other than adjusting event. Let's make it simple. Anything other than adjusting events, we call it as non-adjusting events. Okay. Now, requiring adjustment and requiring disclosure is requirement as per AS4. We should also check whether it is appropriately reflected or not. Here, what you should have done, we should check whether you have done according to the law or not. Now, with respect to facts, do we have a responsibility? No, we don't have an obligation, but we have to respond appropriately to these facts. If we had known before audit report date, we would have changed our audit report. Now, here, our action is nothing but according to what management does. Like if management changes their FS, we need to change our report. If management does not change the report or FS, we will not change our report. Correct? Huh? Yes, sir. Loose tools. I told you one thing now. When management change their FS, we will change our report. When management does not change their FS, we will still change our report because we got to know a fact. Understood? Like parrots, don't shake your head. Understood? Yes, sir. Correct? No? Yes, sir. Wrong? No? Yes, sir. Got it. So facts known, in both cases we will have to change our report, but the response will be different according to your actions. Okay. Right, sir. What is the objective for us? Obtain about what? Events. Which events? That has occurred between balance sheet date and audit report date, and we should check whether it is appropriately reflected in the financial statements or not. Now, with respect to facts, we have to respond appropriately. If we had known before audit report date, we would have changed the audit report. Okay, so what is the procedure to identify? This is an important question. Okay. Now, what procedure we have to do? Step number 1, determine nature of procedure. What kind of procedure I have to put and how much I have to put. What are the kinds of procedures we have? REOAE, R square, re-performance, recalculation, inspection, inquiry, observation, analytical procedure, external. Out of this, select which one you are going to put. Extent means what? The depth, how much you are going to check. If it is inspection, how much you are going to check. If it is, let's say, inquiry, how much you are going to ask. Then consider whether it is risky. High risk means better procedures, more procedures. Less risky, less procedures. But you have to put up a procedure. Then include the following. Obtain understanding of how management identifies subsequent events, which is nothing but their ICS. Inquire whether any events that affect the FS or not. Out of these, ask them, is there any event that is affecting your current financials? Now, they will give an answer. Should we blindly believe it? No, because we are talking about inquiry. Now, inquiry, you think everyone will tell the truth? If I ask, for example, Guru, tell me your life's deepest secret. He'll say, don't know. Or he'll say nothing. That doesn't mean he doesn't have. Right? Everyone will have, but we will not tell. So, inquiry may not give us conclusive answer, but some evidence we have. From there we can start. Clear? So, with that inquiry, don't stop. Go to the next step. Read the minutes book, because in the minutes book only decisions will be recorded. Major decisions taken in which meeting? Owners meeting, TCWG meeting, management meeting. Okay. Now, there also, what if they have not recorded, sir? No problem. Whether they have not answered or not recorded, but they would have adjusted their financials. So, in case of that, go and read their latest interim financial statements, for example, quarterly financial statement. Yeah. So, what are the 3 steps we did till now? Number 1, getting to know what kind of procedure and how much to put. Number 2, check the risk assessment. Number 3, understand their ICS, inquire with them, read the minutes book, and read the financial statements. Understood? Clear? Then, in case if the event is identified, determine whether they have appropriately reflected. Now, what do you mean by event is identified? In this event, we have to see whether it is adjusting event or if it is adjusting event, adjust it. Non-adjusting event, check whether they have done that properly or not. Then finally, legendary standard we have to follow. Request written representation from whom? Management or TCWG regarding the events, whether they have actually adjusted or disclosed. Understood? Yes. Now, that is your main procedure, which is very important in this entire standard. Technically, this is where we put more procedures. Rest everything is based on what management does. The standard looks very heavy in the book. The standard looks very difficult in the book, but the standard is very easy to understand. You just have to identify what the question is about. Is a question about events or is the question about fact? If it is about event, we have an objective to obtain psi. Now, when psi is there, automatically you have to put up the procedure. What are the 5 steps? Step number 1, nature, audit procedures. Number 2, risk assessment. Number 3, ICS, inquiry, minutes and financials. Then 4th one, ask them whether they have done that or not. Finally, you take written representation. Clear? Easy to understand? Yes, sir. Now, what about the facts, sir? What about the facts? Nothing, no obligation. We just have to respond accordingly. Now, there are 2 kinds of facts. On the date of AGM or whichever meeting they are holding, there are 2 cases. One, financial statements are not issued. One, financial statements are. Now, whether you issue, whether you don't issue, after audit report date, if I get to know a fact, there are 3 primary steps you have to put up. Number 1, discuss the matter, check whether FS needs amendment or not, and if yes, ask management how are they going to change it. Now, this does not depend on whether financial statements are given or not given. In both cases, changes has to be done. Right? Now, What if financial statements are not issued one by one? We'll talk about it. Okay. FS is not yet issued, sir. Management amends the FS. Good boy or bad boy behavior? Good boy behavior. So we give unmodified opinion, but before that, now if management changes the FS, we need to check those procedures also. Although you are a good boy, we can't trust you directly. Clear? So we have to go and check whether whatever you have done properly or not. Number two, either amend your old report to include additional date of amendment. We call this as a double dating concept, or provide a new report or amended report with EOM or OM para as the case may be. Is that clear? Yes. Tell me, financial statements are not issued. What will happen? Management amends the FS. If they amend the FS, check the procedure and put up the procedure for the amendment, right? And either give revised report in that 2 dates you put, or give a new report with EOM and OM para. If management does not amend the FS, okay, that means you are not going to change the FS. Now, if I give my report, it is bad because your financial statements are materially misstated. Now, if the report is not yet given, modify the opinion and give. Now, which modification you will give? Qualified or adverse or disclaimer? Huh? Why qualified or adverse? Now very good. Now this is where you have to run your concept. Qualified or adverse you will give. Why? You found out a fact. Otherwise, why will you go and ask them? You found out a fact, you have evidence that something is wrong. Therefore, you either will give qualified or adverse. Okay. Now, if report is given to the management, signed and given, now what you should do? Tell the TCWG not to issue to. Now, TCWG still issues it to third party. Take appropriate action to prevent reliance on audit report. So, ensure that people won't rely on you. For that, whatever action you want to take. What if financial statements are issued, then we found out something? No problem. Now, our obligation is very simple. We first ask management, what are you doing about it? Okay. Review if management has taken steps to inform everyone. If they inform everyone, we issue new or amended report with EOM or OM para. If no, people should not rely on us. Easy to understand. Now, in the exam, what kind of questions will come? All kinds of questions can come. With that, one additional question can come, keeping your AS4 in mind, which we will solve now. What is that? They'll give you 5 items, transactions, and then they will tell whether this requires adjustment or not. Now, this is not audit question. This is your AS question, but from audit perspective, they can ask. How does it look, sir? Have a look at question number 8. Mindset Appliances listed company engaged in manufacturing electrical equipment closed the books of accounts as on 31st March 25. The stat audit is in progress and auditor proposes to sign the report on 30th June. So what is audit report date? 30th June. Okay, good. During the period between 31st March and 30th June, that means facts or events. Facts or events? Events. Why? Between balance sheet date and I told you in the class, in the question when they give, identify whether it is an event or whether it is fact. Where we have more responsibility? Events. In the fact, we have to just respond. Clear? Okay. Now, 5 transactions are given or 5 events are given. You tell me adjusting or non-adjusting. First one. Non-adjusting or adjusting? Non-adjusting or adjusting? Why? Huh? We did not have any condition existing as on, but instead consider this as adjusting event. Institute has told it is an adjusting event. Our example only. Yeah, I mean, see. Either institute has not given complete details about it. They said one major debtor is around 8 crores. Now, they did not tell whether the debtor was giving an indication of insolvency or not. Correct. Now, you tell me, according to the accounts, what is this? According to your AS4, what is it? Non-adjusting only. Yes, sir. But institute has given it as adjusting event. Okay. Yes, there will be confusion things. Sir, the condition never existed as on balance sheet date. How can they consider that as an adjusting event? Okay. Institute has given that answer as adjusting event and they have to make adjustments in the financial statements. Maybe there is an assumption that a major debtor who is there was declared insolvent on 15th April. Maybe there was an indication which is not mentioned. Okay. Anyway, no specific provision has been made against this debtor as at year end. Okay, no problem. Next one. Legal case for product liability for which provision of 3 crore was created as on 31st March settled for 1.8 crore. Adjusting or non-adjusting? Don't look at me. Look at the question and answer. No problem. Adjusting or non-adjusting? Why adjusting?
We already did.
See, provision already made. Not here. Provision already made as on 31st March. That means they knew that settlement has to be done. Only that valuation was confirmed later. So therefore, 3 minus 1.8. 1.2 CR must be reversed. So proper adjustment should be given. Keeping this in mind only, if you see this, no, it will become non-adjusting event. Technically, which one? The debtor one. Because condition never existed as on balance sheet, but it's okay. Institute is institute. We have to follow institute marks. But sometimes what happens is, now in, let's say for example, when was this? Mock paper. Okay, now imagine in mock paper they gave adjusting event. Same question in the suggestion answers they can give non-adjusting. Other way article 11 they can give adjusting. So what institute follows, trust me, there are many cases where same question in multiple publications, different answers also institute has given. Specifically in accounts paper and all. We have suffered in our times. Okay. So right now in your mock papers they have given adjusting event. Let's see. Now just in case. If there is doubt. No, in on YouTube if you will, sir, how can you say that? Here. Video varappadadalla. Declaration of insolvency of the entity between the financial statement date and report date, providing evidence on the recoverability from the debtor as on the date of FS. In the present case, insolvency of the debtor owing 8 crore indicates that financial difficulty existed as at 31st March 25. Okay. Therefore, this is an adjusting event. Now, I really do not know whether the question specifically has mentioned there was a financial difficulty or not. Have they mentioned? In the question, have they mentioned there was a financial difficulty? No. Now that means from where did this, they are told that indicate that the financial difficulty existed. Okay. Therefore, this is an adjusting event. Financial statement require adjustment by creating appropriate provision or writing of the debtor. Mere disclosure is not sufficient. Understood? Okay. Settling a legal claim outside the court at a reduced amount between financial statement date and report date for which provision has already been made in the FS. It provides evidence on the adjustment in the provision amount already made in the financial statements. If any excess provision should be reversed. This also is, this makes sense. Why? When you create a provision, you are expecting that this will be settled. Now it actually got settled, but at a lesser price. The rest should be reversed. Okay. Point number C. Company issued fresh equity shares through a qualified institutional placement on 20th May. Non-adjusting. If it is material, we can disclose. Otherwise, we need not disclose also. Okay. Comes clearly into the next financial year. 25th May, board approved plan to merge with another listed entity subject to regulatory approvals. Merger they are planning. Non-adjusting event. Now, since merger is a very big thing, you may disclose in your financials. Okay. On 5th June, major fire destroyed finished goods inventory worth 6 crores, stored in a warehouse, loss is covered by insurance. Non-adjusting event, therefore, disclosure should be given. Understood? Only one thing is about the debtor thing. Alright. Now, if you ask me what we should write in the exam, so should we write adjusting or should we write non-adjusting?
If the condition had already
Now I trained you how to write such kind of questions. How will you write? As per the first prioritize institute answer. What has institute told you? Then write a note. The question, if the question, I don't know, in the exam probably they may given the question itself that there existed financial difficulty. If there is not, don't write the note. Loose to parrot madri, don't go and write there. Read the question. If financial difficulty existed as on 31st March, adjusting. If it is not, non-adjusting. Understood? Clear? Always try to play a very good game in exams, keeping the situation in the mind. Okay? Right, sir. Management has not made any adjustment. Classify the above events into subsequent events. We have done that. Consideration and implication on the FS in each case. Conclude whether management treatment is appropriate. We have you take one case, write all three. Take second case, write all three. Understood? Yes, sir. Good question. Next, let's see about subsequent events. This is for you. Arvind and Associates. Do it later. One more. Solve. What is the requirement? Sitting and reading the entire case from those tools. Procedure that you should perform in relation to events occurring between AP, risk assessment, understanding ICS, inquiry, minutes and FS, then reality.
It is reflecting in the cancel.
Whether they have adjusted or disclosed in the FS, and finally we have SA 580. What big reality show? As long as you're remembering, it's good. Okay, that's it. SA 560. Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. Any doubts? Any doubts in SA 560? No. 1 minute given to you. Quickly go through. 1 minute. Let's move on to the next one then. SA 570 speaks about what? Going concern. What is going concern? It's an assumption that we take that whatever entity they prepare the FS based on what? That means we will assume that we will survive for at least 1 year. Sir, can we assess 5 years? 10? 6 months? Minimum to minimum 12 months we have to assess. Business of the entity will continue for a foreseeable future, at least 12 months. Now, entity when they prepare, what is the entity's responsibility? Preparation is financial statements and management's responsibility, and overseeing that is TCWG's responsibility. Okay, sir. If GC becomes inappropriate, what we should do? They should prepare on liquidation basis. What is our objective? To obtain SAI and to report as usual. Obtain SAI about what? Whether management use of going concern is appropriate or not. Whether there exists any material. See, small uncertainty will be there in the business. Okay. New competitors might come. New demand will be there. Trend might change. Small uncertainties will be there. But material uncertainty is what we have to check. What do you mean by material uncertainty? Which affects the, like what? Like what? COVID, COVID can be considered, not for everyone though. There are indicators in SA 570 which can be asked What are the indicators? Financial indicators, operating indicators, and other indicators. What is financial indicators? Net liability, borrowings they are not able to repay, creditors are withdrawing the support, operating cash flow is negative, financial ratios are adverse. Operating indicators what? Your intention is to only liquidate. KMPA has been lost. You're not finding any replacement. Market is gone. Customers are gone. Franchise is gone. Suppliers are gone. Labor is gone. Raw materials are not being supplied. Highly successful competition has come into the market which you can't compete with. When such things come, no, you have to close down. Clear? Other indicators means what? You have a history of non-compliance. Clear? Then legal proceedings, somebody has filed a case on you. If it becomes successful, the compensation itself will close your business, and changes in law which can adversely affect. Example, sir. Few days ago, Karnataka government told that we are banning pan and gutka. Okay, few days ago. For today I saw they withdrew the decision. Today they withdrew the decision of 1 year ban. Now this is like our limitation on scope put by management. They put the limitation. Step number 1, you request, they remove the limitation. Like that, they put a ban. Now they withdrew the ban. So if it was there, then obviously the companies which were manufacturing pan and gutka in Karnataka, their going concern is at problem now. Understood? One more. Today only, what Prime Minister told, we will give coaching for competitive exams free. Okay. Now government announced. Now is it a going concern problem for ArivuPro? Huh? Tell me. Is it a problem for ArivuPro? Why, sir? Both are in education now. It's a professional exam, and that's a different kind of exams. Maybe inspired by NEET. Understood. Clear. Now the question is, no, even if tomorrow they say we are giving coaching for profession exams free, is it a danger for ArivuPro? Yes, sir. Huh? Is it a danger for ArivuPro? Why?
Depends.
Now there is private college and government college. No. So is it a threat for private college? No, sir. It's good for private college. Clear. So tomorrow if any government comes and says we'll give coaching for free, ArivuPro will be very happy because people will understand what kind of quality exists in the market. Clear. So we have to see, just because the competition is there in the market, that doesn't mean it's a going concern issue for you. This is why we have to assess. But if tomorrow Ambani comes and says Reliance Pro Academy, is it a threat? Is it a threat to ArivuPro now? Why? Sir, their pockets are as deep as the ocean. Yes, they can bring in any kind of faculties. They can give you world-class facility. Imagine they bring up infrastructure where there is canteen, there is playground, there is snooker table, carom, chess, this, that, everything. Now, obviously a student will go there. Imagine they are charging 30,000 for inter. Won't people go there? Yes, sir. Are you getting my point? Now, that is what we call as highly successful competitors. Understood? Clear? Yes. So we have to check those things. Alright. Next. Now, what are management's responsibility and what are our responsibility? Which is easy. Our responsibility is very easy. Why? Whatever you are doing, we just have to check it. Clear? So technically, what is management's responsibility? Preparing affairs based on, even if framework does not require. Why? Do you need a law to tell you breathe in and breathe out? No, sir. Same logic. Going concern is like a breadth of any organization. You have to assume that you will continue for a foreseeable future. So whether framework requires or framework does not require, you have to prepare the financial statement based on that assumption. Okay. This includes you have to make judgment about future outcomes. So you have to become astrologer now. Understood? Outcomes of what? Events or now, what you should consider while judging that size and complexity of the business. Sir, what is our complexity? What is our size of our company, and what is the organization who is there in front of us? Then nature and condition of the business. What kind of business are we doing? Now imagine Karnataka banned Pan and Gutka, and I have an academy in Mangalore. I am also bothered. Well, you are going concern. Why? And the nature of business is totally different. Understood. Now, condition of the business. What is condition of the business? Condition of the business means their condition, whether they are healthy or sick. We have something called a sick unit. Right? Now, your business is so unhealthy, you are in debt. Alright. Now, when a new competitor comes, gone. Vodafone. Take Vodafone. They are drowned in debt now. Tomorrow, another imagine new competitor comes and says, we will also put telecom segment. Vodafone will anyway be out of the market. Clear? So we have to assume that what is the condition of the business, sensitivity of the business to external factors, meaning what? How much weak or what kind of weakness they have against an external factor. External factor means what? Competition, demand, supply, political reasons, social environment, etc. Everything it affects your business. Is that clear? Understood? Okay, sir. Degree of uncertainty increases significantly the further into the future. Meaning what? The farther you assume, uncertainty increases. Question. Same question I have asked. Tell me, which is the year 2026? 15th August 2026 we are. Tell me, 15th August 2031, what will you be doing? God knows, sir. But if I ask you 16th August 2026, what will you be doing? And now your answer is more certain. I'm not saying 100%, but there is certainty. I getting my point. You will tell, tomorrow we will get up in the morning, we will study, afternoon we have class, and then we'll attend, right? You may not get up in the morning. Are you getting my point? You may not get up in the morning. You may not come to class. Happens. Possibility is there. So obviously the more certainty is there. But if I ask you 5 years down the lane, 5 months down the lane, now certainty will reduce. Is that understood? Yes? Okay. Then there could be changes in the information available based on which the judgment was made. So information when you had on 1st April versus 31st March could be totally different. Yeah, example. Morning batch and evening batch when we take. Sometimes the examples are different. Morning batch examples are different, evening batch examples are different. Now, I can't do anything. It depends on students. Students' doubts, students' response, students' questions, etc. Clear? Now, obviously, there will be information changes. Why? Business will never be the same. Demand, supply will never be the same. The trend will never be the same. Government can change at any point of time. Clear? Right. So, these are the factors that management should consider, which is an important question. Can be asked for 5 marks in the exam, be careful. Okay, sir. Now, what should we do? Nothing, sir. Whatever they have done, we should check. Obtain SAI about appropriateness, obtain SAI about uncertainty. These responsibilities exist even if, when they are preparing when framework does not require, we have to check even if framework does not require. Okay? We cannot be astrologer like management. Why? Limitation. We cannot give guarantee about future at all. Right? Now imagine someone comments on this video saying, if I watch this revision, will I get exemption? You can get exemption from not writing, or maybe from writing the exam. But not by just with revision, you can't score 60, 70 for sure. Yeah, maybe in some of the attempts which are easier, I have seen people scoring 30, 40 at least. But scoring 60 is a huge task. Clear? So obviously we cannot predict the future. We can just tell what may happen, that too not with highest level of certainty. So we just have to see what management has done and tell whether that is reasonable or not. But if I do not refer to any uncertainty in the future, don't hold me liable. Why? A in CA is accountant, not astrologer. So I really cannot tell. Imagine suddenly government comes up with a ban and shareholders are like, because of you didn't tell us. Government itself did not know. How will I know? So in case of any MU, material uncertainty in the future exists, you cannot blame auditor. Okay, because my view on GC cannot be viewed as guarantee. Now people can ask, then why are you telling, sir? Because management has prepared. So it's my responsibility to check whether they have done their responsibility properly or not. Okay, sir. Now what procedures we have to put? Basic procedures. Number one, step number one. If they have done their initial assessment, discuss with them how they have done the assessment. Determine whether events and conditions will affect their business. If yes, how they are going to address. But if they have not done the assessment, overconfidence. Ask them, on what basis you are doing this? Like for example, some students will study properly. Some won't study properly. Now, to both we have to discuss. One, we will discuss, okay, how you have planned your studies, what is your target, how are you going to achieve. Now imagine the other guy is always on social media only. We will ask him, what kind of overconfidence you have, man? You are roaming outside, right? Imagine now you are having some kind of confidence. I always had a neighbor who studied 1 month before the exam telling I know everything in CA. Just 1 month before the exam. And then 1 month after the exam, CA will give reality check how much you know. So if you are prepared on GC basis, I will still ask you questions. If you are not prepared, I will still ask you question on what basis you are assuming that nothing has happened to your or nothing will happen to your entity. Okay. Inquire whether there are any events or conditions that cause significant doubt. Okay, sir. Step number 2. Now, if they have made an assessment, you have to evaluate. Evaluation includes what? Their process, their assumptions, plans for future action and feasibility. Understood? Now, how much is the minimum period of assessment? 12 months. Minimum to minimum 12 months. If management has covered for less than 12 months, request them to extend for 12 months. And what we should do? Now, what is this remaining alert throughout means? Professional skepticism. Understood? Okay, sir. Now, if assessment is not made, request the management to make. If cash flow forecast is prepared, basically PFI, know this is? Forecast is nothing but PFI, no? So, evaluate the data reliability and determine support for assumptions data. Understood? Clear? Next. Consider additional facts from the date of last assessment. That means changes from last assessment or last evaluation. Finally, obtain WR from the management under SA 580 because they put up the plan, they put up the feasibility. We didn't put. So take WR from them saying how good that is. Tomorrow they should not blame you. Clear? These are your 6 important steps. What is step number 1? Initial assessment, have they done or not? Okay. If they have done, discuss, see whether any events are affecting, how are they addressing. If they have not done the assessment, discuss and then inquire whether any events are affecting them or not. Then, evaluation should include what? Process, assumption, plan, feasibility. Third one, if they have not made any assessment, request them. Fourth one, if the forecast is prepared, data reliability and support for assumptions. Additional fact to consider, WR you take. WR about what? Plan and feasibility. Okay, sir. Now, these are all additional procedures by reading their eventual terms, minutes of the meeting, asking their lawyer team, confirming the existence, terms and adequacy of borrowing facility, plans to deal with customers order not filled. This is your students' tickets in ArivuPro if you can relate to it. Lot of tickets, if it is unresolved, that means there is a problem. So we have to ask, why is it not resolved? Obtaining and reviewing reports, adequacy of support, performing procedures regarding subsequent event to identify whether it will affect the GC or not. These are additional procedures, but basic procedures you have to study properly. Now comes the most important part, that is reporting part. Now, here, if use of going concern basis is inappropriate as per auditor, now we are telling it is inappropriate, but management is telling what? That means if management is saying appropriate, we are telling inappropriate, there is a difference of opinion. What are we supposed to do? We give adverse opinion. Why adverse opinion? We have side that it is inappropriate, which according to us it is material as well as pervasive. Therefore, they should prepare on what basis? Now, if they prepare on liquidation basis, then we should check that particular financials properly. And since they have changed their FS, they are a good boy. Therefore, we'll give. But obviously, EOM paragraph we will put. If you remember, we had seen Vodafone report on going concern properly. Correct? But there obviously we had seen both how the paragraph was given and what kind of opinion also was given. But in EOM para, mention the alternative basis of accounting. What is alternative basis here? Liquidation basis. Okay. Again, situation 1. GC is inappropriate as per auditor, appropriate as per management. What they should give? Step number 1. Don't directly say adverse. Step number 1. Request the management to prepare on liquidation basis. If you prepare unmodified, check the liquidation account, your financials, unmodified plus EOM. If not, adverse opinion. Okay, sir. Step number 2 or scenario number 2. Going concern is appropriate, but material uncertainty exists. If GC is appropriate, but uncertainty exists, disclosure must be made in the FS. Now, if you make disclosure, then you are a good boy. Therefore, but you have made disclosure, but in your length of FS, people may not see it. Therefore, in my report, element number 5, going concern, material uncertainty related to going concern will come into the picture, and under this you put all the facts. How? We draw your attention to note number so and so of financial statements and just give a gist of it. Now, if people want to know more, where will they go now? To the specific. Okay, sir. Sir, adequate disclosure is not made. Good boy, bad boy, bad boy. So we give. Sir, why, sir? Why not adverse? Adverse only they are giving, no? Good. I like the attention. Why not disclaimer they are giving? Because we have size. If size is there, we cannot give disclaimer. We either have to give qualified or we have to give adverse. But in the opinion section, clearly you have to mention in the which section? That means we are not giving para number 5 or element number 5. In element 4 only we will put this. Material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on ability to continue as going concern. Is that clear? Yes. Finally, next. Sir, what if opinion section? Opinion section is obviously basis for opinion. In opinion, you give this one. In basis, you tell the reasons. Right? Now, if they do not make any assessment or extend the assessment, what to do, sir? Then we give qualified or disclaimer of opinion, reason, unable to. Understood. Clear. Yes, this is your essay 570. Now, what are the areas that you have to focus more on? Reporting, procedure, indicators. Here, which is, and moreover, management's responsibilities. When you talk about procedures, I'm specifically talking about management's responsibility. Clear? So, management responsibility, indicator is an unexpected question that they can ask. Okay, reporting, pakka you have to study. All right, let's see some questions on that. Third one. Solve. Minimum how many months? Have done. So what should we do? Should request them to extend it to for a period of minimum 12 months. Now you have to tell after that. If they make then unmodified opinion, okay, but do they have any material uncertainty? Huh? Do they have any material uncertainty? No, they said they have consistent history of profitability, easy access to bank finance, but they have not prepared detailed analysis to support its assessment. Okay, that means they have not prepared the step number 1. Step number 1. Which one? Determine whether they have made preliminary assessment or not. Okay. In separate case, EF and Co and Auditing XYZ Limited, they notice management assessment. Now, technically, there are two companies here. One is UVW, one is XYZ Limited. So, two answers you have to give. Are you getting my point? Yes. One is this one, that they have not prepared a detailed analysis. Okay. One, they have covered only 9. Alright. Solve this question at home once you go through the revision on your a good question. Next. Twelfth one.
And not in as a gap.
What's the case here? Is it a case or direct question? Case or direct question? Discuss the responsibilities of auditor as per SA 570. Also comment whether absence of any reference to uncertainty relating to going concern in the report can be regarded as guarantee. No, in auditor's responsibility, last para, we cannot promise the future, right? And obviously, our that entire responsibility para we have to write. Understood? Clear? Okay. Now, so I want you to solve one more subsequent event question. This one. Fourth one. What's the case? 31st March financial statement date. Report were issued on 30th June. 2 months after issue, you become aware of the fact. So this is event or fact? Fact. So do we have a responsibility? We have to respond to it. Clear? Had this fact been known, we would have modified our opinion. Give overview of responsibility. What is our responsibility? Respond appropriately. Now that after that you have to write. Discuss the matter with management, whether they require amendment or not. If yes, how are they making the amendments? Those 3 points you have to write. No, don't sit under entire full chart for that. Okay? Huh? So you can mention at the end that after a discussion and all those things, now according to that, if the financial statements are issued or not issued, an overview they do. Right. So if you want, you can write that overview and. But it's a direct question for me, nothing to do with any case as such. They have just given a small case, but they are not asking entire case. They are talking about overview clear in the given facts and situations. Normal question. Okay. This is with respect to your SA 570. Alright. 1 minute, quickly go through your 570. Let's move on to the next question. SA 580. Next standard, sorry. That is written representation. What's the objective of WR? To obtain WR. From whom? Management. Now the question is, who is management? Who is management? 20 directors are there. Who are they? Now from whom we should take WR? Appropriate responsibilities for financial statements requested from those who are technically responsible for preparation and now that depends on what? Governance. Remember I told you TCWG will be there, management will be there, then executive people will be there. In ITC I had shown you the governance structure also clearly. Yes, so obviously that depends on the company's governance structure. I think in ITC we had spoken about what is that guy? Supratim Datta, where who was that is Barucha. Supratim Datta, who was in charge of internal audit, finance, accounting, etc. So from him we can take WR. Understood? CFO, Chief Financial Officer. It is usually management. In some cases it is TCWG. You can be asking from whom? CEO you can ask, then CFO you can ask, then other equivalent titles. In some cases management may make enquiries of others, and these are what? One example you give for expert. Actuaries. One more example you give. Engineers. Very good. Lawyers are also called as experts. Doctors. Yes. Scientists. All these are experts. We can take WR from them as well. Now, what is our second objective? To support other evidence. So, can I say WR is Sai? What is WR then? It is a supporting evidence, right? In one of the topic we have also said WR is Nai. Necessary but not sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So we cannot conclude based on WR, but it is like a supporting evidence. Understood? Okay. Then third objective is to respond. If they give, how we have to behave. If they don't give, how we have to behave. Okay, sir. Now, what should be the date of WR? Any date, but as close as possible to. Sir, after audit report date, can I have WR? Yes, you can. Take home and put budgie on that. There is no point of that. Why? Our job ends when? So, without evidence, how can you give opinion? Imagine you tell ICA, you give me result, later I'll write the exams. I am good enough, I say, you give me pass results today. Next month I will write the exam. No, based on the exam only result is given. No. So based on evidence only I have to give opinion. I can't give opinion first and then tell I will get evidence. Not possible. Is that understood? Got it? Yes, sir. Next. Date shall not be after audit report date. Then it should be for all financial statements and periods referred in the report. Okay, sir. Now, let's talk about primary WR. What should be the primary WR about? Management's responsibility. What are their responsibilities? That they have given proper information. They have given access agreed in the. Where have they agreed? SA 210 terms of engagement. Correct or not? Tell me the contents of engagement letter. Objective and scope. Others, tell me what magic show is going on. Objective and scope. Management's responsibility. Auditor's responsibilities. Identified AFRF and form and content of expected form and content of report to be issued with a statement that it can change under any circumstances. Now then, transactions that are recorded and reflected in the FS, that means preparation of FS. Then about communication of SDICS. What is SDICS? Significant deficiencies in internal control. Okay, so this they have to write and clearly give it to us. Now, I may request them to reconfirm their responsibilities. When? When can I reconfirm? In 4 scenarios. Those who signed, no longer responsible. Imagine, Guru was the director, he gave the WR, okay, I'm continuing the work. Now from the director, he's become watchman in the company now. Now the WR has no Value only. So I have to reconfirm with the new management. See, this was the old WR. Can you please confirm this? Number 2, terms prepared in the now this year terms could be different. Therefore, WR also should be different. Sir, they have misunderstood their responsibility. That time I need to reconfirm. Finally, circumstances change. What is circumstance change? Law changed, business increased, improved, more management changed, ownership changed. So many other circumstances are there. Second one, secondary WR. Now, secondary WR is whose problem? Our problem. We are not trusting their transactions and their words, so we want more WR. So, if we determine that it is necessary to obtain more than one WR to support other evidence or to support more than one assertion, then request such other WR. Now, these may supplement. What do you mean supplement? Support your original WR, but this is not a part of. Which means they don't have a duty to give you this. Secondary WR, they don't have a duty or obligation, but it is because you are having trust issues, they should give you. Primary WR, they have to give. Understood? Whereas this, they need not give. It doesn't form part of responsibility. It can supplement, it can support their responsibility, but that is not a part of their responsibilities. What are these WR, sir? With respect to accounting policy. Because, tell me, how do you choose accounting policy? I'll ask one question. Answer. Okay? Answer. Which is the best method of inventory valuation? You tell me. In your business, what will you consider? Okay, I'll give you a business. You are into manufacturing and selling of products. Both. Manufacturing and trading, both are there. Tell me, what one you select, ma? P4. Weighted average. Same. Which one? P4 weighted average. Weighted average. One of them you tell. Tell. You are the management. I'm asking you. Now see, everyone, either you are choosing FIFO or why not LIFO? Okay, practically not reasonable, sir. Therefore, we will not choose LIFO. Okay, on what basis you chose FIFO then? It is. On what basis you chose weighted average? Exactly. Now, can you prove this that your judgment was correct? That's why right and give. Understood? That's why right and give. That's why if you see here, selection and application of accounting. Now, how do I know that accounting policy you have chosen was correct only? If I take FIFO, amount can change. Weighted average, amount can change. Your closing stock changes, GP changes, DP changes, NP changes. So, on what basis I can ensure that what you have done is correct? Right and give. Tomorrow you should not tell CA told us. Yes, so right and give about accounting policy. Now, sir, can I choose not rate WR for this? Yes. Because it starts only with what? If I determine I need more than one WR, I can take. Next, following matter, that is any assets and liabilities, plans and intention, that is you are planning to buy a land, you have purchased a land by paying advance, give a WR that it is for manufacturing. How do we know? Example. Imagine in Anna Nagar we have taken one 10-acre land, but we have just paid advance. Okay, we have paid advance of let's say 50 lakhs, all for 10 acre. Now that 50 lakh advance we have recorded in the books of accounts. Now when auditor saw that, he asked us, sir, why did you pay 50 lakhs? He said, we are buying a new land for manufacturing, product. We are putting up a new plant there. Now on what basis auditor can get evidence? What documentation will have for advance payment? Okay, check we will give. Two opposite persons, seller. Do we have an agreement today? No, we don't have an agreement, but we have made the payment. How do we prove it? Simple. We take WR and close it. Of course, you can go and check that land, whether that land is there or not. But how do we know that they are using that land for manufacturing only or not? Are you getting my point? What if they are purchased it as an investment and to sell it? Possible? We don't know, sir. That's why the intention can never be proven. The intention can never be proven. That's why you give it in WR. Number 2, actual and contingent liability. SA 501. In SA 501 audit evidence, litigation and claims, some cases which has been filed against a management may tell, hey, this and all, nothing, sir. Nothing will happen to us. Write and give, sir. Because your lawyer is saying something else. You are saying something else. You better write and give. Clear? Title or control over the asset. Dispute. Generally, when we have disputes, now we take it in writing here. Imagine now you have a land. Now, the land, when you are purchased, the seller itself is saying there are 2 sons. One of them has sold land to you. The other son is coming and telling he did not have right. I have the right. So that land is not yours. Land is mine now. Now there is a dispute going on. Now management will let that land is ours only, sir. Don't worry. Now there is a case going on. There is a title issue also. Now who do we trust? Forget it. Give it in. Right. But remember, WR is not a solution for everything. You have to do your primary procedure, get primary evidence, then take WR. You see, in everything, WR is the last point you write. It is a supporting evidence and not sufficient and appropriate evidence. Okay, sir. Aspect of law, contractual agreement, etc. So, law says you have to follow this, management says not applicable for us. Give it in writing, sir. Okay, sir. Third one. About specific assertion. Now, you don't debate about existence, you debate about valuation. Only for that valuation purpose you can take WR. Let's say land. Now land, you are seeing agreement, everything is there, but you don't trust the amount recorded. Everything else you trust. Only for that amount you take WR. Specific assertion, specific statement, whatever they are making, for that you can take WR. Clear? So while evaluating this judgment and intentions of the management, you have to consider 4 things. Hidden question. What are the 4 things you have to consider? Hurry, history of intentions, then ability to pursue the action, reasons for choosing the action, and information obtained can be different. So 4 factors you have to consider: history, ability to pursue, reasons for choosing the action, and information change. Understood? Yeah. Okay, sir. This is your SA 580, but we are not done. We have to do one more thing there. What if they don't give, or what if they give, sir? Now, sir, now 2 things we have to understand. Doubt of whatever WR, we still don't trust their WR. Second thing is, what if they are not given the WR? If you doubt their WR, what to do? There will be some reason why you are doubting. No, go and resolve that matter. If matter remains unresolved, evaluate their Vemasus. Why? What do you mean by that? Integrity, ethical value, diligence, and commitment and competence. Ask them, I'm evaluating your competence now, and I will start doubting all your representations and evidence you have given till now. Okay? Then if required, I can modify my opinion. Okay? Sir, what is a requested WR not given? What will we do? Discuss the matter with management. Ask them, why? What happened? What enmity you have with me? You don't like my face or what? Why are you not giving? Ask them. Then re-evaluate the same integrity, etc. And finally, if you want to modify. See, whether you talk to management or not, you have to talk to TCWG. Why? In SA 705 they are told, if you are modifying, you have to talk to TCWG. Okay? But in the following cases, you don't have an option of adverse or qualified. Straight away, disclaimer of opinion. When you conclude that there is sufficient doubt about integrity, that means you are not trusting their integrity, only disclaim the opinion, right? With respect to what? They are not giving their WR about responsibility. Primary WR they are not giving. Super. Clear? Then they do not provide WR with respect to responsibility regarding preparation of FS and information provided. So one, you are doubting their integrity. Number two, primary WR not given. In these two cases, what will you do? Disclaim you. Understood. Got it. Yes, this is your essay 580 WR. Many questions in this year has been asked on combined RTP, MTP, PYP and all. So 580, keep it as important. What doubt? Here they said you shall disclaim the opinion. Now, when we talk about essay 580 as a dedicated standard, they have told disclaimer. Why? Because after some point of time, you cannot withdraw. As per SEBI regulation, after some point of time, you don't have an option to withdraw. If you have an option to withdraw, always withdrawal we can choose. But if you don't have an option, then you have to disclaim. Now, when we are studying here, they are telling that you can modify your opinion. But what modification you have to give? Disclaim. If you are giving opinion. If you are not giving opinion, then obviously there is no point of discussion. If you are giving an opinion, then you have to give disclaimer in these two scenarios. That means in these two scenarios, you cannot give qualified or advice. You cannot give this. You have to give disclaimer only. You don't want to give disclaimer, you have an option of withdrawal, withdraw. Is that clear? Yes or no? This is your essay 580. Quickly go through it, then we go to the questions. Yes. Correct.
Without obtaining WR.
When they say primary responsibility, they have to tell clearly, I have given you information. Okay, I have recorded all the transactions. I have given you access. Okay, now preparation of FS is their responsibility. They are prepared. Now you are not trusting their judgment.
Evidence regarding that.
Okay.
WR is only. Why is that?
Because this WR is not a primary WR. Preparation of FS is correct. But accounting policy choosing is totally a judgment, no? Because you have so many accounting policies, out of that you are selecting something. It is based on judgment, no? Why do you need evidence to prove my judgment, my accounting policy is wrong?
The judgment is reasonable. Need to get an evidence.
Correct. Correct.
So in such case, I need WR, but if it is optional for them to give.
It is optional for them to give because I have prepared FS. Correct. Now you have checked my FS. Is there any problem with my FS? No. Then why are you asking? Because now you want to prove that my judgment is reasonable or not. So it's whose problem now? Auditor's problem. Correct. Now you want to prove my judgment is reasonable or not. There is no other option other than WR. Okay, keeping the circumstances. See, for example, if I'm trading in goods, FIFO makes sense. Now, if I follow weighted average, that also makes sense. Now, how are you telling me that it doesn't make sense? It's allowed in AS2. So, you can't question me technically on that. Correct. So, if I say, no, sir, we feel weighted average is better. Okay, how do you feel? How do you feel means I feel. Now, if you say, okay, fine, I'll write and give, sir. Tomorrow, if anything happens, blame is on me. That also is possible. Absolutely. Go through it quickly. Notes. Note. Any problem, any doubts you have, please question before we head. Let's go to the questions then. Now see, this is based on WR, question number 1. Question number 5 is based on WR. 6 is based on WR. 9 is based on WR. The 9 is important. 11 is based on WR. 12 done, 13 done. So out of 13 questions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. Right? So almost 50% of this year's questions are based on W. Okay? In that, let's solve one by one. First question you see. Case or direct? It's a case. There are 3 kinds of WR in the class we discussed. I told you in the standard they have not given that name. Primary WR, secondary WR, specific assertion. What are they requesting here? Should they give or not? Compulsorily?
Yes.
Yes, sir. What are they saying? Management is saying, I have already given you records and evidence. I need not give you WR. Right or wrong?
Wrong.
No, they have to give. Now, if you simply write that, you will not get marks. No. Now you have to write, if the requested WR is not given, what would be the consequence? Now I've requested primary WR. I have to request the management. You have to write what is the primary WR. About that content you write. And then you have to write, if requested WR is not provided, what are the consequences? Finally, you write, in this case, we disclaim the opinion. Yep. Huh? Just now we discussed. Now you tell me what are the consequences if requested WR is not provided. Really? Just now I discussed, no?
That is what steps are taken.
If requested WR is not provided, what are the consequences?
There will be any issue.
Then you should stop thinking. Next, 5th one. Yes. Not should be. Disclaimer will be given if they don't provide. 5th one. Matters would include in the WR relating to financial statements. What would be the matter? Good question. It's a very good question. Read the case. It's a very, very unique and unexpected question where they are telling in the WR what you should write and give. What kind of WR they are asking? So what are the matters?
We are having the responsibility to prepare a financial statement.
All information. Let's see. Here you go. That's why I told you it's a very different question, an unexpected question that has been asked in Jan. We have fulfilled our responsibilities for preparation of financial statements in accordance with financial reporting standards, in particular, financial statement give true and fair view according to applicable accounting standards. Significant assumptions used by us in making accounting estimates, including those measured at fair value, are reasonable. RPT and RPR appropriately accounted and disclosed in the requirements as per SA 550. Events subsequent to the date of financial statement, there is SA 560 and SA 450. This is the reason why some of the questions you have to I keep telling you, don't just stick to one particular publication. Always go through the previous 3 to 4 attempt RTP, 3 to 4 attempt MTP and suggested papers. Here, although other questions we have discussed in the class, something add-on should be there in revision now for you. Yes, that's why this question I kept for the revision purposes. Okay. Now this is a very good question. Go home and solve Jan 26 question once again. Okay, easy question, but it's more of common sense. But obviously, it will be different when you come to primary WR. You will write only those questions. Okay. Sixth one. See, this is a classic example of how people say this attempt they have asked, therefore next attempt they will not ask. Jan 26 SA 580, May 26 SA 580. What's the concept? The earlier management resigned and a new management team assumed charge. While completing the order requested WR from management regarding responsibilities, the new management stated they could provide WR only for the period from the date they assumed office and not for the earlier period. Correct? Wrong, sir. WR should be for the period we are auditing, not for the period you are assuming the office. Yep. Easy question. 4 marks. Next. Ninth one you have to read twice. If you have a book, write next to the stand only, write solve Jan 26 question, because I know how much you'll remember later. Answer. Good question again. Explain the WR that the attorney obtained from management regarding its responsibilities for the preparation of financial statement. That is primary WR they're asking. Okay. Also comment whether you can accept representation containing such qualifying language. So what they have given to say qualifying language? They said to the best of its knowledge and belief, management agreed to provide but proposed including a qualifying language that they say representations, stating that the representations are made to the best of its knowledge and belief. Can we accept this language or not?
What about?
Why? They themselves are not sure. Huh? Take your time, no problem. I'll show you the institute answer also. But technically tell me, is the first para needed? Is the first para needed? OPQ, infrastructure, etc. Company has significant estimates, so and so. CAR has been appointed for the year ended 31st March 25. During the course of audit, he noted preparation of FS involves input from several specialists, including actuary for employer benefit obligation, staff engineers, and internal legal counsel. While completing the audit, he requested the management to provide WR confirming it has fulfilled its responsibility in accordance with the AFRF. They agreed to provide so and so. See, technically, you have to get WR from experts. Correct. Now, management is saying to the best of our knowledge and belief. Is it correct or not? You think and tell me. Meanwhile, I will show you what institute has told. Downloading. There you go. Now, with respect to financial statements, we can take from management, but here there are other people also included other than management. Correct? In some cases, however, management may decide to make inquiries of others who are participating. These are nothing but experts. Such individuals may include actuaries, staff engineers, and internal counsel. In some cases, they may include in WR qualifying language to the effect that representations are made to the best of its knowledge and belief. It is reasonable for the auditor to accept such wording if the auditor is satisfied that representations are being made by those with appropriate responsibilities and knowledge of the matters included. To reinforce the need for the management to make informed representation, you may request the management include in the WR confirmation that it has made such inquiries as it considered appropriate to place in the position to be able to make the requested WR. In the given case, you may obtain WR from the management confirming that it has fulfilled the responsibilities. The inclusion of phrase may be accepted provided you are satisfied that the representation is being made by the management having responsibility and knowledge. Meaning what? See, I don't mind you writing to the best of your knowledge and belief, which makes sense. You know why? You are not the expert. Now, some expert has given you, see, trust me, when you understand these questions, your concept improves. These are these out of the box questions in the exam that can be asked. Now here you will not find this in the book, the same language. It's a concept that is talking here. So I don't mind when an expert is giving me a report and I'm including that report in the FS and giving it to you. Now you are telling me that management, right, and do whatever you have told is correct. It's like you asking me, write and give, sir, what ArivuPro is telling is correct. Now, whatever I am telling, I can write and give. Whatever ArivuPro told you, how I can write and give. Like getting my point. Who you should ask now? You should ask them. Now, experts, yes, if we take WR from expert, matter resolved. But with whom are you asking here? Management. Now, management will tell, okay, sir, I will give you with this particular information to the best of my knowledge and belief. Now, why? So that I am not an expert, I can give you a hint that whatever I believe he is an expert, that is why I am believing his report, and that's what that belief is what I am passing on to you. If you satisfy that Karthik sir has in the management, I am in the management, Karthik sir has enough knowledge, Karthik sir has enough competence to tell this, then I will accept it. Because see, we will also tell that, sir, from management, if you tell, we'll believe, sir. Even if you are telling to the best of your knowledge, we'll believe, because I know that you will not lie. So if you are taking from such person with proper responsibility and knowledge, we can accept that language. But if someone who does not take the responsibility and doesn't have the knowledge, if that fellow tells this, I cannot accept it. Is that clear? Yeah. So moral of the story, conclusion of this case is what? from the management if appropriate responsible person and knowledgeable person writes this language and gives, I will accept. But if someone else writes this language and gives, I will not accept. Why? The person who is responsible, he would have confirmed multiple times before giving me this WR. That's the reason why I may accept. Yes, within the management only. Is that clear? Got it. So, so this question, which I marked as important, please go through again. Are you getting my point? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Huh?
We want that I will not add this.
Then how will you conclude? How will you conclude? Now, provision for claims. Actuary has prepared and given it to the management. Management has created provision according to that. How will you conclude? Now, management will tell expert to give. Now, if you go to expert and then take WR, matter resolved. You think expert will give? Always. May not give. Therefore, who will you come and ask? Management. Now, management tells, sir, I believe in experts. I'll tell to the best of my ability and knowledge. Now, if you say, Karthik sir, if you are taking responsibility, no problem for me. No, I will tell, okay, I will take responsibility. I believe him, I will take the responsibility. Okay. Moral of the story, we should not be adamant on telling you only should give. Whoever is responsible, at the end of the day, the bomb should not be bursted on my head. Tomorrow, when inquiry comes, tomorrow, when institute asks questions, or NFRA asks questions, or ICA asks questions, or any questions which any department asks, it should not be on my head. The bomb, the knife should go onto your head. If you're okay with that, then only I will accept it. Otherwise, you confirm and give. Or you go to expert, take his WR and give. Understood? Now, otherwise, conclusion is difficult. Tomorrow, you are responsible for that conclusion. How will you prove that their conclusion is correct? That's for it's better you blame it on the management. Got it? Yes. 11. Sorry?
Period to be covered.
Period to be covered. No. Proposed to sign the report when? On 30th June. Management provided WR on 10th June. Refused to update them closer to the audit report date, stating that no material changes had occurred. Further, the present management took charge from 1st October and declined to give WR from April to September. Wrong, no? They have to give for the entire period, whether they assume the charge or not. It's like imagine you took over the position as, let's say, for example, you took over the position as Chief Minister of the state. All right. Now you're saying old loans are not my problem. Loan is a loan. Clear? So obviously, when you take up the charge of the company, old responsibility is your responsibility. You have to give WR for that period as well. Okay. Right. That's your question number 11. Done? Yes. Got it? Yes, sir. 580 important standard, important standard, important standard. Okay. 570 and 580 is very important. Let's move on to the next one. Say 265 will finish. Let me download the notes. Okay, essay 265, communicating deficiencies in ICS. Shall we? Yes? You want to breathe in between? You want to break in between 5-10 minutes? Yes? No? Huh? Or you want it after the standard? After the standard? Sorry? Let them come. No problem. Can't wait. They didn't ask me and go. Essay 265 talks about what? Communicating deficiencies in ICS. What is my deficiency? What is deficiency? Huh? Number one, deficiency in what we are talking? Vitamins, huh? No. Internal control. What do you mean by internal control system? Process, designed, implemented, maintained by PCWG, management, other personnel. Why? To achieve entities' objectives. What are the objectives? CORAC. Compliance of laws and regulations. O. Operations. What about operations? Efficiency and effectiveness of operations. R. Reliability of financial reporting. And A. Asset safeguarding. Correct. So if ICS is there, not working, deficiency. ICS not there, deficiency. Right? So both are called as deficiency. Control is there but does not prevent the misstatement on timely basis. Control is not there also, deficiency only. Now what am I supposed to check? Should I check all ICS? No sir, I should check only relevant ICS, not all. Only what is required, only which is affecting my financial statements, only that ICS I should check. I should not express any opinion on ICS effectiveness. My opinion is only on two things. Name that. My opinion is only on two things. Name that. Financial statements, okay, easy. Second one, you tell me. I knew second one you will not tell, that's why. First one, financial statements, 100 brownie points. Second one, you tell me. Second one, you tell me 100 rupees. Two opinions I have to give. Specifically for listed companies. Don't know. 5. 4. Otherwise, all of you 100 rupees you have to give me. Today, full Lakshmi Lava. 3. 2. Very good, sir. You have to give opinion on two things. One, opinion on financial statements. Number two, opinion on internal control over financial reporting under section 143 subsection 3. Yesterday we discussed this, where you got confused. ICOFR reporting is not applicable on OPC, small company and a private company whose turnover is 50 crores and paid up capital is 25 crores. Sorry, borrowing. Not paid up capital, borrowing. From banks, financial institutions and body corporate. Remember? Yes? Okay. So, I am not supposed to check entire ICS. I will check only relevant ICS, but opinion I should give only on FS, generally. But, you said ICS related to audit. That is ICOFR. We have to report, they have to put up. Internal control over financial reporting. Little bit diversion. Clear? Karnataka and Tamil Nadu border, we went to Karnataka border. That's it. Identify what? Deficiency only during when? RAP, risk assessment procedure. There only we understand the entity. What is RAP? Procedures performed to understand the entity, environment, internal control. Why? To identify and evaluate ROMM. Now, there we are understanding ICS. There only we identify the deficiency of ICS. Understood? Okay. Now, what do you mean by significant deficiency? Nothing. Either single deficiency or accumulation of deficiency. But you are taking whose attention? PCWG's attention. If you invite PCWG's attention, you are a significant deficiency. Example, sir. Imagine when all faculties teach or any problem any faculty has, the buyer will come and solve the problem. But imagine one faculty, any problem is there, director will come and solve the problem. Which faculty is very important now? Significant faculty will tell. Clear? Now you will tell people now. The faculty one, the director one, the problem solve பண்ணுவார். Significant deficiency. It could be combined, it could be single deficiency. But if you are taking whose attention? TCWG's attention, then you are called as a significant deficiency. Also depends on what? Likelihood of misstatement. That means deficiency may exist. That doesn't mean whatever I checked only is ICS. SD may exist even if I am not identified all misstatements. Why? I only do sample base. Clear? What are the indications of significant deficiency, sir? What is RAP? Risk assessment. Procedure கேட்டுச்சு காதுல. I heard procedure. Risk assessment process. Who will put risk assessment process? Management. Internal control element number 2. Entities RAP. Not there only. Sir, it is there, but not effective. Ineffective response to the risk. Now, risk assessment process identified, but you never responded properly. Misstatement is not prevented, detected, corrected by whom?
ICS.
Now your ICS, that you only have one job, to prevent, detect and correct the misstatement. That only you are not doing. Okay. Disclosure of MM due to fraud or error as PPI. Last year misstatement discloses current year prior period items very bad. So that means your ICS is not even, it's finding 1 year late. Understood? Management is not monitoring FS preparation. Very good, sir. Super. That means people are doing whatever they want. Management is not at all bothered. Control environment is ineffective. How? Transactions where management is. Management is involved in those transactions which benefits them. Wrong. Management fraud is not prevented by ICS. Classic example of fraud. Why? Who puts ICS? So who does fraud? Management only. Are you getting my point? Yes. Management failure to implement remedies on old SD. Lazy people. Last year, Ultras told whatever deficiencies are there, you are not even rectifying that. Here. Now this will lead to what? Significant deficiency. Significant deficiency will lead to what? Unreliable financial information. See, we'll tell the students that this is your problem, study properly. You don't study properly, what will happen? Significant deficiency. One more attempt. Here. And after that, if you still don't rectify that, your parents, your teachers, your friends, no one will believe when you tell them that I have studied. Reliability goes. Therefore, you have to rectify the deficiencies as and when it is reported. Clear? Yes. These are the indicators which I feel is very, very important for you to understand. Clear? Now, what kind of communication I should do? Communication is very easy. Communicate on. Now, what does this timely basis means? Mutually we agree. Management and auditor. Communicate to management two things. Number 1, my intention to report this to TCWG. Number 2, deficiencies identified but not communicated to the management itself. Remember, in 265, we are not complaining about management. In 260, we are complaining about management to TCWG. But in 265, we are not complaining about management. We are complaining to the management. See, some deficiencies they know. Some they themselves don't know. Their employees are doing fraud. They don't know. Now we identify. So we will go and tell the management those deficiencies which we have identified during our audit, but not communicated to them by other parties. Now they may rectify. Second thing I will tell them that, sir, I will communicate this to TCWG as well. So I will tell you also. I will tell your father also. Why? If I tell you, you may not tell your father. If I tell you, you are absent for the last 90% of the class. Okay? If I tell you, you may not rectify. But if I tell you also and your father also, now rectification will come automatically. Understood? Clear? Yes. Now, how you have to communicate in writing? What you should include in that communication? Description and explanation of their effect and enough information to understand the very important. Description and explanation. Now you have to explain them the effect, what all can happen. Then give enough information to understand what you are talking. The context you should give. In what context you are talking? Financial statement, like asset context, internal controls are. What are you exactly talking? Give them enough context. Explain specifically, clearly you have to mention what is your purpose. Expressing opinion on and not to express opinion on. So ICS, then management may ask, why did you check ICS? Only for audit purposes. We are not here to check ICS. We are here to check financials. Now you put ICS for that financials, so we are relying on that ICS. Therefore, we are checking that ICS. Then we have to also tell reported matters are limited only to those deficiencies identified during the, meaning what? There could be more deficiencies that I have not seen. I am not saying these are the only deficiencies that are there. There could be more. I have not seen, so I have not tested. Therefore, it might be there. This clearly you have to tell. Whatever I have identified, only that I am telling you. What I did not identify, I do not know. It may be there, it may not be there. I am not having any comments. Is that clear? Got it. Communication is very easy. In this, what you have to focus, what to write in the communication and indicators of significant deficiency. Two major components of essay 265. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. This is your essay 265. Alright, we'll take a 10-minute breather and then continue. Two more standards to go for us in this chapter. Okay. Done. Now 260 and 450 is pending. Believe it's mock tester for what? Mock. I told no, test your writing for not marks. You're writing for practice purpose. Don't consider marks. Okay. Essay 260 talks about communication with TCWG. Okay. Right. Now, when we talk about TCWG, who is TCWG?
The responsibility of
Nice diversion. TCWG are that authority which is given to responsibilities, overseeing financial reporting process and overseeing the strategic direction of the entity. Now, why do we need to talk? Why do we need to communicate? Significance, importance of communication with the TCWG. There are four things. To understand the matters with respect to audit. Who should understand? Both. We also should understand. They also should understand. To develop a constructive working relationship. That means when we keep sharing information mutually, from both perspectives, work will be better. Obtaining relevant information, source only is giving us. So from authentic source we are getting the information and overseeing the financial reporting process. So this will help whom? TCWG, because overseeing FR process is whose responsibility. So when we tell the deficiencies straight away to TCWG, they'll be able to function better. Okay, sir. What is the objective of auditor? Communicating is my main objective. What am I supposed to communicate? My responsibility, my scope, and my timing. So I'm a little selfish here. Number two, obtaining information for audit, providing them with timely, significant observation, and promoting two-way communication. Like when you respond only, I can ask better questions. If you are not responding, then only one-way communication will happen. Now, what we have to communicate? In this, only three things are there. Objective, matters, clear, and we have significance. Clear. After that, we just have to talk about communication process. Communication process very easy. What is that? Timely basis, writing, need not include 1,000 matters will be there. Not everything will be communicated, only significant matters. But you have to communicate about independence, check whether two-way communication is, and finally do a documentation. What documentation? If you have communicated orally, when did you communicate? To whom did you communicate? If it is in writing, retain a copy of it. Process is easy. What are the matters to be communicated? Step number one. My responsibility, I have to communicate. What are my responsibilities? Forming and expressing an opinion on FS. That's it. That's my responsibility. But FS preparation is whose? Oversight is whose? TCWG. Second topic I have to communicate is my scope and my timing and whatever important risks I have identified. Examples, RPT entered for non-arm's length price. Significant risk I have to communicate. Okay. Then significant findings. First thing is qualitative aspect. What is a qualitative aspect? Qualitative aspects are those which are not quantitative variables. Meaning, we cannot measure and tell, but it has an effect on your financials. Example, accounting practice. Now, what does accounting practice means? Okay, the way you execute your selected policy, the way you maintain your accounts, the way you execute your accounts. Clear? Accounting practice. Then we have accounting. So we have to comment on how your practice is. For example, if you have involved a lot of cash in your accounting or in your business, you will tell, see, it's a wrong practice. It's better you don't involve a lot of cash. Or let's say once in a month you account. Not required, sir. Always. Every day you account for it, you get a better picture of your organization. Then accounting estimates like provisions, budgets, etc. Comment on it, how they have made the budget, etc. Now, some of them, when they make budget, they never keep something called as contingencies. Now, you have to keep contingency. Now, imagine 10,000 expense, you have put up a budget. Now, contingency of extra 2,000 is reasonable. Now, if you're saying 10,000 budget, sir, contingency also 10,000 will keep. This is mental patient budget. Same expense, how can you keep as contingency? Maybe up to 20%, 30% extra you can keep. Imagine you are going for a trip, 10,000 is your per head expense. How much extra cash will carry? Another 10,000 will carry? No, sir. Obviously not. 20% is okay, fine, reasonable or not. So comment on those their estimates. Then disclosures. What kind of disclosures they have made? Imagine going concern problem is there. They disclose going concern problem is there. Done. Will this be okay with users? No. So we will comment, sir, disclosure you have given correct. But give proper disclosure. Like your mom is asking where you are going, out. Disclosure you have given. But proper disclosure you give. With whom you are going, when will you come. Now when you give proper disclosure, your mother will be able to understand, okay, do I need to wait for you or not? Getting my point? Okay, sir. Now, next, in case of any accounting practice that is applicable under AFRF, but not appropriate in the sir, it is applicable, but for your business it is not suitable. In that case, I'll have to comment with the TCWG saying, see, management, I told them, sir, they're not listening. That's why I'm telling to you, it is better you don't follow this practice, although it is acceptable, but it is not appropriate for your business. Example, inventory valuation, like I told you, right? In petrol pumps, weighted average is more suitable than FIFO. That doesn't mean you follow FIFO. Are you getting my point? Yeah. Yes. Next. Significant difficulties important. Now, this is like complaint box. Management has told to us or management gave difficulty to us, we will tell to TCWG. Like what? Significant delays in providing the information. Unreasonable brief time to complete the audit. That means they are pressurizing us to finish the audit. Third, see, expected effort, okay, but you are telling me to put unexpected effort to obtain. Sai, again, it's a difficulty, so go and tell TCWG. Expected information is not available. Restrictions imposed by. Now, when will they impose restrictions? External confirmation, clear. So, internal they cannot because they would have given access under SA 210. So, with external only they have to put restriction. Okay. Management is not willing to evaluate going concern assumption. You will tell TCWG. Okay. Right. Now, with management related, what we will tell? Matters discussed with them and WR. But if management is equal to TCWG, then the stand only is waste for us. You will tell the thief only, somebody stole my mobile, sir. Who? You only, sir. Right? I cannot tell thief the same thing. Therefore, not possible. In the report, I need to mention the circumstance that affect the form and content. Example, in SA 705, last point, whenever you modify your opinion, you have to communicate to TCWG before you give modification of opinion. Same logic for EOM and OM para. Before you include EOM or OM para, you always have to communicate with TCWG and then include that particular paragraph. And finally, dustbin matters, etc. Any other matters, if you want to talk, you can talk, right? This is your SA 260, but one extra communication you have to do in your report. What is that? Listed specifically communicate compliance of ethical requirements regarding, including, do you have any relationship? Do you have any relationship means what between? Do you have an RPR? Okay. Basically, conflict do we have or not? Number 2, safeguards to eliminate or reduce. Have you taken any safeguards to eliminate or reduce the threats? This is a mandatory communication for whom? Listed companies. But for unlisted, optional. Clear? Okay. This is your essay 260. Be careful here. Significant difficulties and qualitative aspects. Got it? And general easy question if they want to ask you after giving a paragraph. Objective. From management's perspective, significance. Alright, perspective change. Significance is for both me and you. Objective is only for me, and two kinds of matters you have to understand. One is significant difficulties and qualitative aspect. Now I'll tell you why. Qualitative aspect, you may have a confusion with respect to essay 700. Why? What is there in essay 700? Evaluation. There we have qualitative aspect evaluation. Can you please go and check there? Qualitative aspect, one point is there. In that, I think point number 260, they have clearly mentioned. Yes. Point number 2 only, no? So don't get confused between that and this. In essay 260, if they ask you, you have to write this. But as per essay 700, if they ask, then you have to write this as well with others. I repeat, if they ask you essay 260 point of view, then write only this part. But if they ask from an essay 700 point of view, then you have to write chapter number 8 ka content. Both are qualitative aspects only. Correct. But here we only talk about significant aspects. There we talk about something else as well. Alright. This is your essay 260. Quickly go through once before we head to the next stand. This topic can give you somewhere around 9 marks. Okay, 8 to 9 marks. This particular chapter can give you. Your chapter 2 can give you 10 marks. Chapter 4, 9 marks. That is your evidence. Chapter 6, 4 marks. That is your documentation. Whatever chapters we have done till now, 1 we have done can give you 5 marks. 11 can give you around 8 marks. 9 marks or even 10 marks. They can give you 2 questions basically. It could be 4, 4 or 4, 5. Then we did 6, 4 to 5 marks. Then we did 2, 9 to 10 marks. Then we did 8, we did 8, 700 series and non-reporting standards. We can expect 2 questions from that chapter. Again, it can be asked for 10 marks. Then we did, now we are doing 7. Again, this can be asked for around 9 marks. Chapter 4 audit evidence can be asked for 9 marks. 2 questions each they can ask. Okay, it could be 4-4 combination or 5-4 combination or 5-5 combination as well. So 8 to 10 marks somewhere you can assume on an average 9 marks. Clear? So technically if you see 20 plus 18, that is 38, 42, 50, 55. Okay. Now with this chapter number 3, your auto mirrored environment, 1 question for sure. 4 marks. That will be around 60 different entities, cooperative society and education institutions, all these things. If you put 1 question, if you are able to answer there, 65 marks. Okay. Now from your financial statements, you are getting 15 marks. 1 chapter. 1-5, 5th chapter. In that P&L, if you are able to crack 5 marks, easily you can score there. The rest is left with your bank audit, risk assessment. In risk assessment, that inherent risk, control risk, audit risk topic. Okay. Then comes your essay 330, 315 and 330. Alright. Recently they have asked about factors for benchmark. That is your 320 ka materiality benchmark. Where in my notes I have written it as no life. If benchmark is not there, no life. No life is your mnemonic. Clear? Trust me, study from that handwritten chart. You'll be able to at least score these easy points. All right. So you will be able to score. You will be able to score provided strategize your studies. Chapter 3, don't skip. Break it into 4 parts and study. Audit risk 1 part, 315 1 part, 330 1 part, auto merit environment 1 part. 320 and 330 combined you can study, because if you know in that procedure chart, if you master 330 also is done. Risk assessment, further procedure, TOC, substantive, TOD, analytical procedure. Chart you, if you are able to crack it, 330 also is done. Clear. So strategize your studies, don't panic looking at the size of the chapter. You can break it into multiple parts and study. Sir, I'm not able to study chapter 9 and chapter 5. Okay. At least last RTPs you do. 4-5 RTPs you do. Okay. Last 2-3 attempts mock papers you see. What hardly 1 question, 2 questions will be there. Sometimes RTP only 1 question they'll give you. And past year papers you check out. With that, things will be done. Clear? Now, last standard, that is essay 450, talks about what? Evaluation of misstatements identified during the audit. Now, this is not after, this is not before. When is it? During the audit. Okay. So, when we are evaluating during the audit, what are the things we are going to check? Number 1, what is our objective? Number 1, effect of identified misstatements on the second effect of. And now, what is this uncorrected? Which is identified, reported to the management, but not corrected by the management. Understood? So, unidentified we never include in this particular standard at all. We include only identified, reported, but not corrected. Okay. To achieve the above, what are the things that we are supposed to do? Number 1, accumulate the misstatement first. That means what? Individually you do not go and report. Accumulate and then go and report. So step number 1 is accumulation. Now step number 2 is technically point number 3. Step number 1 is what? Accumulate. Step number 2, check whether your strategy and plan needs revision. Why? Sir, there are 2 reasons why I need to revise my strategy and plan. Reason number 1, the nature and situation indicate that undetected misstatements could be, meaning that misstatements that I found that is telling me that what about undetected misstatements? It could be material, scenario number 1, or scenario number 2. So whatever accumulation I have done, it is reaching my materiality level, which means when I say overall materiality, that means materiality for the entire financial statements on amount I would have set. Let's say 10 lakh rupees. I am auditing only sales. Sales misstatement itself has come to 7 lakh. Now the 10 lakh is for what? Income, expense, asset, liability, capital, everything put together. Sales only is crossing. Almost it will cross definitely 10 lakhs. That means I need to change my strategy and plan. Are you getting my point? So 2 scenarios I will change my strategy in essay 451. Number 1, undetected misstatements could be material. Number 2, when the accumulation reaches materiality. Okay, or approaching materiality. Then request manager. Now in this case, that means I am going to change my strategy and plan. So before I do it, I will ask management, please go and understand the cause. Why? Now management will, why sir? Sir, total materiality limit only 10 lakh. Sales I am getting 7 lakh. Please go and check how many misstatements are actually there. Because in sample only I am getting such huge misstatements. Please go and check in actual how much misstatements are there. Number 2, ask them to perform procedure to know the reality. Third, make appropriate. Now what if management corrects it? Should we believe blindly? Perform procedure to check whether they have corrected or not. If they have corrected, good. If they have not corrected, what to do? Modify. Okay? Right, sir. Communication and correction. Communicate on timely basis. Request management to correct. Now management will correct. Now they will get to know where things are wrong. Next year, your ROM will clear. So enables management also to verify. If management refuses, understand there. They might tell, sir, these things are not important. Okay, if you consider that as not important, Give it to me in writing. Okay. Evaluate whether FS is free from. Now, without their correction also, if FS is free from MM, no problem. But only if they correct, it will be free from MM. That means it is material and I will give modified opinion if you don't correct it. Now, check, first of all, reassess the materiality limit and check if uncorrected misstatements are material. If it is material, modify. If it is immaterial, unmodify the opinion. Okay. Communication with whom? TCWG. Three things have to communicate. What is that? Uncorrected misstatements and effect on the opinion. Identify the material uncorrected misstatement and ask them to, and also communicate effect of prior period items. Got it? Yes. Okay. Finally, obtain WR about what? Their belief that these are immaterial. Number one. Number two, attach a summary. Because tomorrow they should not tell you never told me the list. If you had given me the list, I would have corrected. So give them the list also and then take WR from them. Then maintain documentation of what? All accumulated and corrected as well as uncorrected mistakes. Keep a documentation SA 230. Is that clear? Yes, this is your essay 450. Questions on 450, not too many questions have been asked, but still we will solve the other questions which are pending. Okay, one is done. Two. Have a look at question number 2. Question number 2 is about what? Huh? 200? You sure? Sure. Why? Sir, they clearly told what? Communication of significant deficiencies. So during the audit of Element Limited, they identified certain significant deficiencies in ICS. You are required to communicate such deficiencies and also to management on a timely basis. So what do you want? What's my responsibility? What's my responsibility? In essay 265, what's my responsibility? I am supposed to understand ICS relevant to the audit. Clear? So my responsibility is to communicate what? TCWG, the significant deficiencies, so that they are aware about those deficiencies, sir. Okay. Second one, what do you want? Matters that you should include in the written communication of such deficiency. What is that? Which I told you is important. Description and explanation of their effects. Enough information to understand the context. Got it? Clear? Okay, sir. Next questions. 7th one. Explain the matters that should be included in the communication regarding on that box. Yes, what we have to communicate. Very simple. All relationships, and now see from this chart you have the context and the concept. Proper text you have to learn from the textbook. There is a reason why textbook is given to you. Okay. Now what you will do? Okay, sir, this box I will go and copy paste in the exam. You will still not get full marks for that. Because what I am writing is only keywords. Keywords must be there in the answer. Keywords answer agagudadu. Okay, that's your question. Easy question to solve. Yes or no? See, I am telling you, you don't even have to bother about what case they have given if you know the requirement. And this is how you read 100-mark question paper in 15 minutes. If you wonder how do we read question paper in 15 minutes, sir? Not by reading the entire question, reading the requirements of the question. When you read the requirements, you know which standard they are asking, which chapter it relates, and what are they technically asking. So you can move on to the next question. Don't sit and waste your time there by reading the case. Anything else? 12th one also is done. Done, sir. Only one question, that is question number 10, which is closely linked to SA 560, which you already solved, like question number 8. Similar to question 8. Okay. Right, sir. This is your SA 450. With this, our chapter number 7 also is over. Got it? Yep. Okay, sir. Let's move on to the next chapter. Chapter number 4. Notes. Okay, let's begin. My target was chapter 7 today, but since we have half an hour, let's not waste it. Okay, let's start with SA 510, that is initial audit engagement. Shall we? So 3 standards will keep as a target: 510, 501, 505 for now. Okay, let me finish. 510, let's talk about what? Initial audit engagement, talking about what? Opening balances. Important standard. When we talk about opening balance, what do you mean by opening balance? Everybody is laughing. Balance at the beginning of the period. Didn't like the sentence. Next one. Closing balance of previous. Now never use the word year. Use the word why. It could be monthly, quarterly, half yearly, or even yearly. Okay, it reflects what? T. Transactions of prior period. Sir, there will be opening balance even for disclosure items like what? Contingencies and commitments. We had shown in the ITC report there was opening balance and closing balance. Okay, or rather closing and closing of previous year. Okay, what is our objective here? When will this particular standard be applicable? Situation when the financial statements for prior period were fresh, first time audit. Next, it was done, but by ex-auditor. Okay. Now, where there will be a problem for us? Between these two scenarios, where there will be a problem? Scenario 1 or scenario 2? 1 or 2? Scenario 1 is first time audit. Scenario 2 is last time someone else has done the audit. Where will there be a problem? 2 Okay. 1 or 2 or both? 1, 2, both, none of the above. 1, 2, both or none of the above? 1? More problem will be in scenario 1. Because in scenario 2, they have at least books of accounts. Okay? In scenario 2, problem will be lesser because the CA has already done the audit. And we have studied that we never doubt another CA unless while doing the current period audit, you get an indication that there is a misstatement. So relatively where the problem is more? Scenario 1. Because the client may not even know what is books. But talking about a company, yes, they have to maintain books of accounts, therefore audit will become mandatory. But first year audit, there also it become difficult because opening balance will be not same for everything and every item that is mentioned there. Therefore, in 2 scenarios, SA 510 will come into the picture. Scenario number 1, last period, no audit was done. Scenario number 2, last period, audit was done, but by predecessor auditor. Okay, sir. What is our objective? To obtain SAI about what? Whether opening balance has any misstatement which will affect the current period financial statement, number one. Number two, policies are reflected in the opening balance and consistently applied in the, meaning there is no change in the accounting policy. Is change now? So can I say that change must not be there at all? Can be there, sir. But if you make any changes, அப்படியே போடணும். Accounted, presented, disclosed in the financial statements. Clear? Yes. Okay. Now, what is the procedure? Procedure number one. Procedure number one. Closing balance has been correctly brought forward. Sometimes 2,36,000, or let's say last period closing balance could be 1 crore 11 lakh. Now when you bring it forward as opening balance, it could be 1,11,000. Possible? Yes, sir. Therefore, correctly it should be brought forward. Number one. Number two, any adjustments if you have done, it should be disclosed as prior period item, because that misstatement reflects the previous period misstatement. Therefore, it should be disclosed in the current period as what? Prior period items. Understood? My examples are very fresh here. Number three, any changes if you have done. Sir, can I change my accounting policy? Absolutely, sir. AS1 allows you. Why? When? Required by law. Or that means, okay, better presentation. Every year I can change. A better presentation, yeah. One day, now in your house, one day water will be here, next day water will be there, then the third day here, fourth day here, fifth day here, sixth day here. I can keep changing now then. Till 1 year WDV, 1 year excellent, another year machine or method. Better presentation.
But it must be consistently applied.
If it is consistently not applied, it is very difficult for a user to take a judgment on your financials. Decide one thing. No. Imagine while leaving the home, you tell, I want to go and eat masala dosa. You start from your house. In between, you tell, no, I want to eat burger. You go to McD. And then you say, no, I want pizza. Now you go to Domino's. Then you say, no, I want to drink coffee. Now the person who's taking you will tell one thing. Tell one thing. Where we have to go. That's it. So consistency, if it is not there, it is very difficult to judge the result. Why? Management same, business same, demand supply same, products are same. But if you keep changing your policy, your net profit keeps on fluctuating. Very difficult if I have to buy a company. Understood? So therefore, make changes, but only with valid reasons. But if you have made the changes, reported, accounted, presented, fair, as per accounting standard 1 says what? Disclose in the. Understood? Clear? Got it, sir. Then opening balance should reflect the accounting policies followed. Two more than or one of the following. What is that? If at all there is an auditor, then study the audited copy. Now, should I trust him? Should I doubt him? I will trust him. So when I do current period audit, if I get an indication that there might be a misstatement in the last year, then therefore I will study the copy. When usually we doubt only if there is in current period, while auditing we get an indication of opening balance misstatement. Otherwise we don't usually doubt you. Okay. Then procedure for so for asset liability chapter 5 you have to follow income and expense. For every item opening balance might be there, go and check. Sir, for income and expense, what opening balance will be there, sir? Won't be there. For income and expense, opening balance won't be there. Asset and liability will be there. I can tell you. Tell me, income and expense will opening balance be there or not? No, it's not on my face. Tell me. Will be there or not be there? Will income and expense have opening balance? No? Sure. Sure. Won't be there. Pakka. Huh? No, not outstanding and advance. That is either an asset or liability. I'm not talking about assets and liability. I'm talking about income and expense. Your P&L line items, will it have opening balance? Yes or no? Correct. It will reflect as that's a net result. I am talking every line item, like for example, commission received, rent. Will it have opening balance? Yes. Congratulations. I told you we never speak about year here. We speak about period. Every month will have closing balance. Every month will have opening balance. Congratulations. That's why introduction only I told you we don't use a word period here. I mean year here we use the word period. Got it. So commission received can have opening balance, can have closing balance. Understood? Okay, sir. So we have to check what kind of policies you have followed. Number one. Number two, nature of what is ABCD means. A for AB for account balance, C for class of transaction, D for disclose. So obviously everything will have opening and closing balance. Significance of opening balance with respect to CPFS. Meaning what? See, some things will already be closed in the current year. Some things will be closed in the previous period only. So only if opening balance is relevant in the current period, you go for it. Otherwise, don't go for it. Okay. If PPFS were audited, was it modified? If yes, what is the reason for modification? I just want to know whether the modification was because of opening balance. So that is why I want to go and read their last period FS and to see if it is modified, why it is modified. Is that clear? Got it? Yes. Now, perform specific procedure that depends on the transaction, misstatement and balances that depends on your entire chapter number 5. So this is where chapter 5 comes into the picture to check each and every transaction belongs to current period or not, whether vouchers are there or not, is it entities expense or not, everything will be checked under chapter 5. For current assets, inventory, if you think physical verification will do, valuation we should check, GP and cutoff we check. Similarly for liabilities, chapter 5 will tell you bills payable, how you have to audit, capital, how you have to audit, like that you audit and understand. Reporting, very, very important. Now, what is our objective? Say about what? Which will affect my. Now, in reporting with respect to opening balance, what I should report? Number one, conclude that if you are unable to obtain SAI on opening balance, straight away go for qualified or why? When do we use qualified? What is not pervasive? In case of misstatement, now you don't have evidence about misstatement, therefore the possible misstatement are material but not pervasive. Give. The possible misstatement is material and pervasive. Give. Sir, if opening balance includes material misstatement affecting the CPFS and such misstatement is not accounted, presented, disclosed. You. When do we give adverse opinion? Because we have evidence that they are not accounted, they are not presented, they are not disclosed. Okay, right. Now, with respect to accounting policy, if you conclude that accounting policy not consistently applied as per AFRF, give qualified or adverse. Changes not adequately accounted, presented, disclosed, give qualified or. Sir, why disclaimer is not there here? Huh? So you have SAI. So you are telling that there is no way we will never have SAI situation here. Think.
Policies they cannot
The only thing I can hear is policy. I tell one by one.
These accounting policies they cannot maintain the books.
Okay. So, no matter. See, there is no way here you will end up giving disclaimer. No way. Why? Without accounting policy, you can never prepare books. Never. Example. Now tell me, what does accounting policy mean? Accounting experts you are. Tell me what is accounting policy? That is practice. Okay, policy is followed for preparation and presentation of. Okay, inventory valuation, is it accounting policy or not? Depreciation method is accounting policy or not? Yes. Revenue recognition is accounting policy or not? Okay, tell me one entity where you have recognized the revenue without a policy. Cash basis or accrual basis, policy or not? Either you'll follow cash or you'll follow. Can you tell that? I don't have any policy. That also is a policy. Because either accrual or cash. My client, when do you record the income? When I receive the, that is what? Cash. If I ask another client, no sir, the moment I invoice, I will record. So without accounting policy, you can't even have books of account. Books of account ledante financial statements you cannot prepare. If financial statements preparation only not there, what do we audit? Wall. Therefore, disclaimer scenario will never come here. Because without accounting policy, there can never be books. Is that clear? But opening balance disclaimer scenario will come. Why? There is a possibility of you not getting evidence about opening balance. But there can never be a possibility of you not getting evidence about accounting policy. There will be an evidence. The thing is, they don't know it. That's it. Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. This is your essay 510. Any doubts in this? I'm sure about accounting policy, you would have finally forgotten about it. So just a friendly reminder, there can never be a disclaimer of opinion if accounting policies are either qualified or. Now this qualified also, they are not giving because there is no SAI. This qualified is because what? SAI is there, misstatement is material, but non-pervasive. That's why qualified opinion. Alright, I'll give you 1 minute, go through your standard and then tell me if you have any notes before I head to the next one. Okay, 2 questions on essay 510. Question number 13. You want another requirement? Take. Requirement? Dana? Case or delta? Both. Case also is there, delta also is there. What's the question? What's the answer? Is the approach right? Why? What is his approach? Huh? He decided not to perform any procedures on. Super. He was of the view that since previous year FS has been audited by a qualified auditor, reliance to be placed on the same and no further verification was necessary. The manager expressed concern that such an approach may not be in accordance with standards. Okay, so what is the actual case here? Financial statements we should what? Unmodified opinion. So he said, I will not do any procedure on opening balance. 2 scenarios, essay 510 will come into the picture. Which are those? Huh? 2 scenarios. Number 1, last year FS was not audited. Scenario number 2, it was audited. Therefore, essay 510 is mandatory. So he has to check. Understood. But he will read the last year FS when? When there is a doubt or indication that there is a misstatement. Opening balance he should check. But when will he read the financials? Only when there is a doubt. That bifurcation you should know. Okay? Right, sir. So whatever his approach was wrong, what are the procedures? Correctly brought forward. Number 2. Closing, sorry, here. Any adjustment must be disclosed as PPI. Any changes, if it is there, should be accounted, presented, disclosed, and accounting policy must be followed properly. Now, this clearly you have to write. But when you're writing this, you have to write this note also. Don't write usually we. Usually, the current period auditor shall not, or how nicely you can say, the current period auditor shall not have any doubts on the reliability or the competence of the auditor unless while doing the or while auditing the current period, there is an indication of opening balance statement. Easy question. Next. Raghav Mehra done. This one. Second one. What's the objective? Objective to obtain SAI about what? Whether opening balance has any misstatement which will affect the number 2, accounting policies are reflected in opening balance and consistently applied in. For this, you get nice marks, 4 marks worth question. Okay, easy question. Clear? This is your essay 510. Clear? Yes, we continue. We are almost reaching 10 o'clock. The team is leaving, therefore we also have to. Got it? Yes, so tomorrow we'll continue with chapter number 4 itself. Is that clear? Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, essay 505 talks about external confirmation. Very simple, types of confirmation and procedures. Now, there are 2 kinds of confirmation. One is called positive confirmation, one is called, the other 2 are not confirmation, these are results. Okay, so what is positive confirmation? Positive confirmation means where party directly respond, whether they agree or whether they disagree. Totally they have to. So if they agree also they should respond. If they disagree also they should respond. That's called positive confirmation. Whereas negative means what? They respond only when they. So when they agree, they will not respond. There is a risk now. What is the risk? What if they never read the confirmation? Therefore, essay 505 says there are certain suitable scenarios where you can send negative confirmation, doesn't matter. Which are those? Where the risk is very low. Population has, when voting into a homogeneous item, very similar characteristics, right? Then exception rate is very low and you are not aware about their behavior to disregard your request. In these 4 scenarios, you can send negative confirmation. Now, what is the logic behind this? Logic behind this is when ROMN is low, even if they assume everything is right, no problem because you have some other evidence that you have already taken. Population as homogeneous item, that means if one person doesn't respond properly, I can select someone else. Exception rate is low means I know that this fellow will respond, so I can take that calculated risk. And you are not aware about the behavior, that is obviously our limitation. We cannot do anything. Now, there are 2 different kinds of response. One is called non-response. What is non-response? Failure to respond or our request comes back to us. Exception means what? Generally, what to do in exams? Difference between what was asked to you and what you are writing. So basically, information requested and information will come under exception. Okay, what are the procedures that you have to put in essay 505? First of all, understand whether you have to confirm the information or request. What is the difference? Confirm means what? You have the information, they just have to say yes or no. Request means what? You are asking information from them. So basically, request is fill in the blanks. Confirmation is true or false. Okay. Then select the appropriate party, which means if you want to talk to debtor, you can't select creditor, right? So select the appropriate party to confirm, then design the confirmation. So nowadays we use AI to design confirmation requests, all this mechanical job AI does, but technically what are the things that you have to remember? What kind of risk you are targeting? When you are designing the request, you have to keep these things in the mind, which are that what kind of risk, layout and design, prior experience if you have, you know how to design, what kind of assertion you are targeting, valuation, title, rights, what are you targeting as assertion there, method of communication, meaning face to face or email or letter. Then authorization or encouragement. Now, what do you mean by that? Since these are outside people, management has to give express authorization. Ability of the party. The opposite party should be able to confirm. Now, he is outside the country and you're still sending him requests. He will never reply to you. Clear? So, see whether the party is able to confirm or not. Then, send follow-up request and management refusal to allow the auditor to send the request. If management doesn't allow you, what will you do? Obviously, first of all, ask the reasons why. What's the reason? If the reason is valid, perform alternate procedure. If the reason is invalid, obviously we will communicate to TCWG and we will modify our opinion. Now, alternate procedure we will perform, but before that, we will check how big is the risk and what kind of procedure. Because if the reason is unreasonable, that means the risk could be higher. If risk is high, procedure must be high. Therefore, evaluate the effect on risk as well as on the procedure. Start performing your alternative procedure. Now, even after alternative procedure, you are unable to obtain SAI. Communicate with TCWG, modify. Now, you tell me, unable to obtain AE from alternative procedure. What kind of modification will give? No. Qualified or disclaimer depends on pervasiveness. Because unable to obtain SAI, no. We still have two things. Unable to obtain SAI could be material, non-pervasive, qualified, material and pervasive, disclaimer of opinion. Okay. So if reason is unreasonable, then also we will communicate and modify. Here what modification will give? Qualified or no? Disclaimer is possible. Because you are not letting me talk to the outside party, that means I am not getting SAI. If I am unable to obtain SAI, obviously I will be qualified or disclaimer of opinion. Is that understood? Clear? Yes. Good. That's your essay. Find out a very small topic. Let's see if I have chapter 4. If we have some. Yes. Opening batsman. Read. Solve. Name the appropriate term. First one. This is external confirmation only. The term itself is external confirmation. Then, okay, positive confirmation. Negative confirmation. Non-response. Nonsense. Articulation. Here. Now, sometimes these kind of questions also will come in the exam. So, you should not take more time to solve these questions. Okay. Yes. Good question. What's the requirement?
Evaluation.
Evaluate the above responses and state whether further procedures are required. What's the case then? That means it's a case or direct question. It's a case, straightforward case-based question. This is okay. As 31st March, the trade receivables is 8 crore. You selected how many? 25 customers for external confirmation. The results are as follows. 15 customers responded directly indicating agreement with the information requested. What kind of this is positive request? Positive response. Then received directly to the auditor indicating these parties were supposed to respond only if they disagree. 5 customers did not respond despite follow-up request. Non-response. 2 customers responded stating the balance as per the records were lower than those mentioned. That's why I didn't put a red mark on that question. I put it on here so that some kind of what is that curiosity will be there as to you'll read at least the questions. Okay, so study this. It's as well as studying that. Okay, sir. That's it. Nothing great. Nothing great. So this is your essay 505 max to max. I'll tell you one question we saw now based on types. The second question in essay 505 they can ask is designing confirmation request factors. Max to max 4 to 5 marks they can ask. Okay, done. So this is your essay 505. So 510 is done. 505 is done. Okay, let's go with 550. Related parties. Okay, so when we talk about RP, on this one question, in September 26 mock paper they had asked, alright, very good question for a student, but that question was already discussed in the regular class, alright. If you see the answer is very small, but the question is lengthy. Okay, this is a question. Okay, 15th question, which I put as a red mark. Why? Because of the confusion that the question creates in your mind. Answer is very easy. Alright, I'll talk about the answer later. Right, so what do you mean by RP here? See, RP SA 550 comes only in one situation, which is that any AFRF does not specify about RP, then you follow SA 550 definition. Unless and until then, follow your own AFRF. Whatever your AFRF says, follow that. Don't bother about SA 550. But procedure you have to follow according to SA 550, whether your AFRF says or does not say. This is one important thing. Definition of RP in SA 550 take into consideration only if AFRF does not mention or mentions very minimal. But if AFRF gives you proper definition, procedure you still have to follow about SA 550 only. Remember that part. Clear? Right. Now, according to SA 550, what is RP? Simple. One person controlling the other person, RP. Other person controlling me, RP. Me and the other person controlled by a common parent, RP. So, holding subsidiary, RP. Holding subsidiary, RP. Subsidiary, holding, RP. Are you getting my point? Understood. Not just that. Anything, if I am there in a company's management also, my transaction with the company is RPT. Okay. Common key management, RPT. A limited, B limited. But in both companies, management is same. The transactions between A and B is RPT. Okay, sir. A limited, different management. B limited, different management. But owners of A and B both are same. So transaction between them is RPTY. Ownership is same. Common control. Okay. Then, sir, what if in A limited management, B limited management, or A limited owner, B limited owner different? Listen to me carefully. A limited owner, B limited owner different, but owners are family members. RPT or not? Yes, RPT, because common control through close family. Okay. So if ownership is same, RPT. Management is same, RPT. Owners are different but same family, RPT. Okay. Now what are the other ways? Holding equity, RPT. Then holding equity in other entities, still RPT. Being part of TCWG, RPR is there. If RPR is there, RPT may be there, may not be there. Remember one thumb rule. For RPT to happen, RPR is necessary. What do you mean by that? For a related party transaction to happen, relationship must be there first. But it is not necessary that for a relationship, transaction must happen. So RPR can be there, RPT may not be there. But if RPT is there, RPR has to be there. Is that clear? Got it. Okay. Having significant business relationship with whom? TCWG. Okay. What are the procedures? Procedure is very easy. On this one question, I'll tell you where they have asked. Let's talk about that little later. Number one, inquiry. About what? Identity. Then number 2, relations. Number 3, if you remember, a short form was created. Mother will ask you, irritala, who is that? I for in identity, yaradu. R for relation, what kind of relations you are sharing. Then, enna nadakkudu, transaction. Clear? I, R, T. She is inquiring what? About identity, relations and okay. Then after that, obtain understanding of ICS, because if your ICS is very good, then we can, even though you see one question you answer, is RPT a crime? Then RPT is not a crime, but it should be disclosed. Approval must be taken, disclosure must be given. Clear? If without these two, if you do, it's a big thing for a company. Okay. So obtain understanding to identify whether ICS identifies RPT and RPR, whether ICS authorizes and approves all those which are outside normal business and with RP. So in fact, approval and authorization is required even if you are doing a transaction outside your business. Now it could be with RP or without RP, but if you're doing something which is outside your authority, you have to take authorization. You know why? Technically, this can be considered as your UV transaction, ultra vires. It will be void because you're doing outside normal course of business. Your MOA should allow first. Are you getting my point? Okay, sir. Now, which committee? MCQ will ask you. Dash committee is important for approval and authorization of RPT. No. Okay, board of directors, if MOA allows. But one specific committee is there for this. Don't know. Audit committee. Audit committee, if the company has audit committee, one of the functions of audit committee is to approve and authorize RPT. I'm getting my point. But if audit committee is not there, then what you're telling is correct. Board of directors must authorize. But board of directors, if they authorize without the power, it will become ultra vires. So board of directors should get power from the shareholders, and it should be there in MOA if they are doing something outside normal course of business. Yes, but again, normal course of business and 2 point of view, I can say one business entering only is different. One giving normal discount 10%, but for one person I'm giving 30% discount. Outside normal business only, but that is not ultra wise. Getting my point? So we have to see case to case what is the authority given. For smaller entities, what will happen? Sir, they are informal, sir. Why they are informal? Because if you remember in your syllabus when we spoke about internal control system, ICS is more suitable for larger entities and it is more cost for smaller companies or smaller entities. They cannot afford to have bigger ICS. Therefore, they will not have ICS. Owner itself is manager, owner itself is cleaner, owner itself is labor. Therefore, no documentation will be prepared there. So, what kind of technique we have to use there? Understood. Observation and so in case of smaller entities, observation and inspection is the most appropriate method. Okay. Now, nature of RPT. Tell me, is RPT risky or not? RPT is always risky. I asked you a question in regular class whether knife is dangerous or not. Okay, I'll rephrase again. Whether is knife dangerous in adult's hand or a child's hand? Both hands. Because loose tool, if they want to cut their nerves, knife will not cut. Tell I am in your hand, no, I am safe, don't worry. No, the nature of the knife is to harm. It depends on how we use it. Same logic, RPT is risky. But if you do it in a normal course of business, no risk. In the following circumstance, it is always considered as high risk. Which are the circumstances? Complex transactions. Your information system is ineffective and you have not conducted under Normal market terms. Remember like this. Generally, you do under normal market condition, RPT has no risk. But in 3 scenarios, it is a sin. C for complex transaction, I for information systems, and N for not under normal market terms. Is that clear? Understood. Finally, verify the existence. Now, how do I verify the existence? If framework requires, management will have a list. In regular class, I had shown you ITC's disclosure, entire list, subsidiary, associate, KMP, their partners, their wife, son. Remember Singhi, R Singhi, N Singhi and all. Clear? We had seen. So, they will have a list. Take it from them. If they don't have a list, sir, what if the framework does not have the maintenance and they're not maintaining the list? Boss, you may not have a list, but you know the relations. So sit with them and prepare a list. Clear? So the framework does not require, they may be aware about the relation, they may not have a list. So sit and ask, who are these people? Okay, you are controlling a RP, or they are controlling a RP, common controller RP. Okay? Common control, if it is there, you have to remember, focus on sharing resources. I give you an example of state government or central government. If a government is holding 2 companies, let's say for example, government is holding, let's say a telecom company, and government is also holding a charcoal company or coal company. What is the relation between these two? Is there a relation? No. So, or just because there is a common control, we can't call them as RPT, okay, or RPR. There should be sharing resources, significant resources, okay. Only if there is a transaction between them, we will call them as RP. Remember, this is only in case of what? Common control. But apart from that, 2 more cases we have to talk. What is the 2 more cases, sir? Page number. Here, I want to discuss 2 things. One is called dominant influence, one is called special purpose. Dominant influence means what? Where we are the boss, authority is more. Now that could be 25%. That could be major lender imposing conditions on you. Could be your bank, could be FI, right? Parent company influencing pricing policy of subsidiary even without full control. So even if it's a partially owned subsidiary, all the decisions are taken by me. Tell me, what is the difference between control and influence? Control means where you have the authority to bring new laws. Influence means what? Participating in the decision making. Like in politics, ruling party and opposition party. Ruling party has control, whereas opposition party has influence. Right? That is why when new laws come, opposition party can influence that. But they cannot stop from bringing into the parliament or state legislative assembly. Similarly, control means I have the power to govern, to bring in new laws, whereas influence means what? Participating in decision making. Okay, sir. Special purpose means what?
Special purpose, the company might create any
Now, Reliance can have Reliance Foundation. Now, the transaction between Reliance and Reliance Foundation is what? RPT. Tata will have Tata Trust. Special purpose. The transaction between Tata and Tata Trust is what? RPT. Even though Tata may not have a single % share or single % ownership in that particular other entity, still it is RPT. Why? Because of authority. Is that clear? Understood? Clear or not? Why? We call it a special purpose. The other company which they have created that has some specific purpose, but the decision they will never take without other company's authority. Therefore, it can be called as an RPT. Be careful with respect to these 2 cases in the exam. But in the exam, no, very easy they can ask questions. Now let's talk about the question that is for me, it is considered as good question. Question number 15. Read till here first. Want the requirement? Read the requirement. Direct or case now? What's the case? I'll put up the requirement again. Nature of RPT, yeah. Same, yes, you are right. Nature of RPT only. 2 points are there. First point talks about whether it involves risk or not, no risks. Second point talks about those three scenarios. Just now we told sin, C for complex transaction, IS is not identifying, and N for not under normal course of business. We have already discussed this in the class with the question number 43 in your book. RPT May 20. Same question. There was direct question, here it is indirect question. Same now. Look at the requirement of the question. And look at the requirement here. Same to same. But here what they have told, explain the risks associated in the light of the above facts. So keeping the above facts in the mind, explain the risks. Okay, so here what risks are there? All three risks are there, no? Where are they mentioned? Second para, complex organizational. Number then 2, readily identifiable from the accounting system. Then, so all three transactions are there. Clear. So team discussed whether RPT always involve a higher risk. No, not always. If you do it under normal course of business, no risk. But if three scenarios there is. So how you should write the answer? Essay 550 introduction you have to give. That is nature of RPT. Then facts of the, you can put 2 columns. Facts of the case, conclusion. Okay, so first you write about those 2 points as introduction. Then as a presentation, 2 columns you put. In one column, what will you write? Facts of the case. Other column, what will you write? Conclusion. What are the facts of the case? You write these. Company had a large number of operation through a complex organizational structure. So in the conclusion, you write transaction is risky because of this. So you will be writing in the conclusion, referring to the above mentioned standard, give the 2-column presentation, it will be good enough. Or you have to sit and write paragraphs. But if you give it in a columnar format, the value I feel better. So a case is there, opposite to that, you are giving your conclusion. Okay, that would be my presentation. I am expecting this to be there, but again, expectation can lead to disappointment. That's wherever red marks are there. No, you study that little more. You revise that little more. Okay. Now, if that does not come, don't find my address. It is just, for me, I feel it's a good question. Okay. I am not a paper setter yet. So, this is your essay 550. Okay. Let's talk about the next one. Essay 610. Using the work of internal auditor. Okay. Now, when we talk about internal audit, who should get internal audit done in the first place? Who should have internal audit? Which companies? Listed companies then. Which 4 criteria? Height should be 5'10", weight should be 80 kilo then. Turnover loans then. அடுத்து salary. Listed company. Correct. Unlisted public company, TLPD, turnover 200, loans 100, paid up capital 50, deposit 25. Then private company, turnover and loan. Understood? Clear? Yes. One, saying wrong answer is okay. Person is saying right answer, misleading him saying no, not there only. That is sin, pavam. Okay? Now SA 610 talks only about which auditor? Internal auditor. Now the question is, what is the difference between an internal auditor and external auditor? What are multiple differences that you know? One by one. Okay. External is not an employee. All right. Internal auditor may be an employee, not necessarily should be an employee. Then, external auditor, independent. Okay. Internal, no, independence even internal auditor can have because we evaluate independence here. Then, may not be a very good difference. IA may not be a chartered accountant. Okay. Independence also can be considered as one of the points. Very good. Internal auditor report is never given to public. Whose report is relied upon by the public? Stat auditor's report. Therefore, you should have told one major difference. External auditor's responsibility is never reduced just because he is using internal auditor's report or he is using his work. Although his workload reduces, responsibility never reduces. Responsibility is still the same. His workload may reduce, but at the end of the day, he cannot blame the IA for putting up wrong procedures. He may put up wrong procedures, but at the end of the day, it is your problem. You did not check his work properly. Understood? Clear? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Therefore, first of all, both of them will work and report. The only difference is this fellow will report to whom? Whereas we report to or users, intended users basically. The question is now, can I straight away use his work without verification? Why? Because he may be a CA, may not be a CA. Therefore, and he could be an employee, need not be an employee. Therefore, first of all, I should put up 3 criteria in front of him. Clear? 3 criteria. Which are those criteria? O, C, A. Okay. What is that? One is objectivity. What is objectivity? Does he have the capacity to give an impartial and unbiased opinion? Number 1. Number 2. Does he have competence level? What is competence level? Whether he has professional knowledge or not. A BCom guy also can do internal audit, not a problem. But tomorrow when you go and ask him, can you please tell me FVTPL concept? Will he understand? No. If he doesn't understand, that means he doesn't have. Clear. Third, does he have any approach? What kind of approach? Systematic and disciplined approach. Now, why approach is very important? See, I understand competence on objectivity. Why approach is necessary? Huh? No, that depends on competence. No. Why do we need approach? Why should I check approach? Okay. He might miss out on things. No, that is competence, no. The main problem is, see, in the class, when one student is writing notes on a regular basis in a disciplined manner, people will mock at that student. When at the end of the class, if their notes is incomplete, who do they run to? Who do they run to? That student who wrote the notes properly on a daily basis. Which means you rely on that note. The reliability increases if you have approach. If one student will write the notes on a daily basis, completes the notes on a daily basis, everyone would want whose notes? That student's notes. Why? Approach irundada, there will be quality. Trust will develop only in that case. Why? If I start taking revision whenever I want, in whichever time I want, you will not come to class. Now, why are you coming to class? Because you know that at least from this time to this time we'll have revision. It could be 7 to 10 or 8 to 10. It will not be whenever sir wants. If whenever sir wants, it means approach is not there. If approach is not there, quality won't be there. So approach I have to check. So 3 things. Number 1, what? Organization status, which is nothing but objectivity. Then competence level and approach. Approach must be systematic and disciplined approach. So here what do we check? Do they have documented procedures? Everything when you maintain documentation, no, trust automatically increases. Professional way of working. Clear. Number two, do they have appropriate QCPP, quality control policies and procedures? Meaning what? Example, sir, their work they only review twice. Their juniors work they review through seniors. They don't randomly go. They look at the standards. If they don't know the standards, they try to know the standards, talk to experts, and then put up the procedures. So QCPP is there. How do I check objectivity? Organizational status, meaning what? Your employer, whether he allows you to be objective or not. What is the objective? Unbiased way of giving opinion. But again, it depends from case to case. All right. I'll ask you one thing. Now, I taught you audit. Let's assume I taught you audit. Now, if someone asks you to go against me, all right, asks you to give, let's say for example, give worst feedback on Google, putting my name, okay, will you do it? Is a question. Now, it is up to you. It is up to you. Also, it is up to me. If I tell my students, dare you give negative feedback on me, that means I am not giving you independence. I am not giving you that honesty. I am not giving you that environment to be truthful. But if I say, give your honest feedback. Now, in that case, if you want to give me 1 star, I will accept it. Now, if that kind of employer is there, then I can trust the internal auditor's work. Why? Objectivity is there. Independence is there. I can trust it. Clear? Then, supervision of TCWG. Sir, whatever work IA is doing, TCWG also should be supervising that. If TCWG is not supervising, then I'll have a problem now. Why? Let's take your example only. At home when you are there and when you are in your hostel or PG, can you do whatever when you are at your hostel or PG? Can you do the same thing when you are at home? No. Why? Because there will be one supervision. No. Understood. That is exactly the reason why you guys die for attendance, not for the subjects. Why? Because if your supervisor gets to know what's happening actually, that supervisor will take strict actions on you. Now you forgot that will improve your quality in the upcoming future. Exactly the same thing in IA also I should say. If TCW is supervising, that means I can trust his work. Even though he is incompetent, his work will be supervised. Here. Third, what kind of constraints your employer is placing on you? If your employer says any fraud if you find, you have to ignore it. Only good things you have to speak. See positive things, don't see negative things. If such kind of environment you are having, then I cannot trust your internal auditor. Conflicting responsibilities, meaning what? They are only giving you a responsibility of maintaining books of accounts. They are only giving you a responsibility of checking the books of accounts. Very nice. Super. Self-review threats is there in abundance. So I cannot trust your work. Number 2, competence level. Is your department according to your entity and operations? Meaning what? If your operations are too huge and you have only very few number of people in the department, can they handle the entire work pressure? No, sir. So even though they are competent enough, they won't be able to deliver quality. Is it clear? Second one, policies for HAT. Hiring, assigning and training. Do you have policies for hiring, assigning and training? Or randomly based on influence you take? Here, based on recommendation you take. You don't see capability. Example. Do you trust everyone who cleared CA? They have quality? Do you believe that everyone who cleared CA have quality? No. Now, same question I will ask. Do you believe everyone who cleared CA until 2000s have quality? 2000, 21st, 1990, 1980, 1990, 2000. Those who cleared in that era, do you believe they have quality? Forget about experience. Do you think they have quality? Why? Pass percentage was, it's not about pass percentage. They never had the resource to pass. And in that also, if they have scored rank, now you'll say definitely they have qualities. Go and argue about accounts in front of them. If you don't forget A of accounts, no, then we'll see. But again, I'm telling times have changed. Now, why you tell? Because there are people who have by heart and cleared also. There are people who have done dummy articleship and still cleared their finals. But on recommendation, they would have got the job. Now, in such cases, can we trust their work? No, sir. Therefore, in ICA, can you bribe someone and get your results? Reservation is there. That's why we are not bothered about any exam paper leak. You know why? Even if paper leaks, so you don't know which paper is it. Subject name only is not there. Is it inter paper, final paper? God alone knows. Yeah. So internal control system is stronger there because the involvement of PCWG is high. Right. So when you're hiring people, when you're assigning work, when you're training them, if you are having a very good policy, that means I can trust them. But if you're randomly taking, then obviously I cannot trust their work. Understood? Anybody who has taken admission in ArivuPro, during counseling, they were definitely told qualified faculties. Which means they should have a policy to appoint qualified faculties. But again, you have never questioned because you have trusted them. Anybody question me or what? So show your membership number, you tell your CA. How do you know? I might be lying, no? I may not be a CA only, no? How do you know I'm a CA? Have you seen my certificate? No. Then, how do you know? Exactly. That trust, if it is there, that means the management should have worked really hard to gain that trust. Are you getting my point? But if management only has a weak policy, every student will start doubting. You're CA, huh? Is this person CA? Why? Next batch, if I tell, when I'm coming and taking next batch, if I tell, I am CA, I am CS, and I'm also ACCA qualified faculty. Who will question? Will you question? No. Won't you believe? Yes. 1, 4, 5 Shakespeare words, if I tell, are you getting my point? Now, you're trusting because you're trusting the management. And that is why the trust is placed upon me. So, therefore, we need to understand one more logic. That if management is involved in hiring, training, and assigning the work, then yes, I can trust your competence level, sir. IAs have adequate technical training. Now, what is technical training? ArivuPro has appointed Karthik, sir, but ArivuPro works through tech. Now, I don't know how to use their systems. I may have competence to teach, but still I won't be teaching in ArivuPro. Imagine I am walking and teaching here. Camera is here. Okay? Teacher is not there. Only voice will be there. Now tell me, will online live be okay with this? Will recorded people be okay with this? No, sir. Which means I need to be technically trained in that organization to deliver that kind of service. Clear? IAs have required knowledge. And what do you mean by required knowledge? To teach audit. Do I have audit knowledge or not? That is what we have to see. Now, I may not have accounts knowledge. I may not have taxation knowledge. I may not have FM knowledge. I may not have costing knowledge. But do I have audit knowledge? Yes. What is audit? Accounts, law, tax, cost. At least little bit of, like how in when you go for the banana leaf meal, everything will be little, no? At least some portion we should have touched upon. Yeah. So proper technical knowledge do you have or not, sir? Correct. Okay, sir. Then, sir, if it is not there, straight away work cannot be used. Therefore, I cannot rely on your information. But if it is there, what am I supposed to do? Then I should decide whether I should use the work or whether I should use them only as my team. Remember, there are 3 ways to use. One is information, one is their work, and one is them. But in SA 610, we deal only with two things. What is that? Work and using them as direct assistance. Why information? Information is like raw material. What they have, even we can get from management. But work is what? Like finished goods. So whatever work they have done on that information, I can use that work only, or I can use them only as my assistants. Okay. Now, if you're using their work, what are we supposed to do? Step number 1. Check the coordination with our strategy and our plan. Now, your strategy and plan could be different. My strategy and plan could be different. Example. You may have objectivity now. You may have competence. You may have approach. But your approach is different. My approach is different. Your strategy is different. My strategy is different. For example, let's say Omisha's strategy is to score exemption in all 6. My strategy is to score exemption in only one subject in a group. Can she use my work? No, sir. So strategy, if it is not matching, objectivity, competence and approach, even if it is there, we cannot use it. Number 2, discuss the use of his work. Now, I should go and tell him, see boss, whatever work you have done, I'll be using it in this manner. Same thing we told branch also in SA 600. Discuss the use of his work. So when you tell, he'll be more serious. He will understand the seriousness of the work. Now, how do we know he has done his work properly? Take his report and consider what kind of procedure and how much. Yes. Third, is it enough for you? See, he may have objective, he may have competence, he may have approach. But according to his approach, he took up only 20% sampling. But you take only 40%. Now, his 20% and your 40% doesn't. So, for you, it is not adequate. So, in that area, I have to work. But in other area, I take 20%, that will take 40%. Can I use his work? Yes, because he has gone beyond what I want. That area, I need not work. So, adequacy means what? Enough. Quantity. Or should I work more or work less in those areas? Correct. Yes. Now, where should I use his work? Less. And my work? More. Simple logic. Wherever judgment is involved. Where the judgment is involved? Planning the procedure and performing the procedure. Evaluating the evidence. Why? Evidence, whether it is enough or not. Professional judgment. Individual based. Planning and performing, what kind of procedure to put up and how much to put up. Whose judgment? APJ. Or it is professional judgment. Okay. Then, wherever risk is high, why? Because risk itself is subjective, sir. What is risk for you may not be risk for me. What is risk for me may not be risk for you. Then, if risk identified is significant, then we don't, I'm not saying don't use his work at all. Use his work, but use it lesser, use your work more. Am I getting my point? Generally, you tell no. He will tell, you don't have brains or what? Now, that's what they're telling. You use your brain more. He will tell many things in that. So, you use your work more than his work. Sir, objectivity is less and competence is low. Remember. They never said competence is absent and objectivity is absent. There, but less. Example. Recently, I asked one student, send me mock paper questions. That mock test paper, question paper, ICA. Now, I was not finding my laptop was not working. So, I told send mock test paper. Now, the student sent the mock paper which I sent to me only. ArivuPro mock paper, I said, he sent it to me only. Now I am reading the question, I'm like, these questions I've already seen. I'm going, then I realized, this is the same paper which I said. Then I asked him, I asked mock paper, same sir, you asked mock paper, I sent. I said, I asked, I say it's mock paper. Oh, you said mock paper, no sir. Simple logic. Logic I'm asking you, why will I ask the same paper, I don't have copy or what? Now this is where we say, I'm not saying competence is not there. Competence is there. But Like how my mom tells me, go see if milk is boiling or not. I went, I saw, I came. Now, do I have competence? Yes, but more or less, less. Now milk boiled and fell down. Now she went and saw. Now she had to clean. She called me. She told me what? What did I tell you? What did you tell me? Go and see if the milk is boiling. I saw. Competence is there or not there? But yes. Understood. Same logic here. Competence is there, but it is low. You know why? Because competence and objectivity, if it is not there, cannot even use his work. I did not even think of using his work. Understood? Okay, sir. Next. Now, how do we use them as direct assistants? Step number 1. Pre-requirement should be checked first. There should be no prohibition from using his work. It could be by law, it could be by their agreement or contract or whatever. Prohibition must not be there. Number 1. Number 2. Evaluate objectivity, independence and competence before using the work. Obtain in from whom? Two people. One is from entity's representative, one is from the representative. What do we take? They should write and tell that he will follow your instructions and we will not interfere, and whatever work he is doing for you, in that also we will not interfere. What should the auditor write and give? Whatever you say, I will keep it confidential, and whatever threats I get, I will come and inform to EA. Whether he will inform or not, that is secondary, but he should write and give. Okay. Now, which are the areas where I should not use at all? Two areas. Significant threats to objectivity. What do you mean by that? Imagine the management says, if you help the EA, I'll fire you. It's a significant threat. Do we need to eat his work, his job, and then do our reporting? You tell, no problem. It's significant threats. Small threats, not a problem. Significant threats is where we are telling. Number 2 is what? Lacks competence. Here again, lack means what? Not there also or less also. Okay. Now where we should use his work less? Nowhere. These are the areas where we do not use at all. But in other areas we use. Whereas here we don't use them at all. Here, only in these areas we don't use. Which are those areas? Sin. Where judgments are involved, where ROMM is high, where judgment for procedure, judgment for evidence, where he himself is involved, and decisions regarding his own department and use of their work. So in these areas, we will never use him, we will exclude him, and we will conduct our work. Is that understood? Yes. On this, in the class, we have always discussed one question which I told you is must do. I think question number 82 in the book. Correct, no? In essay 610, in the title only I have told you, I think, if I am not wrong. Yeah, see? Question number 82, where one of the best questions on essay 610. Jan 25 question it is. Yes. Jan 25 question. Clear? So please solve this question. Okay. Even YouTube students, please solve Jan 25 essay 610 question. One of the best questions on essay 610 they have asked. Now the answer here is not from one place. The answer here is from multiple places. What is the requirement they have told? Is he correct in making statement that IA is responsible for false provisioning? See, meaning what? In short, if I have to tell you, can I blame IA if my work goes wrong? No. Why? I told you, ultimately, I am the responsible person. So I can't blame them. Are you getting my point? Imagine my revision session, something goes bad, I'm blaming students. It's unfair to blame because they may not have competence. Their report is not read by people. So they might work little less only. Where did your buddhi go. Understood? So obviously you should be responsible. So obviously you cannot blame on him. What consideration you should have undertaken before relying on the work? Do they have objectivity? Do they have competence? Do they have approach? Clear. Is his approach matching with my strategy and plan? Is his work adequate for me or not? Understood. In short, if I have to put it even more shorter, I will check objectivity, competence, and approach. Second, I will check should I use his work or not. If I am using, is it adequate for my work or? Understood. Simple. For this 5 marks, technically answer is very small. But students did not know what to write for the second point. They wrote own answers. Here, one of the good questions, answer is damn easy. Understand the question properly. Okay? Yes, sir. Let's see a few more questions if there is. I think there is. One question is around 610. Here you go. Clearly, if you see, state the circumstances under which plan to use less of work of IAF and perform more of, which are those places? Judgment is involved in where planning and performing procedure audit evidence, then ROM is higher, risk is high, and then objectivity is less, competence is less. So technically it comes under this part. Tell me, worth for 5 marks or not. But the problem is, people don't know where is this coming from. SA 610 should be checked properly. Here, in the ICA module, the content is there, but the content is scattered here and there. So don't know the particular process or the flow where the concept is coming from. Answer is very easy. Don't lose marks in SA 610. Okay, sir. Only one question in the entire year till now they have asked in SA 610. I would mark in SA 610 direct assistance as important. Specifically this area where we should not use their work at all. Correct. Here. Yes. Answer. Quickly go through SA 610 before we run to the next topic. How many standards are done in chapter 4? 505 done, 510 done, 550 done, 610 done. 4 standards are done. So after this, we'll be doing 501. That is our evidence with respect to inventory, litigation, and that. And then we'll do sampling, because sampling, a lot of questions have been asked this year. A lot of questions have been asked in sampling. We'll do that. Go through SA 610 quickly. After this, I think only one chapter with respect to standards will be pending for revision. 3. Chapter 3 is one of the underrated chapters. People consider chapter 3 as too big and they tend to skip it. That's the first chapter in the articleship is it will be tested. So it's the most practical standard in real life. So don't skip that, but again, divide that into multiple parts and study. Alright? Shall we? Essay 610, anything, any problem? No? Let's move on then. How many standards are left for us? 4. 500, 501, 520, 530. In that 520 is small, so quickly we'll be done with that. In that 2 questions have been asked in 2026, which we will solve. Easy questions only. Right, sir. Let's begin with essay 501, which talks about audit evidence specific considerations. Now, there are 3 things. Specific consideration for special items. Now, what are the special items? Only 3 things. Inventory we have. Litigation and claims we have. And then we have segment information. Okay. Now, which one is important in this, sir, from exam point of view? All 3. Although students consider inventory because they have multiple situations, so inventory becomes very important. That is when they ask litigation. Now, next attempt, what you will do? Litigation you will study. There are segment information. Okay. So you cannot, disregard this standard. It is easy. Just try to understand what is there in the standard. Inventory, although major chunk of standard deals with inventory, 2 basic procedures you have to understand. One is no matter what situation it is, what are the basic procedures? One is situational wise basic procedures. Okay. Now, when we talk about inventory, what about the basic procedure? First of all, tell me, when do we apply SA 501 for inventory? Very good. When the inventory is material. If inventory is immaterial, which standard do we apply? Only SA 500. SA 501, 500 plus 501 will come when the inventory is material. Now, what do you mean by material? What is the material? Which influences the economic decisions of the user, or rather I would say, which constitutes a bigger chunk of your assets. Basically a balance sheet. So out of total assets, imagine inventory is 20%. Now if 20% according to you is important, then SA 501 should be applied. If according to you 20% also is not material, then you need not apply SA 501. But SA 501 has to be applied. Now if inventory is material, basic procedure what you should do? Attend physical inventory counting. Why? Physical inventory counting is never your job. Whose job it is? Management's job. Then what are you doing? You are going and visiting their counting method. Your friend is getting married, you visit the marriage. You don't go to get married there. You're visiting there. They will do. You just have to check whether the inventory counting is done properly or not, because this is what you're going to comment in CARO, clause number 2. Whether they have done at reasonable interval or not, whether their procedures are properly done or not. Clear? So, attending physical inventory counting, unless, what does impracticable means? I didn't ask synonyms. Give me situations. Impracticable means what? Unforeseen circumstances? Huh? Yes. Is unforeseen circumstances come under impracticable? Yes, it can come under impracticable. COVID, impracticable. Riots, impracticable. Right. So in such cases, I cannot go and attend physical inventory counting. Sir, 3 of my clients are doing physical inventory counting on the same date. Can we attend everywhere? No, sir, not possible. So impracticable scenarios. So unless and until practicability is in question, your duty is to go and attend. Sir, I don't feel like going. You have to go. Can't go because I am elsewhere. Then understandable. Yeah. Now what you have to go and do there? Same process. Do not change your order here. What's the order? Number 1. Evaluate what? Their instructions and procedure for recording and controlling the results. Number 2. Observe what? How they are doing. Number 3. Inspect what? The item there. Okay. Last one. Perform test. Now you tell me what kind of procedure is point number 1. What kind of procedure is point number 1? Evaluate their instructions and procedure. Can be inquiry. This one. Observation. Then I don't will tell obviously. Re-perform. Yeah. Now, what is the next procedure that you have to do? Perform procedure on final inventory records. Why? Sir, the day when I came and checked, that day results and should match with actual results. Why? Sir, in between after I go, if they manipulate the results, it will be a problem. Therefore, if you check reconciliation, you have to do. Okay, these are basic procedures. Now, whether I should attend or not, that depends on 8 factors. What are the factors? Rest, lean, R4. ROMM related to inventory, meaning how good is your inherent risk and control risk. What is ROMM? Probability of errors and fraud in the financials. So if the probability of error and fraud is high of inventory, should I visit? Yes, sir. Number 2. Expectation of what kind of procedures and instruction they follow. If you expect them to be very good, need not attend. But if you are expecting them to be bad, you will have to attend. Then stages of completion of WIP inventory. Sometimes it would have been just started. I need not go. Maybe in costing now you guys are learning a thing called equal production units. Same concept here. Yeah. 80%, 30%, 40%. So there will be one percentage after which I can actually check the inventory. So let it reach that percentage, then I can go and visit. Timing of physical inventory counting. What is my timing? Now management's timing and our timing should match. Now imagine I have a due date coming up and I have tax for it to be finishing. Can I go there? Now a lot of students told, sir, night timing is not suitable for us for revision. Keep in the morning. Now, for them it is not suitable, therefore they won't attend. Understood? So, timing also is very important. So, management will wait for you or management will continue. They may continue, they may wait for you. Now, I will keep in the morning because of what? Obviously, certain operational reasons. So, obviously, management will say, we can't wait for another day. Okay, we will continue. Let's see what you have to do on some other day. Just because you cannot attend your friend's wedding, will he postpone? No way. Just clear. Moral of the story, when the exams are nearing, don't attend functions. Attend those functions where without you function will not function. If the function will function without you, don't attend that function. Okay? Next. Location at which inventory is held, including material in ROMM. Sir, they may have multiple locations, but one location full fraudster only, sir. Should you visit that? Yes, sir. But one location, sir, top-notch people. Complaints, definition are them only, sir. Should attend there? No need, sir. Clear. Inventory system perpetual or periodic. If it is perpetual, better attend. If it is periodic, no problem for us. We can take that liberty. Expert assistance needed or not. If expert assistance is there, when expert is available, I should be there. Because he will not be available whenever I want him to be available. That's why it is better if he is there, I should also be there. Nature of inventory, sometimes perishable or high value items, it is better if we go and audit them. Or nature of ICS. Nature of ICS means what? What kind of ICS you have? Do you have manual ICS? Or if it is manual, I should visit. If it is tech, no problem. I know that. Remember, if it is tech, only if the tech is good, I will not visit. If the tech is bad, I will still visit. So they say nature of ICS. What kind of ICS do you have? Based on that, I will decide. Is that clear? Got it. Yes. Rest lean. On this they have asked questions in the past. They can ask you any 4 or any 5. Please be a little careful here. Okay, so what are the different scenarios where we have to put a little more additional procedures? Number 1, conducting on a date other than a balance sheet date. So, they have conducted the inventory counting. Now, I could not attend. So, what will I do? I will conduct another inventory count. When? On an alternative date. Now, this alternative date can be before the balance sheet date or after the balance sheet date. If whatever you are following, basic procedures you have to follow. Number 2, perform procedures on those transactions that has happened between their counting date and, or rather, your counting date and financial date. If you have done before 31st March, that date and 31st March. If you have done after 31st March, let's say before 31st March, 15th March you did it. So 15th March to 31st March, Nadula, whatever changes have happened, audit them. Let's say second scenario, 10th April you have done. So between 31st March and 10th April, whatever changes have been done, whether they have recorded properly or not. Clear? So perpetual records are adjusted. Check whether you rely on the records or not. And in case of significant differences, ask for reasons. Okay? Right. Scenario number 2. Sir, due to unforeseen circumstances, I am unable to attend. Health issues, emergency, etc. What do? Conduct physical count on and then perform procedures on same like how we dealt in situation number 1. Third situation, impracticable, COVID, etc. In such case, perform alternate procedures for Sai with respect to what? Existence and condition. Okay. If not, modify. Now, this modification members will understand. Clear? Why? The situation is like that where we cannot go for physical inventory. In such scenarios, when management explains it to the users will understand. Okay? Now, depends on the situation. If the nature or the location pose threats, riots, terror attacks, Naxal attacks, let's say the area is pretty sensitive with respect to murders and other things. Obviously, he will not go. Why? What if he becomes an inventory there? So he doesn't want to take that. So he will tell, sir, it is posing threats to my safety. Therefore, I will not go. I will modify the opinion. User will understand. Yeah. Okay. Then it is in the custody of third party. Now, who is a third party? It could be positive. It could be negative. Positive means what? Sir, consignee, sale of goods on approval basis. Clear? What is negative? Customs seized your goods. Banker seized your goods. Clear? In such cases, both cases come under third party. What are we supposed to do? Request with respect to what? Inspect the inventory or documents. Sir, how can we inspect the inventory? With their permission. Clear? Or perform. Now, what is this other procedures? Yes, either arrange for another auditor or obtain opinion about report you take from them. Arrange for another auditor, obtain another auditor's opinion or request confirmation from the parties when the inventory pledged as collateral. For drawing, so for working capital limits, if you have given stock as your security, you can ask the banks and FIs to go and inspect them. No problem. If they don't give, then at least ask WR from them. Okay. These are the scenarios where SA 510 inventory comes into the picture. But first of all, tell me what evidence I want in inventory to check. What's the objective to check inventory? Two things I want to know. Very good. Existence and condition I want to check. Whereas in case of litigation, what do I want to check? I want to check completeness. When it comes to segment information, what do I want to check? Presentation and disclosure. Okay. Now, when it comes to segment in litigation and claim, what am I supposed to inquire with management and in-house legal counsel? Right. Now, we do inquiry. You think inquiry is I? Response to inquiry is its I. No way, sir. Therefore, what do we do? We review what? Minutes of meeting with correspondence between entity and external legal counsel. Legal expense account we check. Why? If expense is increasing, that means something is wrong there. Management may not tell you. Clear? Obtain direct communication from whom? External legal counsel. Sir, why? Why? This external legal counsel may be appointed for some specific expertise which your internal counsel may not solve. Example, your internal counsel may be able to solve your product cases, warranty cases, etc. But if there is a criminal charge, external. IPR, external. So why do you appoint him? Maybe you can go and talk to him. But what kind of letter you will give? Direct confirmation letter or direct inquiry letter? What are the contents of it? List of litigation and claim, management's evaluation of outcome and financial effect, then request him to confirm the reasonableness of their evaluation and provide further information. Of the list is in what if management gave you incomplete data? There are 12 cases, management gave only 3. But ELC knows all 12. Now the rest of the 9 who will give? ELC will give. Now, sir, what? They are also lawyers, they are also professionals, they also have ethics. Clear? So in their ethics, if sharing is not allowed, then perform alternative. Now, what kind of procedures depends upon the case? Number 2, if it does not prohibit, get the evidence and continue with your work. Okay? But there are 3 scenarios where it is better to meet and talk. Which are the scenarios? If the risk is high, matter is complex, and there is disagreement between. Understood? Here. Okay. But remember, it's not one-to-one meeting. It's always along with. Why? Not because it is external, because what if some confidential information is being shared? So obviously management's representative also will be present with us. This is for your which topic? Litigation and segment reporting. Very simple. Now before that, in case if management does not allow you, what to do? Management refuses to give permission. No problem. Modify the opinion. Or the external counsel fails to respond. What will you do? What will you do? You have to perform alternative procedures. Now, in alternative procedure also, what kind of opinion I will give here now? Here, what kind of opinion I will give? Qualified or wonderful. Here, qualified or qualified for sure. Blindly also you can tell. Tell me about the other part. Adverse or disclaimer? Disclaimer. Disclaimer. Okay, Google it. Think and tell me, no problem. Disclaimer. Disclaimer. Which opinion we will give? Adverse. This is clear cut. Because we have clearly told unable to obtain. So we give disclaimer or qualified. Here you tell me. Adverse, huh? Okay. Now tell me the reasons why you gave your answers. Sorry? Okay. Huh? So, the basis for opinion, what will you write if it is adverse? Adverse means you should have evidence that there is misstatement, which is material. It's pervasive. The question is, do you have evidence to tell it is Material and pervasive. Correct. You are suspicious of the transaction, so you want to meet. Are you able to meet? If you are not able to meet, are you able to get any evidence out of it? If you are not able to get any evidence about it, why are you giving adverse then? Because I will ask you a question: do you have evidence? It is not whether you are able to get or not. Do you have? There's a difference between your ability and reality. You are able to do CA, but as of now, are you on? No. So obviously, you can't sign any balance sheet. Correct? Now, you are able. That doesn't mean right now you have it. Similarly, you are able to go and talk and you have the ability to extract evidence. But do you have evidence with you now? No. So adverse if you are giving, the next question I will ask is, do you have evidence to prove it is material and pervasive? Therefore, disclaimer. Because loose tools refuses to give permission to communicate also I will not give permission, to meet also I will not give permission. First of all, only that fellow can give me evidence. Your internal counsel is unable. Therefore, I am talking to external. External counsel also is not. You are not letting me go and talk. Therefore, do I have any evidence in my hand? No, sir. What opinion I will give? Disclaimer of opinion or qualified opinion. I cannot give adverse opinion. I cannot give adverse opinion because if you give adverse opinion, the very next question the management may ask is, if you are telling that I am bad, what evidence do you have? Adverse means what you are telling I am bad. When someone saying, if tomorrow if I say, imagine I have not watched Spider-Man movie, I'll come and tell you. You will ask me how is Spider-Man? Very bad. Now someone will come and ask me which scene was bad. I don't know. I have never seen. Then how can you tell it is bad, sir? Bad part. I have the ability to see. But did I see? No. Therefore, you know what I will tell? How is Spider-Man? I don't know. That I don't know is equal to no comments. No comments is equal to disclaimer. Disclaim, not claiming any opinion. Clear? Wait a minute. That is called disclaimer of opinion. Clear? Romba ketta paidasar in the palsam is called adverse opinion. Understood? Maapal nirda quoted satte is called qualified. Very simple logic. Clear? So when you have evidence, you may give qualified or adverse, but when you don't have evidence, you may give qualified or disclaimer. Got it? Yes, sir. Finally, segment information. Segment information is very easy topic. You know why? We are not putting any procedures. Simple. Whether AFRF asks you to disclose or not. If yes, AFRF only will tell you the methods. Have you followed that method or? Yeah. Understand what method they have used. Perform analytical procedure. I need not perform procedure on segment information to give an. Remember, the opinion is always on FS as a whole. The opinion is never on individual segments. I will never tell automobile segment is unmodified opinion. Agriculture segment is modified opinion. Textile segment is adverse opinion. No, I give opinion on the FS. So why am I checking? I am checking whether the presentation that you have given in FS and the presentation you have given in the notes matching or not. That's it. Here. So here, my job is to check the overall FS, not to audit each business segment separately as if they were different companies. Got it? Clear? Okay, sir. This is your essay 501. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Go through it once. Quickly go through it once. Then we'll move on to the small topic. Shall we move on to the next one then? Let's see a few questions on zero done for us. Done. 500. Have a look at this. Jan 26 question, 4 marks. Prime tech industries concept. Check it out. Sorry? What's the requirement? Required to state the matter should be included in the letter of specific inquiry. So, with whom they are doing specific inquiry? Yes or no? So, obviously, the CA is conducting the audit while reviewing what? Contingent liabilities, which means litigation and claims they are talking about. He identifies significant litigations and claims that may materially affect the FS. The management's explanation regarding the progress and possible outcomes are inadequate and unconvincing. Anticipating the company's ELC may not respond, he decides to seek direct communication through letter of specific inquiry, requesting the legal counsel to provide the information. What matters you have to put? Didn't I give as a hidden question this thing in the regular class? Yes or no? Promise, I didn't see the question. I keep telling you, hidden question comes as an examiner's mindset. Alright? So they can twist and turn whatever they want. At the end of the day, what you should know? Requirement. Requirement can save a lot of time cumulatively for 15 minutes. Okay, tell me what are the matters. List of litigation and claims. Number 2, what is management's evaluation? Number 3, the ELC must give opinion on reasonableness of management evaluation. If the list is incomplete, give me more information about it for that 4 marks. Further, they told, explain the responsibility if management refuses to permit communication. That's the qualified or. But what will you write? Modify the opinion. That's it. That's it. Don't write the specific modification unless and until they have clearly asked for it. Understood? Clear? You say understood. So if they ask what kind of modification, only then you tell a qualified or disclaimer. Then why did you ask, sir? In case if they ask, you should not tell no. You don't know. You didn't tell us. Yes, so for that specifically I discussed keeping the logic in the mind. Okay, sir. Easy question. 4 marks, easy, sir. For level, different. That's it. So one question on SA 501 we have seen. That's it. Okay, let's move on to 520 analytical procedure. What is analytical procedure? Don't worry, not there on the screen. Atya become answer you gave. Procedure performed to obtain evidence. Trying to understand the plausible relationship between financial and non-financial data. Why? So that we can conclude with the information and come out with an opinion. Okay. Now, what is the objective? To obtain audit evidence. See, in SA 520, there is no reporting involved. The standard doesn't end with reporting concept. Why? Because we can put AP planning stage, testing stage, completion stage. I told you AP is like salt. You can put it before, during the cooking, after the cooking. Imagine if we put reporting in SA 520 and we tell during the planning stage you can put AP. So in planning stage when you finish conclusion. No. Therefore, here reporting, this particular standard doesn't have reporting as such because we are analyzing it. Keeping the analysis in the mind, we go ahead with conclusion. Got it? Okay, sir. So, obtain evidence is yes. What is the second opinion? To use this in forming the conclusion. Meaning, to give an opinion, we are using AP as one of the methodology or tools. What is the objectives? Evaluate the reasonableness. What is the evaluating reasonableness? Whether whatever expense, income, asset, liability, if there is a fluctuation, whether that fluctuation is acceptable or I getting my point. Then to make between whom? What is intra means? Me comparing with myself. Who is the competition? I, me, myself. So you comparing your yesterday versus your today. We require analysis. Yesterday, how much you studied? Today, how much you studied? Then, how much your friend studied? How much you studied? Then, you find reasons for variance. Standard costing is nothing but analytical procedure. Here, what is your budgeted price? What is your actual price? If there is a variance, whether that variance is significant or insignificant. So variance in amount and variance in ratios. Clear? Then to find what? Unusual transaction. What's unusual transaction? Red coin is going. Black coin also is going behind. Really, unusual transaction. Usual transaction, I remember, sir, every year I'm seeing one expense, no problem, miscellaneous, miscellaneous, miscellaneous. Suddenly 1 year I'm seeing there is a huge spike in one of the expenses, coconut expenses. The question is, this many years coconut expense was not there, suddenly from where this coconut expense came into the picture. Unusual analysis. So when you analyze, you will get to know what is usual and what is unusual. Here, okay. Now that is with respect to your objectives. This can be asked, okay? Purpose, objective, uses, etc. What are the techniques involved, sir? 4 techniques. Sachin, Ramesh, Tendulkar. S. Structural modeling. Where do we use structural modeling? For prediction. What does prediction means? How much sales we can do next year? Or how much sales according to your factors this year you should have done? And how much you have done. To compare that, we require structural modeling. In regular class, we have a detailed extra example that we had discussed. Now, what is that? Page number 101. Okay, here you go. Now, let's understand this historical data. But company has already reported how much revenue? 200 crore. Now, let's understand this. Step number 1. Collect the financial and non-financial data for the sales, like what? Revenue, units, marketing spend and foot traffic. Foot traffic means what? How many people actually came into your shop, not how many people purchased. Okay. Now, then build the statistical model. Sales revenue is equal to how much? Factor beta 0 plus beta 1 into units sold plus beta 2 into marketing spend plus beta 3 into foot traffic plus error. Because if the model has a little bit of error here and there, we can consider that. Now, coefficient, it is assumed here, but if when you go to the client will tell you. Beta 0 is 20, that means what? Even if I don't do anything, I will earn 20 crore revenue. Okay. Then, beta 1 is equal to 4, meaning what? 1 lakh units if I sell extra, how much I earn? 4 times the revenue I will earn. Beta 2 is what? 1.5. That means 1 crore if I spend on marketing, my revenue will increase by 1.5 times. Beta 3 is 2. That is 1 lakh visitors if they come to my shop, my sales will increase by 2 times. Now you put this in the formula. Base revenue how much? 20. Beta 1 into units sold. Beta 2, beta 3. Total you will get as 372.5 crore. How much you reported? 200 crore. There is a huge deviation of 172.5. Now this deviation you have to go and ask because it's well beyond your materiality. Now ask what could be the reason? Understatement of sales revenue, or transactions are omitted, or you gave me wrong non-financial data, or limitation. But limitation is very rare, which gives such a huge difference. So it could be either you gave me wrong data or you have done fraud. So it's either error or fraud from your side. Possible 100%. Here. Step 6, then investigate further. This kind of technique is called as what technique? The structural modeling technique. This example is not there in your module yet. Okay. Now, next one is what? Reasonableness test. What is the reasonableness test? Keeping the scenario in the mind according to that scenario, whether the deviation is reasonable or not. Example, last year rent was 5 crore or 10 crore. This year the rent is 1 crore. Significant deviation or not? Reasonable or unreasonable? 90% reduction in the rent. Unreasonable or reasonable? Huh? Why? What could be the scenario? Huh? Very good. What if I change from your offline to work from home? So obviously I don't want that big of a premise, no? Many companies shifted post-COVID to entire work from home basis. So my rent is saved, huge amount. Deposit also I'll get back. Now it is reasonable. Huh? That's what I'm telling you. See, when the deviation is huge, you tend to ask questions. But the deviation is small, you tend to ignore them. Okay? Right. Then, ratio analysis, useful for analyzing what? Income, expense, asset, liability. We can do intra-firm and inter-firm comparison. Trend analysis, which is very common, taking the current period data and comparing it with past period data to know the trend, increasing trend or decreasing trend. Okay, sir. Now, what are the factors influencing your analytical procedure? Factor number 1, availability of data. What do you mean by that? Data should be reliable and relevant. Why? If data is not reliable and if the data is not relevant, we cannot analyze. Number 1. Number 2, disaggregation. What does disaggregation means? Division of data. The more the data is divided, better the analysis. More detailing is equal to better analysis. Then account type. Better for P&L rather than balance sheet. Source. Non-routine and significant transaction which will involve management judgment. Analysis is very difficult for non-routine. Why? You are not expecting only, no? Here. Finally, we have predictability. What is predictability? Expectation of those expenses continuing. But for prediction, two things must be there. We are expecting it to exist and continue, only then you can predict. Example, loss on fire. Can you predict that in the next year? Why? We don't expect it to continue. Rent. Yes. Salary. Yes. So obviously, predictability also is a factor that we have to analyze. Okay. Then, nature of assertion. Sometimes it is more suitable for some assertions, may not be suitable for all. Example, for valuation, we can use AP. Okay. For disclosure, we cannot use AP. For rights, we cannot use AP. Example, last year, inventory value was 10 lakh. This year, inventory value is 6 lakh. We can analyze it. Last year, the car was in your name. This year, the car is in your name. Why? What kind of nonsense question is this? So, for rights, we cannot use AP. But for valuation, we can use. For completeness also, we can use AP. So, last year, you gave so much information. This year, you are giving only so less information. Why, sir? Someone can question me. So, regular class, these standards you take 1 week to complete. Now, we are completing in 2 days. They can come and ask me. Because we are talking about completeness. Now, I will give them a reason for it. See, that is regular class. This is revision. So, I can give a reason. But, sir, main class also you only took. Revision also you are only taking. Why? Answer. So, for certain rights, we cannot have any AP. For certain valuation, we can put AP. Finally, what can go wrong approach? This we put in RAP. Because in RAP, we can use analytical procedure as procedure. In planning also we put. Why? If we put this in planning stage only, if there is a significant deviation, there we can plan better procedures and more in-depth procedures. Why? While studying only, if you get to know which chapter has high weightage, won't it be easier? Yes, sir. While studying, if you know which chapter has low weightage, wouldn't it be easier to skip? Understood? Clear? Yes. These are the factors. Now, how do we use AP as substantive, not as RAP? We are not discussing now how are we using AP as RAP. We are discussing how we are using AP as substantive procedure. Step number 1. Which methodology or which procedure you have to put? Is it structural modeling, ratio, reasonableness test, or trend analysis? Which one to put? Number 2. Evaluate the reliability of data. Important. If you are evaluating the reliability of data, what are the 4 points? From where did you get the data? Can I compare the data? Does the data have comparability feature? Third one, nature and relevance feature and controls over preparation. If ICS is weak, I cannot trust the data. But if ICS is strong, I can take the data into consideration. Clear? Then develop the expectation and evaluate the. How do I develop that expectation? Depends on disaggregation. I told you, more the details, better the analysis. Then data must be available, accuracy of prediction of expected results. Finally, evaluating the results of AP. If results are inconsistent, inquire and obtain evidence for the response and start performing other procedures. Here we don't conclude with opinion. We don't say this is their view, adverse opinion, this is their view, modified opinion. We don't talk about that. Got it? Clear? Let's see a few questions on this. 520. Eighth one. Eighth one is 530. 12th one. Congratulations. A big question. Want to see the requirement? Huh? Four points. Source of the data, comparability of the data, nature and reliability, controls over preparation. Done. Why do you have to read such a lengthy case for that? Yeah. Yes, sir. They said in the given context, explain the relevant points. You explain the relevant points reading the case. But you know, you got to know the answer. Now, in the 15 minutes, move on. You got to know what essay 520. No, don't write in the question paper. In some of the centers, they will not allow you to do that. Okay. But you can keep in your mind, okay, this is your essay 520 question, move on. Because what will happen is in that 15 minutes, you will not have answer sheet with you. The answer booklet will not be with you. Answer booklet will get at 2 o'clock. Okay. Or maybe little bit before that, depending upon the invigilation at times. Okay. 2 o'clock, they'll give you answer sheet. Now, what you will do is, if you sit and revise in that 15 minutes, okay, what are these 4 points? You will not be able to execute that. So what you do, the moment you get your answer sheet, whatever short notes you remember, go to the last page and write question number 3A, essay 520, 4 points. So whichever question you feel I might forget, write down those in the last page. Okay, it will be helpful. In the question paper, you don't write. But those which you know it is easy, I don't have to remember that much. You read, you move on. Okay, but that depends on individuality. So that's what I'm telling you. So here 4 points you have to write. What are the 4 points? Source of the data, comparability of the data, nature and relevance, and then controls over preparation of data. Okay, how many marks they're giving? 4 marks they're giving. Don't be scared about looking at the length of the question. Okay, right. That is your essay 520 analytical procedure. Now, how many standards we are left with? 500, 530. Only 2. Any time spending here? No. So we'll take a 10 minutes breather and then we start with essay 530. That is audit sampling. Many questions on sampling this year they have asked throughout, like multiple MTP, RTP, and past year papers. We'll check out that. All right, we'll take a break. Essay 530. Audit sampling. Right. Now, when we talk about audit sampling, what do you mean by audit sampling? Checking less than 100% of items in the population is called audit sampling. It could be 10, 20, even 90, even 99% also is called as sampling only. Okay. So, application of procedures to less than 100% of items in a population in such a way that all units have an equal chance of selection. So, there are two main. What? Do whatever you want with this. We don't break my flow, okay? Keep it at 30 also, don't break my flow. Now, in sampling, we have two main legs. What is that? Population and sampling unit. What is the population? Entire set of data from which sample is selected and from which I draw conclusion. Remember, when we talk about sampling, we have population. So, we take sample out of the population, examine the sample, but the conclusion is on the population. The conclusion is on the population based on. Alright. You may have 5 liters, 6 liters of blood in your body, but entire 5 liters, 6 liters we don't test. Few ml we test, but we test that, but the opinion is on the human body based on sample. Alright. That is number one. Number two, what is sampling unit? Every unit in the population is what we call as sampling unit. Okay. What are the characteristics of population? Three things. Completeness, appropriateness, and reliability. That means what? Not a single unit should be missing out of the population. That brings to mind actual meaning of sampling, application of audit procedures to less than 100% of items in a population in such a way that every unit in the population has equal chance of selection. So if there is 1,000 items in a population, what are the chances that every unit is chosen? 1 by 1,000. Every unit must have equal chance of selection. That means, first of all, every unit must be present in the population. If one unit also is absent in the population, then the population is incomplete. Understood? Then we have something called as appropriateness, meaning what? Relevant to your objective, you have to pick up the population. Now, if I want to ask questions about CA Inter, I can't go and take CME Inter students as my population. Only CA Inter I have to ask for. Clear? Then reliable, that means data must be reliable. So if unreliable data I pick, my conclusion will be wrong. So reliable data must be complete and accurate. It depends on source, nature and circumstance. Who gave you the data, under what circumstances you've got the data and what kind of data you have got. What are the approaches? Two kinds of approaches are there. Statistical approach and non-statistical approach. What do you mean by statistical approach? Which is based on mathematical laws and probability theory, which is where in chapter 1 we had this audit and stats and math as connection. We use it under sampling. It's widely applied, no personal bias involved, samples are not prejudged, and there are advantages. What advantages are there? The testing does not increase in proportion to the population. Meaning what? If the population increases, that doesn't mean your sample size also should increase in the same proportion. It may increase, it may be same, it may decrease also, not a problem. Okay. More objective, meaning what? Unbiased and defensible because of widely applied, so people accept it. Therefore, I can defend myself. Sample is associated with specific risk and precision, meaning what? High risk sampling we take. So obviously precision is there. Precision means what? Accuracy is more. We take calculated risk. What does calculated risk means? We know what the consequence. The difference between taking risk and taking calculated risk is what? In calculated risk, we know what the consequences are and we have accepted that consequence in the forehand only. Okay, or beforehand only we have accepted the consequence. Better description of the large mass of data because representative is true and widely accepted way. One of the hidden questions of your exams. Now, what is non-statistical? Totally based on what? Experience and knowledge. Very simple to operate. What are the criticisms? Neither objective or scientific. Involves and cannot be eliminated at all. Your sample may not be true representative. Okay, right. Now, which method to use is a matter of professional. Okay. Now, how much sample we should check? Extent of checking the sample depends on few factors. How much? See here, we are not discussing whether we should take sample or not. We have taken the sample. We are deciding what extent, how much we should test. Number one depends on bigger the organization, larger the checking. Therefore, larger the sample size. State of ICS. If ICS is bad, more checking, less checking. More checking. Adequacy and reliability of books and records. If books and records are not enough, more checking. Clear? Tolerable error range. If error ranges, you can tolerate less error. More checking. You can tolerate more error. Less checking. Desired confidence level. You want more confidence. You have more confidence. Remember, one word can make a difference in your answer. Okay, sir. What are the different kinds of factors we have to talk about? Sample design, sample size, and sample selection method. Sample design, what we should check? Depends upon purpose, procedure, nature of evidence. What is your purpose? Why are you checking that sample? What kind of procedure you are expecting to put and what kind of evidence you need? Based on that, you have to design your sample. Design means what? Design of sample. Meaning what kind of items I should pick. That depends on your purpose. What kind of procedure you are going to put and what kind of evidence. For example, in data, there could be some data who don't respond to me. I won't select them in the population. Now, example, there could be 100 students in the class. I want to build a cricket team. I need 10 people. That's my purpose. Now, out of that, will I select random 10? Then, those who know how to play, from that I will pick 10. So, my purpose is very clear. My procedure I know. And what kind of evidence I need. Now, external confirmation, if you want to take, only those who can give me confirmation I should select. Those who cannot give me confirmation, if I take confirmation from them, I will only have non-response. Understood? Right? Then, consider possible difference. If it is a TOC difference, we call them as deviation. If it is a TOD difference, we call them as misstatement. Okay? Then, evaluate the expected rate of difference. First of all, possibility you have to consider. And every difference, put up a probability. Why? The highest probability we have to select and test them. Okay? Then divide the population in two methods. Stratification and value weighted. What do you mean by stratification? Dividing the population into subpopulation, and each of the subpopulation is called as what? Strata, and every item in the strata is called as what? Stratum. Remember, the entire process is called as stratification. Value weighted is what? Dividing the entire population based on amount. 0 to 10,000. Correct. Units are called as strata and subpopulation is called as stratum. Okay. Now, in value weighted, what do? We divide that into number. Basically, your aging schedule is nothing but value weighted division only. Okay. Now, sample size, meaning what? How big should be the sample? See, we don't say you have to pick only 10 or 15 or 20. Ultimately, you should be able to reduce your sampling risk to what level? Lowest level possible. Okay. Now, sampling risk has a direct impact on, if the risk is high, bigger the sample. If the risk is low, smaller the sample. Use statistical or non-statistical. Again, it is your judgment. As long as risk is reduced, we don't care. Now, this is very important. Factors affecting the size. Okay. And here I told you, institute can test you. Okay. Now, remember, question you have to understand and then answer. Okay. TOC and TOD. Extent of reliance on ICS. If you are relying more on ICS, tell me, more the sample size or lesser the sample size? More? If you rely more on ICS, bigger the sample or smaller the sample? Smaller the sample size, Why? Bigger the sample size, Why?
We rely more on ICS. We have to check.
We tend to check more. Okay, have a look at this. Now, one word can change your answer. What did I ask? If you are relying more on ICS, that means you have more confidence in ICS. If you have more confidence in ICS, you will end up checking less. But if you are intending to obtain effectiveness of ICS, that means what? Lower the assessment of risk and larger the sample size will be. Your intention, what do you want and what do you have? Based on this, your answer will change. If you want to rely more on ICS, you will end up checking more. If you have more reliance on ICS, less checking, therefore smaller the. But if you want to rely more on ICS, larger the sample size because you want to check more. Okay. Next, tolerable error range. You can tolerate more error. Less checking because I can tolerate more error. Therefore, I will check less is equal to smaller the sample size. If I cannot tolerate more error, more checking, bigger the sample. Deviation rate expected. If you are expecting more deviation, more checking, bigger the sample size. If you are expecting less deviation, less checking, lesser the sample size. Assurance level desired. If you want more desired, if you want more confidence, more checking, higher the sample size. If you want less confidence, less checking, lesser the sample size. Same thing for TOD. How many transactions will you check? Reliance on other procedures. TOD and AP is there. You are relying more on other procedures but not on TOD. Then less checking, smaller the sample size. Tolerable misstatement, same. You can tolerate more error, less checking, lesser sample size. You can tolerate more error. Question, I said you can tolerate more error, less checking. You can't tolerate more error. More checking, bigger the ROMM evaluation. Higher the ROMM, higher the checking, higher the sample size. Lower the ROMM, lesser checking, lesser the sample size. Same assurance level desired. Want more confidence, more checking, bigger sample size. Want less confidence, less checking, lesser. Understood? Clear? Got it. Okay. Now, what are the methods of selecting the sample set? Number one, random sampling. In that, two things: simple random sampling and stratified random sampling. What does simple random means? By using random number generators. Stratified means what? Subpopulation into subpopulation. In subpopulation, we pick random. Okay. Then interval means what? Dividing the entire population by how many samples you want. So every nth item will be your sample. That is, for example, 1 lakh units are there. I want 100 samples. 1 lakh by 100, how much? 1000. So every 1000th unit will be my sample. So 1000th unit, 2000th unit, 3000th unit, like that until 1 lakh I will go. Monetary unit, same. But numerator won't be number of units. Numerator will be value of number of units. So imagine 1 lakh unit value is 10 crore. So 10 crore divided by 100. Now, 10 crore divided by 100. 1 lakh. So every 1 lakh rupee will be my sample. But don't worry, this we don't use practically because it's very complicated to find. Thing is, 1000th unit we can find because every unit is a whole number. But every amount or every invoice will not end with 1 lakh denomination. So we have to find something which is closer to 1 lakh. Okay. I'll try to explain. Don't worry, this example is not there even in your module. Okay. Now imagine total sales is how much and how many samples you want. Now you have to find, sample size. Now we have 20,000 as our interval. So every 20,000th rupee is our sample. The problem here is every bill will not have exactly 20,000. Now imagine invoice number 1 has 19,000. Can we select that? No. But invoice number 2 has 18,000. Now 19 plus 18 is how much? 37. Now that is Because of second invoice, it is crossing that 20,000 limit. Therefore, second invoice will be our first sample. Okay, now practically we won't follow this. You know why? We have the best method, random sampling. Imagine, I want to pick 5 students to ask questions. Which 5 I'll pick? Now I'll put all your APID and I will put one random number or roll number I will put, and that fellow should answer. Instead, we will make life more complicated. I will tell on Sunday, 16th of this month, whoever came, from that I will pick this fellow. Do I want such complicated methods? No, but we follow. Why? Because we are not following just Indian based standard. We are also following an international based standard. So they follow these. Now in the world, sir, there are multiple methods. In the world, there are multiple methods. One of them is what? Monetary unit sampling. But don't worry, in the exam also if they ask you, just write the 2 sentences which is given in your book, that is good enough. Okay? Haphazard sampling is what? Unstructured way of picking. But here, you cannot use one method, which is that statistical method. Why? Statistical method goes by structured way. Haphazard is unstructured way. But only one problem between haphazard and random is what? Random does not involve bias. Here, no matter how much you tell, we cannot eliminate the bias. Okay, because it depends on non-statistical approach as well. Then we have block sampling. What is block sampling? Connecting items we have to pick. See, this is better for homogeneous. But homogeneous, it fails. Why? Every connecting item has similar feature. Block sampling will fail. That means block sampling you have to use for heterogeneous. Now heterogeneous if I use, it is not a true representative of the population. Again I am telling you, life is more simple for us when we use. Stratification also is better for us. Basically random sampling is much better. 90% of the time we use random sampling. Okay? But next, 2 kinds of risks are there. One is called sampling risk and what is the sampling risk? Conclusion of sample, conclusion of population. If it is not matching, that risk is called as sampling risk. So what should we do? Pick the sample in the way that the conclusion on the sample is more or less same conclusion as, now see, accurate 100% it may not match, but close to accuracy you have to have. What is not sampling risk? Anything apart from sampling risk. Got it? Clear? Okay, sir. Now, conclusion based on sample may not be equal to conclusion based on population. Okay, sir. This will lead to 2 kinds of opinions. One is what? You end up telling controls are very good, but actually controls are bad. You tell there is no misstatement, but actually there are misstatement. This will lead to, and this is nothing but your chapter number 3. So audit risk is majorly contributed by sampling risk. You pick wrong samples, you end up telling, super sir, ICS is top notch. No material misstatement, but technically there is material misstatement. Tell me, will management stop you from giving such opinion? So you go and give unmodified opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. Management will never stop you. Management will love you. On the other hand, when everything is correct, you go and tell it is wrong. Will they allow you to do it? No, sir. Therefore, this will lead to additional work to establish initial conclusions are. That means you have to do double work. Double work means efficiency reduces. Are you getting my point? See, attending 5 hours of class versus attending 10 hours of class. Where are you more efficient? So the more time you take, efficiency drops, except for the teachers. Talking about students. Understood? Clear? So same logic here. The more time you take to finish audit, you are doing double work. No, so obviously your efficiency reduces. Whereas the previous one, your effectiveness is wrong. That means your methodologies are wrong. No one will tell you to do audit again. Whereas in this case, no. Nothing is there, sir. Everything is good. You go out and tell company is bad. Management will definitely have an issue. So you have to work again. Therefore, same work, twice the time. You don't have enough time. Efficiency reduces. Your job is gone. So to avoid this, what am I supposed to do? Pick the right sample. No? Do the sampling properly. Sir, no, sir, I took 10%. Then take 20. Take 40. Higher the sample size, bigger the sample size, lesser the risk and better the opinion. Two people I asked question. Both of them didn't answer. Entire class is bad. No. Now I take 10, I take 20, I take 30 students. Now I get authentic data. Clear? Okay, sir. Now what am I supposed to do after that? Pick up the sample. After picking sample, what do you do? Perform audit procedure on each selected item. If AP is not applicable on that item, perform on replacement item. If you are still unable to apply, treat them as difference. If it is a TOC, call the difference as deviation. If it is TOD, call it as misstatement. Correct. Okay. Then projecting misstatements. What is projecting means? Estimation. Estimation is based on sample. Remember, when we project misstatements, we have to project based on conclusion on the. Now, I take 10 items, 2 items I got faulty. What is the percentage? 20%. In sample, I got error. Now, I project it on the population. If total population is 1 lakh, so I assume that 20% of the population also may have error. May have or may not, but it's a projection. It's an estimate. Why? See, when you're estimating, in your mind, you know whether I should now check more or check less. If I tell you, I am expecting the next attempt to be tougher. Now, when you have such expectation, you tend to study more or study less? Study more. So, obviously, projection is a very important part. Why do we do it? To obtain a broad scale of misstatement. While estimating, we have to exclude one part. What is that? Anomaly. Anomaly we have to exclude. What does anomaly means? Exception, not a part of the population. But before exclusion, you have to take high level of confirmation that this fellow is not from the population. Imagine you got the data. In that, one fellow is traitor. That fellow is anomaly. But confirm 10 times before you exclude him. Why? What if intentionally he was placed like that? Clear? So take 10 high level of certainty before considering him as anomaly. Okay? Right. For TOC, we never put a projection. Why? There is an assumption that sample deviation is equal to population. Because system is wrong in one place and system is wrong in every place. Okay? The nature and cause. Find a common feature. Every misstatement will have a common feature. Investigate the nature. If there is anomaly, obtain high level of certainty to ensure that it is not a part of population. Okay. Then evaluation of results. Very common. If TOC, if you are evaluating high deviation rate means high ROM. If TOD, we are evaluating high misstatement means what? Financial statements are materially misstated. In case of TOD, what is our best estimate? Projected plus the anomaly, even if it is exceptional item, still a difference only. Misstatement, whether it is intentional or unintentional, common or uncommon, misstatement is still a misstatement only. So we have to consider the amount only if it is not corrected. So what do? We find anomalous misstatement. We go and inform the management to correct it. If they correct it, matter closes there. If they don't correct it, add to your total estimation of misstatements. I repeat, if you find an anomaly, generally we exclude the situation. We don't expect that to happen again. But the misstatement of anomaly, we have to go and tell the management to correct it. If they correct it, matter closes there. If they do not correct, consider as a part of your total misstatement. Why? Despite telling you, you are not correcting, that shows your attitude. So I will consider in my total misstatement. If imagine because of anomalous misstatement, material limit crosses, I will modify the opinion. Now management can't come and tell me, sir, anomalous, no sir, exclude. You did not correct it. Now, if I don't do it, no, I'm setting a wrong example to the management telling anomalous statement, CA will ignore always. I should not do it. Remember, when do you consider anomalous misstatement? Only if it is uncorrected. Are you getting my point? Anomalous, I repeat, anomalous misstatement will be considered only if it is uncorrected. Now, what is the uncorrected? Identified, reported, but not corrected. SA 450, we never spoke about anomalous and non-anomalous. We spoke about misstatements that included both anomalous and non-anomalous. Understood? Okay, sir. If sample does not provide a reasonable basis, what do? Request the management to investigate the entire population and then ask them to make necessary adjustments. Again, sampling doesn't give us SAI. Sampling is a technique through which we form a conclusion. Understood? Clear? In sampling, what you should take care: population, design, size, and methods sampling. Okay, let's see a few questions on sampling and what kind of questions they have asked in this year. Fourth one. Clearly, they have told explain how assessment of ROMM influences the sample size for TOD. The two factors TOC and TOD factors are there, no, in that this particular point. This one. This is what they are asking in September 26 RTP. Okay. Which I keep telling institute can play around those two concepts by giving them as an example. In textbook they have given as example, but in the question they ask as a factor. Straightforward question, that is. Eighth one. Interval sampling. Population is how much? For this purpose, decide to select the customer account number 5th as a starting point and thereafter every 10th. So, interval sampling. Understood? Now, if you write block sampling here, no. Interval sampling is what he selected. Okay. State the important consideration that you should keep in mind while using this method and how the risk arising can be minimized. Population must have completeness, reliability, and CAR, completeness, appropriateness, and right. Now, how the risk can be minimized? Sampling risk. Sorry? By using this method, which method? That interval sampling, you have a text to there. Ensure that interval does not correspond with the particular pattern in the population. That means your population should be sorted first. That is a definition of sampling you are writing. interval sampling or systematic is correct. Okay, what are you supposed to do? Sampling within the population are not structured in a way that interval corresponds to the particular pattern. That's what the last point that we spoke about. Systematic sampling, when chosen as a method, should be carefully applied to bring together each type of transaction within its purview. Meaning what? The relatability of the transaction. Meaning what? Homogeneous is what they're talking about. Okay. To minimize the effect of the possible known bias or pattern, more than one starting point may be taken. The multiple random starting point is taken because it minimizes the risk of interval sampling pattern with that of a population being sampled. This method involves, this is the third one, from within the population. Now, what they're trying to tell, they are saying, see, if you're using interval sampling, you have to ensure that the items are homogeneous first of all. Second thing, if you want to still reduce the risk, you can use multiple starting points. Meaning, need not be every 10th account. So, you start with the 5th and then every 10th you're taking. Maybe after 3, you change your starting point. Every 7th, I will take as a starting point. Now, 7th and 10th is what? 17th, 27th, 37th, etc. So, that will reduce your risk because you are putting variability in the sampling. Okay. Understood? You are taking, interval only, but the starting point changes. Your interval. Got it. Yeah. That's what they are trying to tell. Okay. This is one of the unique questions that they have asked. Why? Because the second part of it, this one is slightly different from what we expect. The explanation that they have given. Okay. Be careful with respect to that. Okay, sir. Ninth one. What is the requirement? Factors in determining sample size for TOC. See, TOD also they have covered. TOC also they have covered. Okay, then based on the above information, which company will require a larger sample size and why? Why? Expected deviation rate is 2% here. Tolerable is 5%. Whereas here, tolerable is. Now you have to see one by one. Are you getting my point? So population of purchase invoice 12,000, okay, no problem. Here tolerable rate is same. Here also same. Therefore, expected deviation rate is different. So in case of beta, we are expecting more deviation. Therefore, bigger the sample size. Therefore, more checking. Got it? Here. Now what students will do? They'll see the table and they'll panic. Don't see the table and panic. I'm not saying don't panic, but have an informed panic attack. Okay, meaning know what you're doing. First of all, you should never panic looking at the question. Okay, if simple logic never ever the entire question paper will be unknown. Never ever. There will be questions which you can answer. It's just the mind that you have to control a little. There could be few questions which can be unanswerable in the moment. Your entire mind will think the entire paper is unanswerable. Simple logic you have to find is keep your emotions in check. Easy question if you get it. Don't get overexcited. I know this? Okay, fine. Go to the next question. Difficult question you get. Don't get over dejected. I don't know this. Let's see. Go to the next one. So maintain the balance in easy question as well as difficult question. Because sometimes what happens is in that 15 minutes it will not flash you. Later on the answer will flash you. So just keep calm. Easy question one no problem. You know to solve. Go to the next question. If you feel that question is difficult, no problem. Go to the next question. Okay. Don't look at these tables and all. Be scared. But again, since I'm showing these questions to you now, it is better you start solving it before you go to the exam. So you know that, okay, these questions come, this is what I'm supposed to answer. Next, 11th one. What's the question they have put on? Factors that the auditor may consider while determining, what is that? Desired level of assurance. If you want more assurance, more testing because the sample says less assurance. Stratification of the population. Sorry? Stratification means what? Population into subpopulation, and then we can pick up the sample. Okay? Right. Certain factors that will influence the sample size. So factors for TOD. Key phrases you have to find these. Here, factors for TOD are different, factors for EOC are different. Understood? Okay, so. That's your essay 530. Right? Now, you had one concept now which you wanted. Which concept was that? Factors part. Understood? Yes. Done. So this is your essay 530. Alright. I think in this chapter we have covered all standards except for essay 500, which is your basic standard. In that, what are the concepts that you have to go through and come tomorrow is sufficiency and appropriateness, number 1. Number 2, relevance and reliability. And number 3, selection of items. 100% specific. See, sample I am not doing there. Why? Sample is already done. So only 3-4 concepts are pending. I mean, I don't mind starting now, but again, it will go beyond 10 o'clock. The team will have an issue on that. So we will wind up now. Tomorrow we'll finish in the first few minutes only. We'll finish essay 500 and we'll go with bank audit. Okay, bank audit for 5 marks. Good questions can come, and we'll be revising only what is relevant for the exam purposes. That is your advances part. That is core concept. We divide bank audit into two parts. If you remember, one is your initial part and second one is your core concepts. So we'll be dealing only with core concepts. That is your advances, drawing power and all those things. So more often than not, NPA and drawing power is more focused on. Exceptionally, you can expect a reversal of income and expense audit. That is very less. The frequency is very less, but the frequency is more towards advances and drawing power concept. That we'll be doing tomorrow. Understood? Then we'll be dealing with your what is that? Chapter number 3. We'll finish off automated environment for sure. That one question we are expecting, so we'll finish off that. Then we'll be finishing your audit risk part, inherent risk, control risk and detection risk part. Okay, that is more important. And then in materiality, we'll be dealing with benchmarks and that judgment. What do we assume with respect to users? Clear? So we'll be touching upon the important concepts here. Right? See, 100% every chapter we cannot revise because of the time constraint. So why I'm giving you a heads up is just go through these concepts and we'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, what is your schedule? Do you have evening class? Yes, then it is 8 to 10 only. They have not evening class? Then 8 to 10. Tomorrow we'll meet at 8. So today's target is essay 500 and bank audit. Finish that, we're good to go. Then tomorrow we'll be speaking about automated environment first, because one question will come. Essay 500 talks about audit evidence. Now, when we talk about audit evidence, if you have understood the entire process of audit, how does the audit start with? Client giving us the data, correct? Now, from that, what do we pick? Information we extract, and then we perform procedure and get evidence. Now, we may get multiple evidences, but out of that evidences, we have to sort out only SAAE. But the process from going to AE is SAAE is different. That means, can I say everything that you get is evidence? Yes, it is. Everything that the client gives is evidence only. But From that, we have to pick relevant evidence, reliable evidence, sufficiency, we have to check, appropriateness, we have to check. Sometimes it could be old evidence, not relevant for now. Sometimes it could be future evidence, not relevant for now. Sometimes it could be a duplicate copy, not reliable for us. So technically, whatever information they give is nothing but evidence only. See here, this information only we use to give opinion, no? Tell me if it is wrong or not. The information which a client gives, that only we are using to give opinion, no? Which means evidence is there in the information itself. Correct? Yes or no? I repeat, this information what the client gives is nothing but we use it to form opinion. May not be everything, but there will be something which will be relevant for our work purposes. From there we pick up and give. So without evidence, can we give any opinion? No, sir. But one opinion we give without evidence. What is that? But again, what do we give in that? That we are unable to obtain. Technically, it doesn't make any difference for us. It is as good as not giving any comment. So, if I have to be very, very technical, there is no opinion given when there is no evidence. But since we don't sometimes have an option of withdrawal, we have to end an audit with an opinion. Therefore, we end up giving disclaimer of opinion. But disclaimer of opinion, disclaim an opinion, meaning I don't have any opinion. Why? We do not have any evidence to give any opinion. So, evidence forms very, very important basis to give an opinion. But to give it, first we have to obtain reasonable assurance. Now, how do we get assurance? Only when we have satisfied ourselves with the evidence. Only if the CA, the auditor is satisfied with the evidence, he can go out and tell people that yes, financial statements are good or financial statements are bad. Clear? Okay, sir. Now, audit evidence is cumulative in nature. What is the cumulative in nature? We cannot conclude based on one or two documents. We have to conclude based on multiple documents. Are you getting my point? So, context matters, content matters, what kind of information we get matters here. So, it is cumulative in nature. It means it is not conclusive at one instance. What is the one instance? Based on one document, based on one context, we can't tell whether evidence is conclusive or not. Just like how in court it happens. For a case, based on one or two papers, they will not give any judgment. They want more and more evidence. Right? So that is where we have to understand cumulative feature of evidence. Next, what is the primary source? By performing procedures. Only when we perform procedure, we get first-hand evidence. But one more thing which you have to understand and remember in exam is this part. In essay 500, when we talk about evidence, generally includes accounting records and other information. They can ask you a question here as to give examples for accounting information and other information. What is accounting records example? Initial accounting entries and supporting records, allied records. Then invoice, contract, ledgers, which is general ledger, GLA or subsidiary ledger accounts, journal entries or any adjustments not reflected in journal entries. Also working papers, spreadsheet, etc. Other information means what? Anything other than books of accounts like minutes, written confirmation from receivables and payables, manual which has ICS details. Basically, company's internal manual document comes under other information. But this is from management side of it. Primarily from where do we obtain evidence? Procedures. By putting up our own audit procedures. That's why here, after procedures we get evidence. This is more reliable because you only perform that procedure. You only got that evidence. So more reliable will be that. Then in the course of performance, information can be obtained from other sources as well. What are the other sources? Sir, can I use? Now use your common sense and tell me, can I use the evidence that I obtained in the previous audit, in the current audit? If it is relevant enough, we can use. If it is not relevant, then we cannot use. Also, we have to check adequacy. Not every evidence can be used as it is. Right? I gave an example, general example where last year, May 25, somebody who has written tax paper. May 26, somebody who has written tax paper. Now, imagine a student who was prepared for May 25, couldn't clear the exam, he's writing in May 26. Can he use the same tax notes? So, should he substitute 100% or some portion he can still use? Only the amendments he has to cover, some portions he can still use. But what if the syllabus of 2024 and syllabus of 2025 is different? In that case, I cannot even use that part, I have to substitute completely. So sometimes you have to see previous audit evidence, can we substitute completely in the current year or should we only substitute some part of it? Just like in SA 610 we saw, internal auditor adequacy. Not everything can be used as it is. Some he is good at it, some I will be good at it. Clear? So we need to check that. Then their records, that is your no books of account is accounting information. Your other records, entities records includes accounting information, includes invoices, contracts, minutes, everything comes under this. Then management's expert work. Now why will management use an expert? Keeping this in mind, in SA 580, we had solved one question of written representation with the language in my knowledge and belief. Remember? Why will they take experts job? Because management is not expert in everything. Are you getting my point? Clear. So imagine now, for example, you go and talk to ArivuPro directors. They are expert in all subjects. Huh? No, they are also expert, but definitely not in all subjects. So what they will do? They will employ experts so that the students can get a better output. Same logic, management also will use outside expert wherever required. Example, sir, somebody filed a case. Will management will solve everything? No. Whether that case is feasible or not. You want a legal opinion. Who gives legal opinion? Legal counsel. Similarly, whether a machinery is working fine or not, who will give an evidence with respect to that? Engineer. Right? Now, similarly, when it comes to valuation, registered valuer becomes an expert. Insurance actuary becomes an expert. Information system software engineers become an expert. So, obviously, they are also using experts' work. So, that also becomes an evidence for us. Okay. Evidence is both that supports the assertion, does not support the assertion. A truth is an information, is an evidence. A lie is also an evidence. So, that which supports your assertion. What do you mean by assertion? Assertion means something that you claim is yours or something that you claim is not yours. Both are assertion only. So, in the balance sheet, if you say debtors of 6 lakh, what does that mean? You're claiming that you have a debtor worth. Now, it could be 6, it could be more than 6, it could be less than 6, we do not know. Only when we check, we understand that. Right? So, anything that supports the assertion also is an evidence. Anything that does not support also is an evidence. Clear? Now, in evidence, what are the primary things that we have to check? We always say Sai. What is the Sai? Sufficient, appropriate audit evidence. Therefore, sufficiency means what? Matter of quantity. That means how many documents, how much inventory you have checked. Clear? How many people you have inquired with. You have to measure through quantity. If risk is high, we need more evidence or lesser evidence? More evidence. If more evidence, now I'll add one more concept here. Sample. Higher the sample, lower the sample. Why? Higher the risk, more checking. More checking means bigger sample size. Clear? Factors affecting sufficiency, M, R, S. M for? So anything that is important, we end up checking properly and at a bigger quantity. ROMM, just now we discussed, if risk is high, we end up checking more, therefore sufficiency should increase. Size and meaning. Why less evidence if it is homogeneous? All are similar items, sir, so there is no point in checking more. If it is heterogeneous, but you tell me practically what do we do? stratification is better. Convert the heterogeneous population into homogeneous population. Now that will reduce variability so that our work will be efficient. Okay. Now, second thing is what appropriateness. How do we measure it? It's a matter of quality influenced by three things: source, nature, and circumstances. Meaning, who gave you that information? Example: top 50 questions. If your friend gives versus I give, which is more reliable for you? Why? Source. Clear? Then circumstances. What are your circumstances? Sir, did you obtain that evidence by threatening someone or not? If you have obtained that evidence by threatening someone, I can't trust that particular information. Right? That's the reason why I told in the class also, in the court, they do not consider the police statement or the statement given to the police will be inadmissible in the court. Why? They might have coerced you to tell that particular statement, so they will not believe it. Right? That's why in the court they clearly ask, again, opportunity of being heard is given there. If they say no, whatever statement you have given to the police, we can hold it against you, then court is wasteful. Why? Circumstances. Like how when your guest comes to your house, they want to take you out, right? And you also want to go, but your parents will give a nice facial expression where you are scared to go now. It's a wrong evidence. Due to the circumstances, you are getting wrong evidence. So again, circumstances also matter, and nature of the evidence also matters. Oral evidence versus written evidence, which is better? So obviously, no, but if the source is good, circumstances are good, even oral evidence holds good. Are you getting my point? Understood. That is where it is influenced. Three things influences quality, which is that source, nature. If ICS is very good, do we trust outsider or do we trust insider only? Insider only. See, if you don't lie to us or if you don't lie to me, I don't need to take confirmation from a third party. But if you lie to me, obviously I have to take confirmation from third party. Okay. Therefore, if ICS is stronger, information produced by the entity will be complete and accurate, and therefore it is relevant. Okay. Primary source, we told procedures. What are the two kinds of procedures we have? Risk assessment procedure and further audit procedures. Now, in risk assessment, what do you mean by that? Breathing and internal control. Why? To identify ROMM and to evaluate ROMM. Okay. Which ROMM could be due to fraud or error? Tell me, what is RAP again? It's a procedure to understand what? Entity, environment, and internal control. Why? To identify a risk and to evaluate the risk. Why? That risk could be due to fraud or. Now you tell me, if it is fraud, should I put further procedures more or further procedures less? More. If it is error, but relatively to fraud and error, where my work is more? Fraud. If this error, then it can surface. But if it is fraud, intentionally hidden, so it's very difficult to extract that from the source. Okay. Now, further procedures means what? Depending upon the risk, we design further procedures. If the risk is high, more procedures. Risk is less procedures. Understood. Now, under further, we have two types. What is that? And now, what is test of control? Yeah, I knew you would say this only. That's why I changed the question. I asked, what is test of control? It's not another name for TOs. Testing the internal control system. But to test the internal control system, I need to have an understanding of it. And where do I have an understanding? In the risk assessment procedure, in RAP, you had understood the ICS. Now you have to test that under further procedure to check whether your understanding is correct or not. Example, if I talk to a student, a classic example I will ask. Okay, I will demonstrate. Demonstration is better than explanation. If I ask, for example, Kavin, how much have you studied this subject? Yes. Now, he said he finished 4 chapters. Now, he gave some answer to me. Now, I understood his internal control system by inquiring. Now, what I should do? Should I trust straight away and say, yes, you are good? Then, now I have to test that. So what I will do? I ask questions on that. So when I ask questions on that, I'll get to know whether what the client told in the beginning, is it matching with the actuals or not. Okay, like our students will come and tell, yes sir, I have studied sir. If you have studied, then you are supposed to answer the question, correct? So when we ask question, no sir, just started sir. So that is where understanding and testing, there is a huge gap. Which client will tell their internal control system is bad? No one. So how do we understand it's bad? When we test it, right? There are very few clients who will accept that, yes sir, this ICS is weak, don't trust it. They will only tell, our job becomes easier there. But if the client says, sir, system is too good, sir. Now, when we test only, we'll understand whether system is too good or system is understood. Clear? Okay, sir. Now, nature and extent depends on two things. Now, why do we test controls? To obtain evidence about effectiveness, whether they are actually effective or not. Second one, dependency on other controls. Okay. Now, substantive procedure, we have two types. One is test of details and analytical procedure. AP straight away in one new stand only we have studied, different stand we have studied, say 520. Test of details means what? Checking every transaction, and its feature. Checking every balances and its feature. What do you mean by that? Income and expense, asset and liability. Every feature of that. What do you mean feature? Feature is what we call as assertion here. So for asset and liability, we check valuation, we check rights and obligation, we check completeness, we check presentation and disclosure. So this is nothing but chapter 5. Chapter 5 had an old name called vouching and verification. Okay, that was the name of the chapter. It was vouching and verification. This is called vouching. This is called verification. Then they changed the name to audit of items of financial statements, which is nothing but vouching and verification only. Okay, right. So what are the two kinds of procedures we have, sir? Risk assessment procedures and further audit procedure. Under further procedure, what do we have? Test of controls and substantive procedure. Under substantive procedure, what do we have? Test of details and analytical procedures. Right. Now, sir, very important thing to understand, whether you assess the risk or not, you have to design and perform substantive procedures. What are substantive procedures? TOD or AP. One of them at least you have to put up, irrespective of risk. Meaning what? If ROMM is high also you have to put up. If ROMM is low also you have to put up. Why? Risk itself is judgment. Risk itself is judgment. Therefore, we have to understand when risk itself is judgment, what is risk for one person may not be risk for. That doesn't mean now if one person says, sir, here risk is not there at all, so you stop checking. No, that's exactly why AP is used as RAP. Number one. Number two, AP is used in planning. Are you getting my point? Why do we use AP? Because we don't care about the risk. You have to either put up analytical procedure or check detailing. Which is better between these two? TOD is better or AP is better? TOD is checking everything about every transaction. AP is better because AP tells you where there is high spike or high variation. So there we can focus more. Right? Once we do AP, then we can do TOD. Think about it. Once we do AP, then we can do TOD. Once we get to know where there is high variance, that area we can check everything. Rather than checking everything even in non-important area. Like how if you do self-study, you end up studying everything in every chapter. But in coaching, when you come, you will exactly know which chapter to focus more, where you have to study more, where you have to spend more time. Understood? We had one act called Competition Act before in CA finals. There were around 20-30 pages of that act which was never asked in the exam, but it was there in the syllabus. Never asked in the exam because for his MCQ was not there. 100% descriptive it was. In the coaching only we understood that that particular part of the syllabus was never asked in the exam. But if it was not, no, if you were doing self-study for that part, we would sit and study every provision of that act in that particular portion. Time waste, energy waste. Clear? Therefore, you can put up AP first, then you can put up TOD. Irrespective of ROMA, you have to design and perform substantive procedure. Generally applicable for whom? Large volumes that tend to be predictable over the time. For small volumes and all, you don't have to put AP. Clear? Why, sir? For small volumes, why do you have to put analytical procedure? You only have around 15-20 transactions. What are you analyzing there? But if you are having 15 lakh transactions, then analysis make sense. Okay? Right. Now, this is with respect to your primary source. What are the different procedures we have? RIO AE, R square, I square, O. What is R square? Recalculation and what is I square? Inquiry and inspection. O for A for and E for external confirmation. Okay. Now, which one do you think is better here? In these, which procedures are better? Depends upon the, you cannot say inquiry is better or reperformance is better. Okay. It depends on situation, scenario and professional judgment. Alright. Okay, sir. Now, evaluation of evidence, whether it is SAI or not, is a matter of professional judgment, sir. Sir, what do you mean by matter of professional judgment? It is the CA who decides whether AE is enough or not. You can have 10 evidences and I can still say no, not enough. You can get one evidence and I can still say enough. So, totally it depends on whom? Us. Okay? Right, sir. Now, next concept. Relevance and relevance means what? Deals with logical connection. Reliability means what? Deals with, sir, trust. Reliability deals with what? Trust. So, relevance means where AE related to only certain assertions but not all assertions. Meaning what? Sir, is it connected to current year audit? Number one. Number two, one evidence cannot be relevant for everything. Meaning what? Sir, if I tell you this topic is important, study chapter number 4. Now, chapter 4 in every subject is important. No, sir. It may not be relevant there, but relevant in audit. Similarly, one evidence may be relevant for one transaction, may not be relevant for other transaction. In the same transaction, relevance can be different. For example, if you want to check ownership of a vehicle, what evidence do you want? RC book, RC certificate is enough. Then that itself is RC. Now imagine RC I show you. Is that an evidence for valuation? Does it show you how much the vehicle costs? That means one evidence can be only for one type of assertion but not for all assertion. Obtaining AE for a specific assertion is not substitute for another. Like I told you, RC is not a substitute for valuation. But invoice is substitute for, it is for valuation but it is not for right. Land. How do you check land? Now, land documentation is an evidence of what? Ownership alone also shows valuation. But does it talk about presentation and disclosure? Does land agreement tell you how to present and disclose in the FS? No. Is it an evidence of completeness? No. So, one evidence sometimes will not satisfy all features of a transaction. So, that's why cumulative in nature. Understood? So, one evidence cannot give you, or one document cannot give evidence about all the features of a transaction. You have to collect different evidences for different features. Understood? Yes. Okay, sir. Reliability depends on what? source, nature, and circumstances. That means who gave you this information, what kind of information, and under what circumstances you have got this information, so I can rely on that. Why? In court of law, do you think the judge will take an evidence which was stolen? No. Why? Why? How do they consider not a reliable source? Because of circumstances. Understood? Clear? So obviously they say, sir, this was stolen, therefore I cannot rely on it. Are you getting my point? Understood. Okay, sir. Then, reliability points is very important. Between independent and dependent, which is better? Between internal and external, which is better? Not effective? Direct or indirect? Always direct. Document or oral evidence? Original or photocopy? Always the wish. Yeah. Okay, sir. Now, selecting items for testing. Should we select 100% or specific, or should we go with sampling? Sampling we are done with. Correct. Now, the difference is, should we go with 100% or should we go with specific? Which one? Where is 100% eligible? Sir, it is very appropriate in TOD, not appropriate in TOC. Why? In ICS itself, we don't check 100% ICS, then obviously where TOC will come into the picture. Clear? It is appropriate when you have small number of large value items in the population. Sir, forget large value. If the population is small in number, 100% checking can be done. Example, Britannia, I want to check. Britannia biscuit packets, I want to verify inventory. Okay. If I go to a petty shop and check, should I apply 100% or should I apply sampling? Why? Population is only small. What, 30-40 packets you might have. Whereas in Britannia industry, if I am going to their factory, 100% possible. So we have to go for sampling. Understood the difference? Population has a small number, straight away you can go for 100%. There is significant risk in no other way. Meaning, you are very hungry. Okay, you are very hungry. What is your favorite food? Bharat. Why biryani? Now, Bharat likes biryani. Now, but you are very hungry, but in and around there is no biryani shop available. Only one hotel is there, only idli is available. What will you do? You will eat that or not? Yes. Meaning what? I don't have any other option apart from TOD. Here I have to go for 100%. No other option of obtaining any evidence. But I have one more option. What is that? Skipping the audit. Withdraw from the engagement. But if you say, no sir, if I keep withdrawing like this, vitamin M deficiency will be more. Right? Therefore, we will have to take it up. No other options, sir. We will do 100% checking. Repetitive nature, where IS is used, information systems is, you can do better or software can check better. Sir, if I give 1 lakh transaction to software, it can process in seconds. So in such case, 100% checking is more possible than manual checking. Clear? This for 3 marks they can ask you. Where 100% checking is appropriate. First one is about population. Second one is about risk. Third one is about nature or process. Okay, nature or process. Simple. Where 100% checking you have to do in PNR? Population, nature, risk. Okay. Now, what is specific items here? Okay, one particular item or group of item. Is there a difference between specific item and sampling? I only heard sampling is. Sampling is? Okay, and selecting specific item means? We know what we want. So there you can't select specific in sampling. No. Okay, depending upon the method, but is there a chance of selecting specific items even in sampling? Yes, no, non-statistical approach, personal judgment and experience. Okay, specific items does not have equal chance of selection. See, the very foundation between these two differences bias. In specific item, we are selecting specific item for a reason. In sampling, from the population, we pick random also. Now, in which methodology you have specific items there? Simple random, no. Stratified random, no. In haphazard, because we are using non-statistical, there could be a possibility, which is nothing but biased only. Here, so specific item and sampling is not one and the same. Be careful in the exam. Selecting specific item and audit sampling is not one and the same. Selecting specific item, you have to consider factors like what? What kind of understanding you have had of entity. Now, why are you selecting specific people? In the class, if management asks, I will tell the management, I know my class better. I know which students study, which students don't study. That's why I'm picking them. Now, management point of view, they might tell bias. But I know why I'm picking some specific people. It could be bias, but I know what I'm doing also, no? You're getting my point? Yes or no? Then, if the risk is high, I'll pick those items, sir. Now, you can tell it is biased. No problem. It is a good bias. It's a good bias. See, ultimately, tell me, for you, result is more important or picking items is more important? Now, that's what I'll ask the management. I'll ask management, do you want results or do you want me to be unbiased in the class while picking students for questioning? Now, if management says, I want you to be unbiased, forget results. Okay, no problem. But if the management says, no, results are more important. Now, I'll pick those students who don't study and come to class. Now, one class I will do, second class I will do, third class onwards, tell me, won't students who want to come to class will study and come? Those who don't want to come, anyway, they'll not come. But those who want to come, won't they study and come? Yes. Now, from them, can't I extract results? Exactly. So, selecting specific items, we have to consider factor like what kind of understanding I have. Number two, what kind of risk is there and what is a characteristic of the population. If it is a heterogeneous, no, selecting specific item makes sense. Why? I'll ask you one question. Homogeneous, yes, very similar items. You go to a shop, in the bowl, they have kept multiple chocolates. Alpenlibe is there, then Alpenlibe caramel is there, Alpenlibe strawberry is there, then you have Mentos, then you have Happydent. Now you go in this boomer, there is center fresh, there is center fruit. So many varieties are there. Homogeneous population, heterogeneous population. Heterogeneous population. Now you want Happydent chewing gum. You give 10 rupees. You tell I want 10 Happydent chewing gum. Now shopkeeper will tell you only pick. Will you pick randomly or will you select 10 picked? Why? But if there is a Happydent ka box separately and you say you want 10 and shopkeeper will tell take 10, will you select 10 or will you randomly pick 10? Exactly. So population, if it is heterogeneous, specific makes sense. If it is homogeneous, specific may not make sense. But there also if you select specific, no, it's the same. Doesn't make a lot of difference. And I hope you're getting the difference. Clear? Three factors you have to understand, which is that understanding of the entity, ROMM and clear? Yes. Then specific items include high value items. Or high value means what? Example, diamonds. Here only you go near that signal, there is this VBJ Jewelers. Two buildings, I think 2 to 3 buildings are there. Yes. Now there recently I just went to time pass. Clear. Just to see what is the silver rate. Whether do they sell silver, if I have to give you example, it should be realistic. Correct. So I had just gone there to check whether these people give silver plate only and would they buy silver plate straight away? Yes, they do. So they have a condition that if you buy silver from them, you can sell it back to them only. Okay. Whatever the day when you sell, whatever is the rate, they'll pay you. But there is a catch. If you want cash, 10% minus of rate per gram. Okay. Now they will not reduce it if you are giving the silver back and buying either an ornament, gold ornament or silver ornament. So technically for them, money doesn't go out. inventory goes out. If you want money, then I will give you 90% of rate per gram. 10% straight away cut off. Now there we had seen, they say, no, have you heard about this saying when they say he's born with silver spoon? So I wanted to see how that silver spoon looks like. So I had gone and I inquired, I want to see how much does a silver plate cost, the dinner plate, the normal plate, no design and all. He said, you can't buy a plate, so you have to buy the entire dinner set. I said, how much it costs? 20 lakh rupees, he told. This is for rice, this is for curry, this is for, one spoon, one fork, and one pestle. Clear? 20 lakh rupees entire dinner set. Right? Someone's TTC per year, someone's salary per year will be the dinner set. Clear? Then I went and saw jewelry box. So there was one full jewelry box which was full carved. Like I think Ramayana characters were there on that. 3.5 kilos. Okay, 15 lakh rupees. Nothing is only box. Only box. 15 lakh rupees it costed. Okay, there was a Tirupati Balaji one idol which costed around 3 lakhs. Sorry, 10 lakhs, sorry. Yeah, 10 lakhs it costed. Right. Now imagine large value items these are. These are pretty hefty value items. Right. There is lamp. A set of lamp will cost you around 15 lakh rupees. People buy. People still buy. Right. Now, large value items when we are talking about, technically silver and copper is good. Okay. For when you are eating food, it is good, but not at the current rate. Okay. That is why you observe, your olden days, if you are, having that, they say, no, you are born with silver spoon. Now, silver is not that precious because gold has become precious. Clear? So, obviously, when in jewelry, when we do audit, large value items is specifically thick. Now, you can't tell you are biased. I will be biased because value is more. I have to check. Clear? Blue diamond, pink diamond, and all very costly. 1 or 2 diamonds, if you are having generational wealth for you. Clear? Right now, imagine we have to go and check that large value items, sir, or items over a certain amount we check, sir. For example, debtors over 10,000. Every debtors over 10,000 you check. You can tell I am biased, but no problem because we are giving efficiency also there. Your bank audit when we go, we don't check small loan accounts. We tell anything bigger than 1.5 lakh you tell me. We check. Right? LFAR says now, for example, if bank RBI says anything about 10 crore, you have to report separately. So any outstanding amount which is more than 10 crore, we sit and check. Why? Items over a certain amount. What kind of approach is this? Specific item. Is it bad? Most. Nothing is bad. Even biasness is not bad. I told you in sampling, non-statistical also is okay. As long as you are giving proper opinion, appropriate opinion if you are giving, if you are maintaining the efficiency and effectiveness of audit, doesn't matter. Okay? Examining items. Now, why do I need to examine items? Sometimes to obtain information of two things. What kind of entity are you and what kind of transaction you enter into. For that, I will select specific items. Right? Now, I have to understand two things. Nature of entity, nature of transaction. To get answer for these two, I can select specific items and test them. Why? My client might say, I'm in trading, sir. Trading of goods. Now, in the your trading account or in your financials, I'm seeing manufacturing account. If you are a trader, why do you need manufacturing? Now, I can select specific items and test that. Why? I want to understand what kind of entity you are and what kind of transactions you are entering into. For that, I can select specific items. Understood? This is one part where students don't understand. Why do we check specific items? One of the reasons is to understand two things. Nature of entity, nature of transactions. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. Now, small parts, the remaining parts I'll do from the book. Two things. Important part. Information prepared by using information of management's expert. Should we, now management will use fair or unfair? Sir, they're not expert in everything. Now, should we check that? should we blame management or not? If things are wrong, should we blame the management or not? We may not, depending upon the circumstance again. Now, should we check management expert's job or not? Yes, sir. Why? Why? Because they report to management. Why should we check their work? Okay. So whatever work management has done, keeping expert in mind, we should check that. I'll ask my question again. Whatever work management has done using experts' work, should we check that? Then
If we find something, these things we can check.
that is with respect to intern, your predecessor auditor, understandable. We're talking about management's expert. Engineers work, lawyers work, why we should check? Okay, she's saying to be on the safer side, we can check. Yes. Extent of checking varies. Okay. My question is, should we check or not? Extent comes later. Extent is the second step. Step number 1, should we check or not? Yes and no, both. We will check only if it is relevant for our FS. If it is not relevant for our FS, why do we even bother whether you have used the expert, whether he's an expert or not? Why do I bother about it? Not bothered about it. You're getting my point. One of the factors that whether it is affecting our FS or if it is not affecting our FS, you could be the best expert in the world. I will still not check your work. Not required. Understood. So step number 1 is, should we check or not? Yes, we should. When? When it is relevant to our FS. If it is not relevant to our FS, you are going beyond your scope. Chapter 1. You going beyond your scope, management can stop you. Is that clear? Yes or no? Okay. Now, when we are checking management expert work, 3 things you have to first of all get evidence about. What is that? Competence, capability, objectivity. Why? You call yourself as expert, no sir. Do you have enough competence? Competence means what? Professional knowledge. Capability means what? Professional knowledge is different. Executing that knowledge is different. Objectivity means what? Unbiased way of doing your work. Obtain understanding of the work. Meaning, get to know about his work, how he performs his duty. Does he take reliable information only? Does he confirms more than once or not? Etc. etc. Then third, evaluate the appropriateness for the relevant assertion. Meaning what? He may have competence, capability, objectivity, and you may know how he works. But if it is not relevant for your FS, then no use only. So technically, first thing what I should check. Although they are given like this point, first thing we'll check whether it is. Is it enough? Is it required? If it is required, then I will check his competence, capability, objectivity. Then I will obtain understanding of his work. Otherwise, these 2 points are time waste for me. Here. So if you want, you can please note it down before using the expert's work. Before using the expert's work, check the relevance. Check the relevance. Check the relevance. Alright, then. Now, alright, we got to know these things. Now, further, the nature, timing, and extent of procedures may be affected. Meaning, whether I should work more or I should work less depends on certain factors. Work on what? The area where they have used expert. Example, let us say provision for contingencies on case, litigation and claims. Who's the management expert? The legal counsel. Now, my work on that provision depends on certain factors which is with respect to the expert. Because example, if the expert is biased, my work will be more. If the expert is employed by the management, my work will be more. I can't trust him. Right? If expert doesn't have proper competence, my work will be. So there are certain factors. What are the factors? The nature and complexity of the matter. If it is not complex, sir, then why do we need an expert for it? For example, nothing happened. Okay, nothing happened. You fell down. You fell down and you got hurt. Just skin scratch. You are going to ortho. Needed. So why? It is not a complex matter to go to an expert for that. Agree, my man? You just got fever. You are going to cardiologist. No. You may go to an expert, but is it required? Is it so complex that you require an expert for this? Not needed. So first to check whether the complexity of the matter and what kind of matter it is. Second one, the RMM. If risk is high, generally we go to an expert. Now why do you come? See, even after attending the entire class, you attend revision. Why? Have you done something like this for your BCom and school? Why? BCom revision you leave, sir. Regular classes you don't go. Why? Risk is less, no? CA risk is more, sir. If tomorrow ArivuPro announce one more audit revision before exams, no, you will still attend that also. Why? Risk is more, sir. You don't want to take chance. If risk is more, you tend to go to an expert. Okay. Then availability of alternative source of evidence. If this fellow is not there, do we have some other alternative source? If yes, then we may tend towards that particular source. If this fellow is employed by the management, we may not trust him directly. We may have to go to some other source. Nature, scope, and objective of his work. What kind of work it is? What is his objective? Is his objective supporting management's fraud? If yes, we will not trust you. We will only do our work. Okay? Whether management expert is employed by him or is a party engaged by to provide relevant service. Meaning, is he an employee or a consultant? Which is better? Consultant generally is better. The extent to which management can control or influence the work. Sir, whether you're an employee or consultant doesn't matter. If I can control your work, can I rely on your work? No. But if management is very good, then I can still rely on the work. How do I know management is good or not? Huh? Understanding the entity, huh? I knew you would say this answer. Huh? How do we know whether management is good or not? No, organization studies is for internal auditor. No. Which information? No. That means only I should ask and understand. Huh? You guys know the answer, but you have just forgotten. How do I know whether the management is good or not? I certainly understand. Huh? So whether a student is good or not, that is responsibility. That and WR, when do we take? Such a simple answer. Very simple answer. Okay. Basically comes under understanding of the entity only, no? In agreement, we put terms and conditions. No, withdrawal will come only if you accept it. Otherwise, no, it's not called withdrawal at all. Where? Actually, you both are very close to the answer. It is in integrity of the client. Integrity, competence, and capability. You check, no? Integrity of the client. SQC1 and SA220. In SA220 in audit, SA220 we follow. Therefore, we understand the integrity of the client there only. If the integrity of the client is very good, if here even if they are controlling or influencing, I know that it is for good purposes only, or it's not fraud purposes. Understood? Clear? Yes. Okay. Good. Next, whether management expert is subject to standards and industry requirements or not. Meaning what? Between two certificates given by CA. CA means one is chartered accountant, one is commercial accountant. Which certificate holds more value? Why? Because if he doesn't do properly, you can always complain. If a commercial accountant does something wrong, does he have an institute? Institute of Commercial Accountants of India? No. So therefore, we are bound by standards and technical guidelines. Therefore, our work can be relied more than other people. Okay. Then, sir, does the entity control management experts work? Sir, what is the difference between point number F and H? F talks about management exercising the control. Here, entity having the control. Meaning, expert has done his job properly. Once a job results are delivered to the management, in their internal control system, it is very bad. Therefore, they can change the information. Now, I can't trust. Clear? Now, do I have the knowledge and experience of the same field? Meaning what? What if I am also an LLB? What if I am also an LLB, expert also is an LLB, same field of expertise, no? So, should I trust his work or should I trust my knowledge more? Now, if I have knowledge and experience in the same field, I may not trust management experts' work more. I may rely on my knowledge and experience. Understood? Clear? Now, your previous experience of the work, now this point can wash off everything else. This one point can wash every other point out of the context. You know why? If you know how that expert is, I don't have to evaluate his objectivity, competence, capability, understanding, nothing, everything I know. Therefore, my job becomes easier in point number G. Got it? Clear? Yes, sir. This can be asked in the exam. Be careful when it comes to management expert. Done? Okay, let's see a few questions on it. With respect to SA 500. Fifth one. Check it out. Same just now what we studied. Factors that affect nature, timing, and extent. Now, factors that affect nature, timing, and extent. This part, when we are talking, it means what kind of procedures you have to put, when we have to put, and how much we have to put. That depends on some factors. Yeah. Okay. That's your fifth one. Third one. Is it actually same? Is it actually same? What are they asked? State the condition and procedures to be followed while relying on the work of the expert. What should I write? Should I write only the first point or should I write first and second? First and Paka, read the case. Read the case. XYZ Limited is engaged in infrastructure development and has significant balances relating to valuation of long-term assets and environmental provisions. Environmental provisions are amounts recognized for future obligations like site restoration, environmental cleanup, etc. For this purpose, the management has engaged independent experts. Independent experts, meaning what? Are these employees or consultants? To determine fair values and technical estimates which are being incorporated in the FS, while conducting the audit, you consider whether and to what extent he can rely on the work performed. So should I write 1, 2 or only 2? One is evaluating 3 things. Second one is nature, timing and extent. Huh? Nature, timing and extent are? Both are? Both are? Are you sure? Let's see. RTP, you know that is? Evaluate competence, obtain understanding, and evaluate this. Now, I'll tell you the risk involved in this. Now, why I did not answer, why I showed you instant answers for this reason only. Here, now look at the conclusion of this. Reliance of the work of management expert does not reduce your responsibility. You must exercise professional judgment to ensure such work provides sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Correct? Now, first paragraph, you read. If the ND has employed or engaged expert, you may rely on the work of expert, provided satisfied that sufficient and appropriate evidence is obtained with reasonable assurance to form an opinion on the FS. When information to be used has been prepared using the expert's work, you shall, to the extent necessary, having regard to the significance of the expert's work, you have to evaluate 3 things. Now, I highlighted one part here. What Institute did was, they considered only that line under the first paragraph. Read the first paragraph.
Yes.
Enough. Now, that is what here I want you to understand. Correct? Now, what you would think, I want to write everything. All factors, nature, timing and extent. But the case is about what? The expert's case specifically connects with what? Employed or independent. That is why they took only one factor and answered. Are you getting my point? Sir, now as a student, you are absolutely right to think in that lines. We will write both. Now, imagine if it is a 5-mark question, you will get 3. Why? For the 3 points, give you full marks, deserving marks. And for the factors that I have written, I may consider giving you 1 mark. Okay. Now, let's say, when you get your results, you tell that, I don't know how I ended up with this result, sir. I expected more. You expect correct. Expectation is not wrong. But how you are expecting is very important. Your expectation base only is wrong here. Now you get your scanned copies and you check. Now you tell, sir, correct I have written, no sir. But in the suggestion answer they would have given only this. Why? You wrote the point, but you never gave a conclusion on it. These 3 points you will write. But if you write a factor, that means this point is covered in the factor, but did you explain it? No. Are you getting my point? Clear? This question is actually a very good question for management expert. Very good question. Now, if you see in RTP May 26 and in RTP September 26. Now, after that, anywhere has management expert question have they asked? No. Back to back two RTPs they have asked. Moral of the story, be careful. Clear. Now, if I want to ruin your attempt, you know how I will mix this question with chapter 5, provisions and contingencies. There, one more extra point you have. Go to chapter 5. Go to chapter 5, provisions and contingencies. In fact, in our book, reference we have written. For management expert only reference is there. Near management expert only would have written the reference. (164), huh? Have a look at this. Provision has been valued appropriately or not, we have to use management experts' work. And in the regular class, what did we do? We never did management expert under SA 500. I told you I will do later. When we did chapter 5, we did this one and that matter together. So that there is a clarity on these points. Clear? Now you look at this. Evaluate competence, capability and objectivity, obtaining understanding, appropriateness. And finally obtain what? WR from the management. Now SA 580 when we spoke, on this they are asked a question. From the expert we had taken it in writing to the best of our knowledge and belief. This was the point on which they had questioned you. Although SA 580 only, but the connection is here. Clear? Huh? So this I can combine and still ask a question. Do not skip RTP May and RTP September management expert question. Now how they have covered, beautifully they have covered. In RTP September they specifically spoke about factors, whereas in this question they specifically spoke about which one? The point. Which question is that? 40? Yes. In this question, they specifically spoke about what? Condition and which means only the 3 points they are specifically focused on and 1 point of factors, their entire factor. So technically, the entire column you study properly, you're done with. Clear? Yes, I would definitely answer this question. So study properly. Okay, just to give you a heads up. Good question. Very good question. Answer is very small. Answer is not even half page. Okay, maximum half page. You'll still get good marks. This is the reason why you don't get entire full marks in audit. Because what you think is not what they think. Okay, right, sir. Right. This is your essay 500. Okay. See if there is anything else worthy to discuss. Who is management expert, sir? Any expert other than in the field of accounting and auditing. Why? That is our field, sir. Okay. Study inquiry properly. Okay. In essay 500 specifically, inquiry study properly. Hidden question. Audit trail. What do you mean by audit trail? It's a record of who has done, what was done, when was it done, etc. So basically, it's an evidence of every action taken. Okay. In section 128, your accounting software must have this, and this is a concept audit trail and audit edit log that we had studied. Okay. So this was we are done. Okay. Inconsistency or doubts over reliability of A. In case if evidence obtained from one source is not consistent, meaning what? Not matching with evidence obtained from another source. What to do? Same transaction, two different sources, two different answers. What to do? Modifications or addition to procedures. Consider the effect on other aspects also. What is the other aspect means? Risk, integrity, reporting, all these. Clear? Second one, if you have doubts over reliability of information, again, put up additional procedures or check the risk, check the integrity, right? Yesterday we discussed that if WR, we have doubts over, we re-evaluate BEMA. Remember, yes, same logic here also. If you are not having any reliability on the evidence, evaluate the integrity. But maybe you can modify your report, your strategy might change, plan may change, risk might change. This is a very good conceptual area. Conceptually, this area is good. Be careful. Like an auditor, you have to think what are the other areas where it can affect if I ask. What you will tell? You will tell a balance sheet, P&L, in your audit where it is going to. Okay? This is your essay 500. With this, we are done with your chapter number 4. We move on to in bank audit also, which part I told you will do. Page number 339. Now for bank audit also only 7 questions we have. Okay, in the entire year, 7 questions we have. Now this is the third attempt of the year. Jan 26, May 26, September 26. Now, if you actually see, for every attempt you have RTP, 2 mock papers, such answers. So for every attempt, how many papers you have? 4. Right? 4 papers for Jan, 4 for May, 4 for September. Totally 12. Out of 12, 7. More or less 50-60%. 60% of the times is a probability. So whether you fall in that 60 or attempt falls in that 60 or not, we should wait and see. So bank audit is not a topic which is occurring every attempt. So I can't say that every attempt consistently bank audit will be asked. Why? Bank audit weightage is not separate. Bank audit weightage is with your chapter 9. So chapter 9 and chapter 10 put together is the weightage. So sometimes 2 to 3 questions can come only from chapter 9. Sometimes it is distributed with chapter 9 and chapter. But in case if they want to ask chapter 10, there also majority is with respect to your advances. So let's talk about advances now. What do you mean by advances? Advance means money given to you. By whom? By the bank. Okay. Now there are 2 kinds of advance. One is called funded loans and one is called non-funded loans. What do you mean by funded loans? Loans where there is an actual transfer of funds. What is actual transfer of funds? Money given to you. Actual money given to you is what we call as funded loans. What is non-funded loans? Money not given to you, facility is given to you. Example, guarantee. In case of guarantee, money is never given to you, but what is given to you? The facility is given to you. Okay? Be careful. Now, tell me, I'll quickly ask you a few questions without looking at the book or without looking at the screen. You answer. Okay. Don't worry. You have come here for testing your knowledge only. Term loan, funded, non-funded. Term loans. Okay. Bills discounted and purchased. Bills discounted and purchased. Funded loan or non-funded loan? Huh? First of all, bills discounted is loan or not? Huh? Bills discounted and purchased, loan or not? What was my question? Funded or not funded? Tell me the answer now. Funded or not funded? Answer. Funded, not funded, none of the above. What are you looking at me? Tell me. Bills discounted and purchased. Funded, non-funded or not a loan? Huh? Not a? It is a loan. It is a loan. It is a funded loan. Funded advance. Lose to. Huh? Exactly where I am coming. This is why you need to understand bank audit, not because question will be asked or not. See, your 11th, 12th left, right, center accounting you have done on bill of exchange. Foundation you have done left, right, center accounting on bill of exchange without knowing whether it is receivable or payable. Correct or not? Let's assume you have a bill. Okay. When I teach bill of exchange in intermediate only, sometimes I feel like, why should I even teach bill of exchange here? But concept for bank audit is very important. Imagine you have a bill which somebody has to pay you after 3 months. So for you it is receivable or payable. But you want money now, after a week. Will he give you? The payee, will he give you? Why? What is the agreement? After 3 months he will pay you. The answer. Where will you go? Now what will bank do? Purchase that bill. That's why bills discounted and purchased. So your receivable became their receivable. But to get that receivable, they gave you money, Now if your pay does not pay that money, you have to pay, So basically for bank, somebody has to pay, Advance, then. Are you getting my point? Even for you, bill receivable is advance, But we don't call it as advance. Are you getting my point? So technically, bill discounted and purchased is funded loans. Understood? Clear? I actually was intentionally leading you to a trap. Sir, loan is correct. It is loan. It has to be a loan because we are giving it in advance. Somebody has to pay you. You are coming to me and taking money. Understood? Excellent class. Next. Now, sector wise, we have to divide sector. Who will divide the sector? RBI only will divide agriculture, MSME, then your housing loan, education loan, etc. RBI only will decide. Not a problem. Security. What are the two types of security we have? Primary security and collateral security. What does primary security means? Primary security is that security against which the loan is given. Example. Housing loan. What is primary security? The house itself. Vehicle loan. Vehicle. Term loan. Housing loan is a term loan. Vehicle loan also is a term loan. Term loan means we have fixed period. Okay. Working capital loan. Current assets. Okay. For housing loan, what is collateral? For housing loan, what is collateral? LIP. Life insurance policy. Clear? In the regular class, we have discussed in-depth concept of how life insurance policy can be attached as a collateral security. Clear? Primary security is the security against which the loan will be given. Collateral can be anything, tangible, intangible, movable, immovable, anything you want to give, you give. This is nothing but what? Sir, without collateral, can we take loan? In the current era, yes. In fact, sir, can we give guarantee as collateral? Yes. Not a problem. Clear. Then, what are the different kinds of creation of security? One is called mortgage. Mortgage is for movable or immovable? Immovable. There are two kinds of mortgage. Difference. Equitable means mere entering into an agreement but not registering that agreement in the government records. Whereas registered mortgage means what? Registering the agreement with the government department. Pledge. Movable. In mortgage, possession transfers or not? In mortgage, does possession transfers? No. Does title transfer? Loose tool. If title is transferred, it is called sale. Then what do we do there? We create an additional interest. Okay, in pledge, possession transferred. Yes. Title transferred. No, sir. So pledge is for movable or immovable? Movables. Okay. Good. Then hypothecation. Movable or immovable? Generally for movable securities belonging to the borrower. Vehicle loan, hypothecation. Is ownership transferred? No. Is possession transferred? No, sir. If you say yes, you take vehicle loan, vehicle will be with manager. Huh? No, vehicle will be with you only. Understood? Next. Then why, sir? Who are we? We are agent of the bank or trustee of the. Assignment means what? Assignment means what? That only. That only. What do you think? What is that? Transferring the right. I am supposed to receive money from A. I am supposed to pay the bank. I will tell bank, go to A, collect my money. So I assign the money right to bank. Set off. What is it? I owe you, you owe me. Example, loan against FD. It's lien. Legal charge with the consent of the owner. This is very important. Gives lender the right to seize and dispose or liquidate the asset at the lien. So this is nothing but taking possession in charge. Okay? Books of accounts, even for that matter, your car, they can take it under their charge. Because when you enter into the loan agreement, only you sign the agreement, no, there only you would have given the rights to them. Okay? Now comes the OG villain of this topic. Prudential norms. There are two kinds of loans. Standard loan, NPA loan. Standard loan, regular SEMA loans. What is SEMA? SEMA 0, SEMA 1, SEMA 2. SEMA 0 means what? Overdue up to 30 days. SEMA 1 means 31 to. SEMA 2 means 61 to 90. NPA comes under that. Substandard, under doubtful. D1, D2, D3, and then we have. Quick question. I will not studied income, but no problem. What is substandard asset? What is substandard asset? I know you will tell more than 9 days. That's not what I am asking. Remained NPA for more than 12 months. Up to. Okay, now the 12 months is after 90 days or inclusive of 90 days. After 90 up to 1 year, if it is there, we call you as what? Substandard assets. Correct? Okay. Doubtful means what? After substandard, or if it is more than 1 year, you go and sit where? In doubtful. D1 means what? Doubtful up to 1 year from where? After substandard. D2 means what? 2 to 3 years or 2 years. 1 to 3, which is nothing but 2 years. Then comes D3, more than. Then comes loss. What is loss asset? Recognized as bad but not written off from the book. Understood? Now, why do we need to study this, sir? For provision. Substantive, what is the provision done? 15%. This is on secured part. Unsecured, how much? Okay. D1, how much? 25%. D2, how much? D3, how much? Loss, how much? Here. Now, on this questions are going to okay. Now, what do you mean by NPA? The asset which does not give you revenue is called as non-performing asset. Okay. That means for a term loan, what is NPA? If interest is not paid for more than 90, principal is not paid for more than 90. Remember, it should not be equal to, it should exceed 9 days. Only then we call you as non-performing asset. Then, in case of OD or CC, that is your working capital limits or overdraft limit, we call you, the day we call you out of order, we will tell what? NPA. Now, what is out of order? There are 3 ways to check whether you are out of order or not. Number 1, outstanding balance is always more than sanction limit, out of order. Number 2, if outstanding balance is less than sanction limit but no credits, meaning not a single rupee repaid, or more than 90 days. 91st day we call you NPA. Then, sir, outstanding is less than SL, credits are there also, but it doesn't cover interest. It doesn't cover interest. Okay, that's your out of. Okay, sir. In case of bills purchased and discounted, overdue for a period of more than 90 days. Meaning what? 9 days from where? No, parking. 9 days from where? For bill discounted, 9 days from where? Huh? Date of discount. Maturity. Very good. From the date of maturity. Now, what is maturity date for a bill? Tenure plus 3 grace days. Okay, be careful there. Then, next, NP is based on what? Record. Which means, I don't care how rich you are. If you don't pay, you are NPA. You can't say, I have net worth of 1,000 crores, I have a villa here, I have property there. I don't care. What do I care about? Have you paid my money or not? Okay. Then, asset classification would be borrower wise and not. What do I mean by that? If you have multiple loans, one loan also becomes NPA. You are NPA for. Understood? Clear? It's like, for example, if imagine a Pawan, 6 subjects he has paid for coaching fees and one subject he doesn't come for me, he is NPA. He may attend other subjects regularly, but if he doesn't come for one subject, all subjects I will call him as NPA. Same logic in banks also. If one loan becomes NPA, customer is NPA. Remember this. Okay. Then overdue, I am not going to talk about. Overdue means what? You did not pay on your due date. Next, accounts regularized near the balance sheet. What do you mean by that? You are actually having no capability to repay. But just to avoid the tag of NPA near the balance sheet date, you cover your dues. Now, this is NPA or not? This is NPA or not? Huh? This is still NPA, but he has cleared all his dues. Maybe, may not be. Because once you pay, you may not take it back also. But the problem here is, you can't call him deemed NPA straight away. We have to judge something called as. Meaning, what if genuinely he had lost his job and maybe in the month of Jan he got his job back? That time he cleared all his dues. Genuine transaction. Why are you calling him NPA now? But if it is not a genuine transaction, then you call him as NPA. Now for that, you have to sit and talk to the manager to get the data. And then you decide whether he is deemed NPA or performing exception. Okay. Government guaranteed advances. Very good. Generally, performing asset is recorded on accrual basis. I repeat, if the asset is performing, income is recognized on what? I repeat, if asset is performing, their income is recognized on what basis? If asset is NPA, their income is recorded on what basis? Receipt or cash basis. Now this is general rule. There is no change for state government guaranteed advances. In case of state government guaranteed advances, now what do you mean by government guaranteed advances, sir? This is bank, this is you. You want loan, but bank will not give without any safety. But you don't have any asset only to give them as security. Now government will come and tell the bank, I will give you guarantee, give money to him. Now this is what we call as government guaranteed advances. Who should pay EMI? Government or you? Who will have to pay? EMI, it's not free money, loan. Guarantee given by them. You have to pay your EMI. But the day you stop paying your EMI, and if it exceeds, then we call you. So there is no difference for state government and other transaction, both are treated equally. The only exception is for whom? For central government, even if you have not paid your EMI for more than 9 days, we don't call them as NPA, we call them as PA. But their income is recognized on cash receipt basis. Understood? Unless and until we consider them as PA only, but if you go and invoke your guarantee and government says I'm not giving you, then consider them as NPA. If you go and imagine now Pawan made default to the bank, it's more than 9 days. Now, if the bank goes to central government and asks, you give guarantee on behalf of Pawan, give me. Now, that time based on what government says, you classify your asset. If government says I'm not going to pay you, NPA. Okay, right? Now, if at all, Pawan made the default, the bank never went to CG. Until you go, you will classify the asset as performing. But you will never record the income on accrual basis. When government pays you, you record them on cash basis. Okay? This one transaction, numbers, numericals, they are never asked. Numericals in the exam, they were never asked. They have asked only these 2 points for 4 or 5 marks of syllabus. Based on the concept. Okay. Next, consortium advances. What does consortium means? 2 or more banks coming together and giving loan to one person. So in case of consortium, there are 2 major parties. Lead bank, participant banks. Who decides all? Lead bank. It's like captain and team players. Who decides the toss? Who calls the shots? Same logic. In consortium, it is the lead bank who takes the decision. Right? And participant bank will be affected by that. Understood? Clear? Now, who will become the lead banker? Generally, the one who has given higher. But is it important that that fellow only should become lead banker? Then, mutual agreement also is possible, not a problem. Because what if everyone is equally? Now, mutually they should. Okay. Right. Now, sir, one, yes, ma'am. We will never go to government. Why should we go to? Ask means who here? Invoke means what? Invoke means activate. Revoke means take back. So who should activate the guarantee? Cancelling the guarantee, government will do. Activating the guarantee, So obviously you won't be there in the picture. If you are made default, why will you go to government? You're not losing anything, no. Who should go to government? Banks go to government. So invocation is done by bank. Revocation is done by C. Okay. Right. Nana, shall we move ahead? Okay. Now consortium tell me if the borrower has paid to lead banker and the lead banker did not share with participant banks. Is the borrower PA or NPA? PA or NPA? NPA va? NPA va? Or PA? Huh?
They say that written arguments are there, then they are not considered as
Explicitly, okay, correct. But that is if we have an agreement. If we don't, NPA in whose books? Very simple. NPA is based on record of recovery. Now to avoid this only, you have to enter into an agreement well in advance. Clear? Who will and what kind of share we will get. See, when banks are very concerned, therefore they will have their own way of getting their money back. So participant bank and lead bank should have an arrangement as to when we will get our money. Yes, sir. DP, drawing power, who will calculate and keep? Lead bank will do. Everything is done by what? Lead bank. Then what participant bank do? Whatever was given, they will take and go back. Okay. Now, point number 7, accounts where there is erosion in the value of security. Now, what is the erosion? Gradual reduction. Slowly the value. Here. So, in that case, what do we do, sir? Straight away we classify either doubtful or loss. Now, when do we consider them as doubtful? When erosion in the value of security can be reckoned as significant when the realizable value and the security is less than 50% of assessed value. So, if RV is less than 50% of AV, we call it doubtful. Now, who will assess the value? Bankers or RBI or auditors. So, as long as assessment is done, we are good to go. Okay. Then, if RV is less than 10% of outstanding amount, we call it loss. Meaning what? There is erosion of 90%. If we can recover only 10% means maximum, that means there is an erosion of 90% only is gone. What is left now? Understood? Clear. So therefore we consider them as loss asset. Tea. Now, you drink tea or coffee. Now once you drink coffee, there will be small amount of coffee or tea left in the cup. What will you do? You take and drink and go. You leave that. No. Although you have paid for every drop of coffee there. No. You will leave that and go. Same logic. 90% is lost. 10% what will I recover? So we'll consider that provision is made for 100%. Because loss means either you have to write off or make provision of. We make provision for of 100%, but it's okay even if it is 10%, no problem for us. Yeah? But that doesn't mean 10% if we recover, we'll donate. We'll get that. Provision is made in your head, 100% gone. It's okay if you get 10%, but it is negligible for us. Okay. Then advances against term deposit, NSE, KVP, IVP. These all are investments. So advances against investments, yes. When do we call you as NPA? When there is no margin money available. If enough margin money is there in the account, you are PA. The day margin money falls below the prescribed limit, you are NPA. Okay. Now who decides margin money? Respective banks. Now margin money means what? Minimum amount you have to maintain in the account. Like if you want to trade, some X amount must be there in the account. And the Madri, if you want to take loan on EFT and all those things, minimum margin money they will do. This much always you have to maintain. The day it falls below that, we call you as NPA. Here 90 days rules and all not applicable. Then agricultural advances affected by natural calamities. What do you mean by that? Natural calamity means what? floods, tsunami, etc. With all those things, in case if it gets affected, how do we rectify this? RBI said, you decide your own relief measure, but do not go beyond my master circular. Meaning, imagine in the master circular, they say you can restructure maximum up to 1 year. 6 months, yes. 8 months, yes. 9 months, yes. More than 1 year, no. So you have to follow the guidelines given in the master circular. You cannot go beyond the master circular guidelines. Is that clear? Understood? Yes or no? Okay. In such case, NPA classification will be governed by such rescheduled terms. Advances to staff. Who are the staff? Employees. There are two kinds of loan given here. One, loan as a banker, loan as employer. If loan given as a banker, there is no difference between you and an outsider. So classification will be advances. If loan given as employer, classification will be under advances, other assets. Clear? I mean under other assets, subhead others. Remember, presentation is very important in balance sheet. If it is, see, balance sheet doesn't make a difference total, but presentation matters. Now, tell me again, if I give loan as banker, under what head classification will be done? Advances, normal. If it is employer, under other assets, others. Okay? Okay. Now, what if the loan is given to an employee where the terms are you pay the principal amount first, pay interest later? How many due dates will be there? Two different due dates will be there. One due date is for principal, one is for interest, which means NPA classification will depend on these two due dates. So, Tanitani separately you have to calculate due dates for principal. So, NPA separate calculation. For interest, due date is different. Therefore, NPA calculation will be different. Okay? Yes. Now, agriculture advances. There are two things: long duration crops and short duration crops. What is the long duration crop? Not which takes more than 1 year. Crop season longer than 1 year. What is the crop season? Crop season means period up to what is harvesting of the crops? Varying from the root or your plant, whatever it is. Okay. So separation of the produce is what we call as harvesting. Now, what is long duration crops? If the crop season is longer than 1 year. Example, pineapple, 18 months. Remember? Yes. Sir, what if a crop season is only 3 months? Then it is not long duration, it is. Now, how do we calculate NPA for these? If it is long duration crop, if it is overdue for long duration 1 crop season, short duration 2 crop season, overdue for 2 crop season. So that means after your harvest, after 2 crop season, NPA. Similarly for long duration, after 1 crop season, that means after your harvest, after that 1 crop season, after that NPA. Okay, sir. That's your 11th. This is with respect to your advances. Okay, let's see if we have any good question to solve. Question number 1, I want you to solve. Second question, don't want. Second question is a direct question. Third question, I want you to solve. First question is solved. Also, please take your calculators in Auditing. In case if people say it is a theory paper, please take your calculators. Unless and until you are Shakuntala Devi, without calculator you can The answer. What's the total outstanding value? In that, secured and unsecured. Secured, unsecured. Nice. Provision. First of all, tell me the classification. D2. D2, secured, secured. 40 plus. They are made only for the shortfall. Easy. Yes. Third one. Very easy. Mental analysis. Only one loan is given in the question. Multiple loan is given. The talent in a coin. What's the first loan? Huh? 80 lakhs, which is this. Remained NPA for remained NPA for 8 months means D D1 na substandard. Remained NPA up to 12 months come under substandard. After substandard, one more year D1. Okay. Now tell me here. Another loan granted, okay, that is different. So here for 80 lakhs, what is the provision I should make? Assuming the entire value is secured, you calculate for all loans, then I will discuss you. I don't want to interrupt your brilliant minds, interrupt your interpretation. Okay. Revision means solution also should be fast. Total 5 loans are there. Done, all 5 loans calculation. Quick, quick, quick. We don't have time. You know what? You should be a little smart. Okay. If you see the pattern is very clear. Substandard D1, D2, D3 loss. Straightforward question it is. Huh? Classification also is very simple, no? Clear? See, what are they saying? Comment on the classification of these assets. Clearly, this is what substandard, this is what D1, D2, D3, loss, provisions required. Substandard how much? 15%. How much 15%? 80 lakhs into 15%. Okay, 12 lakhs provision. Then D1 percentage 25 percentage. Therefore, secured is how much? 90. 90 into how much? 22.5 plus how much? 52 point. Okay. Then how much? 40%. Therefore, 120 into 40. 40 plus how much? 128 lakhs. Okay, then D3 how much? 150. Here 50 lakhs. Shall we see? Are you sure about your answer? Huh? Don't trust me. Account. Sure, no. Here you go. First one 12 lakhs. Correct? Everyone got 12 lakhs only. Okay. Second one 52.5 lakhs. Yeah, smart. Third 128 lakhs. Sure. Fourth 150 lakhs. Fifth one 50 lakhs. Told your level is somewhere else only. Got it. Yes. Fourth one. Quick. Fourth one you have to solve. First one Provisional credit 70. How much they should have created? 140 by 80 secured. So 80 into how much? Plus 80. So 10 lakhs short. Okay. Second one. Why? Realizable value is 6 lakh. 10% is how much? 6.5. Loose tools, they said classified by the branch as doubtful. So they said it is doubtful. Technically, is it doubtful? No, sir. It should be loss asset because the realizable value is less than 10% of outstanding balance. Understood? Clear? Okay. Sixth one. Quick. Only 1 minute remaining. Done. I answered. I got the answer. Out of order concept is straight away they have told during the last 2 quarters debit interest of 7 lakhs, the borrower paid only 5 lakhs. So they have made payment but not even covering the interest part of it. Therefore, this is what? Out of order. Therefore, it is NPA. Out of order, which concept? 3 concepts are in out of order. 1, 2, 3. Third one. One is what? Out more than sanction limit. Number 2, less than sanction limit, no payment. Third, less than sanction limit, payment made not covering interest. This is third concept. Therefore, Naha NPA. Got it. Okay, this we don't want. This is DP. Drawing power. Then paying expense. Then that's it. That's it. So if you remember, guys, in regular class I gave you one homework in advance and then we discussed in the class. That came under Article 26. Okay, and then we have to discuss with respect to drawing power. So tomorrow, probably tomorrow is the last revision class. So what we'll do is tomorrow we'll finish off drawing power and our operating expense and the question related things, and then we'll be discussing with respect to audit risk some important topics. And with that, we will end that revision because chapter 5 and chapter 9, it's not revision, it's full class only. Alright, because everything is more often than not, it's just keywords and highlighting, so there is no revision left anything there, but cooperative society, if time permits, will be doing it. Alright, if not, I will see if I can record that and then put it on YouTube for better understanding purpose. Tomorrow will be the last revision session, right? We'll meet tomorrow for one last time. Good. Drawing power. So when we talk about drawing power is nothing but overdraft, right? Or rather working capital loan. Now why do business require working capital loan? Because of their turnover. That is nothing but requirement. They have to pay their dues on time and revenue may not be earned on time, and therefore the loan, working capital loan, will help them in repaying all those monthly commitments that they have. Now you can go to the bank and take working capital loan, but you have to give something called as security. What kind of security you should give? Current assets. So that is nothing but debtors and stock. But when we are talking about debtors and stock, they are not going to give us 100% of debtors, 100% of stock. So there are certain things that they will exclude from the balance of stock and your debtors. What is that? If it is a stock we are talking about, they will reduce creditors. Why? Because obviously the risk is yours. That risk they don't want to take. From debtors, what do they reduce? Anything which is overdue for more than 90 days. Why? Because again, high risk or high chance of becoming bad. Therefore, they don't want to take that risk. Second thing that they will reduce from the amount is margin. And margin, respective banks will tell you how much it is. So when you are solving drawing per question, what are you supposed to do? From the total amount, you have to reduce. If it is a stock, you have to reduce creditors. If it is a debtors, you have to reduce ineligible debtors. And then from both, you have to reduce respective margin. And then you have to add and tell what is your drawing power. But remember, drawing power cannot go beyond sanctioned limit. What is sanctioned limit means? The maximum amount that you can get as loan. Okay. Drawing power is every month or once in a year. Can I withdraw every month or can I withdraw or should I withdraw only once in a year? Drawing power, see, working capital means what? Monthly commitment will be there. So every month the drawing power can be different. But remember two rules. Rule number one, the amount that you're withdrawing should always be below drawing power and sanction limit. Rule number two, drawing power cannot exceed sanction limit. But there is a third rule which I always tell you as a hidden rule but not given explicitly in the bank audit. That is nothing but whatever drawing power that you want, it should always be lesser than DP or sanction limit. So I can say it like drawing power calculation or sanction limit, whichever is lower is what you have to write as an answer. But don't write this in the exam as whichever is lower. Okay. So let's try and calculate drawing power. Now, before that, what should we check actually for drawing power? We should check one thing, that is whether the bank, the borrower, has he given on-time loan statements or not. If generally every month they have to give, but if you're a large borrower, once in 3 months is good enough. Okay. Let's calculate. Let's calculate month 1. How do you calculate this? Stock minus credit. So 35 minus 10, 25. 25 minus margin. How much? 40. That is again 10. Correct? Yes or no? No? Tell me. 35 minus 10 minus. It's not 40%. 40% is on what? So 25% you have to reduce. Therefore, minus 6.25. How much? How much? 18.75. Okay. Then, next. Month 2. Debtors. This is for stock. For debtors, 25 minus 10. That is equal to 15. 15 plus 18.75 is how much? 33.75. But sanctioned limit is how much? 50. Therefore, allowed. How much is allowed? 33.75 is allowed. Okay. Month 2 you calculate 55 minus 10, 45 minus 25%. How much? 33 point plus how much? 35 minus 40%. How much? 21 lakhs. Therefore, it will bring to, but sanction limit is how much? Therefore, maximum allowed is 50 lakhs. So, sanction limit or DP, whichever is lower, is allowed. Okay. We had solved similar problem, but let's see here. One question is there. 7th one. Solve. DP is how much? 48,000. Sanction limit is how much? 40. Therefore, but isn't this very similar to this?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? The same question twice they have repeated. And again now in September 26 mock paper they have repeated. Only thing is there they have given in a column format, here they have given in a para format. Here DP questions in the exams, I'll tell you, advances and DP, these two questions are absolutely scoring questions. You lose marks here, you are the only person responsible. You can't blame, I say you can't blame the question. You are the only person responsible because easier than this, I have never seen any other bank audit questions. Straightforward questions these are when it comes to advances and when it comes to drawing power. Drawing power, that too repeated questions. Even numbers won't be changed at times. So never lose marks in DP and advances. Advances specifically you have to be very careful in places like government guarantee advances, agricultural loans and natural, you are regularized near the balance sheet. These typical bank audit or bank borrowing related things you have to be little Careful. So don't lose marks in these areas. Okay. Now, there is one more rule that I want to discuss. That is our bills purchased and discounted. So when you purchase a bill and discount, first of all, tell me, bills purchase and discount is a loan or not? Funded or non-funded? Funded. Very good. Learn from the mistake. Now, in that particular aspect, when we are talking, when bills purchased and discounted are spread over 2 years, should we show it as one amount or 2 different years? 2 different. Of course. Why? Because revenue will be spread over the tenure of the bill. So the tenure of the bill is distributed within the current year as well as the next year. We have to apportion the income also equally. If the bill is, let's say, 4 months maturity, February, March, April, May. Now, 1000 rupees you have received as income, discounting income. Now, the 1000 rupees should I record in the current financial year or 500 now, 500 next? 4 months maturity, February, March, April, May. Matures in the month of May. 1000 rupees is the discounted income I have received on the month in the month of February. So, should that be recorded in the current financial year only, or should I apportion between current and next? I should apportion between current and next. Why? Now the bill February, March this financial year, April, May next financial year. Therefore, the income of February and March should be recorded in the current year. Income of April and May should be recorded in the next year. That one thing you have to be a little careful. Next, I want to discuss with respect to is reversal of income. Very simple thumb rule we have learned here. Whenever, first of all, tell me for banks, do we decide how much provision you have to create? My question is, do we decide how much provision they have to create? No. Then who decides? RBI decides. Similarly, how they have to account certain transaction, who decides? RBI decides. Now, how do they account for performing asset? Accrual or cash? Accrual basis. Non-performing asset? Cash basis. Okay. Now, what if a good asset has become bad? On what basis? A good asset has become bad. The moment it becomes bad, should be recorded on. But we all know that an account directly does not become NPA unless and until it falls under a category where there is erosion of value. In erosion of value, straight away it goes to doubtful or loss. But if it is non-erosion case, there is a process that it goes to NPA. What is the process? Becomes SMA first, then SMA 1, SMA 2, then it becomes NPA. Now in SMA 0, 1, 2, it is still a regular asset only, which means we record on accrual basis. But what is accrual basis? Income earned irrespective of receipt. But in SMA 0, 1 and 2, after it becomes NPA, we would have earned the income, recorded the income, but would have never received the income. Now such income must be reversed. Yeah. So any income that is earned, recorded, but not received for NPA purposes. If any account has become NPA, you should stop recording. Okay, you should stop recording, and after it becomes NPA, any income that is earned, recorded, but not received must be reversed. If reversal is not possible, 100% provision must be made. Now this 100% provision, don't get confused with loss assets. That is different. Here we tend to tell them, please reverse it. If reversal is not, what is reversal means? 100 rupees recorded, remove that 100 rupees. Or put up a provision on the debit side as 100 rupees. So basically, even if you are providing, you have to provide 100%. The thumb rule is very clear. Any account becomes NPA. What's the rule? If it is recorded but not received, reverse. If reversal is not possible, 100% provision you create. Okay, that's it. Sir, what if it is a partial recovery in NPA? We have got around 40% received. How much we should record? 100 rupee due, but 40 paid. How much we should record? 40 only we should record. How much we have received, only that much we are supposed to record. We should not record anything else. Very simple. It is like bad debts recovered account. How do you record bad debts recovered? How much is received, that much we record. Same logic here. Because for banks, NPA is like a bad debt only. Okay? Right, sir. But they should always continue recording in an account called as memorandum account. Why? For control means what? For their books of account, future, if they want to know how much they have lost, analysis, etc., this will be helpful for them. Correct? Yes, sir. Right. Now, expenses, what we are supposed to do? Nothing more often than not. Analytical procedure is what we are going to use in operating expense. Now, in the entire logic of our questions here, only May 26 series 1 they have asked in respect of operating expense. What does operating expense means here? Only this. They have not. What is the biggest expense they have? Interest. But the question is not on interest expense. The question is on operating expense. Okay. So more questions, if you see, revolves around what concept? Advances and drawing. So those are core concepts. Nobody will sit and ask about your who will be appointed there in descriptive part, your stages of audit. But in that also I told you a risk management process or risk management system. Please be careful once you study that and go for the exams. But high chances of your advanced and DP being questioned. Okay? Yes. That's your bank audit. Let's move on to chapter number 3. Audit risk. Guess the number of marks that you get in the exam. Audit risk chapter. 9 to 10. Descriptive part. Now look at it. Audit risk, you have to study such a lengthy chapter for maximum 10 marks. Okay. Number 2. Strategy planning and program. Not that lengthy. Only 3 topics. Still pakka you're getting 10 marks. So if you actually see the weightage distributed in the paper, they have not, except for chapter 5. Simple case. How many of you actually feel this chapter is difficult? Difficult, huh? Not difficult at all. I'll tell you why. It's difficult because you guys see this chapter as one huge chapter. I'm not at all, even as a teacher, I'm not even seeing this chapter as one chapter. I'm not seeing this as one chapter. I'm seeing this as a 2 chapter. It's actually 2 chapters. Parts could be different. It's actually 2 chapters for me. Your automated environment was never a part of risk assessment. It was always a different chapter. Okay, they merged it here. So I never see it as one chapter, and the moment you see it as one chapter, stress increases for you. And you're like, what is there, sir? So much is there, can't understand. You can't understand because before you start the chapter only, you're under stress. You have shut off your mind. You'll never understand anything. No matter how much you do. But practically, this chapter is very important. Interview, these questions will be asked. If they ask you what is materiality, you can't tell that which is important. You can't tell. If they ask you, tell me what is inherent risk. Because risk assessment is, okay, tell me this. Conceptually, we'll study this chapter now. Forget about the words there. Conceptually, tell me, risk assessment comes after planning, before planning? Huh? Before planning. Is risk stagnant? Okay. Is risk dynamic or static? Dynamic. Is risk assessment a one-time process or a continuous process? Why? Why does it vary? Depending upon the environment. Then tell me 5 reasons why risk can change. Okay, work suitable may not be same. Then no, work, my point is why risk changes. I am not saying why we should change our procedure. Okay, business is different. Then circumstances are different. Then, okay, people, which people? Public? Management, okay. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Implications of matters compared to current year and previous year. Then, risk is judgmental. No, my question is why risk is changing? Very good. Sir, management might be good. Our people are not good. Then, most important thing you forgot, That is limitation. Okay, I can consider that as a risk also. Very important thing. Come out of management and your own team. Think big. Dream big. Okay. How does that affect? I think why risk can change. Very important, very easy also. Tell me one logic. Does government change the law beginning of the financial year only? Or in between also it can change? So won't that pose risk for your audit? Tomorrow if they say from this financial year onwards, retrospective, you have to give this report now. Now that was never a part of your plan. Shouldn't you change your plan? Okay, risk change. If risk changes, should your plan change? Okay, plan change, strategy should change. Program should change. See, why who says risk chapter is difficult? If you are able to crack it conceptually, you just have to put words in that. Understood? In this, nothing is there. What is audit risk? What contributes to audit risk? Okay, how do we evaluate that risk? Evaluation of risk is nothing but risk assessment procedure. Yes or no? Just that you know what is idli, but if we ask what is rice cakes, very difficult, sir, can't define. Just that when you come to this chapter, you talk more sophisticated words. Correct? What is the risk assessment procedure? Tell me. It's a procedure put up to and that means your entire essay 315 is RAP only, no? Understanding the entity. Now, what do you mean understanding the entity? Business, operations, financial structure, ownership structure, governance structure, environment, legal environment, social environment, business environment, competition, internal control. What are the components of internal control they have? Control environment, entities RAP, entities information system, performance, monitoring, or rather control activities and monitoring. 5 elements. SA 330 is now that you have assessed the risk, you are supposed to respond to that risk. Now tell me, once I assess the risk, should I leave and go? My job is done now there. Then imagine you go to a doctor, he tests, gets to know what is the risk. Done, go home. No, what to do? That all, it's not my job. I assess the risk. He should respond to that risk also. Are you getting my point? He should what? Respond. That response is given under which standard? SA 330, which is nothing but a further audit procedure. Under further procedure, what comes? Test of controls. Now, why do we test controls? Because we got understanding under RAP. To test whether our understanding is correct or not, we end up doing test of controls. Second reason why we do test of controls is we don't have any other option. Our substantive procedures don't give enough evidence, so we end up doing test of controls. Okay, sir, we understood ICS, but we still want more evidence. Go for test of details. Check more. Are you getting my point? Exactly. Now that is your chapter number 3. Automated environment, you keep it separate. It is a part of internal control. Rather than having a manual control, they have an automation towards it. So we have to understand from automation perspective what has to be done. As a technology environment, what kind of risks the tech can face, how the management should take care, what kind of features that environment has. Right? Keep an open mind. Don't study this chapter as a difficult chapter. Okay, trust me, when you go and start your practical life in your articleship, this chapter plays a very huge role and very important role. So there when you go, no, you should not be, all other chapters I've studied, sir. This one chapter, 10 marks, who will study, sir? Here 10 marks, there 10 clients. One client can be worth more than lakhs for you. Clear? So try to understand this topic part by part. Clear? Huh? Got it? Don't study under too much pressure. Pressure kills your memory. Pressure kills your performance. Unless and until you are someone who thrives under pressure. Okay? If you do not know how to handle pressure, don't put yourself under pressure. Okay? Don't stress out. Two different parts. Divide it. Are you someone whose mind works like this under pressure? No. Then don't put yourself under pressure. And how? By not studying. By not studying, you are under pressure now. Suddenly somebody says that some YouTube video, some Instagram video will come and tell, chapter 3 important. You have never touched that. Now what? Whatever you know, you will study. You will mess up the other chapters also. Gone. That's why I always tell, stay away from social media months before exams. Months before exams. Lot of people will come and tell you this is important, that is important, that is important, this is important. What is important? If that was very important, ICA would have given that only, no. Do it. You know when you should go and check all these things. When you have been very confident about your preparation, you don't have any other way. Everything is exhausted, sir. I want more revision. Go watch YouTube videos. Whichever faculty says, whichever YouTube influencer will tell, study this, study that. But if you're considering that as your primary objective, then you're gone. It's ICA. Nobody has been able to crack how ICA will ask questions. And it's been more than 7 decades. So that only should tell you. Understood? So always try to understand what ICA wants from you. There's a reason why they're evenly distributed among the chapters. So study properly. Simple logic. SA 315 talks about first and foremost concept is audit risk. What is audit risk? Very simple. Giving wrong opinion when the situation is different. In simple words. But we can't write this for exams. In exam, what do we write? Giving inappropriate opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. When the FS is wrong, you go out and tell unmodified opinion is what we call as audit risk. Now, if a student is bad or if a person is bad, is a person bad or there is someone behind that person who is a reason to become bad? There could be someone, there are situations also. Yes or no? Same logic, or there could be both. Correct? Now, when you are giving such audit risk is supported by 3 people or 3 factors. What are the 3 factors? Inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. Because of these 3 factors, one monster comes as audit risk. Here, all kuti monsters come together and combine, one monster comes as audit risk. Now, tell me which monster you can control? Detection. Which monster you can't control? Inherent and control. Now, that is under whose control? Management control. Management itself is monster. Then obviously, inherent risk and control risk, both will shoot up. If both shoots up, whose responsibility is preparing FS? Management. So if management is negligent, management is doing errors and fraud, how will their financial statement look like? Materially misstated. Now that means if the financial statements are materially misstated, your work will be more or less. Your work will be more. Now that means your procedure should be more or procedure should be less? Procedure should be more. More evidence or less evidence? More evidence. Is that clear? Got it. So therefore, this time if you do audit properly and then point out misstatements and then tell the management, is there a possibility that the monster can be different or can be better next year? Yes, sir. Next year ROMM can come down. Now that is under your control. Which one? Detecting them is under your control. Is it clear? Got it. Kids will make mistake. Kids will make mistake, but who should detect that and correct it? Now parents can detect, parents can tell. Correction is in the hand of the kid only. If you are doing something wrong, I can point out and tell you don't do this. Now if you keep doing it, ROM keeps on increasing, and at one point of time I will tell I don't want this audit only. Are you getting my point? I don't want this because it is beyond my risk appetite. I don't want to be associated with you. I will not accept. That's where SQC1 comes into the picture, acceptance and continuance. I may accept in 1 year, but if I get to know this management is not going to change, next year I may decide not to continue. Is that clear? That is the reason why there we studied acceptance and continuance. Integrity of the client, whether he is correcting or not, or selectively correcting, etc., etc. We judge. Is that clear? Got it. Clear. Now that is where we have to understand audit risk. What are the three monsters that contribute to AR? Inherent risk, which is under your control. Detection risk, which is under management's control. What is inherent risk and control risk called as? Risk of material. Clear. Yes. Okay. Now, what do you mean by inherent risk, sir? Weakness of an assertion about any transaction, any balance, or any disclosure that could be material, either individually or when aggregated with other misstatements before considering any ICS. Clear? There is always a risk that before considering any ICS, a particular transaction, balance, or disclosure has a chance of being, and such misstatement can be material. This in the exam, if you write, it is good enough. This sentence. This sentence, if you write, you will get marks. Not to worry. So, what is inherent risk? Before considering internal control, whatever risk is there, we call that as what? Whatever risk we don't call inherent risk. If it is material only, because immaterial we just leave it off. If the risk is very, very big, which can affect the financials, then yes, we consider that as inherent risk. Sir, our job is not inherent risk, no sir, then why are we studying inherent risk? You can ask that question. But you should also understand management is not so educated. Not every management will be so educated to understand what is inherent risk. Why, sir? You yourself before audit, you did not know what is inherent risk. And you are expecting a management who may not be even educated to understand what is inherent risk. So we should understand and we should tell him, see, these are inherent risks, these are control risks. So we can put internal control in some areas, we cannot put ICS in some areas. So there the ICS which cannot detect is called as weaker ICS. And if there is a risk which even ICS cannot do anything, that comes under control risk. Even after putting controls, if that risk cannot be managed, that risk is called as control risk. Okay, what is control risk? Misstatement that could occur because of ICS won't be able to prevent, detect, or correct. Okay, okay, sir. So therefore, what we should do? We should put up a procedure to identify those risks. Which is escaping both inherent risk as well as control. So we are that security guard who is going to ultimately ensure the monster doesn't reach the destination. He may breach management. He may breach their controls. He should not be able to breach you. So if you are good, see, logically think, no, there are 100 risks. We put ICS for that. 60 risk already detected and corrected. How much is left now? 40. Your internal control system detected 60, did not detect 40. Now what is your job? to detect that 40. If you don't detect, what will happen? No, forget about the name. What will happen to that 40? That 40 will go and reach the destination. So have a visualization concept. Okay, imagine an airport. In the aircraft, there is your family sitting. Okay, and there is one monster who wants to attack that aircraft. There is police, there is military. Police is inherent risk, military is control risk, and you are there. Endiran, Robo 2.0 with the guns in your hand. Now they breach the police barricade, they breach the military barricade. 100 monsters are there, 60 monsters they eliminated. Rest is 40. 40 is coming in front of you. Now if you let at least one go, what will happen? He will go and attack the aircraft. Aircraft is nothing but the balance sheet, audit report. So you should stand in front of them. Now if you are lazy, you are sitting and watching reels there, one monster will slowly go. Yes or no? If you want, I'll go drink tea and come. 10 more will go inside. Yes or no? So technically, you and your team should be strong enough there. Which means you can't just check one or two errors and say everything is fine. You have to check more if there is a high risk. Understood now? Conceptually, are you able to visualize that? Yes, there are three things: inherent risk, control risk, detection risk. Right? Now, is airport safe? If airport is safe, when Prime Minister comes to the airport, why do they have such a huge convoy? Do you know that the Prime Minister himself will not know which car he will sit in until the very end moment? Why? Security. Because of, no sir, anyway there is safety, no sir, in airport, so much they check. Still why we have that Z plus and all? Because the destination is more important. The guest is more important. Therefore, the detection risk is more. Control risk might fail. You may have a fake Aadhaar card. You may have a fake boarding pass. You may tend to bribe the airport staff also. Yes or no? You may tend to reach the runway also. Chances are less, but chances are there, no. That is the reason why there is a strong detection risk there. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Understood. Clear. So for audit risk to stop, we have to stop three risks: inherent risk, control risk, detection risk. But all we can't do. Inherent and control, management has to take care. Detection, I will take care. Is that clear? Or, yes. Same level of security, you think in Prime Minister's residence it will be there? Same, that many people will be there? No, may not be there. Why? Because they know that ROMM is low there. ROMM is low, therefore we need not put up a lot of auditors control there. I hope you understood. Clear? So financial statement to be said properly, recording should be done. That means inherent risk should be lowered, control risk must be lowered, or detection risk must be lower. Sir, we don't care if any risk is high. One of the risks must be low. Either IR must be low. That means your business, nature of business only should be good. If nature of business is bad, your control system must be good. If nature of system is bad, control system is bad, then I must be good. If nature of business is bad, control system is bad, I am also bad. Financial statement, no wonder it will be worst. Got it? So one of them should be good. That's why observe, you are not scared of both your parents. You're scared of one of them at least, little more than your other. That's what some students will tell. No, mother fine, sir. Because the detection risk is high. That fellow will ensure that risk won't happen only next time. I mean, risk won't be there only. Eliminated successfully. Clear? Yes, one of them at least should be good. If both are good, super. If both are bad, very good. You are gone, dead only. Yes, a student will do whatever he wants in life. But if one of them are very strict and if they keep tab on everything, what you're doing, where you're going, etc., now you will be good. Understood? So either IR must be good, or CR must be good, or DR must be good, right? If all are good, super. If one of them is bad, God, remember that. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, detection risk means the way we do our procedure. Therefore, sampling and non-sampling also is very, very important, boss. You don't do proper sampling, risk will increase. What kind of risk? Audit risk will increase. Okay, sir. Right. What is not there in audit risk, sir? Number one, business risk. Why? Sir, your competition is not my audit risk. Number two, me going and telling the company is very bad when everything is good. Therefore, we giving modified opinion when financial statements are not materially misstated, that risk is not there. Why? Now tell me the logic behind it. No, forget about that. Let's understand from basics. See, imagine there is management. Okay, imagine this is management. That is public. And I'm good. Alright. Now this management has not prepared their FS correctly. And I go and tell public that this management has prepared FS superbly. Will this management have a problem with me? No. Will public be happy? Yes. Will they give more money to management? Yes, sir. That is audit risk. Second, imagine this management prepared financial statement superbly. I will go to public and tell, very bad, bro. Very wrong financial statements. Will this management be okay? But the question is, will they let me tell you? No. Why? We have always understood in SA 705, before giving modification, we have to communicate with TCWG. In the first scenario also I will communicate, but that time TCWG will not have any issue. That time TCWG will be Muthu Pandi. TCWG will, I love you. Go tell, no problem. But on the second scenario, same Muthu Pandi, but in a different way. You can't tell only because the situation is totally different. Understood. Clear. Management will never allow me only. If you go and tell, obviously I will have a problem. I will go to your father. I will simply come and tell, this auditor is lying. We have all the evidences. Now NFRA will interfere. Or ICA will interfere. Or any department will interfere. Now you have gone. So that is not even a possibility where you go and tell things are wrong and things are correct. Number two, second logic, do you have evidence? When financial statements are not materially misstated, to go out and tell FS is materially misstated, do you have evidence? No. If you don't have evidence, on what basis you are going and giving modified opinion? And I told you, SA 705 will come into the picture only. Number one, it is material. To tell it is material, you need to have evidence. And if you don't have evidence, forget disclaimer. You don't have evidence, you can't give any opinion at all. And disclaimer is one of the worst opinion you can give. And if management says all vouchers, all bills, all books of accounts I have, sir, how can you tell we don't have any evidence? Got it? Clear? Okay, sir. That's with respect to that. Next. Let's talk about, should I rely or not rely on control system? Should I rely or not rely? That depends on certain things. What is that? Environment's influence over ICS. If environment is bad, you might be wonderful. You might be very strong, but if your environment is bad, there is no point in you being such a bad environment. So environment will have an influence on ICS. ICS may not work properly at all. Okay. You may have the best car in the world, but if the driver is not good, accident pakka. Understood. Same logic. Next, evaluation, that IT related process that support application and IT dependent manual control. Basically, how is the support? If the support is not good, no matter how good you are, for example, imagine you are a very bright student, but if the support is not good, will you be able to clear the exams? No. Therefore, support also should be C. Then, approach over SCOT. What is SCOT? Significance. See, we have to at least see the bigger picture. If the majority of the expense, the bigger expenses are taken care properly, smaller expense obviously will be taken care, right? Like how I keep telling in the class, in the ocean, if you take care of the whale, the small fishes will automatically be taken care on their own. So it's significant class of transaction, the bigger class of transaction, the bigger expense, the bigger income is taken care, smaller income is automatically can be taken care. Okay. Well, expectation of operating effectiveness of ICS. If you are expecting ICS is good, then you can rely on that. But if you are not expecting ICS to be good, then you cannot rely. Therefore, you have to rely on some other way. Okay. Hidden question for 4 marks I can ask. Okay, sir. So once you identify the deficiency, what will you do? Once you identify the deficiency, what will you do? First of all, in case if I identify the deficiency, reporting comes later. Reporting comes later. First, you have to decide whether I should take care of ICS or should I see for other procedure. Understood? So when you identify deficiency, directly don't go and report. Check whether those deficiencies are actually a deficiency or not. You would have identified, but whether it is important or not also we have to check. He determines the assertions that are affected by ineffective control. See where all it has affected you. Okay, number one. Number two, is there more than one control? Meaning, do you have a substitute for this? Another control do you have or not? Simple logic. Simple logic. You want to buy a white kurta. Okay, you went to the shop. He showed you a white kurta. There was one small stain patch on the shoulder. What will you do? No, come home, no. Then you will ask for, exactly, that is your step number 2. You ask for, do you have any other control? Okay, sir. What if he says no other piece? This one piece. Go to, there is no other alternative in that shop. He says no other piece. You want white kurta only. You want that pattern, that design only. Now there is no other choice. You will buy that stained kurta. What will you do? You don't rely on that. You go to some other shop. Step number 3. When a deficiency leads to an ineffective control and that is the only control that you have, you decide not to rely on it. Understood. So I'll go for some other way to get my evidence. I will not rely on that shop. I will rely on some other shop. I will rely on some other person. Is that clear? Got it. So when you identify deficiency, what do you do? Check where all is affected. See if you have any other controls. If you don't have any other controls, again that you have to test. That you test, then take a call whether you have to rely on or not. Is that clear? Okay, sir. Now, let's talk about understanding the entity. Is it one time job? So understanding is a continuous process. But the question is, why do we need an understanding to identify and evaluate ROMM? Now, ROMM can be due to a mistake can happen intentionally, mistake can happen unintentionally, no? Yes or no? Sir, there was 100 rupee on the table at your house. Alright? You kept a book on that without seeing that 100 rupee. When you took that book, by mistake that note also came with the book. Alright? Are you a thief? Did you steal it? But when inspection happened, it was found in your bag. That was? Prove it. Prove it. Can you? Some things cannot be proven. No, Bharat? Can you prove it? Now, it is very difficult to prove an intention. Are you getting my point? Therefore, whether it is fraud or error, the only difference between fraud and error is intention. Are you getting my point? I am not saying you have stolen it, but the 100 rupees was found in your bag. Now it's your way to prove whether it was error, it was intentional or unintentional. But you saw 100 rupee there, seeing that 100 rupee, you kept the book on that, and then with that note only you took it. Now it is. But again, proving becomes very difficult that it was intentional or unintentional. So you have to use a professional skepticism to bring out that. That's why in professional skepticism, which means A, B, C, in that B, being alert, conditions that may indicate fraud, be very alert. Start questioning in a different way. Now, if I was there, I would have not questioned you that day, that the day my 100 rupees were lost. I would not question you on that day. Next day, I would keep 500 rupees. Now, 100 rupee if you have stolen, you will leave 500? No. Now, I will keep my 500 rupee note there and I will simply observe. So, what am I actually doing? What kind of procedures I am putting? Observation and reperformance. So I will observe that tomorrow if you don't have that 500 rupees on the table and before you came it was there, after you came it is not there, the misstatement is due to fraud. But if it was still there even after you kept the book, now it is, I will still not believe it, because what if you knew I was observing? Are you getting my point? So it's not based on one or two instances. It is up to our judgment whether I should judge more or not. Is that clear? Yes or no? That is the reason why observation becomes more important. Observation, you can't judge based on one or two instances. Multiple times when you observe, you can come to a conclusion whether your intention was to steal or not. Got it? Same logic. So whether we'll understand, that's the reason why we have to understand the entity. When we understand the entity, management, everything, we get to know whether you are doing fraud or error. Now, for this, what we should do? Number one, identify the risk, evaluate the risk, relate the risk, and then likelihood means what? The chance, the happening of the risk. So, four things you have to do. Number one, identify, evaluate, relate, and likely. Okay, do not change the order. Now, understanding is a continuous process of what? Gathering information, updating information, and analyzing information. So, what do you mean by having an understanding? Information is what we want. But you have to gather info. Then if there is any changes, we have to update the info and then we have to analyze it. Okay. Technically, gathering and analyzing only are there. But in case if there is any changes, we'll have to update the information as well. This understanding helps the auditor to plan the audit. Next is judge. Okay, sir. Where all I have to use this understanding, sir? ROMM assessment to know what is important, wherever special attention is needed, developing expectation in analytical procedure SA 520, evaluating evidence to conclude whether it is SAI or not. So understanding the entity. Now the question can come here for 4 to 5 marks. Understanding the entity will help you in which areas? In 5 areas it will help you. One is ROMM assessment, material determination, areas where special attention is required, then developing expectation AP, and then evaluating audit evidence. Understood? Here? Okay, sir. Then, what are the factors you have to understand, sir? Industry factors, your manufacturing, trading, labor, intensive, what kind of industry you are working in, what are your regulatory requirements? Meaning, if you are a bank, RBI requirements. If you are a listed company, SEBI requirements. Try to understand that. And then external. External means other requirements, any other factor, competition, people, society, etc. Then nature of entity. What kind of business you are doing? Who is the owner? What is the governance structure? What kind of investments you are making? Clear? And what is your capital structure? Are you a debt oriented or equity oriented, and how it is? Okay. Then comes selection and application of accounting policy. What kind of policy you have selected, appropriateness of it, and consistency of it. Then objectives. What are the objectives? What kind of strategy you have, and what kind of business risk. So business risk you told not a part of audit risk. Loose tool. I'm not considering this. I'm evaluating for understanding the entity. Because if you are someone who wants to make profit no matter what, tomorrow imagine you are a manufacturer of raw rice. You may have plastic rice also, which will lead to FSSAI problems because that's the regulator for food, no? Yes. So I have to understand what kind of business risk you have. If you're saying, sir, we have very strong competition and we have to stay in the game. For that, if you start cheating, I have to evaluate that also. Yeah. Business risk may not be my part, but definitely is your part. Okay. Then how is your financial performance? Then comes ICS. What do you mean by internal control system? It's a simple processor. Why? To achieve my objective. What is my objective? People must rely on FR or rather CORA. C for compliance with laws and regulation. O for operation must be efficient, operation must be effective. Then R for and A for safeguarding. Look at ArivuPro only for ICS for that matter. Why are they not allowing me to take class beyond 10? That is the reason why we scheduled initially, if you remember those students we discussed, it was till 12 AM. Right? Yes, it was 8 to 12 initially. Now why? Because I said, no sir, since offline students are there, their safety also is more important. Also, operation must be effective and efficient. What if, for example, there are some morning batch students. So you also have class in the morning. Now here you come and then again, you go again morning you have to come. Not just that, even for that matter, the team. The team should wait until and you all know my class doesn't end at 12. It will start on time, but ending might go till 12:05. That extra 5 minutes also can matter for an employee, Yes. So obviously imagine that employee also have to go back home and come back next day. Because if you imagine a final class schedule, final class starts at 6 o'clock. That means before 6 the team must be ready. So operations also they have to check. Understood? Clear. So we have to understand that and then put up the process. You might tell, sir, what nonsense process? You might see nonsense only, but background so many things that they have to take care also. Is that clear? Yes? Okay, sir. What are the objectives of ICS, sir? Everything must be. Dare I take a class here without authorization? Can I? Why? Process, sir. They have a process, so obviously before scheduling something, I should ask them, can I do this? Is it okay? Because obviously students are also there. If it is live online, no problem. If it is only online or YouTube live or live online, no problem for us. Why? Students are not there, only Karthik sir. Max to max what I can sleep here only. Next is 7:30 no class. 6 o'clock I'll get up and go home. Like how Rashtra sir took till 3 AM once. Clear full revision until morning 3 AM. Yes, then they'll go home. No problem. Online live, no problem. Max to max. I have to tell Bhaiya, please open the door. But if it is students, then we have to take care of students as well. Now that is where we have to see whatever transactions in the organization happens must be authorized. Transaction must be recorded. Sir, capital expense should not go to revenue. Personal expense should not go to revenue. Revenue should not go to capital. Therefore, you should see whether proper amount has been recorded, proper account has been taken care, and proper period. Clear? And finally, accountability of assets. Maintaining accountability means what? Maintaining records and all who did what. Okay? And also assets are safeguarded from unauthorized. Clear? Yes. Alright. Then, what kind of limitations are there? How many limitations are there? 6 limitations are there, and out of that 4 are human being related. Okay? I keep telling you, wherever humans are involved, you cannot have 100% assurance. Because the one who created only will break the law. Yes or no? Now, for example, without wearing helmet, you should not ride a two-wheeler. Are the cops also following the same? Difference. Are you getting my point? So we have to understand that wherever people are involved, there will be limitations also. Therefore, 100% assurance no one can give. And this is one of the reasons why we give reasonable assurance. So, first one, what? We can only give reasonable assurance. Second one, human judgment in decision making. Third one, people don't understand the purpose. Clear? You take judgment correct, but take judgment keeping your purpose in mind. Alright, like for example, marking fake attendance. You take a judgmental call, but you are not understanding the purpose. The purpose was never to curb you from recordings. The purpose was always to bring out results from you. Now, if you are not understanding that purpose, I love those students not with intelligence. I love with them, when they are honest. When they say, sir, I am not coming today because I am not keeping well, no problem for me. But when you are present without being present, that is where I lose respect. So, when you don't understand the purpose, you tend to take nonsense judgment in the way. Clear? Then, obviously, collusion among people. What is the collusion? Doing fraud together. Clear? Now, for example, the previous attendance system was, was still works only where you take a picture and you send it to people and people will scan that QR and mark. Right now, in the current, still happens, you just have to know your API ID. Correct? So, anybody can mark anyone's attendance. But again, purpose is lost, from students' perspective. Right? Now, why this particular internal control system is there? The purpose you have to understand. Why? To enhance your performance. It's like, imagine you have taken admission to gym. Okay, your father is checking whether you are going daily or not. Now you go there, mark your attendance and then you come home without entering the gym. Now you tell me, you have marked your attendance correct. What's the purpose now? Did you achieve your purpose? Money waste, time waste, energy waste. Purpose also not achieved. And the same student, after 1 year, will cry saying, my parents are not supportive. When they were supportive, you are the one who misused the facility. Therefore, performance drops. Goal is not achieved. Therefore, diversion. Same logic in an organization when ICS is there, we are supposed to check whether people are understanding the purpose or not. If you are not understanding the purpose, then there always will be limitation. Now, collusion is one among them. Two people who don't understand the purpose will do fraud together. Okay, then management. Who put ICS? Obviously, they also can breach. The person who put the ICS may not be there in the management. Some other person would have replaced him. That system is misused. Clear? And then smaller entities limitation. Why? It's pretty expensive. Therefore, now see these kind of systems, you think every small academy can put? No. Therefore, their normal manual element will be there, which can easily be breached. Okay. Now, which controls are relevant? That depends on certain factors. Why? Because we are not checking 100% controls. We are only checking those controls which are important for us. Depends on what? Materiality. Depends on the risk. Depends on the size, nature of business, complexity of operation, legal and regulatory requirements. What kind of systems you are having? If you are having two complex systems, then obviously I need to check more. Therefore, more ICS have to cover. Whether it prevents, detects or corrects material misstatement individually or does it do in combination? Meaning what? One control can perform everything or it requires help from other controls. If it requires help from other controls, then that other control also I should check, irrespective of whether it falls under my purview or not. How much control the entity has over completeness and accuracy, meaning how much influence you can have. ICS over safeguarding, and sometimes regulation only will ask us to report. Like for example, ICOFR. ICOFR, we are not reporting because we want to report. Why are we doing it then? Company is actually forcing me to report, therefore I am reporting. Understood? Okay, sir. Now, what are the components? 5 components. First one is what? Second one is what? Third one is what? Fourth one is what? Fifth one is what? Monitoring. Okay. Quickly I'll brush up important elements. First is environment. Who is responsible for the environment? Management. Therefore, who should create an environment? Management. For example, if let's say Karthik A and Karthik B, two teachers are there. In Karthik A's class, students come, and in Karthik B's class, students don't come. Why? Why? Basic question it is. Now you will tell it has to do with how Karthik A conducts the classes as well. It is also have to do with how Karthik A approaches the problem, how he talks to students. Now, if I am rude to one student, then all of the students will decide not to talk. Imagine one student did not do homework. Okay, I yell the hell out of the student and throw the student out. Tomorrow, if one student does not do homework, will he come to class? No. So day after tomorrow, when syllabus keeps on increasing, when homework keeps on increasing, and you are not able to do it, now half the class did not do homework. What will they do? Which means I need to create and maintain a culture of. That's why I tell you, it's okay if you don't come to my class and be at home, but you have to tell me why. You tell me why, I am okay with it. Now, if I don't come to class also, won't I inform you guys? If it is a planned leave, I will inform well in advance. If it is unplanned, the next day, I don't have any shame in apologizing in front of the students as well. Why? Because I want to create a culture of honesty and ethical behavior. It's my job. In organization, it is management's job. So employees have to be very honest. That is when ICS will work beautifully. If ICS has little limitation, no, employees will not misuse that. But if management is very strict, even though you put best of the best ICS, people will misuse it. I had a friend whose father was very strict. So this fellow used to, only son for their parents, so too much love. So what they did was, in his car, his dad put GPS system. So wherever he goes, his dad used to know. Now too much strictness that is, right? Now even if it is 5 minutes, his dad will call, where are you? I see you are here. Why are you there? So one day this fellow got fed up. He wanted to go out with his friends. He parked the car near the house only, in the parking. And then he jumped the compound wall and he went with his friends. His father is thinking that he's at home. Evening he came back. Okay. Now he's at home only in the evening. Now father is thinking he's at home only. Is it so? No. Why? Why do you breach the ICS? Because of the environment. All of you copied in school, not because you wanted to copy, because you wanted to impress your parents with good marks, because marks was the comparison there. Learning was never the comparison. That's why you wanted to score 90 plus. Try that in CA. The trend in CA is, have you passed or not? Same trend if it was in school, no. If you pass, it is good enough. We would never copy. If we never had a comparison there, he scored 95, you scored 90, we would never copy. The fraud never would have started in the first place. You would have written chits and all. Why? Because no one is helping and you have pressure to score marks, so you start creating chits. Yes, it has to do with the culture that has been created around us. It's a management who is very much responsible for it. Clear? Number 2, what is included in this management, sir? Governance and management functions. Your BCom answer. What do you mean by management? Planning, leading, organizing, controlling. That is nothing but management functions. It is included. Governance means what? The way you control people. Clear? Attitude, awareness and actions of management. Elements of environment. Communication and enforcement of values. How do you communicate value to people and how do you enforce the value to people? Right. Yesterday, we had this tournament, and after I went home, my wife told me, "What kind of students you have got?" I just looked at her and like, "What do you mean?" So they listen to you. Whatever you say, they listen to you. And I'm like, "See, that has to do with students." Yes, nice surprise. That has to do with students. I never force them to listen to me. Yes. But I communicate my values and I ensure that sometimes they follow my values. So communication also is important. The way you enforce, what do you enforce? Make them follow. Now there is a way to make them follow the values. You hit them and make them follow the values. After some point of time, they won't. Right? But you make them understand their purpose. You make them understand why they are doing what they are doing. They end up understanding the values and they follow that value. So like that, how are you managing your employees? When you talk about Ratan Tata, you always feel good about that person. Because the way the communication was done, the way the enforcement was done, the culture is different. Clear? Commitment to always there should be a energy, the thrive to become the best. Right? When that happens, automatically quality will be enforced. That's why friend circle is very important. Environment is very important. If your environment is forcing you to bunk classes, waste. You will take, instead of 5 years, you will take 10 years. But if your environment is where, I want to clear in this attempt no matter what, you will end up studying. So your environment also is important, how much they are committed to be competent enough. Because imagine you become competent at your convenience, and at that time in a market that competence has no value. Then obviously your value also goes up. So as a management, how am I able to give my commitment to competence? Tomorrow if subject changes and I don't change, students, no matter how much they love me, they will never come to my class. Why? There is no, is it okay? Now for example, now all of you are students. Is it okay if I teach you 2018 syllabus? I am a good teacher. But is it okay if I teach you 2018 syllabus? Come and sit in the class or revision class. 2018 syllabus I am revising. Now, is this selfishness? Is this selfishness? No. It's commitment to competence. Sir, I want to write exam which is based on 2024 syllabus. So, obviously, I also have to be updated according to that syllabus. Unless and until I am having my competence, I won't be able to deliver competent content. Same logic here. TCWG must participate. Why? They have their own features. They'll have independence to decide what is correct, what is not correct. Their experience and stature, reputation matters. Their involvement must be there because they are the one who is putting up policies and procedures and appropriateness of action. They know how to take actions when it comes to certain things that have happened. Now tomorrow, imagine all of you raise ticket against Karthik sir. Karthik sir is the worst teacher ever. Now you raise tickets. What will management do? Slowly. Then? No, they'll come and talk. They'll say, what happened, sir? So from both sides, when they hear, then they'll take appropriate action. Here. Management's philosophy and operating style. Certain people operate in a certain way. Right? For example, if you want clients, do you lie and make money or do you be honest and make money is a question. That depends on you. Let's see when you practice. But I'm just telling you, there are different kinds of operating style. Okay? Then organizational structure, meaning the hierarchy. Who is responsible for what? Everyone will not have the same level of organizational structure. Assignment of authority and responsibility, and how do you have your HR policies and procedures? How do you appoint people? Do you train them? Do you support them? Do you encourage them, etc.? Then comes their process. Even just like how you have RAP, even they have RAP. So they have to identify the risk. They also should estimate the risk. They also should understand likelihood, the probability, and finally they have to decide on actions on reducing the risk. This understanding will help you in identifying which is ROMM, meaning which one is high risk. Then information systems important. Third element is important. What is the understanding I should have about this? Point number 3, class of transaction which is significant to FS. What do you mean by that? Any class of transaction which is significant to financial statements, wherever controls are placed for those transactions, I should check. Number 1. Number 2, those controls where it initiates, it records, it processes, it corrects and it transfers the transaction to ledgers. Those controls I should check. Third, controls with respect to records, supporting information, specific accounts. Controls with respect to how you capture events and condition. Why? Because this I need for SA 560. What is SA 560? Subsequent events. SA 570. Going concern. SA 550. To understand those, I need to understand how your information system captures. Yeah, because if your ICS is very good, I can trust that ICS and I can go forward with those standards. Then, how is your FR process? What is FR process means? Financial reporting process. What is financial reporting? What is financial reporting? The way the financial statements are prepared and presented. Clear? Controls surrounding journal entries. Why? Mistake, where will it happen, sir? Journal entry. Now, whatever mistake you're doing, some mistakes should have been corrected in your childhood only. Some behavioral issues should be corrected when you are a kid. Imagine you don't know the value of money and you keep spending. When it should have been corrected? When you were small. There is a saying, if you don't correct the plant, you can't rectify the tree. Understood? When Tamil version where. Okay, in the when a plant grows into a tree, there is no point in rectifying the tree. It is very rigid now. But when it is a plant only, if you had corrected the direction, no, it would have grown like that only. Same logic. Journal entry tappachna, ledger will be wrong. If ledger is wrong, posting will be wrong, balance will be wrong, trial balance is wrong, FS is wrong. So controls surrounding journal entries are also very important. So if that control is weak, the process only will become weak. This has been asked in one of the publications, right? We will discuss that. Then, how do you communicate the roles and responsibilities, sir? Meaning, is there a system that you guys communicate with once in a week? You have some kind of meetings, reviews, etc. Between management and TCWG, how do you communicate? And external communication, how do you have? With respect to communication, understand, right? Because I need to give opinion on what? ICOFR. So I need to know who is responsible for ICOFR. Number two, is there any relation? Meaning what? One person's work, is it linked to another person? Third, what kind of manuals do you have? I need to read that. Then, do you have open communication channel? What is open communication channel? Help at ArivuPro. Anything that happens, the student can straight away communicate to management. Information system only, that is. Clear? See, information system doesn't in your head, no. The moment I say information system, only computers come to your mind. There are 5 elements for information system: hardware, software, people, data, network. All 5 put together is what we call as information system. So if you see here, we are talking about people. People. Network basically. Data. Are you getting my point? Here. Now if you see all these all are having some objective, some kind of hardware, some kind of software you are using. See, how do you capture events and conditions? Through hardware and software. Are you getting my point? So information system is not just computer. There is someone who's switching that on. There is internet connection required. There is network that is there. Yes, there is a software which is installed. So 5 elements put together are called as information system. Panchabhudangal is called people, data, hardware, software, network. Clear? Okay. Let's structure it for smaller entities. Why? Their owner itself is everything. One man show it is. Or a few men show. Therefore, for them, IS is not that structured. I never said it is not there. It may be there, but corporates, if you see, more structured. Okay? Then control activities, very important. Control activities, very important. Which activities are relevant, sir? Control activity means what? The execution of the policies. Till now we were saying management should do this, management should do that. Correct, they frame the policies. Now how execution happens, that come under control activities. So understand only those activities with respect to ABCD and their assertions. Control activities are policies and procedures to ensure the directives are carried out, meaning whatever decisions were taken, we should start executing them now. Example, you come to class for what? No, you never study in the class. You understand in the class. Then you have to go home and do control activities. Meaning what? Execute them, practice them, solve them, etc. Which activities are relevant, sir? Anything that connects to significant risk. Anything with respect to those risks for which your SP does not provide SAI. Meaning what? Substantive procedure is not giving enough evidence, therefore we should check TOC because we don't have any other option. Remember, I asked one question before starting this chapter. TOC, when do we do? When we understand it is good or concept is covered. Okay. Then third one, APJ, auditors professional judgment. Last one, according to the auditor, whichever risk is which is significant risk. When it is a risk of fraud, number one. Number two, related to significant developments like economic, accounting and regulatory. Then any transaction which is complex is always risky. Why? It is difficult to understand. That is why management will think, since it is difficult to understand, fraud we can do that because he will never check. Simple. Chapter number 5, difficult or not? Difficult or not? I never said difficult to understand. Understanding is easy there. Is it difficult to score marks in that? So what do? Tell me. Skip it. Correct? So complex area is always skipped. And management uses that attitude of yours to commit. Is that clear? Now, how difficult it is for me, any complex concept which a student will take time to understand, to run through that concept. Imagine there's a very difficult concept, alright, and I want to finish questions also. What will I do? And 2-3 lines I'll explain and I'll leave. Now, anyway, the concept is complex. You will never understand that. By the time you understand that, oh, this concept was like this, I will be finishing my portions, I'll be in my home drinking hot ginger tea. So no? Yes, sir. So complexity wherever is there, it's very difficult to find, and management will use that vulnerability to do fraud. Fraud will never be seen in easy transactions. Fraud is always seen in complex transactions. Complex, but in a smaller quantity also they can do. Okay? Transactions with RP, always risky. Then, sir, if you do at arm's length price, see, the day you have R, it is risky. The day you have a relationship, I'm talking about transaction, it's difficult. Clear? It's difficult. But if you treat it like an arm's length price, that means what? Normal way you trade, then no problem. For us in SA 550, we have seen. When is it high risky? Not under normal course of business. Then, not under market conditions. Then, unusual transaction. Now, this is where the risk will keep on. And with whom do you do all these things? The moment you think of fraud, you think of known people first. Then you will think of unknown people. Are you getting my point? Even if you want to prank someone, no, you will never call a stranger. You will call a friend. Prank only, you are calling a friend. Fraud will definitely call RP only. Understood? Clear? Then subjectivity degree, when you are measuring uncertainty, always risky. Like for example, salvage value of an asset. Highly uncertain. Highly uncertain. Provisions, highly uncertain. So in such cases, obviously you can do a fraud there. Transaction outside normal course of business. Always and always risk. Here. So these three areas, wherever blue marks are there, always risky. Which are those? Fraud outside normal course of business. Here. Right. Then point number 4, important. In point number 4, two things are there. What is that first thing? Non-routine transaction and judgmental matters. Now, what do you mean by non-routine matters? Non-routine means what? It is not regular. It is not usual. It is not expected. Now, which are those areas where, see, in these areas, ICS fails? Why? Sorry? ICS is used for routine or usual transaction. See, automation, when it comes to it, cannot detect unusual things every time. Take traffic example for your consideration. Traffic signal, there is only red, yellow and green. Can it detect ambulance? No. The ambulance is unusual, no? It can't say that every time there is a traffic congestion, it is because of ambulance. Or there is ambulance in that. No. So there, we cannot have ICS. Or maybe now in the current era, we can design one, but ICS can never be kept for non-routine transaction. What are the examples of non-routine transactions, sir? Management specifying accounting treatment. Very unusual. Very unusual. See, that is where they say, when it comes to that Chandramukhi movie where Vadivel also will go, first the housekeeping, the maid will go, and then behind that Vadivel only will go. No, unusual. Very little, unusual it is. You can't put ICS for that. Same logic. Management preparing FS is different. Management specifying how to account is different. Right? Imagine in regular class we had taken one lengthy example of 5,000 coconuts, where it was considered as an alcohol expense. Now, who specified that? Obviously, management only. So, if management is involved in specification of how to treat what, that means we are not following standards. We can't place ICS there. ICS will consider journal entry you put, it will consider. It will never ask you, is this business expense or not? So, can I put personal expense in the books? Yes. How will ICS detect? It will not detect. Are you getting my point? Yes. Okay. Manual intervention in the data collection and again, human intervention. Always information can be changed. Okay. Complex calculation. Obviously, there will be there. Transactions are such that ICS cannot be where unexpected. Clear? You yourself can't predict what will you put ICS there. These are the 4 areas which is very, 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 very important in the exam. Please be careful. Can be asked as a question. Judgmental matters like what? Principles, estimates, revenue recognition. These all are based on what? Interpretation. Okay. Subjective, complex assumptions about. Tell me, when will you become CA? Give me an age or a year. By when will you become CA? 2030. Sure. Huh? So there are second thoughts. Why? That way, I wanted to become CA in 2016. July 2016, I wanted to celebrate my birthday with CA results. I did celebrate my birthday with CA results. See, manifestation has to be very specific. That's how I learnt. Celebrate my birthday, but with negative CA result. Then I thought, okay, no problem, next year. Okay, next attempt, which is nothing but results is in the next year. Next attempt also I failed. 2016 I wanted to clear, ended up clearing in 2018 attempt. Clear. In fact, 2017 also I cleared. I cleared. I was a CA only for 4 hours. Only for 4 hours I was a CA, and then the institute told results are wrong. Now imagine these, in such cases, no, you can't put ICS. It's very complex to understand because future you cannot predict. You can only maybe have a goal. That doesn't mean every time you put up a goal about future, you will reach that particular area. And sometimes you will never have a goal, but still you reach there. Right? Never had a goal of becoming a teacher, became a teacher. So sometimes a goal will never be there, but still you will do. Because of what? Sir, very much has to do with assumptions about future. So in a company, in an organization, what kind of provisions you create, that is futuristic, no? Whether we will lose 100% of the debtors or 60% of the debtors or 30% of the debtors, we do not know. So in such places, no, fraud chances can be significant. Wherever judgments are involved, chances of fraud also can increase, but you cannot prove that. Like I say, intention is difficult to prove. You need to do a lot of work to prove that their judgment was clear. Okay, sir. Now, materiality. What do you mean by materiality? Anything that matters to my users, which affects my users, is important for me as well. Now, but there is one important question. It is totally judgment. What is important, what is not important is a judgmental call. While taking the judgment, I am allowed to assume 4 things about users. Like for example, when I am taking revision classes, I understand it is important for the exam. But when I am taking revision classes, I am allowed to assume about students what? They have studied. Whether they have studied or not, I don't know. But I am allowed to assume that they have studied. When I do marathon, I am allowed to assume that they have studied and revised as well. Same logic. When we think what is important, what is not important, do our audit. 4 assumptions we are allowed. Number 1, users can make reasonable economic decision. We never sit and explain how to decide. We know that you know how to decide. Clear. Number 2, users have a reasonable knowledge about business and economic activities to study the financial statement. So we never sit and explain how to read FS. But in class, it's our duty to tell you how to read FS. Technically, in inter-class, no. If I be very technical, I need not even bother about sitting and explaining foundation things to you. But we do because of the quality of direct entry we have, university level. The level of BCom that you study and come here. In BCom, you have consolidation. In BCom, you have PGBP, capital gains, everything you have. So technically, we should assume that you know everything. Only what is required for inter we should teach. But if we teach that, you will never learn. Understood? So we have to assume in FS audit, we will assume that you know about company's business and economic activities. Whether you know or don't know, that is none of our problem. We assume you know. Okay. If you don't know what to do, sir, that's why they give annual report. No, sit and read. They'll tell you. And we assume that you understand that FS was prepared based on what? Now here you may get confusing. Auditor has prepared FS. Preparation of FS is preparation of ARS. Audit report is based on auditor's materiality concept. Okay. Then they recognize there are uncertainties while measuring certain amount which is based on estimate and judgments and future events. So we assume that you know whenever we talk about judgment, it is always not 100%. Tomorrow you can't blame us. Clear? These 4 assumptions are allowed. Standard assumptions these are. Okay. 4-mark question it is. Okay. What are the 4 assumptions? Number 1, decision. Number 2, number 3, materiality. And number 4, uncertainty. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. Next, sir, this was asked, okay, benchmark, is it necessary? See, how do we know what is important, what is not important? We have to compare ourselves with someone. Clear? So, after that, only comparison is possible. So, we should always have something called as benchmark. But when we consider benchmark, benchmark means what? A standard, a level that we have to compare ourselves with. But that benchmark, I need to be very carefully select. Can I compare you and a 10th standard student? Your efforts and his efforts can I compare? Or your marks and his marks can I compare? Imagine you study for like 7 months and you go and write the exam, you score 51%. And on the other hand, the 10th standard kid studies for 2 months, gets 95%. Can I compare you both? Why? Why? The level only is wrong, The factor only is wrong. So there are certain factors to identify benchmark first. You can't compare randomly. Sir, ITC's result is so much. Look at your result. Gee, are you a company? Look at them, 70,000 reserves. Sir, I was incorporated last year. That and all I don't care. Sir, but they're there from multiple. That and all I don't care. Typical class teacher behavior in school. Typical parents, how they compare. 96 you score. Where did you leave that 4 marks? But when you scored 40, 90 plus was the target. But when you scored 90 plus, the balancing figure is a problem. Understood? That is where I tell you, that is where you guys learn to suspense account. Where it go, God alone knows. In 11th, 12th, you found one account called suspense account. A balancing figure in balance sheet also will be fine. Put in suspense account. So we should always understand when we compare, there should be some kind of factors in our mind. Number one, elements of FS. Now our financial statements could be different. Yours could be different. I am a manufacturing segment. You are a trading segment. Our FS only is different. And now you are comparing. See, that one has manufacturing account. You don't have. He will not have, I will have, I will not have, he will have, because of the elements are here. I mean, assets and liabilities. Someone's assets and someone's liabilities will be different than us. So we cannot compare as it is. Okay. Items on which users' attention is focused. Meaning what? In case of banks, NP is focused. In normal thing, profit can be focused. Yes, some people will focus only on turnover. Let's take an example. No. When you join CA course, what is the factor that they see? In academy, when they join CA course, when they take coaching, what is the factor that they see? Pass percentage. Now, is pass percentage because of only academy? Then students. So obviously, when you take up admission, pass percentage is not the only factor, right? So pass percentage cannot be taken as a benchmark. Portion completion, concept, understanding is there or not. Of the academy, so many other factors are there. Nature of entity, I cannot compare a trading versus service segment. When I'm choosing, I have to choose in the same segment. Life cycle of a company which has reached its peak. I'm comparing that with this year incorporated company. Possible? No, sir. Industry and economic environment. Someone's industry environment could be different. Your environment could be different. I cannot compare it and tell you are doing well or he is doing well. Yeah. Someone who is there in Tamil Nadu and doing well cannot be compared with someone who is there in Karnataka. Why? Environment is different. Ownership structure, I cannot compare a government company with a non-government company. Can I compare BSNL and Jio? Why? Ownership is different. Clear? Finance structure. A debt-oriented company versus equity-oriented company, I cannot compare. Sometimes misstatement of a lesser amount also is material. Why? Because of expectation. Example. Tell me honestly, you are having a regular class now. Okay? Now, let's assume this is a regular class and not a revision class. And there is one particular topic which is not important for the exams. And skip it. Is it okay? Why? In revision, if I skip it, change in the behavior, did you see? That is what we call as expectation, sir. In regular class, you expect every concept to be covered, but in revision class, the expectation is important topics. Same logic in organization also. What users are expecting, it could be lesser than materiality. Still, I have to consider that as important because for my user, that is important. For me also, it is important. Key disclosures with respect to industry. Example, banking industry, insurance industry, labor industry. In all those things, if your industry regulator asks you to disclose something, I will never see whether it is material or immaterial straight away. For me, it is important. Focus on specific aspect during what? Major event. Like for example, here purchase of business. In regular class, I give an example of demerger. ITC and ITC hotel demerged. Here we have to specify clearly. Tata Motors demerged into two different entities. Clear? Vedanta demerged into multiple entities. I have to tell in the annual report or in the board report or even in the audit report, I'm supposed to consider those things. Is metallicity fixed? No, sir. It keeps on changing. Why? This is one of the best answers that you can give. Circumstances. Number one. Number two, new information. The moment information comes, obviously, importance level also will change. Changes in our understanding of entity and related information. If main materiality changes, performance materiality also should change. What is PM? PM is a subset of OM. What is OM? Overall, OM is based on benchmarks, whereas PM is based on OM. I repeat, OM is based on benchmark, whereas PM is based on OM. Understood? So based on percentage of OM, we take it as PM. PM will not be same for every line item. Okay. If any item is high risk, PM should be low. If any item is low risk, PM will be high. If it is a moderate risk, we have to take a call whether we should maintain moderately or not. But if there is no risk at all, take high level of certainty to ignore. Now, why do we need PM, sir? We need PM to maintain a buffer between. Now, OM can be 10 lakhs. What does OM means here? All misstatement put together must be 10 lakhs max. Now, when you are doing sales only, in the sample only you got 8 lakhs. Now, you tell me, I am yet to finish my sales audit, then purchase audit, then other expense, other income, assets, liability. You think it will be within 10 lakhs only? No, sir. Now, how much you should keep then? Now, again, there will be an issue. Every time you have to change OM. Rather than that, what we will do, we will set up a new limit called PM. For sales, we will tell, is it high risky? Yes, sir. Therefore, I will not tolerate anything more than 10,000. Now, what you will do? Anything that is exceeding 10,000, you set and check. Now, there is a buffer that you have maintained. What is that? 9 lakh. Now, this 9 lakh 90,000 is reserved for whom? The items. Clear. So, similarly, one by one for purchase, you will maintain one limit. For other expense, you will maintain one limit. For asset, you might maintain one limit. Right? Why? So that, first of all, I am doing sampling. That means I am not checking 100%. Those areas which I have never checked, there will be misstatements there also. That misstatement should not cross. So it's totally my judgment based on how risky it is. If a topic is high risk, you will end up revising more so that you will answer in the exam properly. Same logic here. If there is a high risk, we tend to check more. If it is a low risk, we tend to check less. Clear? Okay. Now, let's talk about your automated environment, some important areas. In internal control system, please be very, very confident about elements of ICS, especially IS, control activities. These two elements are very, very important. Alright. If I have to give you a third element, environment, information system, activities. These three areas, they can ask you questions, be careful. Okay, automated environment means what? A business environment where you use tech for PODA. What is PODA? Processing, operation, decision, as well as accounting. So, in all four areas, if you use tech, we call you as automated environment. Okay. One more name for this is digital audit. And I told you the reason why we are studying this. You have a chapter in CA Finance, that is why you are studying it now. Okay, as an introduction. What are the features, sir? General features. Forget about audit for now. Think from a normal human being perspective. If you put up tech, what will happen? You take one example, Uber. If Uber, Ola, Rapid and all was not there, how would you have your transportation sorted? Difficult, correct, but how would you do it? Get ready, go out of your house. Correct? Wait for auto. Yes, first find one. If the rickshaw stand is maybe half a kilometer, then walk a half a kilometer. Then tell him he will reject you, face rejection there also. Understood? Now the problem is, sir, in such cases, the operations are not faster. But when it comes to Uber, Rapido, you can book and you can continue your work. Faster operations then. Which is more accurate, tech or human beings? Obviously, hands down tech. Clear. Ability to process large volumes of transaction, bank, supermarkets, clear, Amazon, large volumes of transaction, integration, connection between operations like sales and accounts, purchase and sales, purchase and production can be connected. Okay, better security and controls. Your phones, your laptops, your gadgets will never be tired of you. Yes, no matter how many times you show your face, it will not be tired. It will not be stressed. Clear? It won't have fatigue. It will not go on sick leave. It will not say, I have grandfather's death, I have grandmother's death to attend and all. Nothing. Right? So obviously better security, less prone to human error. They never said human errors are eliminated. Less prone. Now you put up a password, you forget the password. Tell your phone, Nandanda, open. Will it open? No, sir. But a human being is there. Can you tell that person, it's me only, allow me? Will he allow? Yes. Yeah. Connectivity and networking capability, better connection. Sitting here, you video call people. Yes, what is that stranger app? Is that? Omegle. Omegle. Connectivity, Zoom. Yes. FaceTime. Yes. Provides latest information, updates. Clear? Sitting here, you can get an update from anywhere in the world because of tech only. Alright? Then understanding of the environment, what kind of environment it has, meaning what kind of systems you are using, what is their purpose, where have you maintained the system, local or global, what is architecture means, design, right? Then what kind of version you are using, updated or outdated version, interface within the system, what does interface means, channel, how to communicate, clear, in-house or what is the in-house?
It's just developed or
Whether it is developed or purchased. Then outsourced activities. Have you given any activity to someone else outside? And who are these? Key persons. Key persons means what? The authority, right? Responsible person. Very, very important is risk. What risk is there if you use IT? Number one, inaccurate processing of data, meaning what? Data is correct or process is correct here? Inaccurate processing of data. Data is correct, processing is wrong. Processing inaccurate data. Process is wrong. Data is wrong. Process is correct or even both. Understood? Then unauthorized access to data. What does unauthorized access means? The person who doesn't have authority, you are giving authority to him. Direct data changes, meaning what? Changes must be made. But why are you making? And that too where backend changes, that too database change. Very, very wrong. Excessive access, privileged access. They say no. If you are available too much, value will reduce. Same thing we're talking about tech. Okay. If you give more access to people who don't deserve, automatically value will reduce because they also have a copy of that. Your environment is gone. Lack of adequate SOD. What is SOD? Separation. One person should not have more than one department. So maybe the sales guy should never have an accounts department key. Accounts department should never have the purchase department key. So separation of duty. Unauthorized changes to system. Sir, you know how to make changes, but you're not authorized to. Clear. Failure to make necessary changes. Meaning what? You are authorized to make change, but you did not make. Loss of data. These risks are very important from exam point of view. Okay, where does it impact on your audit? Meaning what? Can you rely on ICS now? Because of these risks, can you rely on ICS? Never, sir. Never ever. Therefore, your substantive procedures will increase. Tell me, because of this risk, if you cannot rely on ICS, your TOC is bad. If your TOC is bad, the only option left is what? TOD and AP, which is nothing but substantive procedure. Impact on control. Will I rely on this control? No. Will I rely on people who rely on this control? No, sir. I don't rely on those people also who take data from that control. Impact on reporting. I'll have to communicate to whom? TCWG. Sometimes I have to report on efficiency and inefficiency of ICS to MCA. Okay. What are the types of controls you have? One is called general control. General control means what? Which is there for every automated environment. Not user specific. Generally. Example. For a coaching academy, what are the general things that you see? Timings, portion completion, etc. Now, academy to academy, they may have specifics. We are not talking about that. We are talking about general controls. Everywhere, some general controls must be there. So, it should maintain two things. Integrity of the information and security of data. So, general control purpose is what? MCQ they can ask you. Integrity of information and security of data. Okay. Second one we have is application controls. What does application controls mean? Software based controls. For example, in your phone, what do we call as general controls? The password that you have for phone. Application control depending upon the app. Every app has its own control. Example, bank apps may have Face ID, MPIN. ArivuPro app has email ID, password. Some will have only PIN. Some will have fingerprint. Yes, some will have security question. That is app based controls. Then IT dependent controls, meaning what? People are dependent on IT. Now technically imagine I am a control. But I get data from where? From tech. If that goes wrong, my decision is based on that. Therefore, my decision also goes wrong. So technically two types. One is general application. Third one is what? Dependent controls. Who is dependent on whom? Human is dependent on IT. Next important question from exam point of view in revision class is testing methods. What kind of methods we can use to test an automated environment? Past exam question, and they have asked in multiple areas as well. What are the four methods? Generally, RAP has IO. Yes or no? What is IO? Analytical procedure, inspection, inquiry. In this, no, we just remove A and put R. What is that? Reperformance. So same, reperformance, inquiry, inspection and observation. Okay. Which is most efficient inquiry? Why? Lesser time, sir. Fatafat we can ask questions and get answer. But least errors. Which is most effective? Reperformance is most effective and gives best evidence. So which method I should use? No reperformance alone. Which test to use is a matter of professional judgment. How many options do you have though? Remember, only 4 options we have. Ingredients available only 4. Right? Which can be anything. Okay? Then, it varies on several factors. One of the dangerous question this is. Which method to use is a professional judgment, but what are the factors you have to consider? Answer. First point, risk assessment. Second point, control environment. Third point, desired level of evidence required. Fourth point, history of errors and misstatement. Fifth point, complexity. Sixth point, assertions being addressed. 5-mark questions or 4 marks also taken. Be careful. Document the nature of test applied along with the judgment. So essay 230, whatever findings you have, document and keep it. Okay. When testing automated environment, what are the common methods? 3 marks question. Number 1, obtain understanding of how it is processed by doing a walkthrough. What is walkthrough? End to end, beginning till the end. Take a few samples and test everything about it. Then, how a user processes transactions under different scenarios, meaning reperformance, you do and check under different scenarios, what kind of process. Then inspect the configuration. Configuration means what? Details of application. RAM, data configuration, details of the data, etc. Where more manual elements can be put and where more automated elements can be put, sir? Manual element may be more suitable where unusual non-recurring transaction, errors are difficult to define, control responses outside the scope, monitoring the 4 marks, manual element more suitable. What are the 4 elements? Unusual non-recurring transaction, errors are difficult to predict, and control responses outside the scope of control and monitoring the effectiveness. See, no matter how much tech is there, we always have people know here. Where manual elements may not be more suitable. High volume recurring transaction. Number 2, sir, control activities where everything can be designed and automated. So wherever you can anticipate, predict, define, put automation there. Wherever definition is not possible, I can't tell only, manual is better there. Okay. Now, data analytics is nothing but a small part where data analytics is used. Okay. Rare question, but still can be asked. More than that, come to this topic, assess and report audit findings. Okay. Now, evaluate and report. What we are supposed to report? Are there any weakness? Number 2, impact on audit. Where is it impacting us? Number 3, giving reporting, deficiencies to management. In what form? Management letter or internal control memo form. Communicate and writing any significant deficiencies to, sir, here we tell whom? Management. Here we tell whom? And both are discussed in 265. SA 265. Okay. Then you need to evaluate each finding or exception to determine the impact. What do you mean by deficiency? We have already studied. What is deficiency? Control is there, not working, and control doesn't exist. Both comes under deficiency. Okay. Where do we use data analytics, sir? Checking the completeness of the data, and in case of substantive testing, we can use selection of sample. In regular class, I have selected samples in front of you only using random number generator. Correct? Recomputation of balances through softwares you can recompute. Reperformance of mathematical calculation, Excel sheets, spreadsheets, etc. Analysis of journal entry, you can use AI for that. Fraud investigation, again AI can be used. Evaluating impact of deficiencies, again we can use AI here. So these are the areas where we can use a technique of data analytics. Yeah. So in this automated environment, one question will come. Okay. Now, which question is that? It could be this. Okay. It could be this. Number 1. Number 2, this one, where manual element is more suitable and where automated element is more suitable. Then testing methods. Then we have risk. Okay. And this one, key features. One question I want to ask and then we'll wind up. Once you do ICS testing and if you get to know that the environment is satisfactory, does it mean fraud can never happen? No. So satisfactory environment can never be a assurance that fraud can never happen. It just tells you that environment is good, but that doesn't mean fraud can never happen. Be careful in that one of the questions which was asked in Jan 25, satisfactory control environment is not an absolute deterrent. Deterrent means discouraging. People will still do fraud. No matter what you do, people will still do fraud. Okay. So it can be a positive factor, but it may help to reduce the fraud, but not prevention to commit fraud. Okay. Yes, it may influence my evaluation of effectiveness. This one question can be asked again, but it is not repeated multiple times. So therefore, it's coming under exceptional question. Yeah. Yes. Also, one more thing, what I want you to go through is techniques of evaluation of ICS or methods of evaluation of ICS. 4 methods are there. Which are those? First one, narrative record. Second one, checklist. Third one, internal control questionnaire. And fourth one is flowchart. Now, all four they can ask. In MCQ, they can ask different ways. In descriptive, if they want to ask, it is better if they ask short notes rather than all four. Okay. Be careful. Look at this. If it is narrative record, check for these words in the question. Complete and exhaustive. If it is checklist, instructions, questions, both will be there. If it is questionnaire, only questions. If it is flowchart, graphic, presentation, concise way, minimizes narrative explanation. Bird's eye view. These are the key phrases in the question you have to find. Clear? Yes? Okay, sir. With this, chapter 3 quick revision also is done. Remember, don't consider this as one big chapter. Consider it as two chapters. Alright. Priority, give it to automated environment first. Finish off those concepts. Then come to essay 315. That is understanding the entity. Finish off those concepts. Then go to 320 and 320. Two things are there. Assumption and benchmark factors. Understood? Clear? Then comes your audit risk. Study these properly for September people. Jan people don't have an option. Take it every day, one concept also you do, no problem, but do not try to skip any topic. Do not try to skip any topic. Okay? Chapter 5, Chapter 9. Chapter 5, your financial statements items. In the balance sheet, they will not ask you everything in the whatever loans or liabilities or whatever. In that, they'll ask you probably completeness or only evaluation part, presentation and disclosure, etc. Trade receivables, trade payable, presentation, disclosure, they can ask. P&L, only 6 items are there. Do that properly. Okay, even in P&L, except for the employee benefit expense, your all other expense will have occurrence, completeness, valuation, etc. Employee benefit, you have one straightforward question in that. Do that. Okay. Now, if you are still not satisfied with that, or sir, it is too much for me, I am totally skipping that chapter. Please don't skip that chapter. At least do RTP, MTP and last few attempts paper. Right? For example, Jan, May, September. Jan attempt paper, Jan attempt RTP, Jan attempt mock paper. So how many papers you are doing? 4. May, how many papers? 4. Therefore 8 papers. September RTP, September mock paper. Therefore 3. So 4, 4, 3. How many? 11. Okay. Now at least do this. So something out of that if it comes. See, one question from P&L, one question from balance sheet for sure. Right. Now the other question for 14-15 marks that chapter will give you weightage. Now the other question can be from balance sheet, can be from special transaction, like for example CSR, Benami property, consignment, sale of scrap, etc. Okay. So these two chapters, even if we revise, there is no point, because the revision and regular class we tend to tell little bit more than that. Revision, it will be just highlighting. So for you, it is little bit more faster than normal revision. So that's why I'm not covered in this. Okay. So what I would humbly request is, book back questions are there. That question you solved is good enough. But for September, it could be too late for you now. So at least do Jan, May and September ka RTP, mock papers and PYPs. If you want more, go to attempts more. That is September 24, sorry, September 25 and May 25. This much if you are able to cover. No, I honestly feel chapter 5, at least 50% you'll be able to score than losing entire 100 marks. I am not a preacher or a teacher who will tell you to skip these chapters. Don't. Chapter 9, please do cooperative societies, government audit lab, expense audit, performance, propriety. Alright. These two things in government audit do properly. And objectives of government audit, sometimes they can ask very rare question though, but still rare question. Cooperative societies, single state cooperative societies are there. In that, special features are there and normal features are there. Do that properly. Single state. You have around, I think around 10 points are there. Restriction on loans, restriction on borrowings, contribution to education fund, etc. Your single state, multi-state cooperative societies are there. Two concepts. I'm not talking about multi-state. I'm talking only about single state. Finish off. At least do this. You'll be able to do better in exams. Specifically for which attempt? September. Understood? Clear? Good. With this, we'll stop. We are done with the revision classes. How much ever I could, I tried doing it. Right? If you feel there is more that I can do, please let me know. Next time I will definitely improve. ROMM I can reduce next time. Good. Yes, thank you so much and have a wonderful attempt. Those who are writing September, please come out with flying colors. And those who are writing in Jan, buckle up. There's no time. Okay. Thank you so much.